it's a fuzz. That means we're live, by the way, in case you don't know.
Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. We're back. It turned out I didn't actually have to do the stream with Commie Mark last night, so we ended early for no more reason. But I do like that we're going again today earlier because it's a lot of stuff. Like it's so, the Trump town hall, the debate with Lance, or whatever you want to call it, the thing with Lance. There's a lot, and I didn't even get to finish the stuff that I wanted to talk about all last night. So I thought we'd start with a couple, and some more things have happened. We got all kinds of stuff. Well, like for example, if you'll bring up my stream here, I did want to show this excellent tweet because Tucker Carlson has gone independent. He's fired from Fox, as I'm sure most people know.
Yes.
But
because you know when he's fired from Fox now, right? Did you know, Aiden, that the most watched successful news anchor in the history of the United States out of Fox is never going to be hired? It is no capacity for independent media or anything whatsoever. No shot in hell. And he's totally screwed. He's going to lose millions. He's going to wake up tomorrow with no money. I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's going to happen if you listen to Salon, who is massively full of shit and clearly is not on Cloud 9 in any fucking way.
Here's the Salon article. Yes, so Tucker Carlson's "We're Back" announcement video. Yeah, I thought you knew that. Has 836,000 likes. What's the impressions on this? Actually, hang on.
No idea. It's the archive link, so probably.
Oh right, it might be kind of weird. And this so it could be, and it should be old because like, let's see. Let me just go to Tucker Carlson's Twitter real quick. Yeah, let's find out where he's sitting at now.
Since we know that Carlson is interested in money more than anything else, how do you know that? That's your opinion, man. Dumbass.
I mean, it literally, it's their fucking opinion, and it's not based on anything, because I think that has way more, because this is again archived.
Can I read that in a funny
way? Yeah, of course.
Let's see, we'll just scroll a little further then. It's like, on Monday, Variety reported that Fox News is experiencing a burst of new advertising sales, which is really what anyone gives a flying fucking ass about these days. The sales in the hour formerly held by the recently fired Tucker Carlson. He had the distinction of having cable news top ratings for his time period, well, which you don't seem to think actually matters all that much, Salon, while scaring away most respectable companies from buying on his show.
Oh, scaring them away,
Which makes a whole lot of fucking sense, which is why he was able to be on the show for that fucking long. So it's possible that despite the rating slump the primetime slot has been experiencing since his departure, the network won't actually suffer any more losses than they already did in their epic 787 million settlement with Dominion voting machines. They may also be
Fox
saving...
just sunk itself.
Yeah, that's true. They may be saving a few dollars if it turns out that Tucker Carlson's latest move results in his breaching the reported non-compete clause in his contract worth $25 million, which is basically fucking a drop in the bucket compared to what you just had to pay for the lawsuit. He posted a video on Tuesday announcing that he's going to resume his show on Twitter as a way of striking a blow in favor of free speech against all the rest of the lying media. That's the only fucking accurate thing you're going to say in this entire
the only true thing you've said.
Yeah.
At least you admit to it.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it, here's a video to reveal it in all of its glory, which you are saying sarcastically, but it is actually nonetheless fucking true. Since we know...
we can play it if you want to play the video. I've got it up. And it has... I wanted to bring it up on Twitter anyway to show what the stats are on this.
Yeah, play it on Twitter then.
One second. Let me bring it up over here. Dude, my Brave browser is working real slow for me today for some reason.
I'm impressed you're on Brave for once.
Carlson.
I'm always on Brave anymore. Yeah. Okay, so 188.5 thousand retweets, 25.4 thousand quote tweets, nearly 858,000 likes, and 121.7 million views. Yeah, I think Tucker's really suffering.
Population.
Yeah, I think Tucker's really suffering without Fox. But here's the announcement.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. You often hear people say the news is full of lies, but most of the time that's not exactly right. Much of what you see on television or read the New York Times is in fact true in the literal sense. It could pass one of the media's own fact checks. Lawyers would be willing to sign off on it. In fact, they may have. But that doesn't make it true. It's not true. At the most basic level, the news you consume is a lie of the stealthiest and most insidious kind. Facts have been withheld on purpose, along with
I just want to say I really like, I mean, he's right, but I just want to say I really like Tucker's house or cabin or wherever he's filming this from. It looks cozy as shit.
Yeah.
Proportion and perspective. You are being manipulated. How does that work? Let's see. If I tell you that a man has been unjustly arrested for armed robbery, that is not, strictly speaking, a lie. He may have been framed. At this point, there's been no trial, so no one can really say. But if I don't mention the fact that the same man has been arrested for the same crime 6 times before, am I really informing you? No, I'm not. I'm misleading you. And that's what the news media are doing in every story that matters, every day of the week, every week of the year. What's it like to work in a system like that? After more than 30 years in the middle of it, we could tell you stories. The best you can hope for in the news business at this point is the freedom to tell the fullest truth that you can. But there are always limits. And you know that if you bump up against those limits often enough, you will be fired for it. That's not a guess, it's guaranteed. Every person who works in English language media understands that. The rule of what you can't say defines everything. It's filthy, really, and it's utterly corrupting. You can't have a free society if people aren't allowed to say what they think is true. Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy. That's why it's enshrined in the first of our constitutional amendments. Amazingly, as of tonight, there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. The last big one remaining in the world, the only one, is Twitter, where we are now. Twitter has long served as the place where our national conversation...
I mean, it hasn't allowed free speech for a long time, but...
It's getting better.
Your countrymen took it over, and it's been getting better.
...incubates and develops. Twitter is not a partisan site. Everybody's allowed here, and we think that's a good thing. And yet, for the most part, the news that you see analyzed on Twitter comes from media organizations that are themselves thinly disguised propaganda outlets.
Did you notice that he is so used to being on Fox that he still uses the royal we? We think that's a good thing. You are talking, though, just about yourself at this point, since you're independent, Tucker. I don't mind it. It's just...
I think he's talking about an organization, like just the masses.
Yeah, I know. It's just, normally when he would say that on Fox, you assume that he's speaking as Fox or,
I'm currently dancing in my chair,
You see it on cable news, you talk about it on Twitter.
I'm currently dancing in my chair, by the way.
Oh, did the track?
Yes, because it's extremely
The result
grueling.
may feel like a debate, but actually the gatekeepers are still in charge. We think that's a bad system. We know exactly how it works, and we're sick of it. Starting soon, we'll be bringing a new version of the show we've been doing for the last 6.5 years to Twitter. We'll be bringing some other things too, which we'll tell you about. But for now, we're just grateful to be here. Free speech is the main right that you have. Without it, you have no others.
That is true.
Yeah, it's true, that one.
That's exactly true. All the other rights kind of rely. Well, 1 and 2 rely upon each other equally. You can't have freedom of speech without the right to bear arms, right? Because then you can't defend your free speech. But free speech is key. It goes hand in hand with 2A. But both are extremely important, and this has to be making the people at Fox upset. These impressions, right? Well, I mean, just imagine, just make a little Twitter video, 3-minute long Twitter video. Gets nearly half the country watches it, or the population wise, That's pretty impressive.
Speaking of independent people, here's a bet for you. Anna Kasparin will leave TYT by the end of the year.
And what, and go independent and start doing what Tucker's doing?
I don't know if she will do that, but from what I've seen, clearly she is kind of fed up with TYT, because I think it's making
she seems...
Yeah, it's making her go insane, because a fat bastard is sitting on her neck.
More recently, I have seen her get really mad at Chunk.
Yes.
But... And also now with this new stuff on Twitter where there's a subscription and people can pay, there's nothing to get your content. It is more viable now to actually use not just as a place to promote your work on external platforms, as a place to be a platform that's profitable in and of itself.
Yes, which is why I am going to start posting my stuff there as well. I can probably say the F word.
Usually knows what the heck he's doing.
Yes. It's almost like he's mildly successful as a business.
Only a little bit successful. Do you want to continue the Salon article? in the voice you were reading in before.
Yes. Since we know that Carlson's interested in money more than anything else on Earth, you lying fuck, you wrote that as an opinion piece. It stands to reason that the second richest man in the world, sorry. I wonder who's first right now. It's not Bill Gates, is it? Who actually, probably Bezos, I imagine. Who also happens to own Twitter. Elon Musk must have offered him a bundle to give him $25 million. However, after Carlson made his announcement, Musk tweeted on this platform, unlike the one-way street of broadcast, people are able to interact with
Bezos.
And refute, yeah, there we go, whatever is said. And of course, anything misleading will get community notes. Yes, which is very sexy, and also pisses off everyone that is a leftist, because for some reason, they think
because the
allowing
world
more people to talk is somehow something that fascists do, which makes no fucking sense.
No, it's just because their view of the world is based on lies and insanity, and so they absolutely can only exist. Their worldview can only be protected and continue to thrive and exist if no one's allowed to tell the truth.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the community notes is the opposite of that. It's like, no, actually, we're gonna fact check you, which I thought you care so much about. You want fact checking on everything, except no, you don't. You want to be the fact checkers. The second that anybody else is allowed to check you and call you on your bullshit, well, then now it's a problem, isn't it? That's why they're seething over community notes, which, I am here for it. I love it.
Apparently the music I have on now is better than the stuff you played over the King Charles video.
Yeah, well, I made it in the style of Zoomer media, okay?
Yes, which is basically something that
bussin'.
It looks like something
for
you
real,
would take...
For real, no cap. She gets stun locked a little. Okay.
The face of rage right now. The thing of it is, Aiden has seen my face on camera, so when I go quiet, she knows the face I'm probably playing.
I know.
You know that face when the one dog in Family Guy said he was raping Rupert, the dog, and Stewie looked at him from like a side eye, like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and then the dog gets killed, and because Stewie killed the dog.
I haven't seen a lot of Family Guy.
Okay, well, if you watch Family Guy and you know the reference, then that's the look I'm shooting you.
All right.
Side eye tilted at a 45, and like, bitch,
I get the idea. All right.
Let's see. I also want to be clear that we have not signed a deal of any kind whatsoever. Tucker is subject to the same rules and rewards for all content creators. Rewards being subscriptions and advertising revenue, share coming soon, which is a function of how many people subscribe and the advertising views associated with the content. I hope that many others, particularly from the left, also choose to be content creators on this platform. That's okay.
Yeah.
This is like one of the few times I won't say have a go at Elon, but sort of disagree with his worldview. He has this very centrist worldview, which is that the two sides can come together and agree to disagree. It's like, no.
Well,
that's a super chat for you, by the way.
Yeah, Lucifer the Doberman for $2 Canadian says, please don't say, if I read the super chat, I will have said it again. All right, I'm in a bit of a catch-22 here. But I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Please don't say no cap again. All right, basically, after that, I'll promise I'll try not to say it again.
Yes.
But what if something is particularly bussin'?
Like, why do you hurt me? What have I done to you?
It's fun. I don't know if you heard that. Bill said that if someone in chat PayPal's him 300 quid, he will beat me live on stream. No, please don't. Don't do that, please. Don't send $300 for Bill to beat me, because. Oh yeah, I know, 300 pounds, right? Whatever. Don't. Our nearest offer. He just wants to do it.
Yeah.
Continue.
But yeah, the thing of it is, these people cannot operate in sunlight. The right would just say, like, hey, look, here's our level playing field. Well, we're gonna beat the shit out of you because we're funnier, we have better attention spans. Literally.
Well, you can't be funny.
Yes.
You can't be funny on the left because everything has to be so sensitive.
Yes, someone said link to his PayPal. But the thing of it is that you are never gonna get this mythical. Any place where you allow free speech is automatically going to be with the right. That's how it works. That's just reality. The left don't want free speech. You're not gonna give them a place where you can compete their ideas with the right. The right will beat you every fucking time.
Well, I mean, like, again, we were talking about those Zoomers, speaking of last night, who got paid money, okay, not directly by the DNC, but they got paid the almost exact amount of money that the DNC donated to their media group, they then get paid by that media group, which is money laundering, right? They're literally washing it, to try and get the DNC stink off of it by going through an intermediary company. And it wasn't just that one, it was a whole bunch of other ones. So those kids, before the community note stuff, living in their leftist bubble, could have just been like, no, this is a Republican Trump lie, it's a lie. And it's like, nope, here's the proof, here's the documentation.
What's your problem with Britpong lingo? It's kind of cringe.
It's not Britpong lingo. That's like Zoomer shit. But
that's some American trash ghetto fucking lingo.
No,
it sounds like that.
For kids who have fades.
It's for kids who are on fucking Adderall.
Right. But it's those guys who
I haven't listened to this
make
track,
those...
by the way. So right now there's like an unusually groovy sax, and the vibe is. The mood is totally swinging because the music and the topic is so off the beat. It's so fucking funny, actually. You were saying, please say something more mellow and calm because the vibe is. I wish I could send you the playlist.
Okay.
It's extremely chill.
All right.
Go on.
But anywho, yeah. So they just aren't used to it. Like that's why they were freaking out and spurging on Twitter because they were like, "No, we're not. You're not supposed to know the truth. This is the way things are supposed to be." Even the Zoomers are so inculcated into the idea that the Democrat establishment owns everything, so they can just lie. They have no idea how to deal with this community. They have no idea how to deal with this community note stuff, and it's wonderful.
I know, seeing them seethe is like really funny.
So this is just going over what happened.
Yeah, let's see. Obviously, nobody really knows what's going on at Tucker Carlson in the wake of his firing. The end of speculations about just what broke Rupert Murdoch's back. What broke Rupert Murdoch's back? Probably his age. Runs the gamut of these geriatric
Well, originally it's
patriarchs.
his kids, right?
Yeah, his kids are the one who actually runs Fox, which is quite strange. So yeah, the patriarch isn't. But he's like 90. How old is Rupert Murdoch? He's like 93, isn't he? I've noticed all of these evil people live really long. I think it's because they're so evil, not even Satan wants to meet them. The gamut of the geriatric
He's
patriarch.
92. You were very close.
Yeah, there we go. I forgot to guess there. Former fiance said Carlson was a messenger from God to Carlson, sending racist and misogynistic emails of his firing. Oh, fuck off. No one gives a crap about that anymore. They say none of it sounds particularly convincing. Wow, that's...
Well, that is
bizarre for coming from you, admitting that does not sound convincing. That's really weird.
Him being fired as a condition of the Dominion settlement, I absolutely think is... Because otherwise, nothing else makes any sense to me.
Sending the racist and misogynistic thing. Like, I don't believe Rupert Murdoch is a flying fuck about that.
Well, no, they don't think that's convincing because they think everybody at Fox at every single level is a racist misogynist. I do think it was probably a secret condition of the Dominion settlement because it happened right around the same time. But again, that's conjecture.
Somebody said, can we get Christian metal music in the background? I don't have any loopable Christian metal music for one.
Yeah.
That'll be the other reason.
Gary Thomas for 5 says, hey, Dynamic Duo. Hey, how's it going? Actually, a Frenchman named Bernard Arnault is the richest man on Earth. Also, what's with the baby making music in the background?
That's only one track, by the way.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was baby making music. I can't hear it, you know?
Yeah, Aiden doesn't know what I'm playing. She's going to listen back and go, like, what the fuck are you playing, you asshole?
Bernard Arnault is the richest man. Interesting. I don't know anything about him, but I think that's not surprising that it's someone no one really knows about, right? Or that's not a household name like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or Elon Musk. Although Elon Musk is, well, according to that list, was number 2, the one that I saw. But anywho,
Just wanted to break some shit before he is. Wish I knew where to run, but I'll die here. He didn't even get the dubious privilege, yeah. D-list right-wing news, all the channels on him, of course. Yes, Newsmax. I like the way that he can offer like several $1 million and it's totally delisted. Yeah. Why are you so worried then?
Right.
If he's gonna go to a place that you don't think is making all the difference, then why do you fucking give a shit?
Yeah.
Someone said about some teaspoons. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
That's hilarious. Half a dozen possibilities in the podcasting streaming realm that do bring in serious cash, but Carlson reportedly doesn't want any of those things, at least not yet, and seems to be intrigued by the idea that Musk, the great entrepreneurial genius that he is, that's so sarcastic, is going to create a new television experience on Twitter and nobody will be able to fire him again. Well, that's the whole point of being independent, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the whole point of being an independent content creator, you idiot.
Yeah. As Ben Smith at Semaphore pointed out, however, that's easier said than done. Musk continues to race through discarded Twitter business models as he seeks to reinvent the platform. Smith notes, adding that he was involved in an earlier version of this at BuzzFeed. Oh, how's that working out? How's that working out, Ben Smith?
Well, BuzzFeed
BuzzFeed's fucked.
Yeah.
Yes.
BuzzFeed has turned into BuzzFed.
Right.
And now they're just
oh my
off.
god.
Yes, I told that to
I'm sure
Boomer
I'm
to
sure
fuck
you know what works, right? It showed promise but ultimately failed because the Twitter platform is not conducive to this kind of engagement. Why? Did you? Well, look at the numbers. 121 million impressions.
But
Seems like it's pretty conducive for engagement.
The way that I don't understand, if you think this is going to tank and it's not going to work, then why don't you encourage it?
Isn't that interesting? They hate Tucker Carlson, so if they thought this was a totally failing move, they should be celebrating.
Play metal Gregorian chants. I would. There's two reasons. A, Gregorian chants are quite invasive, number one.
Yeah.
And two, I don't think I can without being copyright strike for a video. Otherwise, I would.
Mm-hmm.
Because Gregorian chants are quite based.
Very based. A former Twitter employee who worked on it told me today that the core issue with attempting to shift Twitter towards television is the contrast between the requirement that you sit still to watch a show and the basic Twitter experience of scrolling is doom scrolling versus doom staying. Former Twitter employee said the notion that Carlson would build a significant video business on Twitter, he said, was stupid.
Really? Do you want to bet on that?
I find that hard to believe. I watch all kinds of videos on Twitter. Maybe not long form ones, but I don't see why. You know how easy it is, by the way, to fix this.
I think
you're on Twitter.
I think it would be
here's the thing.
A lot easier than YouTube.
Right. Here's how easy why? Because I have my idea.
No, I think the reason why Twitter would be better for, at least for like a one-off programmer like Tucker Carlson, is because if you are on YouTube, you often see the videos on the side and you get distracted. Whether if it's just fucking one, and you see just one, you'll be a lot easier to focus instead of the one you just clicked, which is.
Or how about this? That you can do very similar to what you can do on YouTube, which is that you can play the video in the background, so it goes into like a smaller window. You're still watching it, but you can then you have Twitter like all this the text, so you can just scroll through regularly browsing Twitter while having a video playing at the same time in the corner.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't just do that.
That seems to be the obvious solution. If that's the case, right. Like a lot of times I do all kinds of work while listening to videos in the background. Yes. So if I'm scrolling through Twitter, just have it so that it's like play this video on the side and you can keep scrolling.
For example,
there seems to be nothing about that wouldn't work.
I don't know if you guys use YouTube. Now, there's one bad thing about YouTube on the phone is that if you use the YouTube app, then you can talk on a live stream, for example, now. You can't do this on a browser. But if you use a browser, like Brave, for example, you can have like the desktop experience and there's no ads or fucking anything.
Right.
Which is why I don't ever use the app on my phone. I use the browser. Because Brave browser is like exactly as my desktop experience. It's fucking great.
Yeah. So I
don't know. Enya in the background.
Heather
Fuck off. I would never play Enya. How dare you?
I like Enya. Heather Digby Parton, I think you're kind of an idiot. I don't think you quite understand like how there's always ways to optimize. But of course they want things to be the way they were. They hate the fact that they hate community notes. They hate that anyone could get away from the traditional media landscape that they control. They're terrified of independence because they can't control it as easily. And it's that simple.
This is the one thing I've never understand with these people. Is that if you think this is crappy, bad choices and it will tank Twitter, you hate Twitter, so why don't you just watch it burn?
Right. They hate Elon being in charge of it, yeah. Junebug for 20, hey, thank you, says, hi guys, I mostly follow my centrist ambiguous account, but my right-wing one get ignored. I want to link them together, but I think I might be blocked by the leftists that follow me. Should I keep them separate? Just to avoid getting blocks from some people, I'd probably use 2 separate accounts. I'm always shocked by it, because if you have a right-leaning account, a lot of leftists have auto blocks. They're just a list of people that they automatically block, and so you're never going to see anything from them. I don't know. It depends on what you want to use it for, but it might be worth putting them together or keeping them separate for different reasons. Just because a lot of leftists will auto block people.
What is he talking about?
There's been so many people with Twitter, I think.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, that's just been my experience, is that I'll see somebody who I've never interacted with, and I'll go look at their Twitter, and they already have me blocked.
I don't really do that, to be honest. But I mean, I had to make a new Twitter account a while ago because I
Yeah, no shit. Nobody who's like completely.
You made fun of me for that.
Yeah, a little bit. But anywho, what I was saying is, yeah, if you're a person who needs to go get a bot to block people who might say things that you disagree with, yeah, I don't think you understand the point of Twitter in the first place. But they do that, so
yeah,
that's just
the brightest people. Let's be honest.
No. Well, they can't. Again, that's why they hate community notes, because they can't. If they see any facts, let alone opinions of things that they don't agree with, they have a meltdown.
And also,
so they have to live in a totally curated world.
Yes, it's also one that they can't really alter, because the people will dislike it if it's really fake.
Right. Right.
Which is why it's funny as fuck.
It is. It's hilarious. Let's see. As far as Musk's dream is concerned, it might be reassuring that Musk says he wants content creators from the left who contribute, but his own political preferences are obvious. Are they? He's like a libertarian. And they are just not right-wing. They're downright conspiratorial, so I wouldn't get my hopes up for a let 100 tweets bloom campaign take off. No, see what that is? That's projection, Heather.
You know what the
that
honest
is?
Truth
You, if you controlled Twitter, you would not let anyone on the right speak.
The honest truth is, the truth is rather conspiratorial.
Oftentimes it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like if you say to somebody like 5 years ago, hey look, there's going to be this mysterious flu-like thing that's going to come from God knows fucking where. We will have no idea where it's actually coming from. Apparently it's from China, right? Get this. You're going to be forced inside your home for a while. You're going to be forced to wear a mask everywhere inside your fucking house, right? For several years in a row. Oh, and by the way, the chance of this killing you if you are like under the age of, say, 80 is basically less than 5%. And the entire world's economy is going to come to a grinding halt, and inflation is going to go through the fucking roof for the highest time in 50 years. People would look at you like you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. It's like, there's no way in hell that would ever happen.
Yeah, weird shit happens all the time. Truth is stranger than fiction. And I just, that's hilarious, because that is, Heather, that is just, and they're always like this, by the way. I see this all the time. That's pure projection, because if you had power, you wouldn't let other people speak. But Musk seems to actually have a libertarian approach to things. I know you can't stand that because you're not in control. But unfortunately, the truth often doesn't align with your nonsense. Just block everybody then.
I'm looking at what Jumog said. That's funny because Counterpoints also follows my account, and my account is like openly monarchy. Like if you click on my account, like it opens, it says African monarchist.
Maybe it's because I like 18 plus content. Yeah. Oh, that might be it then.
Yeah.
Counterpoints is cool.
Yeah. Although Mulbug did tear him a new asshole, that was quite funny.
I didn't see that. What did he?
Yeah, Mulbug debated. Counterpoints, yes, on the Ukraine thing. Molbach said something incredibly depressing that I for once I hope he's wrong.
Which was
that the foreign policy adventures of Cheney and Rumsfeld was not motivated by any capitalistic greed. It's more power, because if it was capitalistic greed, there would be an element of like competence about it, but he was so fucking incompetent and stupid. Like it has to do with power reasons.
It's absolutely.
Yes, but that made him go like, oh god, that is so depressing. Like, please tell me being greedy was the one reason, because I can sort of live that down. But like the incompetence of power, being so stupid, is somehow more depressing. Like, yeah, that's actually fucking true.
Yeah, I guess it is. It is a bit depressing.
Like, thanks for the... yeah, he's correct. I hope.
Yeah, I think he probably is though. But it is depressing. Thanks for the super chat, June.
There were some famous African monarchs. Shaka Zulu.
I guess so.
He was,
I mean, not like
He was a famous monarch. He was also extremely brutal.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And that's I find it so funny. People think, oh look, we should colonization is bad. Like, do you know what people did inside the African continent before the Europeans arrived? Like, if you look at Shaka Zulu's, like, I wouldn't say reign of terror, but like reign of conquering.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he went and just basically walked into tribes and went, hey, look, you're not like us, and we're gonna Romanize you, which is that we're gonna exterminate your tribal identity. Either come in or you're gonna get killed. And he did this for like a sizable chunk of it. He was very successful while you're at it, up until he met the Dutch. Because the Dutch
doing Claude
the Dutch are fucking superior. Like, I'm sorry, but Europeans are superior than sub-Saharan Africans for multiple reasons.
Fucking Dutch at it again. His idea of free speech is to allow the worst people in the world to intimidate anyone they choose, so the platform is unlikely to be more than yet another annex in right-wing echo chamber before too long. Again, this is just
words of violence, people.
Insane. Yeah, intimidate. How do you intimidate someone with words?
With community
the worst
notes.
People on the planet. Again, remember, this is all this shit. Is that no? Only we're allowed to speak. No one is allowed to speak except for us. Like, I love when they just say how they actually feel.
Yeah, Moscow moments.
They hate you, and they don't want you to be allowed to exist. I mean, they don't want you to speak for sure, but they don't want you to be allowed to exist. And one way they can do that, though, is by removing your freedom of speech and your ability to talk. If no one can hear you talk, well, do you exist in the minds of other people?
Probably not.
If no one can ever hear you, exactly. Dreadnought for 2 says African monarchs Leopold II. I don't know anything about him.
I know the previous one they mentioned, the Ethiopian one, because he was massively wealthy by today's standards. He was like one of the wealthiest men in all of human history.
Oh, so sole owner of the Congo. Was this?
Yeah, I think
Congo
so.
Free State from 1885 to 1908. Was this when they were doing the?
Earlier, I think.
Okay.
Patricius,
I've heard that was extremely brutal.
Patricius, do you have a new icon? It looks different. Or maybe I'm just massively not paying attention. It looks different. I could be full of shit.
Where am I? Hang on. Yeah, I think it is different.
Okay, I'm not going insane.
Tucker Carlson being a marquee attraction can only hasten its descent.
How? Why?
Because that's what they want.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Because they want Twitter to be destroyed because they hate Elon Musk.
But,
this is just coping and seething.
But that doesn't even make any bloody freaking sense. How? He gets like 1 million more views than he does on Twitter than he does on Fox, and this is somehow going to make the platform capitulate? Why? How?
Well,
how did you even get to that?
What she's saying, because she's saying that Twitter is only valuable as long as it's full of left-wing people, and only left-wing people being allowed to talk. And that all the left-wing people are going to leave Twitter because it's become a right-wing echo chamber. Except, here's the thing, Heather. You already tried to do that when Elon bought it. Remember when you all moved to Mastodon for like a week? And then you were all back on Twitter because you can't quit it because you're addicted.
Yeah,
so go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Carlson's lawsuit. This is hilarious. Listen to this. Carlson's lawsuit announcement sound an awful lot like someone else we know, the so-called demonic destroyer himself, Donald Trump.
I know you try to own him, but that makes him sound badass. I don't know why you said that.
Why?
Demonic destroyer?
This person is
awesome.
Sincerely crazy. Filing angry lawsuits claiming that everyone is lying about everything. Well, they are. Yeah,
it reminds me of when they said Trump is a MAGA king. And
yeah,
then he just
I know, and they thought that was an insult.
Wait, that's an
insult.
He
was like, yeah, MAGA king.
Badass. Why did you calling him a king is somehow offensive? Did you learn nothing from the God Emperor thing? You fucking idiots.
They hate monarchy, I guess, too. And then taking to social media platform to keep the brand alive until the next move, right out of old number 45's playbook. Trump, however, always had his next chapter planned out from the moment he launched his pathetic little cult channel. But this person is just so absolutely dripping with vitriol and bile. Yeah, he knew he was going to run for president again. Tucker Carlson has said he has no intention of doing that, and he's run out of real television networks, so all he really has left is something like this. So, like, please stop, because you're gonna make Twitter a right-wing space, and then also, well, how pathetic he has to go to Twitter.
So let me get this straight: the man who was involved with media for 30 freaking years,
30 years,
like more than half of his life, right? He is somehow going to have a problem being outside of this weird mainstream chamber, and he has no other avenues to make any money or have any influence whatsoever. Like, again, what the fuck are you smoking, kid? Why do you think this? Like, what? You're on freaking Salon. You live in new media. What?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
This is so disjointed in terms of.
Oh, it's written by a woman, of course.
Oh yeah. So, like, one hand she's saying this is gonna make Twitter fail.
No wonder it doesn't make any sense.
And then this is dangerous. It's gonna make Twitter fail. And now she's saying Tucker Carlson's gonna fail. As new media journalist Kara Swisher quipped a couple of weeks ago when Carlson tweeted an earlier video from what she called his Wayne's World basement studio, quote, "He looks astonishingly smaller now. Indeed, he does." Which one is it? Is he dangerous? is he dangerous and destroying Twitter, or is he what? Okay. This is cope. This is some extreme cope. DRT is king for 5 says Mansa Musa was the king of Mali, not Ethiopia. The Ethiopians beat the Italians in 1900 and humiliated them because the Brits liked gold and sold them guns. I know very little about African history, as I think probably most Westerners do, to my detriment.
Yeah.
That I should learn more about it though, because some of it is interesting.
By the way, this soundtrack that I have now is only like, I think like 16 or 17 minutes long. So it's like in a loop right now. So if it pisses anyone off because they hear the same thing over again, tell me and I'll turn it off.
Yeah.
I'll just answer chat that. Just because if it pisses me off, then I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, 3 of 12, they think they can inject ideas into you. Remember that, Aiden, no matter how wrong it is. Yeah, that's what my new video is about, which is done. But he got a little yellow check. Got a little yellow. So I'm, requested review. I re-listened to it just this morning, the part that I thought might be the problem. And it's like, there is no way. Because I was like, can I bleep something out? Can I change it the way it's written? I'm like, there is no way that I could change how this is written. Because it's so milquetoast.
Great, by the way. They sound like teenage girls who have a crush, but they don't want to admit it. That does...
Oh, it really does.
That is a vibe that... Oh god, now that you said that, I can't...
A lot of left-wing women come off that way when they talk about Trump or Tucker or other strong right-wing conservative men,
Yes.
Because look at the men on their side,
What men? They wear dresses, for fuck's sakes.
I want to kind of replay, because I still have it here, is the... Or did I erase it? Hassan Piker getting bullied by that Zoomer kid.
Oh, the 16-year-old?
I forgot that... Yeah, the 16-year-old kid. It's funny. I'll just play it again real quick.
He's the one who said like the Rabbi Bill Clinton on the stage. In the
yes,
Gamer
he's
Awards,
like he went to Gamer Awards and said I want to dedicate this award to my reformed Jewish Rabbi Bill Clinton.
Lords, we're here to protest against the landlords and the unions. We love them. We love landlords. We love landlords.
Look, Hassan, who is like the one leftist dude that I see women say they find attractive, right? Because he's okay. In my opinion. I don't have facts on this, but I've asked you about it as well. I think he's juiced, okay? Because I've seen his live streams. He streams for like 12 hours a day and sits there and eats pizza and garbage food all day. I don't know how you sit for that much of your day eating that much trash and look pretty jacked otherwise. I don't know. So I think he's juiced, which is also the reason why maybe he's so angry. But that's just an opinion.
Yeah,
but like, he has no way of coping with these literal children just repeating back the things that he's saying, and you can tell he's so seething with rage. I just want to play it again because I love this
Lord,
clip.
we love them a lot. We're all against unions. They're not fair to the corporate companies.
The more you do that,
he's so angry.
The more you end up hurting.
You end up hurting.
The more you end up hurting capital. The quicker the strike will end.
Now remember also, Hassan is out here supporting. They're always in there dunking on him. Is because Hassan got some media attention because he bought a bunch of pizzas for the Hollywood writers who are striking. They're Hollywood writers. They're the most overpaid people on the planet. And what protest, what strike does Hassan care enough about to show up and bring pizzas to? Oh, Hollywood writers, people who are powerful, people with money.
Yeah, because he wants to look like he gives a shit about that particular group of people.
Yeah, exactly. That's the workers he cares about. Millionaires like himself. That's who he cares about. Man, people have pointed out that his gait's a little strange.
Yeah, also by the way,
landlords. We love landlords.
People have called that a former fat kid walk.
He walks like a girl. This is the way the way that his ass rotates is like a chick on a runway. Seriously, look at his ass when he walks now. Yeah. Look at the way he walks.
Well, he
walks like a chick on a runway.
Yeah.
Landlords. We love landlords.
Legit walk like a chick on a runway.
He's so angry.
You want to move away a little bit?
By the way, he then like claimed that this kid was like physically threatening to him and stuff. It's so funny.
A 16-year-old kid. You outweigh the kid by like 50 pounds.
For sure.
And also the people who think that he's not big enough to juice. You guys have to understand when they do steroids, right? People think bodybuilder. People think like that's the only people who do steroids. You can do steroids to just add like a bit of muscle. It doesn't necessarily need to look like the fucking Hulk.
Yeah, the reason why And the reason why, again, I think that is because he streams for 12 hours a day and eats pizza and burgers and junk food all day.
Hips do.
Right, what them hips do. And watches other people's videos while he leaves the room to go
He
get
either
more
walks
food.
like a runway model or someone that just got pegged.
Yeah. Again, I've heard I can't remember who, somebody said it's a former fat kid shuffle. But I don't know.
It's only just walk like a fat kid shuffle. I don't know who said that, but that's totally accurate. Fat kid shuffle. That's really good.
No. If he is juicy though, he probably isn't strong. He works out his
He works out his mouth. Like, that's fuck all.
His glamour muscles in his mouth. Yeah.
What
so this was interesting. You know what I mean? Like he works out to get like
his donk
to not necessarily be strong.
Fucking walk.
His dumper. What do you say, Bill? Oh yeah, I've seen. Have you seen him kick? Have you seen him like at the punching bag?
Yes,
it's really pathetic.
Weak.
Oh my god, no wonder he doesn't want to fight Sam Hyde. What's on, Piker? I'm coming to kill you.
That was one of the funniest things.
No, in real life.
No, in real life.
It's so good.
I can't believe he took that seriously, and it's obviously a fucking joke.
No, because he's a big baby. He was scared of those little kids.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of Sam Hyde, he got demonetized. He was pulled from Stripe. He can't make money off of his fish tank thing right now.
What do you do?
These people
Doesn't exist.
Nothing. Was making a lot of money. That's what he did.
Sorry.
And they claim that things on the show are offensive, although I don't know what they are.
Hurt. What balls?
Bill is convinced that
it's pain in testicles.
Bill's pretty convinced that it's Tim and Eric because they hate Sam Hyde and they have at least some institutional power, so they might have been seething and jealously and
gays.
And they have canceled Sam Hyde before. Yeah, they got him canceled because they got his show on Adult Swim canceled.
He's not a little kid, he's a tuck.
World Peace, yeah. The first World Peace, right. So here's this tweet from Occupy Democrats, who are a clown show.
Why is Tucker doing the pose of like raise the roof?
Because they clipped him, they found a weird looking, not like, we all do this, okay?
Everybody does this him raising the roof.
He does, yeah. Raise the roof, yeah, for sure. Breaking! Tucker Carlson is hit with bad news as new Twitter competitor, Tribel, announces that they just permanently banned Carlson from their growing social media app, declaring that, quote, Tribel has decided to permanently ban Tucker Carlson from our network because Mr. Carlson is a proven... Yeah.
Is Tribel the one that Dorsey just launched?
I don't know. I have no idea what the hell Tribel is. No one's ever heard of it. All right, Tribel. It's funny that it's like, oh, you're admitting you're tribalist. That's interesting. What is this? Okay. There's not even like a Wikipedia article about it or anything. Omar Rivero. Oh. Guess who Omar Rivero is, and guess what he owns?
I have no idea. Is that
Omar Rivero is the guy who founded Tribel, and he is also the founder of Occupy Democrats.
Oh, of course. Oh my god, did you... So this is like self-promotion, basically.
Yeah. You what a loser. Tribal has decided to permanently ban Tucker Carlson from our network because Mr. Carlson is a proven liar, racist, and insurrectionist who spreads Russian propaganda that threatens our democracy. Banning him is necessary to protect our users. Yeah, this isn't propaganda, is it? Your social media site? You banned him from your social media site using your fake news outlet.
And then you have to go on Twitter
to report on it.
He's no longer here.
Yeah, using your fake news outlet. That's wonderful. Please RT and like if you... It really is. I didn't know that. I hope... Did people point out in the... I mean, all I ever saw people say is that, like, no one's ever heard of Tribel.
I stand with you, oh my god, you...
Let's give him a little response tweet here.
Call him a gay. Threatens our democracy is now a cringe propaganda saying. Yeah, it is. It is.
Let me make sure I spell his name right.
Oh.
I think that's correct. This is extremely cringe.
This is why I said in a video, you can't watch this kind of stuff, or you can't read this kind of stuff on a daily basis, because the cringe will kill you. It is so overwhelming. It's not even funny. It's like, oh god, people actually listen and read this shit? Why?
What a fucking idiot. Oh my god, what a self-own. That's hilarious. Alright, what do we got next? I want to get to the videos because we've got quite a few. A couple of things to finish up from yesterday. We were talking about the Jordan Neely or the Jordan Neely stuff, the guy who, you know, Democrats are very upset about because he was killed, but in the chokehold. We didn't get through all of it though, so that's just that's the backdrop. He was put in a chokehold because he had 42 priors.
Eric is ironically right.
Harass people.
The phrase "threatens our democracy" threatens our democracy. Yeah, that is actually technically true.
God, it kind of is.
Which is quite funny. Do you guys see now why we dislike democracy? Because it seems to make a lot of homosexuals everywhere. Yeah. It's fucking cringe. Oh, this bitch.
So this was pretty funny. This was I think this was in context of talking about the people were I guess I should pull this up first. They're related. Nice. People were rioting about Jordan Neely, right? And so this is them talking about, I believe, this is May 4th, so maybe this is before this though, but this is them talking about Antifa, and there were Antifa people rioting over Jordan Neely. So I was trying to find a place to put this in. I think this is actually beforehand, because this is really just, listen.
A little bit on Antifa. I mean, FBI Director Christopher Wray called them an extremist group. He called them anarchists in congressional testimony. But then that was organized. They
fly the anarcho-communist flag. Red and black.
I hate that she is mildly attractive.
Yeah, rare for a leftist.
No, that's not what bugs me. Is that pretty people have a reputation for being dumb.
Yeah.
And so I don't like it when people who are like mildly attractive be stupid.
Are really stupid?
Yeah, because it makes us look bad. Some of us are pretty and not stupid, thank you very much. Some of us read books. Some of us can read more than just fucking text messages.
Hard. It's like too many words or whatever. Anyway.
You're too good at that. Don't do that again.
No one has found Antifa. We've heard a lot about Antifa.
I mean, they have websites, they have recruiting online.
I thought it was a kitty cat. Wow.
That's it. I'm going now. Fuck no! Please get me away from this planet.
Like, it's weird because a lot of people have said regarding the Garcia dude who shot up the mall. They were saying that like conservatives are defending him, and it's like, why can't you just denounce Nazis? And it's like, well, because they want. Okay, here's the problem. Remember, you sent me that meme about it. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Which meme?
You sent me that meme about the shooter where it was like impossible challenge, denounce Neely or not Neely, excuse me, denounce Garcia as a white supremacist or defend white supremacists. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one that was on Musk's Twitter line.
Yeah, here it is. I'll pull it up. Yeah, I got it. Okay, copy link. That should work. Yep. Woo! That's really big. Ah! Alright. Defend Nazis from looking like terrorists, question mark. Accept the shooter was a Nazi and distance yourself from that. American conservatives. Well, the problem with this stupid meme is right, that you call all American, it's not funny. Two, you call all people you disagree with Nazis. So
I like the way they make the American conservative look like a Chad.
Yeah.
It's just like, really, you gave him like the most masculine fucking... You basically made him look like the Crimson Chin without his mask.
Well, why? Like the guy's faces always looked like that, but they made him happy instead of disturbed.
You make him look like a lunk.
Yeah. Thorax, the imp for 20, thank you, says the Angry Beaver's queefy nonsense again.
Yeah, oh god. Much.
So the problem is that, or the reason why people were questioning this guy is, as I said, they found his social media profile of him on a obscure Russian social media website within 24 hours. So it looked weird. We'll get into that though, because I have a couple last points about that story as well to cover, especially because that's the perfect segue to get into Tim Pool, because it involves Tim Pool. But here's the Antifa kitty cat
thing. It's just so dumb. It's funny as hell.
It's so dumb.
We talk, Sonny's brought up many times about the FBI director speaking about white supremacy being the #1 target. He also said, that same trusted source, that it's a real thing, it's not a fiction, it's just not organized. Right. They ambush, they're all...
Oh my god. Yeah,
so
they've been trying to lie about this for half a decade now, that there's no such thing as Antifa. When people call themselves Antifa, it's like, well, yeah, but they don't have a central organization, so there's no such thing. Okay, whatever.
It's merely an idea. Antifa is not a highly organized movement, nor is it merely an idea. It's a loose organization.
But it's so odd that we have not. Well, where are they? Because
where are they?
Everywhere there's
Summer of Love.
Well, they rioting.
Yeah, like.
Yes.
Yeah, where are they? Whoopi Goldberg's never seen someone in black bloc. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So $2 billion worth of property damage in the wake of like the summer of 2020. You think that just materialized from nothing, Whoopi?
Wait,
like really?
Is it so which one is it here, Spoon? Is it performative stupidity, or is she truly just blocked out anything negative about the left to the point where she has no clue that this has happened?
Yes.
I'm wondering, yeah, I think probably a little bit of both. Or is she just lying? I mean, is it performative stupidity where she's pretending to be stupid?
Again,
is she just being vicious? Or, yeah, maybe she doesn't know she actually is stupid. I don't know. I think probably it's a little bit of all three columns, yeah.
But no, they don't come on television.
But no, but
they don't come on television. Yeah, because the leftist media doesn't cover them.
Of course they don't.
Because the leftist media doesn't cover them. And also, they're terrorists. That's why they dress in black bloc so they can do terrorist activity. That's the whole point. God, I didn't see them I didn't see an Antifa representative on TV, so they must not exist. Are you seriously that stupid? Maybe.
Yeah.
It is different. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It is different than the Proud Boys. It's not as organized. Elected officials haven't appeared with them. We all agree on that. But Christopher,
I wonder why.
We're seeing people exploit.
Elected officials haven't appeared with them. That's what you need for them to be a real group. Okay. Kitty cats, right?
Yeah, like of course not. They're terrorists. Like, yeah.
To pursue violence, extremist agendas, anarchists like Antifa and other agitators.
Again, there is no person you can point to and say, oh, that person represents Antifa.
Why do you need that?
There's quite a few of them actually.
How about moldy locks? I don't know. Like, but that's the thing. They anonymize themselves so they can do a terrorism. Whoopee.
Who are the people that Kyle Rittenhouse shot? One of the three of them.
Well, they were all yeah, they were doing Antifa stuff. That was let's see, Joseph Rosenbaum. Oh man, it's been a minute. Joseph Rosenbaum was the pedophile, right?
Grosskreutz is some of that.
Gage Grosskreutz is spicy bicep, and who was the third one? I can't remember him either. Who's the third one? Yeah, chat will know by the time I probably look it up. Let's see. Gage, Grosskreutz, Rosenbaum. And the third one was Anthony Huber.
That's the one.
He was the wife beater, right? Yeah, I think I got him right. The way I remember the Rittenhouse, the people who got Huber shot by Rittenhouse.
Fallen just says, if they're actually stupid simple question, ask them if they had breakfast yesterday.
Right, yeah. I wonder when we can answer that question.
I don't understand
it's like a...
Sorry, like I don't understand.
It's a cognitive test.
Yes, but I don't understand how people can't conceptualize that. Did breakfast yesterday? Yes. Can you imagine if you didn't? Like, yes.
Because it requires abstract hypothetical thinking.
But that's not a difficult thing to do. I don't understand how you can't do that.
Not for you. But for some people it is. I've talked about this before.
Imagine not doing something you've done. Like, yes, I could easily imagine that.
There's some people where I if you ask them, we've talked about this before too, imagine an apple. Close your eyes and picture an apple. And they go, what? What do you mean? Picture an apple in your mind. They go, I don't understand.
Okay.
Some people, when they picture an apple, can only see like a grayed out shape. Some people can see a 3D object and rotate it. I can do the latter, but there's just some people who have like a very, I don't know what, but what it is exactly. But there are some people who they can't even fathom being able to see an object. There's also people who have, and I did kind of like not debunk, but I put a lot of context behind the study that went viral on this. Some people don't have an inner monologue at all, and they don't understand the concept of an inner monologue. If they wanted to say something to themselves, they would say it out loud. They don't have a word. They don't have a, stream of consciousness.
It's a guess off, but yeah, it's only
some people say that there are some people who say that they read their inner monologue like as words in their head. That it's not audio, it's visual, right? So maybe more visual people, but see words in their head when they're thinking about something. But there are some people who just, nope. And it is, I mean, to me, that's incomprehensible because my inner monologue is always, never shuts up. It never shuts up. So, which is not, it's not like the voices, but it's more that I'm just, any kind of moment of silence, I'm usually thinking to myself. And it's a voice in my head, and some people just don't have that at all. Like, the voice in my head is my voice of, like, having a conversation with myself. I'll be like, should I do this today? I don't know. I don't say that out loud, thow.
I would say the voice in my head is mine. The voice in my head is just a voice. It doesn't really have a vocalness to it. It's just kind of there.
I'm not sure what all of that necessarily has to do with intelligence, but I think it does all of those things have something to do with abstract thinking. So including the hypothetical ones. I'd be interested in seeing, like, if somebody can't understand the breakfast hypothetical, right? I would like to know if they're the same people who can't envision an object, and if there's someone who doesn't have an internal monologue, because I would imagine
in my head
it's
say things
probably
like
the same.
"Start fires." Yes, you.
Amsang for 5 says, now you've got me reminiscing about playing Montezuma's Revenge on Apple E back in grade school. Oh yeah.
I wonder if anyone
remember all those old games.
watching got the reference of that quote. I imagine like no one did. I'll be extremely impressed if people can tell me where that quote comes from.
I'm not sure. Well, Hasoppa for 5 said, the voices in my head tell me to rotate the apple that I didn't have for breakfast. There you go, bringing it all together.
I don't understand. Like, I said to you, I wonder if you mess with 3D programming, like I have, I wonder if you can teach people to see in 3 dimension. But like with a visual aid. Because like, do you remember the people that you said that the tribe, they could replicate like the plane. But once it was there...
Yeah, they could...
Yes. So I'm wondering, like, can you teach them, like, look, here is a 3-dimensional image. Can you use your mind to conceptualize what you see? I'm generally curious if you can do that.
Michael for 5 says it's called aphantasia. I can't visualize my parents' faces nor objects, nor do I have an inner monologue, and I'm a Viking descendant, silly utensil. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's an intelligence thing. If it just seems to be a trait, because those two studies the studies that I looked at about aphantasia, I forgot the name of it, didn't show any kind of relationship to intelligence. I am curious though if I'm curious though if it's related to the hypothetical thinking. I think that they might be different, but I would be interested in Whippy's answer to the
to that gentleman.
What do you have for breakfast?
What if you didn't have breakfast? If you're a monarch, sorry for monarch. I fucking talking about Lance. I'm confused now.
Well, Lance just became a monarch. Thank you, Lance. By the way,
if you're a Viking, I kind of expect you to not remember people because you're too busy killing. You're a Viking. That's you pillage. It's kind of your thing.
Right.
Did Spoon just admit he did graphic design? Like, yes. You know, if you've watched my content before, that living room with the flame in the left-hand side, yeah, I made that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, real quick, sorry, I missed this. Bleach Demon for 5 says, nearly another case of impersonators going too far. Clearly became an angry white woman like Michael Jackson got treated like an anti-fan demands. Oh, shit. That's brutal. Like, kind of fuck that guy, though. I mean, he was... Well, actually, let's get into that now because it's related. It's not related to this, but it directly, but it is indirectly. So,
someone's phone line just said that. Does the hypothetical thing have a genetic factor, or is it just about IQ? I have no idea. I actually think it's genetic.
I don't know, and I don't even know if it's IQ, because it seems that some intelligent people can't get around it either.
Because I will say I had a recent conversation with Scrum about this shit. The IQ thing is generally quite worrying, if what he told me is correct.
What, the decrease?
No, not that. The 20-point disparity. That was seriously worrying.
Between groups?
Yes, is that if there's a 20-point IQ differentiation between the people, anyone below that will not understand what you're saying. So this whole idea of, oh look, you can just teach people education and they will become like Western, like, no, that's not possible.
And I think that's a whole different issue outside of the, aphasia.
That's the screwed up thing that people is extremely verboten to talk about, because you're actually saying that this mythical world that you want to create, people are not smart enough to do that.
Everybody's not equal. Well, everyone's not equal. Obviously, we're all born different with different, skills and abilities, but yeah, if you're talking about a population of people where that have that much variance in IQ, which is always going to happen. Well, Asian populations, I think, tend to have more of a individual racial populations, let's say, tend to have a smaller standard deviation than a country like the United States, where you have a bunch of different racial and ethnic groups, right? So they're going to have, of course, a far wider, the standard deviation is going to be a lot bigger, right? So that means, whereas in a homogenous society, you're going to see a more narrow standard deviation between the most intelligent and the least intelligent people in that society. Yeah. Generally speaking. I think that the Asian gap is quite narrow, because they all tend to be a little higher IQ than like Caucasians, for example. But I don't know. I think the
African IQ is generally.
Well, and the European Jews also have a very, I think, narrow high IQ band.
Yeah, so IQ is like 150 on average. It's quite high.
But it's also narrow. I think it's not. It doesn't have a large standard deviation.
Did you hear about Whoopi's comic book? What is it? A fucking coloring book?
Probably. Speaking of, let's get back to Whoopi. We've gone on a bit of a tangent.
No, it's to be honest, it's actually largely white organization.
Well, that's what we said.
There are people online who go.
Of course, it's organized by white people.
Identify as
well, they may, and I'm going to say, I think, oftentimes, things like Antifa are things that are thought up, ideas that are thought up and pushed and moved. Because for me,
so now it's a conspiracy theory. It doesn't exist, and it's a conspiracy theory. This is like Again, how stupid or misinformed or whatever do you have to be to think Antifa is a myth? Warblade, for 35 South African, which ZAR, I believe, Rand, thank you. I see bacon and eggs in my head and monologue, though I have a wild, vivid imagination and love it. Right, okay. Monarch tax for the best host. Thank you. I'll try, I always think of Ayn Rand. Thank you. This is ridiculous, Whoopi. I just...
Me.
Oh, the comic book is real?
If Antifa...
It's amazingly cringe. Whoopi is self-inserts and gets superpowers from menopause. Wow. I can't believe I used to like Whoopi Goldberg.
If we go with the name...
Anti-fascist.
It's anti-fascist. Right. So I don't know who's doing what.
By the way, communists were also anti-fascist, so that doesn't really say much.
If you had asked a number of people of color about Tucker Carlson, we could have told everyone what he really felt, and that this wasn't an act.
Right.
This was who he was.
Yeah, who has any idea? That was nearly incomprehensible, Whoopi. That was nearly incomprehensible, Whoopi. So, speaking though of the Jordan Neely stuff, oh no, a bunch of them got arrested. Because guess what they did? To protest, they went out and rioted.
That's not a protest, that's just rioting.
Yeah. I know, of course, this New York Post article, it does frame it a little bit more from the side, but...
Look at this, just white people everywhere.
Well, I'm going to show you a video.
Well, except for him, that guy got beaten black and blue.
Oh, do I have it? Hang on. 1 second, it's...
Why on earth would you protest the death of someone that basically was arrested, 42 times?
42 times, 42 priors.
Black people, you pick the worst people in the world to martyr. Seriously. George Floyd, a junkie, and then a guy who got arrested 42. Like, no wonder your culture is so fucking fucked up. Pick better people to look up to, for God's sakes. You look up to barbarians. And yes, I realize I'm coming off like quite European supremacy right now, but I'm not going to apologize. Not in me to ever apologize, you dick.
This is what they were doing.
Why were you
they went and stood in the freaking subway tracks.
Oh, we got run over. Freaking COVID mask. Why? Oh God, why?
Disrupting the subway.
What's the minimum?
Anywho, so a bunch of them got arrested because they were doing stuff like this.
How slow can the train go?
Blocking. Well, you can see it's stopped.
Because I imagine if you could go really, really slow, you would just like slowly push them out of the way.
Push them out of the way? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Like, oh no, that's super dangerous. Yeah, I know, Tato.
No, they'd cry and sue the city. They'd cry and sue the city.
Why? Because they'd be dead under the train tracks? That's very difficult for you to do. What do you sue them as a ghost?
No, I'm just saying that if the train touches them, they'll let it touch them gently and then cry and sue.
No.
So AOC said Jordan Neely was murdered.
No, he wasn't.
Because Jordan was houseless and crying for food, which he was screaming.
Wasn't he part of your
incoherently and threatening people? I don't know if he was part of Bronx. In a time when the city was raising rents and stripping services to militarize itself, while many in power demonize the poor, the murderer gets protected with passive headlines and no charges. It's disgusting. It hasn't happened yet. He might get charged, by the way. They haven't, I think, decided yet if they're going to charge this guy, which would be ridiculous if they do.
That her city is like an absolute shit show, and then she somehow blames the people who live there and not the fucking the people who vote for her.
I think this did get community noted for a minute, didn't it?
Scroll on, what does it say? What does it say about the person like, you deserve some community notes for this truly absurd propaganda? Yeah. Sexy. Who is that person and are you following them? Oh, they follow you. I don't know who that is.
That's Mythicist. Mythicist.
Oh.
Myth-informed. Yeah.
They sound based.
Yeah. Wait, they do a oh come on, brain. A convention. Public speaking events for political stuff.
Intellectual iconoclasts and proven fact looters riders are infinitely more likely to disperse after seeing their comrade receive cranial and thoracic ventilation at 100.
Thank you.
Out of 1,000.
Intellectual iconoclasm. Thank you for the 5. But yeah, exactly. Maybe if one of them get touched, but then they sue the city for forever. I do think wish this had gotten I think maybe it did for a minute, but it's gone now. Because I don't see it.
Do you think she's in charge of her own Twitter account?
Probably, I don't know. It's so stupid, and she tweets so often. It probably is. The thing is that murder has a specific definition.
I'll tell you what, I don't think so because it's way too well written. Of course, they hate the poor.
It's appalling how many take advantage of headlines, re-crime for an obsolete, tough-on-crime political media budgetary gain. But when a public murder happens, it reinforces existing power structures. This is so incomprehensible. I bet she does write this. Those same forces rush to exonerate and look the other day. We shouldn't. Well, AOC, crime rates are up massively in New York because New York is extremely weak on crime.
Could it be because you don't put people in jail?
New York City just releases everyone. And in fact, you're freaking, well, I'll get there in a second. Here, the comptroller, this should have gotten community noted too, and it didn't. I don't think so, unless it's, he said that people were cheering.
NYC is not Gotham. Yeah, it's worse.
No, I can't play the video, right? Because I can't play it here. But what I saw of it is that people were cheering when the veteran subdued him because he was being violent. They weren't cheering that he was dying. And by the way, still love to see a toxicology report on that. Just be interested in how much shit was in his system, right? But here's the thing. AOC, for that little tweet, got called out by the mayor.
By Eric Adams?
This is
really?
a response from the comptroller, Brad Lander. He tweeted this: New York City is not Gotham. We must not become a city where mentally ill human can be choked to death by a vigilante without consequence. There's also this from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democratic congresswoman. She said,
yes, become like Chicago, where you put a mentally ill person in fucking mayor's office.
Oh, I know. Bleach Demon for 2 says, less New Yorkers, always better. Choo choo, 625B. Bruh.
Jordan Neely was murdered. What is your response to what they're saying?
Murdered is a legal term. That's the problem, AOC. He's not been put on trial.
Well, both the congresswoman and the controller's a citywide leader. And I don't think that's very responsible at the time where we're still investigating the situation. Let's let the DA conduct his investigation with the law enforcement officials.
They're so unhinged. The mayor, who's on their same side of things, has to go, please stop.
But yeah, but again, he's doing it because it makes his side look bad. They're not doing it because they give a shit. This is the one thing that you need to learn about.
Just
people
because then they get fact checked. And then because it makes them look bad. Yeah.
Yes. This is the one thing you have to be very careful of. When you see these people become sane for a moment or two, they're not doing that because they're suddenly an act of clarity. It's because they realize it makes their side. Yeah, it's because they realize it makes their side look bad, and they need to pull back some. That is the only reason. Why
I always say the one good thing about Vosh. The one good thing about Vosh is that he said the quiet part out loud about the left is that, like, yep, we gotta lie to have a good public face. Do anything. It doesn't matter how immoral it is. You have to make your side look good. The right doesn't do that the same way.
Yeah,
the left is so ideologically captured that they think that any action is justifiable morally, as long as it suits the cause.
Insane.
Yes, it is fucking insane. But that's what's happening here. I agree with you. He just knows that those are bad takes, so he has to call it out.
To really interfere with that is not the right thing to do, and I'm going to be responsible and allow them to do their job and allow them to determine
exactly what
happens. It is the longest
time I have seen two people of color, with no white people around, and nothing gets stolen on a camera in 5 years.
Oh, come on.
I'm waiting for the chat to just say, "Goddamn Spoon, that was rough."
Spoon.
I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, he is a scumbag, but at least he told the truth. It's the one thing I can say. I mean, I don't think he was supposed to. I'm pretty sure, like, the fact that's indelible to my hippocampus. Him saying that shit. That I remember that speech of his so well. It's probably why they were mad. Why the leftists lie about this, because they don't want people. You're not supposed to say that part. Yeah, you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to say it, because then people like me will hear it and be like, "Oh, there's your rule book. Okay, you accidentally." I mean, I could have. I mean, I knew that, but nice of you to confirm it for me.
You want to read that last sentence, Aiden?
No, I'm not reading that aloud. She is cute, though.
What do passengers do in situations like that? Is it appropriate to take matters into your own hands?
Each situation is different, and how a passenger, we have so many cases where passengers assist of the riders.
Well, I don't think he was actually taking accountability.
That was an unusually salient point. He didn't actually say no. He just said, well, it's a case-by-case basis.
Right. No, I mean, it was a pretty good response, but I don't think he's actually taking accountability. I think
that was unusually measured. That was unusually measured.
So this was AOC also involved in this, where so this happened last week, which
fucking Elon Musk tweeted that out.
Elon Musk responded to it. Is what happened. It's
How
this
is that
image.
Crude racism?
You know why?
I don't actually.
Because it's true, and it upsets them that it's true. Because their narrative again is that that white people kill blacks all the time. Blacks would never harm white people ever, except in self-defense. And the reality of the statistics on intraracial crime, intraracial crime,
The Ruckus impression.
Right. Intraracial crime, black people kill the shit out of each other. Way more so than whites, right? But they don't like this. And so this is true. It's an accurate... But that's the vast majority of violent crime that occurs against blacks is committed by other black people.
I love the way
that's just the truth.
Any sane person would see this and go like, "Wow, what explains this disparity?" And the first people
which is what Elon asked.
Yes, and the other people just go, "Wow, that's racist." Like, how is this racist?
Yeah,
it's just a statistic.
He asked, why would the media misrepresent the real situation to such an extreme degree? Melissa Tate says it's because the left and their media use blacks as a political shield to hide their agendas behind the false virtue of protecting a marginalized minority. To keep this scam going, they must constantly cast black people as oppressed. She goes on.
They are oppressed. It's just by other blacks.
AOC responds to this guy who saying, at this rate, he's going to be begging for MyPillow ad buys in no time. Yeah, the richest man on earth really needs a MyPillow sponsorship. Like, she's so out of touch.
I mean, he'd happily get one
everything.
From
Sure. What isn't? He's the second richest man on earth, right?
Can you imagine him doing an ad read for Mike Lindell? He should do it just for the funnies.
Yeah. I'm curious, why is it anytime any white person that influences anything positive? He didn't even say anything positive. He just said this is odd. Says anything positive about white people, you immediately implicate them as white supremacists.
Yeah, that's
this is
true.
just a bunch of responses on Twitter. It's the way you totally deflect from the point. For me, AOC, just admit you're comfortable with black deaths as long as it's not from white people.
That's one black dude.
I think it's true. Yeah.
Points at Scott Adams. Yes, true.
The numbers are this person, David Storm, thank you. My opinion, the numbers are either true or false. Statistics are not racist. Thank you. That's my position. AOC should stick to calling Marines murderers when they detain a crazy violent person with, not quite, 42. Whoops. But close enough. 42 arrests, one that includes a kidnapping a 7-year-old on a subway, you pandering political hack. But out of curiosity, can you read this? This is FBI 2018 crime statistics where they were drawn from. So she got fucking destroyed. Just absolutely.
The problem with this crap is that it only signals to her base, and the her getting her asses kicked, like she doesn't pay attention in that.
Yeah.
She just pretends it doesn't exist.
I
and unfortunately, that works for her stupid supporters. She does the Trump thing, which is just basically ignore all the... Oh my god, Aiden, this woman makes me want to... I know. I do not like the whammons, in case that isn't bloody obvious by now. When I hear women like this one, it just reinforces my opinion.
Well, let's hear what her opinion is on the subway incident.
Oh, God.
I was hit at one point sitting on the subway by a man who was having a mental health episode. He sat next to me, and he was elbowing and kind of flailing around, and hit me in the face and in my body, and it was jarring, right? The idea that I would want him to be hurt in any way, I just didn't want to be near him in that moment because I understood something was going on here. Every one of us who's taken public transit has had this kind of situation, something similar happen, seeing someone struggling.
And that's a problem. Right? But do something then. These people should not be out on the street. They shouldn't be out on the street if this is a thing that... By the way, I've taken quite a lot of public transit in my life. I've never been hit on public transit at all. I've seen crazy people plenty of times, sure. And by the way, like, I'm sure that a response from someone ridiculous like that is like, well, you've never lived in a real city because you're a Republican hick. No. I went to high school in Baltimore, bitch. I rode the bus, the city bus in Baltimore every day of the week, every weekday for like 4 years when I was a teenager. So don't at me on that one at all. So no, I've ridden quite a lot of public transit in one of the worst cities in the country. I can ask a
horribly based question that everyone knows the answer to, but no one wants to say this would fix public transport.
What?
Do you think if you segregated it, you would have these problems? Yeah, that quiet, awkward pause is like... Yeah, you don't want to answer because you know the fucking answer to the question.
It's horrible, though. I don't think that's the answer, but I do. Well, look, no, you would still have the problem, but then the victims would all be... I mean, it would be more intra-racial crime then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
I know. I'm not comfortable with that. I know the truth is horribly uncomfortable. It is. Sometimes the truth hurts, dude, but you're probably right. Anyway, let's let her continue.
That doesn't mean that our fear in that instance, and I was a little scared because I was hit.
It's a problem. Like it's people that need.
He hit her.
But my fear is not the primary object of like what we should be focusing on.
Yeah, actually, it should be. It should be. People should not be afraid. People should not be afraid to ride public transit that their tax dollars pay for.
Yeah.
Like I know you have to buy a ticket, or you have to put money in bus fare, whatever. But the taxes support the vast majority of the operation of public transit, right? So yes, as a citizen who pays taxes, you should have the right to not be violated physically on public transit as just a citizen, as a person in general. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. God, not that. Which just wait though, because it gets worse.
Right now, it's the fact that this person is in pain. And
so no, it's because they're high, bitch.
Dehumanization.
Yeah, usually they're high. Like they want to say it's all mental health. These people, and when I lived in Baltimore,
healthy, they're mental.
I worked with and knew homeless people. Worked within in terms of a volunteer capacity with a lot of homeless people, and I'll tell you this: homeless people in the cities like this, almost all of them are heavily addicted to drugs. Almost all. They always are like, oh, poor, mothers with children that are houseless because of capitalism. It's like,
what?
Is she on drugs? Because the thing is that they'll always say stuff like that. They come up with this sob story that doesn't exist. The reality is that they're on drugs. If they want to go to a homeless shelter, of which there are many, they have to be clean. The homeless shelter is going to require them to stop being on drugs. That's not good for the shelter to be full of drugs,
I know the
right?
stream can't see it, but I'm looking at the first tweet. I'm looking at the first tweet underneath it.
Yeah, well...
The first tweet says, teaching these millennials a big word like bourgeoisie was a big mistake.
You spoiled it. You spoiled the end of her argument. Let's listen to the end of it here. Here we go.
Like, the politics of dehumanization privileges the bourgeois kind of concern of people's like immediate discomfort in this narrow instance, as opposed to larger humanity and life. It's really freaking twisted.
Yeah,
no,
I don't even
really
know what she
twisted.
just said makes any sense.
What she said is that expecting to not be violated physically on public transport that your tax dollars pay for is a bourgeois notion.
People who are bourgeois don't freaking ride the subway, you stupid bitch. They ride
People
a car.
who are bourgeois don't ride the bus or ride the train.
Yes, they have their own
Emma,
freaking
you absolute brainlet.
transport.
Oh my god, I got a couple more things. We're almost
I don't think
done.
she rides the subway either.
This is just some real quick stuff because this happened and went over. So, California has launched a new snitch hotline to report hate acts and hate incidents. So, some examples of hate incidents, right, include refusing service, derogatory name calling, and bullying.
Black people are fucked.
Oh, you think that would? No.
No, I think they would call on each other.
And they wouldn't do anything about that. This is for white people. Like this is, that.
White people don't do this
obviously.
shit.
No, I'm saying white people will report other white people. This is a white people. This is a white Californian elitist. This is for people like Emma to cry that someone said a mean word in public. Also in California.
Sorry, my brain is trying to process like the absurdity of the stupidity. I'm like, what?
Reports made to the hotline will not be shared with law enforcement unless the person making the report requests it. So all you have to do is like, someone said a racism there. Actually, not even. Someone called me a name. Someone called me fat. I'd like to report it to the police,
it's an anti-bullying hotline.
It's not even, but it's like, somebody said something you don't like, refusing service. If you're acting like a lunatic, by the way, in public, and they're like, no, you know what? I'm not gonna serve you because you're acting insane. That's now a hate incident.
I think infantilization.
And they can report you to the police. It is. It's so sickening. Like, yeah, but make California more of a hellhole. There was this proposal, of course, that would have given every black Californian between $1.27 million and $1.1 million in reparations. Who's paying for that? Of course, the Californian taxpayer.
Except not really.
Except, yeah, my god, health harms, mass incarceration, every place. They have an itemized description even of everything. And it looked like it was maybe gonna pass, except then, that's a really stupid idea, so Gavin Newsom said nope. Slavery's legacy is more than cash payments, or is it more that's a ridiculous thing that you couldn't have afforded? That you could never have afforded. And it would have charged taxpayers so freaking much money. I mean, yeah, so that's done. That's not happening.
Look at the uniform of the guy on the right.
Hmm.
That guy. Like, dude, no one in freaking California dresses like this kind of shit. Spoonie is being mean to Aiden. I am mean to Aiden on a daily basis.
You're being mean to me?
Apparently. I'm being so mean. You need to be told about it.
Here they are just.
I'm not very good at it.
Talking about it.
Why are you wearing a top hat?
I remember seeing this when it happened.
Why are you?
They were all like this. They were clown shows.
You are wearing white man's clothing.
Everyone needs to sit.
Give it back to the white man you stole that from.
Everyone needs to sit down right now. Everyone sit
It's just so funny.
down.
It's just
embarrassing.
Down. Everyone sit down.
really, really channeling Obama. Hold up.
We cannot forget or ignore the fact
Hold
that
up.
we
Anywho, so yeah, that's not happening. Real quick, one last thing before we get into the last stuff I had about the Tim Pool segue. Gonzalo Lira, aka Coach Red Pill, got arrested in Ukraine. I'm sure many of you have heard about this. I've known Coach Red Pill for a long time, since 2017.
But
we haven't
Aiden,
talked in a long time either.
But Aiden, liberal democracy has free speech. Why is he being arrested?
Ukraine is the most advanced democracy probably in the whole world.
We're fighting for freedom. That's the whole thing we were told about.
Right.
And now you're trying to arrest a guy.
So,
glorified
Coach
Putin.
probably-
He didn't glorify Putin. He just says Zelensky's full of shit.
Mostly, but he does also live in Ukraine. I mean, so it was about. Now he lives there with his family, right? Like his wife is Ukrainian. Like to point that out. So it's not like he's just living there for no reason. But yeah, can I show this? Oh right, people put fucking funk music on it. Yeah, they fucking hand bumped the person working at the front desk.
Which means he's probably not liked by his neighbors.
I'm guessing no. So yeah, he got arrested. I think he's still. I don't think they've released him yet. His hair looked very, very silly. He had a little bit of a
massive cowlick.
Dr. Seuss thing going on.
Just over a year ago, our security forces arrested the Russian propagandist Gonzalo Lira.
Oh right, that's something to point out. They arrested him last year.
So
this is his second time being arrested.
I was not expecting that voice coming out of that thing.
Yeah. Well, look at it.
Screamed out at the time that he was a journalist. He was engaging in his free speech rights.
Is
that
a girl?
Gonzalo Lira is a Russian propagandist. And
is that a chick with like a massive amount of testosterone?
I don't know what it is. Here's the thing.
What do you think that is?
Did you see how fast that narrative switch happened in this person's head? He's a propagandist. So he doesn't have free speech.
Agent of Vladimir Putin's lies. Ultimately, justice caught up with him. Just like justice is going to catch up to every Russian agent, terrorist, war criminal.
It's a man. Look at the hands.
Are you sure?
And propagandist across
look at the hands.
world. In Ukraine,
look at
they
the index
free
finger.
Speech, and journalists have the right to report as they wish. Gonzalo Lira was not a journalist, and now he'll have many, many years to think about the danger and death that he brought to the people of Kharkiv, the people of Ukraine, and supporters of Ukraine from across the world.
By saying
so basically,
what exactly?
By criticizing.
By saying
Zelensky.
Don't.
He was extremely critical of Zelensky. He was extremely critical of Zelensky, to be fair. But what you're saying is that there's no free speech in Ukraine if you don't support the Ukrainian government.
Yeah, true voice.
That's what you're saying. And yeah. So that's kind of screwed up, and I hope Gonzalo.
It's kind of funny because on the t-shirt, it looks like it says "fuck Ukraine."
Oh, it does kind of with it being right under the because you can't really read the word Putin on it because it's the same color as the field that it's on.
Oh, is it?
So it says "fuck Putin." It says "fuck Putin," but you can't really read Putin. Well, it looks like it's the Ukrainian flag, and then there's the word "fuck," so it kind of looks like that, but it does say "fuck Putin."
Oh.
Moving on to some things we didn't cover about the murder in Allen, the mass shooting in Allen, Texas,
which is totally legitimate.
We went through the Twitter thread. From this guy.
It's a eunuch for the cause. Oh, that's fucked up.
Oof. But as the Gateway Pundit points out, there's some weird stuff. Yeah. When the grave evidence that WAPO, NYT, Bellingcat were near real-time access to highly sensitive details about an active murder investigation and were provided raw crime scene alleged evidence for the purpose of narrative engineering. And this is, again, my problem. What I find this so weird is how did they get this within 24 hours? We're sitting over a month out from the Nashville shooting. Nothing. Absolute, mum's the word, just quiet. Nothing about the Nashville shooter. Which actually, I think Elon responded on Twitter to all this stuff and was like, how are you able to find this? Like with that exact thing, where's the manifesto? How do reporters have near real-time access to details of an ongoing murder investigation? Is it a deep state leak to manufacture and push the narrative they want?
Aiden, would you wear
We certainly
that?
have... What?
Look at the meme.
What meme?
Why I just send you on Discord.
Oh, hang on.
I totally would.
I've seen that before. I said it before, and yes, I would. I would totally wear
based,
it.
yeah.
I'll bring it up. Hang on, let me bring this up.
By the way, Pepe totally remind me of you now.
Well, that's not Pepe. That's Helper. Is it this one that I remind you of, or the regular Pepe?
No, just any
Is it
of
the
them.
retarded one? Oh.
Whenever I see any of the little frogs, I just now think of you because you've shared so many of them. Like whenever I see Pepe, I just think of
Aiden. I post a lot of
Aiden.
frogs.
Yeah.
I do post a lot of frogs.
The main one I think of is the like help me I'm autist one.
Yeah, we have this one actually. This Pepe right here is if you join our Discord. And actually, I think it's here in the. If you don't have to join the Discord, is he here? I don't have him on the Broken Crown because
He looks like he's going to knight someone, but maybe cut them by accident.
Right. When we get you need a certain number of people to be members, and then we can add more emojis. But if you want to use this little helper crusader emoji, yeah, helper or Apu Apostasia. If you want to use it on the Discord, I do have that one on the Broken Crown Discord. Eric Toller says, probably done posting this thread in summary. The Allen shooter is obviously a white supremacist neo-Nazi. He was announcing that he was going to do the mass shooting months beforehand. Planned his target weeks in advance.
Totally something the Nazis would do. Is announce they're gonna do some
I don't
fuck
know.
shit.
It seems like a lunatic. But like some of the things that the pundit points out here is that like some questions regarding the photos used by Toller and the origin of the information. As I said last night, I have no idea how he found this out. He found this account. It's now been scrubbed curiously. So, which they're like, oh, good. I'm so glad that Odnoklassnika is a responsible platform and deleted the account. Yeah, before anyone else could look at it besides you, weirdly enough.
Yeah,
but yes, supposedly screenshots of Timcast. Of course, this one, they noticed that this came from a New York Post article. So it's not like this person was posting these as if they were images of his Nazi wedding, but it was
Nazism
from a news article.
Family since the 1930s.
Yeah.
It's so dumb.
Toller is trying to link Garcia to Timcast and Lives of TikTok. The account features photos of Latinos posing with neo-Nazi symbols. Additional questions have been raised about the genesis of Toller's evidence.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Why did I think of that?
Intellectual iconoclasm for two says, dude with bourgeois biddy job. Yeah. Thank you. Why was the shooter misidentified several times? Which that was going around on Twitter for, while this was happening, there was a lot of photos of other people going around supposedly mugshots. I didn't. Oh, I didn't. Thank you. Engineer for 20. Thank you.
All middle class.
Says it's all middle upper class white women. After white fragility, a former classmate of mine organized a book reading with other women like her on Facebook, also to discuss their white guilt and how to be better allies. That's just white women shit. You know what I mean? It's like, I want to prove my virtue. I want to virtue signal how good I am.
To shut the hell up more often.
How am I supposed to do it? I'll say from these supposed feminists. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah. Uh-oh. F.
No, just refresh. It's fine.
You sure?
Yeah,
okay.
It says we're back. There we go.
That was weird. Oh, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, no, it's caught up. Don't worry.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Weird. I don't know if my rant went through about the how it's actually quite I know, but how it's actually quite it's just to reiterate though, since the stream went down apparently for a minute. I think it's actually is pretty sexist that as a feminist, you think that the only reason a woman would disagree with you is because she's trying to get the attention of men? Yeah, it's pretty fucking sexist.
It also tells me that women cannot have any agency of their own without somehow being influenced by male. That's
because
quite screwed up.
Exactly. It's like, I'm sorry that, I mean, like, again, thank you for projecting. Thank you for telling me how you feel about things. That you can't have opinions without caring about how men think about it on some level because you're trying to, I don't know, get some dick. But that's not how everyone else is. Probably the minority of women, but still, not everybody. And Carlos Marungo for 2 says the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. I think that was referring back to the train stuff. Yeah, the bourgeois. Yin Miles Chong did say here, like, comprehensive list, not a comprehensive list.
This is why Pearl said that women shouldn't vote because the outcomes would be better.
Well, I mean, I agree, but then again, you know me, I don't think anyone should vote, so, or very, very few people should, so,
the king and no one else.
Right, but we're monarchists, so it's a little different. It's like women shouldn't vote, but also not men either, so...
You guys do realize if you spam F in the chat, the first thing, if you type in F, the first thing I do is I look over to see if the light is still green. If it's not, then I know. Like that's how I know when the screen goes down, is because if the shiny light in the corner is not green, then I know.
It's still helpful. It is helpful when you press F so that we know if there's a problem. Thank you guys.
Yes, but you do realize if the internet goes down, then the Fs will eventually stop for me because I need the internet to be updated about the Fs in the chat.
Drew, whatever.
I was like, yes. Yes, fooled you have been. Sorry, go on.
Why was the shooter misidentified several times? The shooter wasn't white. How were his neo-Nazi affiliations discovered? Which
because he's not white and they all look the same.
He really should, like, he just said, "Oh, I just went to Odnoklasnika to search for this guy's birth date, and this is who were male and living in the U.S." That's, by the way, I want to point out. That's how they figured out that this account is his. He searched for his birth date, his if he lived in the U.S. and if he was male. That was the only information that he went off of. And there was a post that showed that he had been to that part of Texas, which is the really, I'd say, damning part of it, if true. But it's also, again, the bizarre thing is, why was this out within 24 hours? And we don't, and a month later, we don't know anything about the Nashville shooter. This is very bizarre to me, right? It seems like some government MK Ultra psyop patsy shit. I don't know. Just that's how it reads to me. It's very odd. Speculation about whether the visible tattoo on the confirmed shooter's hand was a gang tattoo based on the practices of prison gang Tango Blast. It sounds like a soft drink. Right, it's like a Tango Blast.
The same thing.
Yeah. Whose members have tats? Yeah. Like, can I have a large Tango Blast?
That sounds like if the Rainbow Coalition comes on you.
It sounds like a flavor of it sounds like a flavor of Tango, which, you know what? That's the thing. It's a UK soda. Maybe that's why we both thought that. Like
Tango Blast. I don't know. Yeah.
Do you like Tango?
I keep thinking it's either dance or a drink. I can't remember what Tango even tastes like. It's been a while.
It's usually orange, anyway, but they have other flavors. Whose members have tats? Okay, the alleged shooters, Nazis. Yeah, it's just like orange mango-y. It's color orange. The alleged shooter's account from OK.ru was made a few months ago. It had 0 interactions. Yeah, the photos of his body with Nazi tattoos are all headless. Yep, brought that up. The person who had discovered the OK.ru profile is a Bellingcat researcher, a NAFO member, and the same guy who discovered the Discord leaks of the top secret Pentagon files.
Oh,
the average shooter's,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so this guy seems to be a government agent, right?
I don't even know if that's even true.
Sort. Something's weird there. Something's very odd there. The alleged shooter's profile praised the transgender terrorist in Nashville. The shooter posted Tim Pool's content on his profile with 0 interactions. They're currently being highlighted by the researcher and others. Yeah, I mean, it's trying to just, like, fuck with Tim Pool, I think. Anyway, alleged shooters...
Do you get the impression that... Okay, I'm trying to figure out, like, how would our adversary see this and how would we see it? Because I get the impression what we see is a bunch of desperate fucking morons who are basically trying to sort of like gish gallop as just much shit to see. Just throw as much as we can in the wall to see what sticks. And to us, that looks desperately stupid because the more stuff that you point, the more upset it looks because that's clearly what you're doing. And
all of this just,
I don't know how
stinks.
How does the opposition see it? You gotta be dumb as fuck to believe this. Seriously.
Oh, well, they buy it without question, because of course, white supremacists, they're everywhere. The media tells them that there's white supremacists everywhere. And it also is weird, he's sitting there posting all this shit on an obscure Russians on the Russian version of Facebook as Facebook was originally intended
And no one is
for
there looking at
classmates. None of it has any interaction, and he's posting on it every day with all this weird shit. It's very bizarre. I just think it's weird. Some more stuff that's happened is that, and this also relates to Tim Pool, is that this is also, I think, Ian Miles Strong posted this because it got deleted, so I have to now go by archives and stuff. BBC World posted this: why some people are spreading false rumors about the Texas gunman, and then the thumbnail is a picture of Tim Pool. In what almost looks like like a sexual picture, but it's like also like a front-on picture in what almost might look like a mugshot if you're really stupid. You know what I mean? Because it's such a front-on photo like that. Right? Yeah. So if you're same thing. So right. And by the way, so I saw this basically when it went up, and then I saw it. Well, no, not when it went up. I saw it. It had been up for 11 hours when I retweeted it to be like, Tim. Basically, I said something like, Tim should think about suing them for this shit. This is insane. So it had been up. Then when I went to go show it to you, I think later, this was just yesterday, right?
Yeah, Tim doesn't even live in Texas. That's a good point.
Well, right, Tim. Yeah, Tim lives in the West Virginia region, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I mean, I
you would know.
Yeah, but someone talk about some of that stuff. Something about some inside knowledge. Yeah, I don't know if Tim says he lives in West Virginia though, specifically,
or
he lives in Maryland. I think he talks about it. Yeah, but this was up for 12 hours. 12 hours, heavily implying that Tim Pool is the gunman, right? I mean, what else would you get from this?
Yeah.
Like, why? Then, of course, there's community notes. For the sake of clarity, the thumbnail which the BBC have used in this tweet does not represent the Texas gunman or anyone connected with him. It's a 2012 photo of journalist and commentator Tim Pool, who has questioned some of the aspects of the narrative. I know. They use a 10-year-old photo. I'm sorry. Yeah, Tim Pool can't stop. By the way, Neo and Suspenders, that was like half of the comments in the thread. It was like, he can't keep getting away with this. Yeah, Tater Chip. One-man beanie death squad. Ridiculous. 12 hours it was up. Or thereabouts. This was the BBC actual article. Now, you'd think that the Tim Pool picture is in this article. Why did you use a 10-year-old picture? Like, you couldn't find a newer one?
About the suspect social media accounts. What false rumors?
How do you know they're false? How do you know they're false? Exactly. There's no confirmation on any of this because there's been no fucking investigation. It's ongoing.
That's the most amazing thing. Is like, how does all of this come out within 24 hours and anyone who questions it is instantly false? Like, where the fuck did you get this information from? And how do we know your sources are legit?
They just say Garcia posted. Garcia did this. How do we know the account of this was his? Listen to this bit.
See,
the BBC has examined the...
No, this is the thing now. The Troon one from like a couple of weeks ago, that was real and that requires damage control. The one in...
Nashville. Yeah.
Yes. Whereas this
Audrey Hale
is totally fucking staged. Like, come on. Like, all of this information within like friggin' 48 hours is all over the place. And like, oh yeah, anyone who questions this is totally a conspiracy theorist. Like, motherfucker, how stupid do you think we are?
Listen to the BBC. At least they have to admit, like, how do you know this is real? Yeah, how do you know it's real? The BBC has examined the material and we can be confident the suspect is the person behind the post.
Says who?
How? How can you be confident?
Based on what?
Garcia,
what are your credentials for analyzing
They don't say,
this?
that's it.
What are you, like the freaking doorman of shooting?
They just know.
No, they don't.
They just know.
No shit.
Garcia appeared to use the account on popular social media, blah, 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 blah. Everything we already know. But how do you know this? Because we do. I don't think it gets more...
Trust us because we're the BBC.
Does it get more Orwellian than that? I mean, literally, that's... Well, yeah, I could get... Obviously. But that's pretty much straight out of Orwell, right? Trust us.
Can you suspend a source? My asshole. Yeah, that sounds about right.
We have examined our reporter and found ourselves to be correct. All right.
Do you have any corroborating evidence whatsoever? No. Our protein powder is bad for you. Yes, they give you horrible indigestion.
So not only did they imply in their Twitter post that was up for 12 hours that Tim Pool was the shooter, and by like in this archive version you can still see there it is on their website, right? So not just in Twitter, and this is important, okay? This is the archive version. on their website, if you were scrolling through BBC News and you saw this article, who was spreading false rumors about the Texas gunman, picture of Tim Pool. Because I was gonna, my original was like, oh, maybe
Tim, I
just
hope you sue them.
My original thought was, oh, maybe Twitter just auto-chose this photo from the article. No, BBC chose this photo for the article because you can see it in the feature over here on the side. I hope you get fucked by Tim Pool. I really do.
Yeah. Tim, sue them.
So yeah, Elon respond. We talked about this, that Elon seems to think it's a psyop. Yeah.
Yeah, Bellingcast, which literally specializes in psychological operations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it totally does sound like a psyop.
Here's stupid Anna Navarro though. This is the narrative. It's because of course everyone's like, wait, isn't this guy named Garcia?
One white supremacist defending another.
Let's go back to The View. Always a nightmare. So here we get this is how they have to explain, because there's a bunch of articles and stuff that have come out. I'll show you an article real quick about it as well. We won't read. We want to get into stuff. Did we read this?
No, we haven't read this.
It's so awful.
I feel like I would have a lot to say about this.
Why non-white people might advocate for white supremacy. I felt like we did read this last night.
No, we didn't.
We just read it. I think we just read it together, and it was like so awful.
I haven't even read this. We were laughing at the fact that it was printed on it.
Oh,
hey, I haven't even read this.
No, it's hilarious. Oh shit, dude, we should read it then. Actually, I was gonna just. You want to take it over? It's gonna be really. This is insane, dude.
Okay, let me see. Police have identified the man who shot. apparently. And killed at least 8 people in the outlet.
Well, they identified the guy. It's Mauricio Garcia is the bastard's name, right?
Yes, Garcia was killed at the scene.
Press S to spit, by the way.
The motivation for his actions are slower to emerge. Yeah, I wonder why, because you're too busy writing them on a Russian fucking propaganda website, apparently. On Sunday, the Washington Post reported that, among other... Yeah, it's always the Washington fucking Post. Among other possible motivations, authorities were examining whether Garcia was motivated by white supremacist or neo-Nazi beliefs. No. Social media posts linked to Garcia reinforce this idea. Yeah, right.
How do you know they were linked to him? I'm not even saying they're not possibly. It's just that this is so fucking weird. That's all. Yeah. It's really bizarre.
Let's see. For many people, this idea triggered an immediate negative reaction. How come someone with the name Mauricio Garcia Hispanic would be white supremacist? In some quarters, the Post was offering such a possibility was somehow demonstrative of this newspaper's purported interest in elevating unsupported racial claims. True. In reality, the idea that someone named Garcia might be sympathetic to white supremacist views is unexpected, but not inexplicable. Okay, go on. The Post has previously explored the ways in which non-white Americans at times ally with extremists who would seem to be their natural enemies. Which, okay, maybe, and this is just my hypothetical, they're not white supremacists and they just want to get the fuck away from you because you're insane. No, no, I don't mean him. I mean people that, like the people who are white supremacists, they're just Western. So yeah, if people who are pro-Western, they can be of any race and just like, yeah, those people have better ideas and we'll go with them. That's basically it.
How about this, for example? A lot of of people from South America, right? And Mexico are very deeply Catholic. So they really don't dig all the trans gay stuff, right? So they would be more, that's why they tend to be more aligned with Republicans on a lot of issues. Now that's a newer development because previously it was always the Democrats, it's always, and still is the Democrats, of being like, no man, we'll make sure you can come over and you won't have, we'll hide you from La Migra and stuff and, we're your friends. But also, we're going to need to take your children and expose them to trans penises in school, because that's very important to us as well.
Yes.
And so like the Hispanic population of the United States is really put between
rock and a hard
from
place.
Their perspective. I would see a rock and a hard place. It'd be like, well, the Democrats are gonna help my family come over illegally, or help
rock and a hard
essentially.
Place.
Or if I'm illegal, they're gonna not snitch on me. But and they want to give me welfare, and they want to give me government benefits, and they want to make my path of citizenship really, really easy.
Basically own me as long as they offer up my soul via voting.
But they also they're also completely degenerate, and they hate God. They hate Jesus. And the Holy Virgin Mary. They probably really hate her, I would imagine. It's like, and so for a lot of Hispanic people.
In their perspective.
Right. Oh, no, well, I saw something about that, about how Jesus was trans recently.
White supremacist because pizza. Why would you put on a white supremacist pizza?
Oh, a person can't be illegal. Shake my head. I know. Amsang for 5 says, somewhat related, but as I recall, the name Gomez is East Germanic in origin due to the Visigoth occupation of Iberia 2 millennia ago. Yeah, that would make sense, I guess. his name is Garcia.
I'm kind of curious now.
see
What would go on a white
possible.
supremacist pizza?
Right. What would go on the white supremacist pizza? Well, obviously, okay, you need a white sauce. So instead of no marinara, not tomato, we're using a white sauce.
Ranch
We need
dressing,
you can put you
we
can't
have,
put ranch
we have
dressing on
mozzarella,
pizza.
so that's why cheese are good there.
Mozzarella.
Mushrooms.
Some other mushrooms. There you go. Of course,
Chicken, that's white
the
meat.
mushrooms. The mushrooms need to be formed in the shape of a swastika, or you could use the chicken and the white chicken and the mushrooms to form a Solomon rod.
I'm gonna
There you
bake
go.
a pizza tomorrow, and I will put the mince in this. I will make it into a swastika just for the funnies, and I will send a picture to you just because it's funny.
they do have those online pizza makers where you can do that. Is there any other white topping besides, or like chicken and mushrooms are pretty white? I don't know. Those are two I can really think of. What? But Bill said to put white pudding on it, but Americans won't know what that is.
Oh,
and that's
yeah.
you know what? White pudding on a pizza might be kind of dope though, for real. That actually might be pretty good. You could do like a pepperoni roll, but with white pudding. It's just, it's more bread when something already has grain in it.
Oh yeah,
Oats.
obviously.
All right, garlic and onion. There you go. Onions. Oh, feta. I want the feta cheese because I love feta, so I put feta. I love feta. There's white sausages as well. That might work. So there's the white pizza.
Italians on white
power pizza. Where were we on this?
I'm hungry
white
now.
is
I'm
often.
thinking-
I know.
I'm
gonna
gonna
make
make
the pizza.
I am gonna make a swastika pizza tomorrow. I will be done. It will
White
be
is
done.
white is often malleable. Now, normally they wouldn't say something like. Isn't it interesting that this is the Washington Post "Democracy Dies in Darkness"?
White is often malleable.
They would never normally say that, but in this sense, it's like, well, actually, white. Really, what is white? How interesting.
I would think white is not malleable. Everything else is malleable.
How about vinegar on pizza? I absolutely put vinegar on pizza. Hell yeah.
Are you fucking heathen? What is wrong with you?
I love vinegar so much.
But on pizza...
Come on, like it wouldn't go with some balsamic. What? Okay. All right. Here's the pizza, right? Again, I want the cream.
We have
white
to
cream
talk about
sauce.
food. It's
I
in our
just like
contract.
it. Yes. A white cream garlic sauce, mozzarella, feta cheese. Yeah, chicken. I would put chicken on it. I'm not talking about the white pizza now, but then also fresh basil and balsamic vinegar, and tell me that wouldn't be good. Doesn't have to be white. I don't think there is white balsamic. Oh, really? There's white balsamic there. Then you could still have the white pizza and use balsamic. Why did balsamic? Oh, then there's vinegar on the pizza, so I'd like it even more. See?
Uncle Rocky would be proud.
I love salt and vinegar. In fact, I ordered from a South African company because they're the only ones that can find you make it. I think I talked about this before. Powdered salt and vinegar. So it's like you can put it on chips or on fries. Sorry, I've lived here too long. You can put it on chips or popcorn or whatever, and it's already salt and vinegar flavored.
It means you're acclimatizing to English.
I know. I lived here too long. Oh well. Continue. Let's listen to why white is often malleable.
Okay, let's see. Particularly for most white people, white isn't complicated. I think, yeah, that's true. It's complicated for everybody else who seems to think that people who are not white can somehow be white supremacists. So, yeah. See, that tells me that white isn't malleable. That everyone else is trying to acclimate to white. White doesn't change. Everyone else does. So that tells me everyone else is malleable, not white.
This is just stupid. Yeah, it's just saying like white. This is what they always go with: is that there's no such thing as white culture, right? It doesn't exist.
You ever seen Europe?
Well, they'll say that white is default. It's cultureless. While living in a white country surrounded by European cultures and customs.
That's just retarded.
It is.
The fact that there's buildings and electricity, yeah, that comes from white people. Mud hut dwelling F words.
Chris Reagan, TJ Kirk, Jeff Holiday, and Derek Blackman. I know Lance. We're gonna get to Lance. Blamed Tim Pool for the Texas shooting.
What?
I didn't see them blaming him. Did they take that article seriously?
James, can you link? Is James in the
James,
Discord? Please link a video of any of those, please.
If you've got any evidence of that,
yes, I want to see
just
that.
Post it in the general chat in the Discord.
Yeah,
site.
that's
I'm pretty sure
straight
you're in
up
Discord.
fucking stupid. Politically white, yes, which means you have an IQ of 105.
Yeah, go ahead and...
let's see. The racial identity is a mix of skin color and heritage and seems concrete. Maybe to you. For most white people, in fact, being white is having the choice of attending to or ignoring one's own whiteness. Shut up. Just...
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To be white in America is not have to think about it. Okay. But again, the people who focus on race is everyone else.
Right, and they'll say, well, like, oh, as a person of color, I have to think about race all the time. Have you tried not?
Yes. Have you
tried?
It's
part of. They'll say it's partially white. It's white privilege that we don't have to think about race constantly. I don't fucking think so.
That's because we don't give a shit.
Yeah. Well, and they'll say, well, that's your white privilege in action, right?
Not really.
But that you don't have to think about it. Have you tried just not?
Yes.
Oh.
That sounded groovy. Whatever that was.
I was trying to do something. I was trying to pull one of those pizza maker games to make the ultimate white pizza.
Was a useful framework. I was exploring America's racial history and trends for my recent book, The Aftermath. Plugging dickhead. For those in the category of white, as it is currently understood, the idea of that white is hazily bound seems ridiculous or opportunistic. Okay. But there's a lot of evidence to the contrary. For example, the Census Bureau made a simple data collection change between 2010 and 2020 surveys, increasing the amount of volunteered racial information in protests from respondents. That helped contribute to a huge surge in the number of Americans who identify as white and some other race. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In part because the country has got more diverse, but in simply part because we're doing a better job of recording this data. It's useful to consider the history of being white in America. I'm not sure why. A century ago, immigrants from Italy and Greece were considered inferior to the majority white population in the United States. Okay? Even if they had white skin. Okay, yes. So whiteness was more ethnically than anything else. And now it's just racial.
But the thing that's so stupid about this, right? The thing that's so stupid about it
Scroll down a bit.
is... Yeah, sorry. Is that... sorry. Is that... It's... Like, white people don't get along with other white people. The idea of
kicking the shit out of each other in the first half of the last century in 2 world wars.
It's so stupid, and it doesn't exist anywhere. And
we don't even speak the same language.
This is such a deeply fucking American idea, right?
Yes.
Of everybody must and that all white people are the same because something I don't know. Yeah. It's so stupid.
Americans, you're a nationality with basically different cultures. That's all you are. Like if you're a white American or a black American, or like we expect you to behave differently because of cultural traits of your race, but you basically just have different behavior characteristics based on your your ethnic background. Like if you're white, we expect you to be better at government. If you're Asian, we expect you to be better at math. If you're black, we expect you to be in prison. If you're Hispanic,
James said that they were liking tweets insinuating that Tim called the Texas shooting. And I understand again. Remember,
shooting?
She's caused it.
Sorry.
Because remember that he had whatever this profile was had a bunch of Timcast IRL episodes linked on the profile. So they're saying. And by the way, what a piece of shit you are, Lance. You were on his show last week. He flew you out there to come on his fucking show.
That's for cloud purposes.
Probably put you up for the night, I'm guessing. I mean, I didn't do that because I lived an hour. I was living an hour away, so it was whatever. But he probably put you up for the night. He gave you massive exposure. Lance has less subs than I do, like half, if not less than I do.
Can I tell you how Americans are viewed by foreigners?
I know well. I fully know, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, because basically, Americans are known for, from a foreign perspective, at least for 3 reasons. Being fat, loud, and stupid.
Yeah.
That's like your common trait. And if you have foreigners and Americans are there, you can tell they're Americans because they're loud as shit. Like, you have no capacity to sort of have a conservative social decorum because, like, your arrogance just bleeds through your every behavior.
Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to be like, I was on Temple. It's more like it's relevant to this, in terms of, I think There's a couple of things that I know that are a little bit relevant. I'm not trying to flex or something like this. I've known Tim for years, but it's Jim Charlie something like. But also, what did I want to react to? There was something here. Tim trashed. Oh, Rob Walker says that Tim trashed him post show, but he was a fucking dickhead on the show. He was really aggressive. James, the link I sent me. Where did you post it?
Basically calling us Eric Common.
I'm not.
Some of you are.
I'm not sure where you posted it.
Again, this is a stereotype of your nation. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But that is the case with some Americans. Because you guys have massive cultural exports of your nation, and this is like the idea that you export. Yes, I want to talk about arrogance, except my arrogance is backed up by fact. Americans' arrogance is backed up by a multitude of a collective forming said stereotype. Because you are massively up your own ass. You think you run the world and yet you know nothing about it. You are an incredibly arrogant nation. I will shit talk you all damn day long. If you don't like it, eat a dick. I've never apologized for shit. No offense, Hayden.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Let's continue with the article. And also, James, if you want to send it to me, post it on the... Because I didn't get anything from you that I could see on Twitter or Discord or anything. But if you could just post it in the general on Broken Crown, that way everybody could have access to it. That would help.
I can't take Lance seriously because of something I told you earlier.
I know. No, we'll talk about it when we get to Lance, which is right after this. So let's finish this.
Did I ruin it for you?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit,
yeah. And it will ruin it for all of you too.
Yeah. But you can see it, right? It's really obvious.
Right.
You're just America's jelly spoon. Hey, remember what I said to you earlier in the book that I gave you to read? Huh? The first 4 pages?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it funny that someone says that?
Oh,
someone said
right,
you're just America's jello, like that's literally the first page of the book.
Chad Lynch says the Tim Lance interaction is a good reminder why leftoids stopped debating and resorted to censoring their opposition. It sure is. That's why they don't like Twitter being an open platform, because
like being open
when they have to actually debate, defend their ideas in a place where they don't have total control, right?
It falls to pieces.
Because what happens is when Vosh or someone like Lance brings on the rare occasion they will bring on a conservative, they just shout over them and then mute them and then kick them. And they have and then usually at the same time, the audience is like spamming and freaking out, often doxing and doing other shit like that, So it's when they're put on an even footing with someone, they absolutely can't defend themselves. And also the other thing that's important about that is that when they don't have a chat there to send them like articles and things, they can only operate in a situation where they have total control and they have the internet in front of them, including a big army of people to try and help them out. That's the only way they can operate.
I mean, these people literally, Harry said this on the Lotus Eaters a while ago. Nothing the left, he's taken my position, which is that everything the left believes is wrong. They believe nothing they believe in is connected to reality. So if there's any one slice of reality that penetrates them, they just crumble.
Right, and that was in relation to community notes that Harry said that.
They're a glass cannon.
Right, yeah,
if you understand the gaming reference.
Yep.
Yeah, big bluster, but the second you just poke them, they crumble.
Right. Where are we in this article?
Immigrants from Italy and Greece were considered inferior.
You're right, Greeks considered inferior. Hispanic stuff, did we read that part? Blurry edges of whiteness.
Yeah.
How Hispanic Americans are considered by others is often centered on skin color, but also context, where and how that consideration is taking place. But self-identification is also complex. Pew Research Center found that Hispanic identity fades over time in the United States, for example. In writing my book, I came across...
how aggressive they are.
Yeah. 2008 paper from Tanya Gulash-Bolza and William Darity that pointed to a useful experiment undertaken in 1989. Hispanic participants in the survey were asked to identify their race, white, black, or something else. At the time, the person conducting the survey recorded their own observations about the respondent's skin color. How racist of them! That's why it was conducted in 1989, and there hasn't been a replication, probably, huh? The results, as seen in this chart from the book...
I have in America, besides Trump...
I don't resent.
You mean good qualities in America?
I think there's good qualities in America.
Why don't I get my country to bring back monarchy? I think South Africa would be significantly better if it had a monarch, to be honest. But it'd have to be
the result, as seen from this chart from the book, was that even among the darkest skinned respondents, identification as white was more common than identification as black. Gee, you want me to answer that question for you? Who wrote this? All right, Philip Bump. You want me to explain this finding to you? Because they're neither white nor black, but their skin color is
mixed,
paler than black people, so that's why you gave them a dichotomy. You forced a response, didn't you? You forced it, so you can see here in the graph.
Then.
Well, this study forced a response. Are you white or are you black? They're not. They're Hispanic. So they said white because they're closer to white, probably in their opinion. But that's not good evidence that Hispanic people are. And this is hilarious too. Is that all of a sudden, because of in this particular instance, and they won't say this next week over any other issue, but in this particular instance for this topic, Hispanics are white. Because they want this guy, they need this guy to be white to fit their narrative. There's a lot of things that explain such responses, but the broader point is clear. No, do you want to explain a lot of things that might explain the responses like I just did? See how it took me like 2 minutes and it could have taken you about 2 sentences to explain? But no, you don't explain because you don't want to be clear. You don't want to explain what might justify or explicate those responses. You want to obfuscate.
Racial identity and expected race don't often align. Well, yeah, because no one looks at someone as Hispanic and go, yeah, you're maybe black.
Yeah.
Fuck. Racial identity.
Another experiment conducted by the Census Bureau found the neighbors of mixed race Americans were often more likely to identify those Americans as black or Hispanic than did the mixed race people themselves.
No shit.
Yeah, so external perspectives, yes, weren't correct on mixed race people. It's not. They're acting like it is, but it's not. All this notes about race, though, assumes that the white supremacism is perhaps exclusively about racial boundaries. It often isn't. So white supremacy is not about white supremacy. Would you read this part for me, please? Because I'm fucking naked.
Yeah. White supremacy is also about power. I mean, no fucking shit, especially for you idiots.
It's not about being white.
Yeah, obviously. It's one of the most common adherents of white supremacy in the United States is the far-right agitator Nick Fuentes. Dude, okay, this is the thing. If you are familiar with Fuentes, especially if you've seen the shit that Medica's put him through, if you see anyone in the press try and use Nick Fuentes as anything other than an avatar to make fun of, you instantly think the person has no fucking credibility whatsoever.
Hang on, Fuentes got no fight. Actually, a very soyed out fight. It was. Someone yeah, here it is. Okay, so Fuentes got called a cum hunter at CPAC. Hang on, let me pull it up. Fuentes, this is very recent. This is from like yesterday. He got called a cum hunter, which he is.
Don't fucking touch him. Stop.
He's wearing his Kanye big puffy coat too, by the way.
Why is he wearing like wings?
I don't know why he's wearing wellies. The coat is him trying to style himself like Kanye, right?
Bigger than he actually is.
And probably look bigger, but it's part of his obsession with Kanye. But yeah, look at this spurg out.
Yeah, we will, sure. Just fucking stop.
Dude, just walk away.
There's just a lot of gayness in that scene all around.
It really is. It's a very gay little fight. This is when was the like it says it's at CPAC. Is CPAC this late in the year?
Why are you wearing sunglasses indoors, you douche?
I thought CPAC was earlier. When was CPAC 2023? I thought this just like popped off like a little while ago. Oh no, it was on the 5th of March. Yeah, so this was, but CPAC was on the 5th of March.
2 retards.
5th of, so this is from months ago. But it just popped off the other day. So anyway, funny. I think retards fighting, yeah. Come hunter.
The sunglasses indoors is just, you know. Well, not every result of Gamergate was positive, yeah.
Yeah, I know Worski and on Kina Casino have done a lot to expose Fuentes. I mean, Fuentes is a weird dude. And yeah, I think he's a closeted homosexual, to be honest.
He's the worst white supremacist. He hangs around with a fucking black dude all day. He tries to.
Yeah, he hangs out with him. He like worships Ye. He's like obsessed with a black rapper, and styles himself like him.
It's like
right. Is a closeted homosexual who hunts for his friends cum with a black light, And I mean, look, he just says edgy boy stuff because he's a Zoomer, and I don't think he really believes in it. He's just a weirdo, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is just like a lob for money.
I don't know if it's for money or what, or fame. I think it's probably more fame. I think it's probably more for fame than it is for money. But yeah.
You know, everyone can rock sunglasses indoors. Like, yeah, but for Razorfist, it's like part of its persona. Like, it's part of a uniform. Whereas with Fuentes, he just
he's playing a character.
Yes.
I mean, Razorfist is clearly playing a character.
Yes, obviously.
Anywho. So, Fuentes, name is Hispanic, has his Fuentes family background, right? Fuentes joined him for dinner, the musician Ye for dinner at Mar-a-Lago, or Proud Boys,
definitely
headed
not
by
a Fed
Enrique
operation.
Tarrio. No. Although, I've liked when I've heard Tarrio speak.
Yeah, because it was on Tim Pool.
Yeah, I liked him on Tim Pool. Immigrants from Cuba, the group insists that its activism is not about race, but instead about Western chauvinism. All I've ever heard them call it is Western chauvinism.
Yeah.
That spin.
No,
if you're
isn't.
biased in favor of the West, whom are you biased against?
Everyone that isn't Western.
I'm sorry, what? But wasn't the whole promise of America is that you can come to America and become Westernized?
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point.
You idiot, Philip Bump. When former Iowa Congressman Steve King said he was defending Western civilization, his explanation was usefully contextualized as being shorthand for whiteness. Or how about Christianity? Yeah. Or how about Protestant values, Protestant work ethic?
Wasps.
All of these things. Yes, but I'm saying, just say that all of Western civilization boils down to the color of your skin. Do I not think Tarrio's a glowy? I don't know. I've liked him when I've seen him on Tim Pool. I think the Proud Boys are weird.
I think he was pulled into.
Really
I don't think he came into the organization as a Fed. I think he was made a Fed while being in the organization.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's possible. What Fuentes and Tarrio advocate is not that Hispanics should be subjugate to white Americans. Instead, it's often about bolstering structure. Well, this guy's saying they're not advocating for that. It's often about bolstering structures of power that largely benefit whites. It's also about dominance, of course, often manifested as anti-Semitism, as Fuentes embraces, or hostility to immigration.
Yes,
white supremacy is often
not
rooted in personal insecurity. But how does this make any sense then? How does this make any sense?
This is just words. It's just nonsense.
I mean, yeah, it literally is just nonsense. They're words with no meaning. How can you... What? Okay. If they're truly white supremacists that are advocating for a white supremacist society, wouldn't they get kicked out for being brown? Ugh. People can be forgiving for finding the idea of non-white white supremacists confusing. That's because it's retarded. This confusion, though, stems from overly rigid understandings of both white and white supremacists. No, white supremacist has a meaning, asshole. You tried to fuck around with the definition of white here, but you didn't define white supremacist. It means you think white people are superior to all other groups of people, and you want them to have ultimate power over their country or maybe the world, depending on who you're talking to. That's a pretty rigid, that's pretty clear what a white supremacist is. The problem is that people like you, Phil Bump, have muddied the waters on white supremacy is. You'll see, going back to the hilarious, of course, Smithsonian graph drawn from the works of Dr. Judith Katz, that timeliness is white supremacy.
Oh, being on time is whiteness?
Is whiteness, and therefore white is part of white supremacy. So it's people like you who have muddied the waters. You've turned this word into a meaningless thing. It does mean something, but almost no people ascribe to this ideology, and you just use it willy-nilly, just like Nazi, to throw at anybody you dislike to try and shut them down. And yes, as Elder Gusta says, their whole strategy is that words don't have meaning. Yeah, and that's what this is.
And that's also why they're completely insane.
Right. We don't specifically know what drove Garcia to gun down shoppers on Texas on Saturday, but we do know it's not at all impossible for a Hispanic name to embrace white supremacist rhetoric. This is pathetic. This is another cope, right?
It doesn't make any fucking
sense.
sense.
Intellectual iconoclasm for 5 says, what if Fuentes is just pulling a mattress girl public humiliation performance piece? That would be really funny if that's what it was, but I don't think so. And yeah, these are all new definitions. They constantly change their definitions, and then they get upset when their shit flies in their face.
They're not terribly
Ethan
bright.
Ralph is connected and close friends to Fuentes and his organization, America First. Yeah. So here's the view on it.
That the head of the Proud Boys, his name is Enrique Tarrio. The Proud Boys is a white nationalist group.
No, it isn't.
Being Hispanic.
They're a chauvinist group. Western chauvinism, that's what they call it. Again, you've ruined this word, and now you're upset about it because you've done the work.
Or being black does not, or being anything, does not make you immune from being racist, from being radicalized.
I think 2 days ago, you would have said that black people can't be racist. Pretty sure, Anna Navarro. Because that's the whole thing on the left, is that black people can't be racist. So I wonder if you had asked her a week ago if black people can be racist, if she would have said yes. Probably is a clip of her saying no.
From being a white supremacist, from being evil, from being homicidal, and we are seeing it over and over again.
Yeah, especially in inner cities.
They don't see themselves as what they are.
Yeah.
They don't see themselves as what they are. I wish you could just play that point in loop over and over again.
Yeah.
They don't see them as what they are. What the fuck does that mean?
This is my last
They
clip
don't know
before
what
we
they
move
are,
on.
so they don't see them as what they are. How?
Yeah, they're not listening to Anna
words?
Navarro. Yes, they're not listening to Anna Navarro to tell them what they are, which is that they should be leftists and agree with everything that the left says. This is my last clip before we move into watching Tim Pool. Is that and this is somewhat related to this? This is the average leftoid argumentation.
Ask the
strategy.
chat what they want to see: the Tim Pool thing or the town hall.
Let's start with Tim Pool.
We should
we'll
listen to
move
the
to
people.
All right, what do you guys want to do first? I really want to watch the Tim Pool thing because I haven't seen all of it, and it's so fucking hilarious what I did see. But Trump, from what I saw of Trump, it was also amazing.
Yeah, Trump was great.
First.
Does anyone remember the meme years ago of like the white guy with a cowboy hat screaming to like a backing track?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it reminds this reminds me of that.
Or, Trump town hall. All right, I got a thing here for a second. Let's because there's two things I got here. So, this is hilarious. See if you can she's got really good arguments. Oh, by the way, headphone user warning ahead of time. Sorry.
Thanks for that.
Okay, she has really cogent arguments, but what I liked is that I said, can someone do a heavy metal edit of this? And let's listen to that one instead, because it's way better. It makes it 1,000 times better! It's so good. So the song is Wolfpack March of the Wolves. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Paul F. Sin, for within moments coming back to me with this, within just a few minutes coming back to me with this amazing edit. Yeah, it does. It makes it palatable. It actually makes it work. Average leftoid argumentation process.
By the way, something has to be said for this. If you think, okay, that in any sane society, that person would have power in any capacity, you're out of your mind.
I know.
Like, that kind of person, I just look at you and you go, do you remember lobotomies several decades ago?
they didn't work, okay.
Yes, but I think they might work for that.
Alright. It looks like we're...
If it's... You know what these people need? You know, you played Dragon Age before, right?
Of course.
So you know what making someone tranquil means?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they need to do that.
Basically, they just take out all their emotions. Yeah,
yes.
Tim Pool and Lance is slightly leading, but because it is what I want to cover first either way, let's just do this real quick, because this is from the after show, so it won't, and I don't have it. I believe it's from the after show. So it's not, I don't think this is in the show proper, so I'll just show you this clip, to explain why I want to watch it.
Make me go look. But that doesn't make you
Maybe
gay. If it's a trans woman, you're not gay. If you're attracted to trans women, you're not gay.
That is gay. So
No,
it's
man,
hold on, Seamus.
Oh, God,
Don't be
the
rude.
After Hours show is wild.
If you suck a trans woman,
Yeah, this is from the After Hours show, so this wouldn't be in it. But I here we go.
Suck a trans woman's penis, is that gay?
It's not. No, you're sucking a woman's penis.
Stop.
I love Tim's reaction. Tim just straight up laughs at it.
Yeah,
gay.
I know.
Even Ian. Oh, poor Ian. Wait one more minute. It looks like Tim Pool is winning out, but because I still have it here from last night, I do want to play this one more time. Speaking of Ian Crossland, just one more time because it kills me.
I'm sorry. Just have a banana. Eat the banana.
This is more racist than anything I've ever said, by the way.
It seems really racist, right? Is that what it's about? Is it make the black guy eat the banana in a very homosexual way? My face!
It's really rare even Ian's face will be like, what the fuck is going on?
What is happening?
Has Ian's face been mean because of this? Because it really should be.
I just posted his face in terms of my reaction to it. Oh.
Get it all the way in. As deep as it'll go. Okay.
What is Alex Stein doing? Ian's face.
Kind of gerbils eat into the cheek.
That's good. Keep eating it. Suck on the banana. Oh, don't drop the banana. Keep sucking on it. You're not finished yet. All the way to the finish.
I still want to know what the context of this was.
I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, Ian's face is fine. I know. It's just oh God, why, Alex? Why? Yeah, it was the first one where it's just the first part where it goes back to Ian, and you can just see his face of concern. It's a face of deep concern. I have no idea what the context of this is. Yes, it's real. I don't know what the context is, but woo! Let's move on to Lance on Tim Pool.
I haven't seen any of this, by the way.
I've only watched a little bit of it, so let me put this into the watch together, and I will shop.
Ooh, I have no idea if this is gonna fuck with the watch together.
Should be okay. Whatever we did before worked, so.
Yeah, okay, I suppose.
Because the Trump thing is on
Rumble, yeah.
Is on Rumble. 1 second, because I have a timestamp for when they really start talking. Okay. And they start actually talking about stuff around 26-minute mark. So let's start there. That way we don't have to watch the whole thing because it's quite long. But Lance is... I don't know why Lance agreed to go on Tim Pool. Again, I think, as we were kind of saying, is that these people live in such an echo chamber. They have no idea how little they know about everything. All of it. So let me pop out my thing real quick here. Okay, send it to the chat. Alrighty, let's go. This is about where it starts to get retarded.
And so people like me are flabbergasted that we've been focused on the issue of crime, the issue of mental health, the entire time, going back several years. And this is why I left in New York, because two cops got murdered outside of my apartment. And then what do we hear? Protesters in the street defending the criminals.
You keep saying criminal. I have a problem with criminalizing people who are homeless or people who are poor or people who are mentally ill. And then
he was a literal criminal with 42 priors. Oh, so who is Lance? James Collier asked. Lance runs a show called The Serfs. He is a self-professed socialist, I believe, but he's a far lefty lunatic, which is weird again that he would agree to come on Temple. But yeah, as Lucifer the Doberman accurately points out, you'll find out who Lance is real quick. I have it at 1.25 speed, a little bit sped up, just a little bit. If it's too much and it's too fast, let us know. But it's a long stream.
I'm not saying he's a criminal for being poor. I'm saying he's a criminal because he threatened people with harm. Like incitement to violence is a crime, just like AOC says, right?
I really want to see the start of this video footage. I want to see the moment where he was threatening the very people who tried to take him down.
Look, either you accept that the witnesses, the media...
Yes, because the guy who's been arrested 42 times prior is definitely would not do something criminal in any particular moment.
He's infamous. Oh, one thing I wanted to point out, right? Which is the only thing I want to point out, is that if you go look at this video on YouTube and look at the thumbnail, Lance is making a really silly face. I can see how people would look at that and think that, like, oh, Tim clipped that to make Lance look stupid. Before this is again like one thing I don't think he did. Lance made that stupid face. Let me see if I can pull it up because it's just the thumbnail, right? Hang on, 1 second. Trying to make it as big as possible, but okay, hang on. Let's play it for a minute while I try to. Well, I guess. Hang on.
And the
this only
police
thing may
say this is what happened, or we can agree. No one has any idea, so there's no point even talking about it.
I think the interesting maybe confluence is that you were mentioning preventative measures are a way to go about it. What do you think about defensive measures? Like people should be armed and ready for this kind of thing, regardless of the prevention methods.
I mean, when it comes to defensive measures and people should be armed, I'm going to probably be on the exact opposite as the rest of you because you're probably very pro-gun here, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just making We don't have the same problems in Canada that you do in the United States for mass shootings, for mass gun violence.
You have knife violence, as does the UK. Not having the access to guns does not prevent violence at all.
Hey, by the way, if you were to look at which areas of America have the most gun crime, because if you actually look at the statistics, there's something insane. Something like over 80% of the gun crime is done like in less than 5% of the country. Like it's an insane disparity.
It's in all the cities.
Yeah.
Tim goes over. I watched a little bit of this. Tim goes over some of the statistics. He gets it wrong at first, but he corrects himself. And
per capita.
Gun crime in the United States overwhelmingly happens in cities, and largely is committed by guns that are owned illegally. All I want to say though, because I forgot that I closed my share screen, so since we're doing the watch together. But if you go look at this, pull this video up on YouTube, and you see Lance making a silly face, I will say. If I don't think Tim did that because Tim has you look at the camera before, so you can make the thumbnail before it goes live with your face in the thumbnail. So Lance chose to make that stupid face, right? I'm just saying.
Which also, there's the same expression that anyone has when they listen to this fucking show.
Right, of him looking like shocked and confused.
Yeah,
which is also why his headphones are off.
I think your own mother pulled that face as well when you listen to him talk.
Right,
which is also why is he retarded?
Yeah, which is also why the headphones are off, is because Tim takes the photos for the thumbnail before they start filming, right? Which makes sense, obviously. But like Tim didn't make Lance make that, or didn't like clip him out of context to make him have a stupid face. Lance chose to do that, is what I'm saying. You know what, I bet Lance did that to then later claim that Tim did that to him intentionally to make him look stupid. You can't fucking lie to me, asshole. So whatever.
Also, the idea that Tim needed to do that to make him look stupid is rather funny.
Right. No, trust me, Lance. You did perfectly on your own. Lucifer the Doberman for 550 Canadian says Lance lives in downtown Vancouver. He sees serious crime all the time. He's full of shit. Of course he's full of shit. And we're about to see it in action. It's amazing.
That kind of stuff.
You have 30 million people, don't you? Is it 30 million?
Okay, so by ratio of the population, Tim. So if you compare ratio of the population, Canadians to America, we don't have mass shootings like you do. No one else does. It's a uniquely American problem. The mass shooting thing is a uniquely American thing.
Obesity is pretty heavy here.
Well, it's I don't think it's fair to say uniquely American because there are mass shootings in many other countries.
Oh, there is, but it's a uniquely American problem that it's disproportionately happening here.
Well, mass killings aren't a uniquely American problem, but mass killings done with the use of firearms is much more uniquely American. I don't think anyone's going to debate that countries that have fewer firearms are going to have fewer people killing each other with firearms.
Yeah.
It then becomes a
Australia has more.
Shinzo Abe got shot with a fucking gun in Japan, which has some of the tightest firearm regulations on planet Earth, and someone made one.
Yeah.
But the reality is that yes, gun violence is going to be more common in countries where people have easier access to guns.
Yeah,
it doesn't make those countries it doesn't make those countries less violent overall. But yes, who's doing the mass shootings? Because by the way, if you look at the mass shooting stuff, and there's one of the things that's very important about mass shooting data is that a mass shooting is considered any shooting that killed 3 or more people, right? Once you go and look at gang violence, all of a sudden, it's all skewed. It's inner city gang violence, usually black on black. That's the vast, vast majority of gun crime in the United States.
I read like an insane statistic that said something like, if you were to remove black crime stats, America would be like one of the safest places in the world, and like the gun crime would drop by like 85%. Something insane like that. And like that sounds plausible. Because there's a conversation that we never want to have about, hey, look, which demographic is most violent and why? Why do you think you can never have that conversation?
Can never talk about the demographics of any of this stuff. No, that's absolutely wrong.
Why?
Absolutely not.
Per capita than the United States? Is that
gun per capita?
That is not true. No country comes close to the United States.
List of countries by no. Okay, I'm sorry.
Total.
That was a mistake.
Sorry,
El
Australia.
Salvador, Venezuela.
And when you're correct,
But look at all the countries that come before the United States.
That's Wikipedia.
Yeah.
That's lefty as fuck.
So, El Salvador, Colombia. What even is Eswatini? Jamaica, Honduras. I've never even heard of that country. Eswatini. It's got to be some African country, right? Eswatini.
Mixed years.
Why does this country have such high gun death per capita? It's a landlocked country in Southern Africa. It's right next to South Africa.
Is it? Oh, okay.
And you've never heard of it? Yeah.
No. Is there white people there?
It's Swaziland. It's Swaziland.
Oh, okay.
This is just the current name. Well, I guess this is their new name for it.
Bizarre.
But like, there's big countries here too. Like, again, Honduras, Guatemala, Brazil, Colombia.
What do you
know? And then right behind the U.S., Uruguay. Oh, South American country. Look how close. What is it about gangs?
It's a lack of a certain demographic. Europeans.
Oh, well, it's a lot of gang violence in these countries. But then you're right down there too. Let's see.
My country is 80% black. Let's be real. Before you lump in my fucking people with the rest of the savages.
But exactly. I'm saying South Africa is right there, just barely below the United States.
Yeah.
So is it right if I just finish my thought?
Sure.
Yeah. So my basic point.
That was way off. The United States is not the most. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
El Salvador. And so of all the other countries in that list, which of them are considered part of the G20? You have to compare countries that have.
Oh, okay. So now, right. What is G20? So he's making very specific things that it's only this 20 countries. He doesn't want to say first. He doesn't want to say first world.
Yeah.
Right. So what are the G20
nations.
countries? Yeah. What are the G20 countries
South Africa's
exactly?
on that list.
South Africa's on that list. I know that one for sure. I'm pretty sure South Africa's on that list. Let's see. What are the G20 countries? South Africa is. Brazil is. As is Argentina. Guess what? Which are both above the United States. Oh, how cute, Lance. Brazil and Argentina and Mexico are all in the G20. They're all above the United. Oh no, Mexico is slightly below the United
Mexico
States.
And South Africa, yeah.
So Mexico, Brazil and Argentina are above the U.S. But Mexico and South Africa are
I don't know what the
right
criteria
next to it. This is homicide rates with guns per capita, right? So the U.S. is sitting below 2 members of the G20 and right next to 2 other members of the G20.
If you were to look at the white on white crime in South Africa, I can guarantee you the rate is extremely
I'm just saying that's not even a good argument from your own perspective, Lance. There's 4 other countries, 2 above and 2 just below the United States in terms of gun violence rates. Okay, so that's not really showing that America is somehow uniquely terrible amongst G20 countries. Now, is it? Dingus.
Similar economic systems, similar economic societal structures. The United States places number 1 when you compare them to any other G20 country.
Could it be because of
again? How about this? Compare them to any other G20 country. I just named 4 that are all in the same range from that Wikipedia thing.
Compare
so
the
demographics
Lance. Of those nations.
So debunked, Lance. Wrong. Compared. Fuck off. You are literally incorrect.
No, so it's true that as far as developed nations go, the United States does have a much higher rate of gun violence. I don't deny that. My argument is simply that other nations do have higher rates. Depending on the nation that you're looking at, there's still a pretty decently high homicide rate in a lot of developed countries, and there are a lot.
And the unfortunate thing is that Seamus doesn't have this in front of him. Because if he could have looked it up like I just did, he'd see that 2 of the countries in the G20 are above the United States in terms of gun homicide rates. So America is not the worst, even by Lance's prescription of only looking at G20 countries. You're fucked.
A lot of mass killings. In the United States, those mass killings are generally carried out with firearms. But according to CDC studies, firearms are used to prevent more violent crimes each year than they're used to commit. So it's a much more complex argument than simply saying the U.S. has more firearm deaths, therefore restricting firearm ownership would prevent those.
Let me ask you too. Do you know what country has the most grenade attacks?
Yes.
I only know the answer because I saw you typing it. I think it's Sweden, right?
I actually didn't type that in. I searched for.
By the way,
I would have no
high
idea.
murder rate was a very clumsy.
I don't want to cheat, but I saw you typing it. But yeah,
I didn't type in Sweden. I typed in most grenade attacks by country, and Sweden is the only thing that comes up.
Wow.
And yeah, Sweden has more grenade attacks than any other country, but grenades are illegal there.
Okay.
I've got a feeling. Why are there grenade attacks in Sweden?
I would love to answer this question. So if we're going back to guns and the U.S. versus Canada, when I said that there's G20, if we look at all the G20 countries, the United States disproportionately by ratio of the population has way more gun deaths, way more gun violence. And a lot of that gun violence, by the way, is people killing themselves, just so we're completely clear.
Yeah.
But if you look at it in the framework of Canada has a very different set of rules for firearms than the United States.
That's okay, then make the distinguished difference between gun deaths and gun violence.
Right. I also just looked this up. In Argentina, you have to, both in Mexico and in Argentina, which were higher than the U.S., or not Mexico, excuse me, Brazil and Argentina, their gun ownership, private gun ownership is allowed, but you have to have a background check. So it's the exact same rules, and over 21. So it's the exact same rules as the United States lands. You have to have a background check and be over the age of 21. So it's the exact same rules as the United States.
Yeah.
Why are they higher?
Actually, more restrictions in the U.S. It's 18, isn't it?
18, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's 21 in Argentina, which is
so
in
more
Mexico.
restrictions and more crime. Oh, holy shit! Funny how
Weird,
that one works.
huh?
States does.
Let's see, what is it?
You can still have a firearm in Canada. You just have to take a 2-day course and you get a license, and then you get gun training, and then you have the ability to buy guns. And that way, everyone has a license. They know how to use firearms properly. They're not just going to be running around the streets, pointing them, and then all that kind of
This
shit.
man has no idea
and
how
you
to.
can also control for that.
But that's not.
You do realize
He has
someone
no
can
idea.
do all those things and still go insane and shoot people, right? They're not...
Exactly. Like a crazy person can still do that firearms training. Oh, and now you've trained them. How great!
Yes.
Excellent.
Or they
now they know how to use it better.
Or they can have that and get that when they're sane, and then lose their freaking mind later on.
Or go crazy later. Yep.
Let's Jesus fucking Christ! It's like juvenile arguments here.
Yeah, because he's never argued with anyone but his chat, who all agree with him.
Not what's happening in the United States, like people just running around randomly. Like
no, I'm not saying that it is. But I'm saying that that is in my opinion, that is a better system. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Hell no. I think guns are fun. We all love shooting guns. I like having a second penis. I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, if you look at how
that was a really lame cheap shot. By the way.
One sec. I can't find an age. I don't know for what reason, but it's not easy to locate. But in order to be able, so again, what was the other country? Was it Argentina or Brazil?
Argentina,
well, here's Mexico. Mexico, which is right below the United States. Firearm licenses are only issued to individuals who are mentally and physically capable, who are employed, who have served in the military, do not have a criminal record, do not use illegal drugs, and demonstrate a need to carry firearms. Mexico, which is right below the United States, has way more restrictions on carrying guns. And it's right up there with the US.
A massively high crime rate.
Yep. Yep.
How it works with Canada, this could be applied to the United States federally. You could have a program, a federal program, where you have to have a 2-day gun training program. You tax the gun producer.
Okay.
In Brazil, you have to be 25.
Now? Even when Bolsonaro?
Yes. What? Yeah, as far as I understand, this is a recent article.
This Bolsonaro went like apeshit crazy with guns.
You have to be 25. Wait, the Bolsonaro policy. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm wondering
for repealing the disarmament laws. There was a disarmament law. Requirements of the possession of such as training courses and background checks remain. So you in Brazil, which is higher in gun crime than the United States, you have to take a training course that Lance is arguing for, and the minimum age is still 25. And yet, Brazil's firearm rate. And I know this is probably like dated data, but those were the things that Bolsonaro left in place, meaning they had already been in place before Bolsonaro. So, and must provide proof of existence of a safe or secure storage location. So, those are things that were in place before Bolsonaro. So, presumably, when those crime statistics were put up on Wikipedia, so you're wrong about everything here. You're just absolutely wrong. Brazil has a higher gun crime rate than the United States, despite requiring gun training and background checks, which the United States does as well. So you're just wrong on everything, Lance. You're just totally wrong with us.
There's the weapons manufacturers, and then you get them.
The gun argument for any nation boils down to two, maybe three things: the responsibility of the citizenry, the rate of the crime, and the corruption of the regime. And that goes across the board for that. Those are three universal statistics of every nation. And also, I've just noticed this: the homogeneity of the population seems to account for a law. Because there's certain races that are more responsible than others, especially when it comes to firearms, for some bizarre reason that we don't want to get into.
To pay for it so poor people could afford this program?
Right, but you can't do that because gun ownership is a constitutional right. Or I should say, gun ownership is a human right guaranteed, protected against government infringement.
I'm all about training in schools. I think the public schools should have gun training for kids.
Like they used to.
They used to,
absolutely, yeah. Gun clubs.
I would highly advocate for more training, but you're just suggesting that you can't force it on people?
The Constitution clearly, and according to the writings of the Founding Fathers and to, I think, Heller versus D.C., gun ownership is a human right, and the Constitution protects against government infringement of that right. That being said, we got the NFA, we got the updates to the NFA in the 80s, so certainly gun rights have been infringed to an absurd degree. You know, not to mention, back in the days when they codified the Constitution, people owned warships privately, and Halliburton, Northrop Grumman. Well, I shouldn't say Halliburton; they're a construction thing. But Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc.
Lockheed.
These companies are private companies that build nuclear weapons. So we basically where we're at right now is that private corporations with no accountability can have the most powerful weapons of mass destruction in the world, but them and the government and it doesn't follow. Either the people have the power or they don't have the power, right? We've abdicated it to corrupt organizations.
And corporations are not people.
Right.
Let's be clear. This regarding this dude that choked the guy out, I think what's going to come up is was it adequate force or was it too much? And I feel like if he had punched the guy directly in the face, that would have been worse. Because although if they got a fist fight,
it's basically going to be George Floyd part 2.
It was a suppression technique. This is what he used is actually like what's taught as a suppression technique for someone who is violent. My guess is he was high on an extremely large amount of substances, and just like George Floyd, he died because of the substances that were in his system. Because otherwise, this technique does not normally kill people. It's designed to suppress. It's not designed to kill. If he had punched him in the face, he probably would have died either way because his heart probably was ready to burst. Just like George Floyd.
Because he could have fallen backward and hit his head. At least he was in control of the guy's body. It's really sad that the guy died, but I feel like this was.
Yeah, I'm gonna press exit out there.
It's a career criminal. June Bug for 5 says my DMV appointment was changed to tomorrow, so wish me luck on delving in the den of evil. Good luck. It's never fun going to the DMV. It's always a pain in the ass. But good luck on going to the DMV.
It was like a very low level amount of force to apply to someone that was threatening to kill people or hurt people.
Why did 3 people find it necessary to try and stop this guy?
He was probably flailing and kicking and screaming, who knows?
So it is hard because you mentioned there's no footage prior, but something happened that resulted in 3 New York people who are likely not conservatives to decide this man must be subdued.
Yeah.
3 people.
Yeah. Did they release his toxicology report and it was clean? Ori Nabisco? And then Ardent Party also does point out correctly that an improperly applied chokehold will kill. Yes. But what else are you supposed to do? The guy is going crazy. You're supposed to do what what's her name? Amelia said, which is just let them beat the shit out of you.
No.
Apparently. Let me find the toxicology report if I can.
So when it comes to the idea of proportionality, I'm like, if 3 New Yorkers of all people were like, this guy's got to be stopped, that's kind of crazy to me because
he was apparently infamous for this. He was infamous for this.
Antagonize people on a train? Or subway, whatever you want.
Everyone in that area apparently knew this guy because he did this all the time. He would have public freakouts and attack people.
So he was basically just a crazy person who terrorizes people on the subway.
Yes, that he wasn't just an innocent Michael Jackson impersonator. He was apparently he did this all the time. That's why the people were cheering when he subdued him, because they're like, oh fuck, thank God. Someone finally fucking does something about this dude. I can't find anything on his toxicology report, but let me keep checking as we go through this.
I'm a gun nut, right? My view is people have a right to defend themselves with a lot more force than people in New York do. But if people in New York felt they had to stop him, these people, I doubt these guys are conservative. There's like no conservatives live in New York. It's like 20% Republican, and if they are Republican, they're probably moderate right.
And they definitely don't take the subway.
Something must have happened. But I don't even need to sit here and say what could have or what must have. What we know, what we choose to believe based on what the police, the media, and the witnesses have said.
The only thing I can find on this, guys, one sec, is from a Yahoo News article from 6 days ago. It says police source said that his Neely's toxicology reports were incomplete and then ruled his death a homicide. So they haven't released the toxicology reports. It's going to have to come out in the trial. So, yeah. No toxicology reports have been released, as far as I know. Nothing I can see gives, and the most recent information is from 7 days ago. Nope. So the police said it was incomplete. That's the only thing they've released. Yeah.
This guy was threatening people with violence and said he was prepared to lose his life over it. Three men then said this man must be subdued, and they subdued him.
That sounds like a suicide bomber. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And then the guy died, which sucks. It's unfortunate.
Did he get a cause of death?
It was a compression of the neck. Yeah. Homicide.
So you've got a massive platform here. A lot of people watch you all the time. And so what you say...
And that is the reason why he's on that show.
That's the only reason why. I love when they self-report. I love when they self-report. What trial? Haven't heard any charges. It looks like they might charge him. We'll see. If there is a trial, then the toxicology report would come out in the trial. Again, if there is a trial, of course, the left is screaming for him to be hung. But,
Nick, I hope you cover
if there is a trial, then we would see the toxicology report, presumably. But as of yet, as far as I can see through everything I was able to look at, the most recent reports were from 7 days ago, and they've said, the police have said that the toxicology report is incomplete, and that's it. That's all. That's just incomplete.
Obviously, an advocate for is going to affect a lot of people's lives. If this is a problem that genuinely concerns you, why isn't it something that you would frame and want to advocate?
It's a question for you in chat.
Oh, as a libertarian, do you agree with Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers federal government? I like, we've talked about this before, service guaranteed citizenship, I think, is a good model if you're gonna have a democracy. And I don't think that it should necessarily be limited to military service. I think there's other ways that people can serve their country.
By not voting.
Firemen, police officers, people who work in public health. But I get worried about that stuff because then it creates separate classes of people, and I don't.
Sketch.
And that's kind of sketch. Yeah, you know what I mean? But same with police and firefighters, potentially. I mean, like, more police than firefighters, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's a reasonable option. I like it over just full
democracy.
Suffrage, full suffrage. I like it better. I think it's a more reasonable than universal suffrage, is all I'll say. I'm not sure on my hard opinions on Heinlein, because again, I'm a monarchist. But I think if you're going to have voting, it makes more sense to have something. I mean, the original founding fathers thought you had to be a landowner, landowning male. So.
For more resources for mental health access and bring that up on a regular basis. And I'm not saying, and I'm sure, okay, hold on, Tim. I'm sure you've done it before. I'm sure you've had specials before. I'm what?
We do it a lot.
Okay. Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't today, hey, by the way, everybody, this horrifying tragedy happened on the New York subway. We got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's our angle. Our angle is we need to invest in mental health.
Why does it need to have an angle? Why can't they just report on it? Oh, because that doesn't work for your narrative. You have an angle. You have an angle. This guy was arrested for trying to stop a dude. And yeah, okay, you can say it's a tragedy that he died, and I mean, whatever your opinion is on that. He seemed like a career criminal to me from 42 priors, which I'm not saying makes him deserve death, by the way, but it's not like this was a good guy.
Understandable.
Right. I'm not saying he deserved to die at all. I'm just saying that, yes, it makes it understandable that this is something he does all the time and always has for his entire life. He's a career criminal. Yeah. And it's like, by the way, when you're a career criminal, at some point, it's going to catch up to you. I'm not usually probably from a good guy just trying to subdue you, most likely from a or from a gang who's going to shoot you or something like that. That's what normally happens in New York, which has extremely strict gun laws, by the way. Some of the strictest in the country. But I digress.
It's almost like criminals don't give a fuck about laws.
I know, right?
Yeah,
invest
shocking.
in giving access to public health care for Americans.
First of all, when it comes to the issue of violence in this country, conservatives have been screaming about mental health for decades.
Reagan is one of the ones that like gutted the institutions in America.
Nope. That's Lyndon B. Johnson. Lie.
Okay, calm down.
Lyndon B. Johnson, a leftist, a Democrat. Lyndon B. Johnson, going off of John F. Kennedy, not Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan continued it, yes, but it's Lyndon B. Johnson. Wrong again, Lance. I mean, like, how can you be a political commentator and know nothing, and know absolutely nothing about the things that you comment on?
Because these people are not chosen because they have good political opinions or know anything. It's because they can spin.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you should know this,
Lance. I know, Lance. The reason why there's no okay, so here's the way that the mental health institutions work in the United States. First of all, we shut down all the asylums. I think that the way that they were working at the time was abysmal. I agree. They needed to be reformed, not destroyed. Lyndon B. Johnson made it that you could not pick up a person off the street unless they were considered to be an imminent threat to themselves or others. Okay?
Which is very difficult to do that on the fly.
It's very hard to do that on the fly when someone is having a freak out in the subway, right? That's part of the problem. Now, even if he's had 40, he's right, an imminent threat. And by the way, if you are considered an imminent threat to yourself or others and are moved into a mental health institution, unless they have some significant reason to continue to hold you, as in continued expressions of being a threat to yourself or others, the longest they can hold you is 48 hours. I think some states 3 days, but that's it. And then they're back out right where they were before. There's no institutionalization such as it was because there are people, let's just be real, there are people who need longitudinal mental health help because they're crazy, okay? Or addicted to drugs or both. And they can't, and holding them for 48 hours and then letting them go back out into the street, at which point there's still probably freaking drugs in their system obviously, they're not gonna get clean after 48 hours. They just right back out to doing what they were doing before. So it's nonsensical, and this is a Democrat position. You can sit there and talk all day long about, well, we need more mental health help. Well, what do you want to happen, Lance? And I'll tell you what Lance would say, because I think he probably does here, but we'll see. Again, I haven't listened to all this. Oh, we need therapists. We need social workers. Why would a social worker want to go near this guy? Oh, it always is. Yeah, why would a social worker want to go near this guy who's a lunatic, who's freaking people out on the train every day? Not like he's going to show up to any appointments, by the way. He's crazy. He needs to be in an institution. Jordan Neely would be alive today if we still had mental health institutions. I guarantee it. He might not be super happy because he can't do drugs, but it's probably would be better for him if you actually care. But it would be, well, they don't exist. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He might not be very happy about it because he wouldn't be able to do drugs or harass people on the subway. But if you care about his life, Lance, then that's what should have happened to him.
Which they don't,
I guarantee Lance
just,
is not in favor.
A useful political poem.
No. Right. I guarantee. We'll see if they talk about insane asylums and whatever you want to call them. Long-term mental health facilities.
Reagan's one of the worst presidents this country's ever had. No-fault divorce. How about that shit? Gun control. I don't know why Republicans like that guy.
The reason that they like him is because of the way that he stood up to communism, but I totally agree that he had a lot of really bad policies, and I'm not a stan.
But conservatives have taken the stance of gun violence and mass shootings as an issue of mental health. Mm-hmm. And then the left takes the opposing
But do they invest in that? Do they vote for it?
Well, of course not. The Republican Party's garbage.
When I look up the votes of the Republican Party, they're not voting for amendments that are actually going to give people more access to mental health.
But look, man,
that's where you have an opportunity.
But you don't want to come onto a show where we say that.
Pause, please. What amendments? What do you want? What should happen? What should Republicans vote for? I'll tell you, as a conservative, although I wouldn't consider myself a Republican, but as a conservative, although I have voted Republican mostly, I want to bring back the asylums. If I guarantee, and I could be wrong, but I guarantee Lance would scoff and be repulsed and disgusted by that proposal. When they say mental health reform, they mean just spending money on fucking nothing. That's what it means. Spend money on nothing. And then be like, well, the Republicans should give us more money to pay for more stupid fucking social programs that do nothing. if you want to do something about the serious mental health crises, bring back the asylums.
Whenever I hear the phrase reforms, I just think public jobs program.
Precisely, that's what it is. JC45 says, my mom was a social worker for juvenile delinquents. She was the only one in the state of Kentucky back in the 80s who had the guts to deal with them. That's, again, because it's ridiculous to ask unarmed people to go into these potentially extremely dangerous situations and deal with these people who are often violent and unpredictable because they're having a mental health crisis or they're on drugs or both.
The people who advocate for the social workers that should take the place of the policemen have never dealt with a crazy person their entire life.
Of course not. They're privileged. Like, I'll use their phraseology. They're privileged as fuck. They have no idea. And I lived around that shit in Baltimore City, man.
Republican Party should be dismantled and obliterated, and then make an argument that one side is bad. I'll sit here and be like, bro, if you want to have make a list of every single member of Congress who should be removed from office, I will put all of them but like 4.
One problem is that when people advocate for mental health, a lot of that advocation is more drugs, that this new drug will fix your brain. But I'm of the belief that less drugs allow you to fix your, like sometimes for very short periods of time, you might need something to help, but then you don't want people long term. I don't want them on crazy pharmaceuticals that make.
Well, and this has come out recently. We talked about it.
A sane point. What the fuck? This is rare.
And by the way, he's correct also that a lot of times you literally need to use another drug to get people off some really crazy shit, or else they will die. They will literally die on some of the if they go cold turkey on some of these drugs. So they do need to come down off them slowly.
Is it really that bad?
They'll have their. Yes.
Okay.
Some extreme drugs where they need to be weaned off them, or else they're so addicted they will die. Ian advocating for less drugs. Interesting.
Yeah, because he just looks like someone who does a lot of drugs.
Oh, he definitely does.
Yeah, he looks like a hippie.
The other thing is though, is that the meta-analysis study came out late last year that showed that after 30, 40 years of meta-analysis on SSRI, serotonin reuptake inhibitors, every antidepressant, not only does nothing to improve mental health, it generally speaking makes it worse. So I agree with Ian 100%. One is give them the drugs that they need. Give them the drugs that they need to be weaned off it, and then don't put them on shit like SSRIs that are addictive and that do not help mental health, according to recent meta-analytical surveying.
Make them go,
Right. Well, and we have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that. But I do want to answer your question. You said, why isn't that the subject of like the show today?
Yeah, or the premise or the framing of it.
Because when we do talk about this stuff on like a normal day, when news breaks of like 25 people pushed in front of trains, or a woman was raped on a train in Philadelphia, and we're sitting here saying like, what is going on in these cities? What are the failed policies that are resulting in this? We talk about it all the time. Today, we're talking about the fact that protesters went out in New York and physically assaulted one of our friends and reporter because he simply filmed them, and they are demanding criminal charges of the guy who tried to stop the violent offense.
Right, this is the thing I brought up. I'm glad that, I forgot about this because when I was talking about the background information about this earlier, that a bunch of people were arrested. Tim's invested in this because one of his reporters got physically assaulted by those people during those riots that I talked about when they're standing in the train tracks and stuff. They physically assaulted one of Tim's reporters and are now trying to press charges against him.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course. Fubar Temp Lamau meta-analysis. A meta-analysis is it's a collection of all the studies that have been done over the course of, or many, hopefully all the studies that are relevant to a understanding an idea, and then you look at all of the findings and you put them all together into one big data set so that you can analyze it more fully. It's the most reliable type of data that exists.
Do you know why I never pay attention to these kind of conversations?
Why?
Because I'm of the belief that none of these problems will ever be solved by politics. This is not a political argument. This is a much deeper moral, philosophical argument of Western civilization in general. You're not going to fix this with fucking politics. Ever. Because politics has no fucking... Politics is completely and utterly in the tank of trying to exacerbate the problems to run on politics. That's why this shit never gets fucking fixed.
Oh, I know. Fubar Temp says I'll understand in 30 minutes why he laughed at meta-analysis. Oh, God, okay. Again, Spoon and I haven't watched... I've seen a couple of clips from it. We played the one where he talks about sucking the feminine penis. So apparently I'm going to see I'm gonna see what's funny about the phrase meta-analysis. I was just like, oh, maybe I should explain what a meta-analysis is. Oh,
so basically, our audience is seeing what we haven't. Okay.
Am I gonna get hurt?
So basically, I feel like our audience is basically going to meme on us during this entire next 30 minutes.
That's good. Meme on us. Let's go.
Okay. And narco-tyranny. That when you have ongoing crime, when you have victimization, people being killed, and a woman being raped on a train, we talk for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When the riots happened in 2020, we had Michael Tracy's reporting showing all of the riots across the country and the mom and pop shops that were putting up signs saying, please don't hurt us. We talk about it.
Literally putting lamb's blood over the door. Passover. Oh my God. I mean, that was so...
non-stop. And then one day, someone on a train, 3 guys, say, we must stop this man. Maybe because they were like, we've seen too many people die on these train tracks before. And now we've got leftist protesters saying that guy should go to prison for it. And AOC calling it a public murder. I'm like, yo, AOC, I didn't see you call out the public murder in the subway trains. And again, maybe it's ignorance. But the problem I see is, this is why I refer to the left as NPCs or a cult. There is complete ignorance to the problem ongoing, and then a hyperpolarization in a single moment in the wrong direction, which makes the problem worse.
Again, like I said, all this shit is going to be made worse with politics. Politics is not what makes those problems better, it's what makes it worse.
We just watched this earlier in this stream, made manifest in a single freaking clip from Whoopi Goldberg, who's like, oh, Antifa are a bunch of kitty cats. I don't know what Antifa is. I've never heard of it. Simsix, I mean, the right wing made up. That what literally means that he's literally running wrong. Well, we did watch it earlier.
You know what's so wild is the other side feels the exact same way. In the other direction. In the opposite direction.
Except we're not conservatives.
In the exact same.
You see, that's the problem.
Is it alright if I jump in with something, right? Because I've been reluctant.
He's a conservative.
Well, Seamus is a conservative.
He's a moon lord, and I'm a conservative.
I've been reluctant to interject because I don't want to just dogpile. And so I didn't want to get in on it.
Oh no, I'm
here
for the dog pile. I signed
you're
up.
Not, I promise.
I'm sitting
I
in Ye's
promise
chair,
you're not.
right? This is where Ye sat. Did Ye sit here? No, I'm.
Oh, this isn't Ye's chair. It's where Ye sat. Oh God.
He's just laughing for clout. Like that's just very obvious.
Yeah, it's just he's making it super obvious that he's only here to try and the only reason he is here is to try and make himself more famous or whatever with the left.
I mean, that's pretty obvious.
That might have worked, Lance, if you weren't so incompetent.
I'm here for the dog pile.
So fooled all those stupid loser conservatives, and it's exactly what you would expect. There's no reason to watch it.
These people are basically living in a cult. Is that once you have this, it's very political in the sense that, hey, look, you can basically say whatever the fucking hell you want to a group of people that are hardened supporters of you. And that's basically the worldview that a lot of these content creators live in. It's just like, hey, look, I have a certain amount of followers who are hardened, who no matter what the fuck I do, I can say the most insane shit and they will always defend me. And they basically live in a sort of cult-like environment.
Right, and because he lives in his cult, he is completely convinced that and that's why he went on here. One is to gain clout and more followers. And two, I think maybe somewhere in his warped brain, because of how dumb he is, that he really thought that he was going to epically own the stupid conservatives because he lives in that cult that constantly tells him conservatives are stupid. And by the way, Tim Pool, big conservative guy, obviously. And you're going to epically own him. You're going to destroy Tim.
Has a really high power level. He can convince Mexicans to become white supremacists and kill people. That's some base.
Obviously.
That's some Asian power shit, which is really bizarre.
That half Korean power level. Look at that. Wowee.
Tim, your rooftop Korean powers are becoming like really, really weird.
Because of her 5 pounds says, I wish all these people would stop using the term conservative. The word you're looking for is Republican. In the American context, it usually is, but there is a difference because there are people. I don't call myself a conservative. Tim doesn't call himself, or I call myself a conservative. Tim does not call himself a conservative. Tim has voted Republican. I've also voted Republican. Calling yourself a Republican implies that you're loyal somehow to the Republic. Yeah, but I'm a conservative amongst other things.
It'll be.
Yeah, I'd say neo-reactionary is libertarian. Neo-reactionary is fine. If you that's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem. Well, neo-reactionary implies monarchy. If we're using the in the way that Curtis was talking about it, then yeah, I'd say libertarian neo-reactionary is fine.
Corporatist.
corporate in a very different way than what that means, you know. Of structure the government like a corporation.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
So, yeah, but that's the NRX stuff. So I'd say libertarian minarcho-monarchist. There you go. But that's really cringe. Just say.
How about Austrian extremist?
Austrian extremist. Who called themselves an Austrian extremist recently?
Moldbug.
Who we're listening to? Moldbug. Right. Yeah. Austrian extremist. All right. Of course it was Moldbug. Yeah. Here you go.
This is base phrase. Actually, I quite like that.
I agree with you, 3, though. I don't quite like the term neo-reactionary because it comes off like a slur. It comes off as scary. It's not meant to be. It's just like
I don't know why
we're reacting against modernity. Neo, as in modernity. New, reacting against the new. But reactionary has a very negative connotation to it, right?
Yeah, to a bunch of morons who don't know what the fuck it means.
So that's why I said I like libertarian minarcho-monarchist.
Yeah, but if you say libertarian and monarchy, that makes people go like, "What the fuck?"
I know. Then their brains break. But you know, but it makes sense.
You want a king to protect your freedom,
I know. Thinking is hard. Thinking outside of the box is hard.
When you talk about mental health,
to them, especially if you talk to an American, their entire ethos of being, especially for their nation's identity, is against monarchy. So if you tell them that you want them to be an American that needs to be monarchical to preserve the American ideal, I can completely understand why that fucking breaks their brain, because that doesn't make any sense to them. That's basically a contradiction to everything they've been told the entire life. So, yeah.
And in case of another 5 pounds, it does clarify, which is accurate, which is that Aiden, remember, conservatives equal traditionalist, Republican equals no monarch government. Technically, both parties are Republicans. That's true. Again, that's why I don't call myself a Republican. I call myself a conservative because I am a traditionalist. Even though I advocate for libertarian stuff as well, but that's, again, the monarchy is how you protect libertarian values and actual liberty. Liberty, by the way, is not being able to do whatever the fuck you want to other people at any time.
Preservation of order.
Yes. Liberty requires order. They can't exist in isolation.
In trying to solve the problem of mental health in this country, that is a deceptively simple way of putting it, right? Every single person in this room would have a very different idea of how that problem should be solved. And I agree with you that right now Republicans aren't doing a whole lot to talk about mental health issues, at least with respect to whatever mental health issue that this specific person is dealing with.
Wait.
But
New
that's
York,
because
New York is not a Republican place.
No. I totally agree with that too. But I'm saying he was saying, why don't Republicans do more to advocate for mental health treatment? My point, however, is that I think the kind of advocacy you'd see from conservatives on how to solve the problem of bad mental health in the United States would be a much different set of policy prescriptions than you would want. So one example of this, right?
Actually, what Ian said.
And there's a number of different directions you could take this in. My fundamental belief is that we live in a culture that encourages man to live in ways that man is not meant to live, and you just see negative health outcomes from that, both mental and physical. However, when you look at traditional psychological definitions of mental illness and how we used to treat it, back in the 1950s, you had about 500,000 people in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first before they can be committed.
That's what I said earlier.
Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However,
the other thing, just to put in, because Seamus says he doesn't know, just to reiterate, to be committed, they can only hold you for, in most states, 48 hours to 3 days, tops. Unless you continue to demonstrate. If you can then show off that you're not super fucking insane, they have to let you go. They legally cannot hold you. Right?
What is super not fucking insane?
You have to keep saying, I want to go kill somebody or kill myself.
Oh, okay.
That's the only way they can continue to hold you, is if you tell them you want to kill someone else or yourself.
Seems really easy to get out of, actually. From
a legal perspective. You think so? Wow, it's almost it's incredibly easy to get out of. And I'm not going to, that's not front. The mental health system in the United States used to be absolutely abysmal. People were experimented on and treated like animals. It was terrible. But that doesn't mean just abolish the system. No, you fix it. Don't abolish it.
Or make something
ridiculous. New. Right.
I do know is once we push the goalpost all the way in the other direction and say they have to demonstrate that they are a significant danger to themselves or others, oftentimes they don't get committed until after they've already hurt somebody. So it's a much more complicated situation than saying we just have to throw more money at this system when we don't even have a solid definition of what good mental health is and also at which point someone should be committed.
So I think the important point, going back to what I agree, this is not a conservative show. But if you are in a cult, you wouldn't know that. You would only hear what the cult says.
So here's what I have to respond to that. If an objective person, say an alien, just showed up and looked at your channel, Tim, and went through all the videos, and you were to ask them, poll them, is this person and his views, where would you place them? Most likely they would say conservative. That's
most likely they would ask you what the fucking hell is politics.
What a ridiculous, what an absolutely insane statement, Lance. If an alien from a totally different society came down and looked at Tim Pool's show and was asked, where did his politics fall? What the hell does that even, that absolutely ludicrous. Kizzer for £5 says, most of the mental health in the West can be addressed by destroying Marxism and returning to old-fashioned family values and units, hashtag change my mind.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said.
Some people do have serious chemical imbalances in their head, or they have genetic disorders that, and those people probably do need.
They believe far left liberalism ideas.
Those people probably do need lifelong palliative care. There are people like that, and unfortunately, instead of dealing with those people who have these disorders by giving them the care that they need, we just let them loose on the streets because, well, they're not a immediate threat to themselves or others because they don't say that they are. And that is the criteria.
Ticking time bomb to the point where they will be. Like
I said, that is the criteria. That is the criteria. And I can say this, because I have been institutionalized. I wanted to kill myself at one point when I was dealing with grad school stuff. So I've been in a mental health institution against my will.
Thank you for not doing that.
Well, thank you. But yeah, this was a long time ago. But I was in a really hard place, and I didn't want to hurt anybody else. I wanted to hurt myself. And it was like 48 hours is up. I'm like, you gotta let me go. And they asked me, they said, do you still want to kill yourself? And I said, yep, I sure do. And guess what? Then it got turned into a week, which really makes it, and you understand that? It makes it feel like detention. So you don't, of course you lie to the teacher to get out of detention, right? I definitely, I'm fine now. I'm fine now. Can I please go? I have work to do. Like literally, I have actual work that I have to get done. So I'm going to now lie to you and say, I'm no longer feeling suicidal. I still was, of course, but then I'm not gonna tell the truth. Like that's the problem with this fucking system. How can anyone think that is a good system? Oh, do you still want to kill yourself?
Lying gets you places.
That lying gets you out of it. All you have to do is lie.
Aiden, what do you mean? That's how your political system works.
I know, right?
Never mind your mental health system.
I know.
That's a conversation for another day.
I know, but why would you? And people who have been through these systems a whole bunch of times, like I'm sure this guy had been held for observation. They call it an observationary period, and knew maybe after once or twice of being detained for more than 48 hours, realized, well, I'm never gonna tell them the truth again. Because why would you? Once it's happened once, you'd never tell them the truth again. Would you ever? Yeah. Would you ever tell them the truth again if you knew that if I tell the truth and say, yeah, I still want to kill myself, or if you're a real, yeah, I still want to hurt others, they're not going to let you go. Yeah. All you have to do is just lie, though, and say, I'm fine. I feel fine now. Thank you. I need some time to cool off.
You gain no benefit by telling the truth, so why the hell would you?
Exactly. And Lance, if you, I know that's a personal thing, but if you actually looked into it, you would find out that that's everybody who's looked into this knows that. Okay.
That's going to be my
actually
bet. Yes,
but more because the guests that come on
not just even the guests, but the way they're framed, the thumbnails, the words that you put in red, and the whether or not you're supporting or going against either the Democrats or the Republicans. But hey, you tell me that you guys don't like the Democrats and you don't like the Republicans. This is not a Republican stream. You don't want to even endorse the Republicans in any way, shape, or form, or vote for them.
I don't.
Big no.
I don't vote for party lines. We do like.
Again, they can endorse some Republicans. It doesn't make them a Republican stream.
Lance, do you understand the concept that you can have a worldview that is either liberal or conservative, but hate the political parties that are akin to it? Do you understand that concept? No, he doesn't understand that. No, of course not.
No, that's too advanced for him. That's too advanced.
Okay, sure. But there's a lot of right-wingers who watch you, right? So that's what I mean when I say you do have a voice and you do have an audience of right-wingers who are going to vote at one point or another. 30% of your audience is right-wing.
Most of the people who watch this, the largest faction is libertarian.
Okay.
The next largest would be considered traditional liberal. Oh, no, I think...
but along party lines, who are the libertarians going to vote for? Not the Libertarian Party. Most likely they're going to vote for whoever...
When they come on this show and say abolish...
Well, gee, I don't know, Lance. Maybe because everything about the Democrats is anti-libertarian.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, do you understand that you can vote for someone that... or you can be along party, or you can be a certain political persuasion, but not have a party affiliation because they none of them represent what you actually want.
Lucifer the Gentleman for 550 Canadian says, incentives create culture. Adam friended. I think Adam's right on that. Incentives certainly do create culture.
Yeah,
people are
or
incentivized.
Lack thereof.
Or lack thereof, but people are certainly incentivized. Like they're going to get into the transgender stuff. People are currently... Adam has quite a few good takes. Go on, don't be rude. This is not. We're not talking about UBI. UBI is a different one.
Are you sure?
Children voting, disavow. But
he wants children to vote.
You didn't know about that? Yeah.
No. When the fuck did he say that?
A whole bunch of times. He gets into arguments about it all the time.
What? Why?
Because children are citizens, so therefore they should be able to vote.
Shut up,
I'm
Adam.
misrepresenting his argument. I'm sorry.
That's just
I'm
retarded.
sorry, I believe that's his argument, is that children
Some of the chat told me.
Or did I think it was also that maybe that like parents should be able to vote for their children for a bit or something like that? I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting.
No, stop. They already do.
But
oh god, this is fucking dumb. That's actually what fucking Sunny did on The View. She may have gone in legal trouble for that.
Oh, right. Anyway, let's get back to this.
The police.
One of the two, Republican or Libertarian.
Yeah, most likely,
usually.
yes, one of the two. So that's why I say, Tim, for the people who...
Oh, I was just going to say, sorry, I lost my train of thought. The people on the left who call themselves libertarians are people like Vosh. Vosh calls himself a libertarian, but Vosh doesn't espouse any libertarian beliefs whatsoever. He wants the government to rule everything. The only thing that he espouses that's libertarian is that he wants the left to buy guns so that they can overthrow the state, by the way, which is like... Okay, like that's why he's a quote libertarian, is because he wants, and Lance also I think owns guns for the same reason, because he wants to overthrow the state, which isn't exactly a libertarian idea. Just saying, I mean, like overthrowing the state, yeah, but you want to overthrow the state not to increase liberty. You want to overthrow the state to install a communist government. That's a little bit different. It's not really libertarian, is it? Just saying.
That's amazing to me, like, you want to have a communist government. It's like, do you understand what communism is supposed to be in theory?
They think that these people believe that like people like Elon Musk, they like Jeff Bezos because he supports their causes.
So the abolishment of the state, like, it's to have a classless state. That's what it's supposed to be in theory.
In theory, but it always ends up, because inherently you need to have some kind of order.
Yeah, but
so it should be that the order is run by the proletariat. The order is run by the proletariat, and it is going to be redistribution of all of the wealth. To take wealth away from the rich and the powerful oligarchs and redistribute it to everybody. But some people are more equal. Some pigs are more equal than some animals are more equal than others, right? So they got to get a lion's share so that they can be the representatives of the proletariat. And oh wait, what are we back at? Immediately. The same fucking system you're complaining about. Right, the same system you complain about. Where, well, we need more because we're the proletariat who are going to run the state, so we need a little bit more.
Basically, you want to have all of the organization of collectivism without any of the tyranny brought about by collectivism. Good fucking luck to you.
No, just we're allowed to tyrannize you. That's all it is.
No, but like that is the system that they're trying to conceptualize, but it doesn't have any connection to the real world.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what the system is that Lance and Vosh and people like him, they want to destroy the existing society, make themselves the oligarchs, because they hate the oligarchy that controls the existing system. Hey, guess what? By the way, me too. I also hate the current oligarchy. But I don't think, this is the weird thing, real quick, Spin. People have asked us many times, oh, so you guys want to be king and queen, right? No, not even a little bit. Not even in the slightest. Lance does. Lance and people like Vosh is like, no. Give me, actually, to quote Inexperian, give me the money. Money me now. They want the money and the power. They think that they're so much smarter than you that they should control the society. Go ahead, sorry.
I'm going to be honest. I think Vosh is like that, because I think he's like actually ideologically dedicated, because I think he's like a legitimate psychopath. Lance, I think, is a lopping moron who's just helping.
He scares me a little bit.
This is the current thing, and he thinks he can dupe a bunch of people because they're really easily manipulated at this current point in time. I don't think there's any seriousness to his argument, because he comes across like a goofball. I would never take him seriously. Like if an actual revolution had come, do you think he would be gung ho with the ideas? No, he wouldn't be, because he's a little bitch.
No, he's not gonna fight. But
yes, exactly.
I think he wants to. But he wants to end up on top at the end of the day, right? He wants to end up with all the money and all the power, which is exactly the same place that Vosh comes from, and AOC and all these people. When they say, that they want this communist state, it's because they want to be the oligarchy. We gotta get rid of this oligarchy because I want me to be the oligarch. That's all it is. It's really that simple. Keza for £5 says, "Here's a nuke for all of you. All Marxist states were all republics, excluding North Korea in 1994. Who wants leftists to admit this is a fact of history?" We talk about it all the time. It's Aristotle specifically predicted that. If someone predicted it 2,000 years ago and keeps being right every single fucking time, maybe we should pay attention to what Aristotle had to say on it. I know that my new video that is currently yellow ticked, so I'm waiting for manual review. Starts out by me disputing the Aristotle quote, but Aristotle was right about that. Republics and democracies always lead to tyranny. They always, very often, the tyrannical system that it falls into is a communistic one in the modern world. And Jim Milford 2 says, sorry, real quick. Sorry. Jim Milford 2 says, "In 10 years, I want to run for governor of Cali." Do it. I don't know how well you'll do, but
go nuts.
Don't be afraid to. Yeah, go nuts.
You couldn't be much worse than Gavin Newsom. Hell, I could make a better governor than fucking Gavin Newsom. Man, if you gave me power of the government in California, man, I would make a lot of fucking changes.
I know.
I would make so many fucking changes, man. The first thing I would do is, okay, which DA can I fire? I want to put in the most brutal, harsh, pro-death penalty freaking DA I could possibly find. First of all, that thing of like the 950 and anything under, I would rescind that fucking immediately.
I know.
I would find every female teacher in the state of California and fire them. Because fuck you, I would put in only male teachers. Because from what I've seen, I would personally vet every single one of them.
You're gonna have a hard time passing this, but go ahead.
I would bring back corporal punishment in the classroom.
Corporal punishment in the classroom?
Yes. First thing I would bring back.
As in what?
As in like you're allowed to beat kids if they misbehave.
Hell no. Have you seen the research on this? It's not good.
That is how we were raised in South Africa. And we turned out fine.
Does not have good longitudinal outcomes at all.
That is how I was raised?
Well.
Okay.
Well, I'm telling you, Spoon, that the research on it's not good. You shouldn't beat children for any reason, in my
don't
opinion.
care. Secondly, I would abolish as much of the public sector as far as school goes. If I could abolish it, I would absolutely do that. And yes, because in private school in South Africa, we had the capital punish. And guess what? We all turned out sane and normal human beings.
I think you mean corporal punishment, not capital punishment.
Yeah, corporal punishment, sorry.
Death penalty. Because, like, you want to kill some kids.
French Revolution, a bunch of, like, under 18-year-olds. No. Corporal punishment, sorry. I'm trying to think what else I would do. Can I... some other policies I probably can't announce on stream.
Uh-huh.
For obvious reasons. Oh, and first of all, as much money as I can possibly get and invest into nuclear energy.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that'll probably be one. What the hell did I say? Capital punishment. Fucking hell, sorry.
Thinking about killing kids, I guess.
Yeah.
We're gonna get into that here in a moment. Lance will get into that here soon. So.
Oh yeah, also abolish as much of gun regulation as I possibly can.
Based.
That'll be a good start.
Go ahead with the stream. I'll be right
back. Oh, and
okay,
also, if I could possibly do this on a state level, is I would abolish inheritance tax and corporate tax. Spoon with argument South Africa wasn't good. For goodness sake, we have this. For goodness sake. Do you honestly think if you see some like 6'2" gorilla freaking dude beating the shit out of a teacher that you don't think that someone should at least be able to tase that kid? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, that to me is like the most common sense thing. Like, yes, teachers should be able to carry firearms. My corporate tax, because I would like to make the state prosperous. and the least amount of tax I could possibly have. If I could just... I would like to have as much authoritarian power because I don't trust anyone else to be benevolent with it because they suck. That is evidently how government works. I trust myself to be as benevolent with it because I have no desire to be authoritarian with the power. It's like, how much power can I invest with myself? And it's just like, everyone else, you suck, and just get away from government. That would be my ultimate goal, is I would be as like corporate CEO as I possibly can. Like, how much power can I just delegate to everybody else but myself? And like, how much can I just destroy? It's like, be as monarch as I possibly can.
Are you still ranting?
Yes, someone asked me, like, what would I do? Basically, have as much corporate power as I can while delegating as much away from the public office as I possibly could.
Okay.
The corporate CEO model.
I've hurt myself. I had to go away with hair clip, too.
Go away with compartmentalizing, basically.
Oh, I thought you meant go forward with the stream. All right, let's get back into it.
There you go. But yeah, I don't think.
Why not frame that?
I just think he's a funny guy.
Go on. Sorry.
Way for them so that they can actually start pushing more money into that.
That's why I'm here.
That's
basically true, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's what Moonlord does.
He sounded like a sage just then, the way he said that.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
I love Ian. I love Ian.
Moment.
Yeah, Ian the wizard just said, that's why I'm here, Lance.
We need to get him a wizard hat, because I feel like it would suit him.
He needs a wizard hat. Holy
Yes.
shit. Does he follow me on Twitter? I'll tell him he should get a wizard. Because I think he's got his UFO. I think if he wore a wizard hat,
It would suit him.
that would be. Well, I mean, he's kind of stepping on Uzalu's game, but you know, that would be funny as fuck. It would not just be funny. It would be like, that would just be cool, right?
Appropriate.
Yeah.
Give all government education systems over to AI.
Give him an orb to ponder.
I'm skeptical about that.
What? Give him an orb to ponder?
No, basically replacing teachers with AI.
Oh,
You're basically teaching kids to obey a technocratic overlord. Now, if we could give it a face and a personality like Mr. House.
All right. Real quick, aka Batosa just gave us $10. Thank you, man. And DRT is King for 5 says beatings can improve the behavior in kids as it did with me. Maybe in some, but I'm telling you that the longitudinal analysis, which apparently is something that's meta-analysis, is gonna come back and bite me in the ass here. But a lot of the meta-analyses and longitudinal studies I've seen have shown that it's a real mixed bag. It works for some kids, and then it's extremely deleterious and harmful for others. So I would rather
which group in society do you think is most likely to be requiring some kind of physical repercussions because they don't have the capacity to make conceptualize moral values of the Western nation? Really, you don't know? I'll give you a hint.
Goes on to say, a firm but fair hand can be a good corrective element for the youth. Like, okay, just to be clear though, like my dad, gave me a spanking once, and it probably. That was probably enough that I like.
The AIs are say things nice.
Just like once, like maybe you gotta be really careful about that stuff though, because it can really fuck kids up. You have to be okay. If you're gonna use,
I don't think a spanking would do anything to a kid's mental health.
No, I mean it totally changed my perspective. Like as a kid, like whatever it was I did, I never did it again. And you have to be really clear about what was the problem, what was the behavior that the child did. Here's why it's wrong, and here's the punishment. It has to be extremely clear. If it's not extremely clear, the connection between those things, it can be misinterpreted. And if it's like really aggressive and stuff, then it can be misremembered.
I am of the biblical principle when it comes to
PTSD kind
kids.
of effect. No, I'm
not.
Junebug for 10 says punishment can be good. Junebug for 10 says punishment can be good. Make them pick up trash instead of using the sticks. I would change law enforcement to detectives and have judges walk the streets. Open carry for all too. Yeah, I agree with open carry. Kizza for £5 says Aiden Spoon, I'm the king. I'm the king we need but do not deserve. I would love to destroy the World Economic Forum, UN, NATO, EU, WTO, and bury communism permanently like the dodo.
Yeah, you gotta be able to do that as one person. That's just a fantasy.
But things I don't
Noble
like.
goals, yes.
Yeah.
But no one person can fucking do that. That's absurd.
At this point, probably not. Even a monarch, which is the problem.
No.
They could drag
Series
into
of
it as
monarchs,
well.
though.
Maybe. Let's get back into it.
So here's what I think. I think you're in a cult, right?
Okay.
I think the cult is derived from algorithms on social media.
Okay.
So you only surround yourself with this loud noise. We saw a really good example of this with that Sisson guy. Is that his name? Harry?
I don't know. Harry Sisson, yeah.
Sisson. Those two guys went on the Tim Dillon podcast, and he said, "Please, no, don't clip this.
Okay.
I will lose followers."
Yeah. We watched
I can
it.
rag
We watched
on
it last
Trump
night.
all
Yep,
the time,
yep, we watched it
and
last night.
like people still watch the show. Seamus and I can have an argument over me being pro-choice and him being pro-life, and people still watch the show. And if I pull up all sides with 3,770 ratings, Tim Pool is a centrist. But you think I'm conservative because you live in a bubble, right?
Because I'm too far left, the Overton window is too far away.
No.
So like when I go hang out in Washington,
It's
D.C.
specifically called a filter bubble. Okay, it's specifically called a filter bubble.
Okay.
God, who's the scholar behind the filter bubble? And here's how it works. And who's the scholar behind the filter bubble? The heck? My brain should know that automatically. Oh, come on. Not Eli Parcier. Wow, I'm very ashamed of myself. The point is that the way that the internet works in particular is that it puts you into a bubble because it only shows you things that you want and that you would like and agree with. So you end up further and further inside this bubble to the point where you have no idea what the real world is. You are only shown things by social media that you already have said that you want to see.
And so you never end up politics every day because it's curated to be like a bit of both.
Right. So you never end up seeing the real world whatsoever. You just see this highly curated version that's designed for you. And people on the right can end up this way too. Absolutely. The left seems to be a little bit worse on it, I would say, because the media landscape is overwhelmingly left-wing.
I think we don't really fall into this category because what we do is we make fun of them on a daily basis.
Well,
every day I send you like, holy shit, look at this dumb shit, Hayden, and then we spend an hour laughing at the dumb shit we just read.
That's true. I'm just saying that it is possible for anyone to fall into a filter bubble.
Yeah.
And that why Tim sees it as a cult is because Tim is just observing that Lance is in a filter bubble. Yeah, Ilya Parcier. I did have the name right. But yeah, there's another person who's talked about it a whole lot. There's quite a few people who have. It was another one I was thinking about who did a good tech talk on it. But yeah. Anywho.
I go to National Harbor or I go to Baltimore, Maryland Live. I'm in Baltimore.
I don't know why you do that. Washington, D.C.
The people who come up to me and are like, hey, man, I'm a big fan, are not conservatives. They hate Donald Trump. In fact, I was at a poker table last week and a guy said, I just hate Donald Trump. Man, I can't stand him. I wish somebody else would run, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. I think you're surrounded. We talk about this quite a bit.
Sure.
If all sides has nearly 4,000 people rating me and the end result is centrist, if I'm actively pro-universal healthcare, not to the same degree as like Bernie Sanders, I believe in private health insurance, and I'm pro-choice, I am absolutely not a conservative in this country.
I've listened to your debates on pro-choice, though. You're pro-choice from a Tim Pool's perspective.
I'm pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective.
From a Tim Pool's perspective. What does that mean, Lance?
Yeah, I was going to say, what the fuck does that even mean?
What does that fucking mean? It's because he and his chat like talk shit about Tim Pool all the time, probably. I'm guessing.
You made him sound like a cult just by saying that, Lance.
Well, that's what he thinks, because he's crazy, dude.
Well, not from what people who would define themselves as pro-choice would say, right? Like, you concentrate very heavily on the 9th-month abortions and baby guillotines and stuff like that. Like,
yes, because that's the positions that are insane,
I remember what...
Idiot.
Because those are the insane... Well, Lance is about to say, from what I understand of this, Lance is about to say that there are no 9-month abortions, unless they're medically necessary, which is not true, New York and California have both allowed it, I believe, for any fucking reason. And the baby guillotine thing is Tim. I think that's Tim being hyperbolic, but if you're killing 9 babies at 9 months and by the way, it is for any reason. What's included in that is saying that you're emotional reasons, which means that you just decided you don't want to have the baby, right? That emotional reasons is any reason. It's just like being let out of the asylum, right? I'm fine. It's an emotional reason. You can lie. You're like, I decided I didn't want to have this baby. Now, I don't know what kind of fucking crazy shit. I will tell you what it is. The 9-month abortions, usually it is actual crazy shit because you must be insane to let it go that long. But generally speaking, what it is it's just extreme laziness. I know that he would never believe that, but it is. It's extreme laziness of women just being like, well, forgot to take care of it.
Let me guess.
You know,
you think it's extreme laziness to carry a child to term for up to 9 months?
Why they don't get an abortion before that? Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't believe that for a second.
I do 100%. I've seen so many posts of women talking. Yes, but they're just like, oh, I forgot. I kept putting it off. I need to be able now. I really don't want to have this baby, so fuck. And I've been drinking and doing drugs the entire time. Whoops. I don't want to take care of it. I really think a lot of it is just it's laziness. It really is. Women don't do this for fun. I agree with that. I don't think, well, maybe a couple, but most women don't do this for fun. Then why do you think that why are women trying to seek late-term abortions then?
Because they're evil.
I think
if you said to me like, what is more likely?
You think evil was?
Yes.
You think evil was more likely than laziness? I think laziness is far more likely.
No, I think evilness is far more likely.
Do you think they intentionally want to go through a dilation and curettage, where the baby has to be?
What kind of fucking idiot would go through the hell of being pregnant for 9 months and you telling me it's laziness? You'd be fucking kidding me. I don't believe that for a second.
Because they don't react to it. They're just like, oh, oops. Like, I think it's, I really think it's laziness. Evil laziness, maybe. I really think a lot of it's laziness. I'm just like, well, I know I can get away with it. But why? There's no repercussions for my actions, so I'll just do it whenever I get around to it, I guess. I think that's it. I don't think it's
I should stop talking to you for a while because you're making me hate women more than me.
I really think that's it. It's just that they're just like, oh, right, I need to take care of that at some point. Whatever. It is evil as well, yes.
You don't be intentional, like, come on. You, fucking Jesus.
Okay, so, like...
We need to find women that had an abortion, like, past 6 months and ask them why.
Well, I've read Reddit posts about it, but who knows if that's real, like, any of that shit. But, okay, so what are if you're 8 months pregnant, let's say, and you want to have an abortion, like, first of all, you've been through, like, the worst parts of the pregnancy. You've been through all the morning sickness. And, like, by 8 months, you're pretty stable. Like, you know what I mean? It's not gonna have the morning sickness. I mean, it sucks. It's, you know, your back's gonna hurt, obviously, and stuff. But, like, not the morning sickness and all that stuff. I think, yeah, some people are perpetual procrastinators, as Marm says. And I think that the only reasons why else would you do it? Okay, the baby is severely deformed, which might be because you've spent the last 8 months drinking and smoking and doing drugs, right? And then you're like, oh shit, this baby's gonna be fucked up. I need to get rid of it because I don't want this. But why did you not take care of it sooner? I have to be honest with you, Spoon. Being a woman and knowing other women and seeing the things that they say about this stuff, it's laziness. They're like, oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot to take my birth. It's like, why does this happen in the first place? I forgot to take my birth control. Oh well, and it's like, I'll put it off till later. I'll do it later.
Okay, I'm sorry, but maybe it's because I'm a guy, but it doesn't register with me that the first thing you wouldn't do is take like a morning after pill after you let just some guy bust nuts inside of you. That is like mind-boggling to me.
But Spoon, these are the same people who again can't remember. It's like, what if you didn't eat, or what if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? Same kind of people. They're like, whatever. I got stuff to do.
Yeah.
You know, it's so much of that.
No, I don't like this because listening to this...
You don't think it's true?
No.
It is true, by the way, I think.
Like, you know the way the World Economic Forum wants to purge like the population because they think there's too many people? Yeah. When I hear this kind of shit, that makes me think they have a point.
Maybe.
Because like, when I hear
Dear
that, I'm
King.
like, dude, like, no, like, I can handle evil, but like, I can't handle stupid and lazy.
But that's what so many people are. I'd say even the majority of people are both stupid and lazy. That's why I wouldn't even call it evil. I think it's literally just that they just don't think they've been taught by society at this point that as long as it's, and Lance is going to explain this really clearly here in a minute because I do remember this part when they start the abortion stuff, that it's not a human being, it's not a person. So the second it leaves the birth canal, it is a fetus that is abortable right up until it leaves the birth canal, and I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks you could kill it for a couple of months after that too.
I need to invest in coat hangers.
I'm surprised that you think that's so shocking, Spoon. What's that? Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Bill. Billy's brought me a pastry.
That is the sound of me being disappointed in mankind. That is what.
Come on, Aiden, they're not that stupid, but they absolutely are. I think a lot of people absolutely are that stupid that they. Well, Lance is lying. Lance is lying when he says that it's only a baby the second it leaves the birth canal. Up until then, it's a fetus that can be expelled. What do you have to say, Bill?
Yeah, because evil you can convert, but like stupidity is
there
just.
There are women out there weighing the options. Which is cheaper, a boob job or an abortion?
Oh, Bill actually brings up. I have actually heard that, by the way. I don't know how common that is, but I have heard that some women will like wait until they start to lactate, essentially, because it makes their boobs a lot bigger. And then they get an abortion after that happens because it makes their boobies bigger. Look, if you don't realize how evil people are in this world, I got a news flash for you. Pretty goddamn evil is how evil they are. But let's get back. Oh, let me read the super chats, then we'll get back into it. Junebug for DRT's King 42. Sorry, it says both is the answer. It's Aztec morality. Some of them probably do. I mean, you can find women on the internet who've said that they like getting abortions because it's empowering or something. So that certainly is possible. You've really never seen any of this.
I hate.
This
people.
is the problem. This is the problem.
No, I don't want to hate people.
This is why you and I have disagreed. This is why you and I have disagreed on the abortion debate. I think because I've seen that evil and you haven't. There are absolutely women who say that abortions are empowering to them. It's the most empowering thing a woman can do.
I have said this before. The quickest way to get someone from libertarian to conservative is libertarian is an idea. Like, this is how I want society to run because this is what I think would be most beneficial to my life. Because you think you represent the sort of responsible mass of potential. What moves you to conservative is when you realize that, oh, no, the freedoms that I want, I'm starting to realize the vast majority of people, or a certain sector of people, cannot do. And then you begin to realize that that level of stupidity and irresponsibility spreads because it's attractive to fucking idiots. And increasingly, more and more people are becoming stupider, so that mentality spreads. And then you realize that, oh crap, no, we need something else to protect this because clearly, and this is how you get to monarchy, because you realize that, oh shit, the order that I want to preserve would get destroyed by democracy. That's how you fucking get to the monarchy pipeline. That's basically how I got there. And that's how Aiden got there, is because she realized that, look, you need like a strong executive to preserve this shit. Because if you let people play with it, dear God, they advocate for all kind of dumb shit.
One sec. Hang on. Bill, what? Hang on.
I will not take the black pill. Black pill is cringing gay.
It's to comment that the same women who believe that fetuses are all parasites and need to be excised are the same people who think that illegal migrants are undocumented workers.
Oh, right, of course. It's all contradictory horse shit. It never makes any sense. But we're going to get into that because Lance is going to say his exact point here from the clips I've seen that Lance does believe that it is not a baby until the second it leaves the birth canal, and which means it's fine to kill it up until then. And then he's complaining, of course, here that Tim cares. He's talking about 9 months abortions and baby guillotines, but he absolutely believes in 9-month abortions. Real quick, Junebug. Yeah, it brings down the cost of adrenochrome. Bill says. Junebug for 5 says, "I bring back bounty hunters and have the communities order themselves. I'll protect them from outside forces and focus on the economy." Yeah, that makes sense. Michael became a knight. Thank you for the membership. And Slayer P3 for 2 says, "Orthodoxy sent me down the monarchy pipeline." It can do that. Let's get back to Lance, shall we? Like it do be like. Let's get back to Lance.
Watching you debate
baby
about
guillotines?
Yeah. Okay. So baby guillotines is my own personal interpretation and joke of it. But you were talking about how women, how like disgusted you are that women may have an abortion in the 9th month, right? Or even
disgusting
of a viable baby. I wanted to scream at that time, being like,
I'm sure you did.
Women who have abortions in the 9th month, they're not doing that because they got bored, or all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't care anymore. They do that because it's a fucking
but
tragedy.
Then why do
like,
they, Lance?
Statistically, women who are getting abortions in the 9th month, it's because there's a medical complication that could kill them. That's why they have to.
They would find out about that usually beforehand, and when that does happen, it's tragic. But why then just states like California and New York legalize 9-month abortions, partial birth abortions for any reason? They don't. If you stipulate it's for a medical reason, it is to save the life of the mother. Guess what? I'm on board. I agree. I'm okay with that. I think it's a horrible choice for a woman to have to make. But it's not what's happening, so stop being disingenuous, Lance. The reality is that the 9-month abortions in these states where they're being legalized are for any reason whatsoever.
Let's be real.
And what is it, Bill?
The real reason it's happening is because they make an absolute fortune off of the stem cells.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe, yeah, that's it too.
Like Planned Parenthood are on record.
Yes.
Harvesting
stem cells.
Body
Alex Jones was correct, yeah, for 100 points.
Well, it's true, but in terms of why the women themselves do it, I don't know. Maybe it's like the reality that they're about to become a mother is scary, and they're like, oh fuck, never mind, get rid of it. I really like it's.
Your brain's stupid.
You're not, yes, and your brain's full of hormones, so maybe you're not thinking straight. But it's absolutely freaking ridiculous that he doesn't, because the legislation in the states that have legalized a 9-month abortion have all done it for any reason. That's what they've all done.
Question.
What?
Wouldn't that those artificial womb tech movements like get through? Is abortion still going to be legal?
Well, this is something that Tim
transfer it.
Well, that's what Tim's about to probably go into that, because Tim talks about this a lot. Is that he's like, okay, the baby is viable or it's near viable. Why don't you just give birth and then give it up for adoption? Lance is going to have to stand here or sit here and defend why it's okay to kill the baby rather than give it up for abortion.
Adoption.
Or adoption, blah. My bad. Give it up for adoption. And Tim also has been a long-term advocator of artificial wombs. It's like, well, if you don't want the baby, then put it in an artificial womb and then give it up for adoption.
In a Ziploc bag.
Put it in the Ziploc bag till it's done.
It'll reheat.
But here's the thing, but Lance has to know, because he calls it forced birth, and that's evil. But it's like, okay, if you are 9 months pregnant and the baby is viable, you have to give birth anyway, okay? 8 months pregnant, 7 months pregnant. It's called a partial birth abortion. You have to give birth anyway. You have to push the baby that has been killed out of your vagina no matter what. So, there you go. You're going to give birth no matter what at that point, all right?
Poor bastard.
Yeah, well, they kill them in the womb, and then she's forced to give birth. That's how you give birth no matter what. So, stop. Oh, right. This is the part where I got really mad. Oh, so hang on. This is where I get mad, because
we need
this isn't even the part.
Body parts, because we're all a bunch of
I love when men who know nothing about how birth works have strong opinions on it.
Haircuts work.
True that.
That's why they have to do it.
Bill, do you want to hop on? So just staying over me would make me feel nervous.
I'm going to make my mum a tea. Yeah. I'm just saying, saying we should kill all parasites. No, it sounds awfully racist.
Oh,
shit.
Fuck, dude. Bill tripped over a bottle of vodka. All right, let's get back into it.
That's one of the most. Okay, I don't want to say what I'm thinking.
Dear T.S. King said there's for two says there's also the killing. No, there's also the killing of a child of a recent ex. That's another thing that happens with a lot. Because it's next to my table, so I can pour myself a bottle, so I can pour myself a drink. I'm sitting at my desk.
Table, you Philistine. What's wrong with you?
I have a really, really small desk. It's super tiny. It only basically fits my computer. So that also is a thing too, DRT, is that a lot of times it's because they break up and it's like, well, I don't want this baby anymore. Or is revenge. The idea that the only reason why women get abortions is because of life-saving treatment is completely false. In fact, there's surveying on this. Life-saving treatments, saving the life of the mother is less than 1%. I think it's less than 0.1%. It's extremely rare. The vast majority of abortions, something like 80%, are no reason given.
That's quite screwed up.
Fuck. Engineer for 10 says, Dev, SFO, had a former friend who had an abortion at 8 months purely because she wasn't with the man and didn't want him to have the baby. Oh, that's what I just said. He mentioned it on his reaction stream, emphasis on the former. That's really fucked up. That's really, really screwed up.
I'm sorry to see why our society has a load of moral problems.
I really hope he wasn't cool with that behavior, because that's disgusting in every way.
It's quite violent.
Anyway. Yeah. Back to Lance. That baby is almost ready to be born. Didn't do anything. If you don't want the baby, give it up for adoption. Oh my God, there's people who want babies and they're on waiting lists for years. It's sick.
What do you mean false argument?
False. That's the real world.
I already said viable. Try again.
What are you talking about, Tim?
I already said abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months.
This is ridiculous.
Do you know what viable means?
Yes.
It means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Absolutely.
And why legalize abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months when the baby could just be delivered?
Women are not getting abortions at the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to suddenly do it for kicks. No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the highest. Because there are medical operations that could kill the mother and they need to get an abortion.
Why legalize?
I just told you that's the reason why.
Because Tim's about to explain, it's not what is not what's happening. It's for any reason. So the fact that you're saying, oh, they're not doing it for pleasure, why are they doing it then? Because that's the question. If it's for, why do they make it legal for any reason and not just medical necessity? I am okay with the medical necessity. I'm fine with that.
People are,
almost anybody, even like pretty staunch pro-lifers, are okay with that. But you can't tell the truth because you know the truth is that it is for any reason, which means it's for something other than medical necessity. Flamenco says, here's a question on this. If that medical reasoning thing happens, do doctors themselves refer to it as an abortion, or do they state the outcome of the procedure is a miscarriage? That's a good question.
That actually is a good question. I'm not sure.
I don't know if how they report that. But this is also the case. Again, what Tim's saying is that the baby is totally viable. You can do a C-section, you can take the baby out, and it's fine. Why do an abortion if you can take the baby out and it will live? And I know, why else? Why else other than you want to kill it for whatever fucked up reason that you have as a woman, not as the medical, professionals, but as the woman. Why? You don't have to take care of it. Give it up for adoption. Get rid of it. If you have decided you hate the baby so much, or whatever fucking weird ass thing is going through your head. And by the way, and the thing is too, is that a lot of women will say that they wanted to have an abortion and they were unsure, and then the second they hold that baby in their arms, then they form oxytocin, hormones kick in, and the left will say, well, that's like brainwashing. You're forcing the woman to get brainwashed into liking her baby. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I've heard shit like that before. It's ridiculous.
From who?
Ridiculous.
Demons?
Yes. Here's one.
Why?
So all right, I'll try and break it down for you. Can the baby survive? Let's talk about a baby. The baby can survive on its own. Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Abortion is defined by Planned Parenthood and the law as terminating the life of the baby.
Correct.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So
how do you kill one or the other, and they have to make the tough decision at that point.
So how do you remove the fully formed 9-month baby at that point?
Oh, I don't know the science of it. I've never performed that operation.
So shouldn't the law then be?
Of course. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so here's the answer to that question, Lance. There's 2 ways you can remove a 9-month-old baby in the womb.
Mom must make horrible jokes.
She's going to give birth to a dead baby, or you're going to do a C-section. The same things that would happen if she was giving birth to a live baby. It either has to come out through the vagina, or it has to come out through a C-section. Either way,
it means like he doesn't know like the literal medical procedure. So that's
exactly
that.
Yes, that's what he's saying. He doesn't understand. He thinks in his stupid brain, which maybe he's just lying because he's a liar, that he thinks that once you do the abortion, it just poof and disappears, right? As I think that's basically what he's arguing, is that after you do the abortion, then it just poof, it disappears.
Do you understand what it would look like if you tried to remove a baby from a womb that it can live outside of it? It's kind of,
It has to be C-section or birth. And if you, but here's the thing. Same thing if you've aborted a 9-month-old baby, or 8-month, or 7-month, or 6-month. It's partial birth or full birth abortions. At any time after that point, you're giving birth in some way, okay? You're gonna have to push it out, or it's gonna have to be cut out. That's how it works. If you leave it in there, by the way, Spoon, do you know what happens?
Stillbirth?
No, you get septic. It rots inside of your body, and it gets septic, and the woman probably dies.
No, just birthing the
No, it has to come out. A dead baby has to come out, or you die too. Like this is why it's ridiculous. Why don't you just give birth to the baby and let it live?
Oh, you mean literally leaving it like that? Okay, sorry. Like my brain was just. Like, what? Okay, no. I went somewhere else entirely with that.
It needs to come out. So you're going to give birth one way or the other. And these late-term abortions, or even mid-term abortions, like 6 months plus, you're giving birth, or you're getting a C-section. It has to come out.
Sorry, like what you just asked me was absurd when you just said, "Will you leave it in?" That's
right.
Like my brain.
Because again,
like,
Lance.
What do you mean, leave it in?
Lance calls it forced birth. You're being forced to give birth. You're going to have to either way.
Yeah, it needs to come out.
When you waited that long. Yeah. No, I think because he believes in so much magical shit, like nonsense, non-reality, that he probably thinks that an abortion just makes it disappear, makes the corpse disappear. But nope.
B, it doesn't get absorbed like
if the baby must be removed.
I think that's probably what he thinks because he's really stupid. We'll see.
Removed, and it is alive and capable of survival, all actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother?
I would say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
And this is such a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived. You could have done it. Why did you choose the other option?
A lot,
it's like,
Lance.
This is a tragedy of the highest order because they want to have the kid. At 9 months pregnant, a woman is on her way to give birth. So it's like, it's the worst possible fucking thing that could happen to her.
But does she?
Again, I said I didn't want to dog.
Okay, this is ridiculous. There is no need for you to alter the law when it comes to the scenario that you're describing right now.
Yeah.
Because now you're actually describing a medical issue. So the law for this is already on the books. So what the fuck are you talking about now?
It's been on the books for years and decades and decades in most states. There's some states where it's been a little iffy. But in almost every state, if your woman's life is at risk, then they save her life. But he lives in a fantasy land. Yeah, he has no idea what he's talking about.
Dog pile, but that's it's statistically not true. There have been surveys done on women who had later abortions, and for a pretty large sum of them, it's because they were not sure whether the father of the child was willing to commit, and then when they found out he wasn't willing to commit, they would have the abortion. And so there are different stats you're going to find for different points in pregnancy.
The vast majority of abortions are done for no reason given. The vast majority, something like 80%, no reason given.
I think it's more like it's well in the 90s actually.
Was it 90? We looked at it a long time ago. I think it might have been. I think you might be right. It might be like 90%. No.
Sargon did a video, and he said like the one where they just the one that are like for like actual medical reasons. It's like less than 4%.
It's less than 1%. I think it's less than 1% for medical reasons.
Yeah, the vast majority. Like I think over the 90s.
I think it was after no reason. It was relationship issues, and then it was financial issues, and then it was medical.
You're making me hungry. I can hear you eating.
Sorry, I mean, Danish. During this horrible conversation. That's very unappetizing.
Is it an illegal Danish?
No, it's like an apricot or something.
Okay, you were not going to understand it. For the love of God, someone in the chat tell me you know what an illegal Danish is.
I actually don't know.
I can't that. So
are you an illegal Danish?
Please stop talking. I have one nerdy element that Aiden doesn't know. Oh my god, this is a fucking rarity.
All right, go. What is it?
It's a World of Warcraft reference.
Oh, I didn't get it. No.
Yeah.
I only played WoW a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
Like
my one nerdy element that you do not.
To 9 months.
Is this one.
I don't have the statistical data on that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medically necessary reason. For example, some people will say that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is depressed, they will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not the case, very obviously.
And they will say, again, and as Seamus said, that will get reported on as saving the life of the mother because of mental health. That does not mean that if she gave birth that she would die in the process, which is what Lance is contesting. No. It's that, well, she's sad. So she should be able to kill her baby because she's sad. Insane.
To the point of what Tim is saying.
That's considered a medical necessity.
When we say there's no such thing as a medically necessary abortion, the principle behind that is if there is an operation which is necessary to save the life of the mother, and then she miscarries the child as a result of that operation, which was necessary to save her life, that's not an abortion because nobody's intent was to go in there and end the life of the unborn child. And so if a woman's having complications where she has to deliver early, you deliver the child early, of course. And if you're at a point in pregnancy where the child isn't viable, that's a horrible tragedy. You still do what you can to save the child, but you can't always save the child, and we understand that. But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is never something which is medically required, even though an early delivery may be.
But are there situations where if the baby is in, this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even trying to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother?
I've never heard of
Yeah, it's called dilation and curettage. That's what it's called. Anytime that you pass, really after the first couple of weeks, where you can use a chemical abortion, the baby needs to be cut up. Dilation and curettage. The uterus, the cervix has to be dilated.
I'm guessing that's
again
quite rare.
is what happens. Dilation and curettage?
Yeah.
No, it's any abortion that happens. It happens basically past 3 months.
No, I mean like a medical necessity, like the one he's describing.
In terms of a medical necessity, yeah. If the baby is, I mean, there's sometimes it's like if it's severely deformed, if it's ectopic, it's not going to make it that long. Probably you're going to have that removed. Obviously, if it's ectopic, that's extremely dangerous. If there's some kind of condition that the baby is causing that is producing severe health issues for the mother, yeah, there are real reasons. There are legitimate medical reasons to perform an abortion. None of them, generally speaking, have much to do with a 9-month abortion or an 8-month abortion or a 7-month abortion, in which case that baby can be delivered.
Okay,
probably at 7.
Can I just distract from like
7 months is 7 to 8 months is 7.5 months. It's viable. Okay.
I just have to argue with 3 or 12. There is no such thing as a bad time to eat a Danish.
I saw that. It's not going to sleep well.
I just have to say that
I haven't eaten yet today.
I despise these people who say like you shouldn't eat this during this part of the day. Like fuck off. If I want to eat ice cream for breakfast, screw you.
No, I haven't eaten it today. I forgot to. I'm sorry. Bill brought me up the Danish.
I hate when you say that. You have no idea how much that triggers the shit out of me.
What?
It means like I forgot to eat. Like my brain is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I forgot to eat.
How do you do that?
This is difficult to remember.
What do you mean? How is it difficult to remember to eat food?
Because it's hard. It's difficult. I forgot. I love how it triggers you so much. I did have a yogurt. I had a yogurt earlier, but I kind of forgot about everything else. So sorry for me chewing. I know some people could, but I had to eat something because Bill bought me this tasty little apricot sandwich. The apricot or mango or something. It's very good. It was very yummy.
God, women, why?
It's kind of like a bear claw. It was really good. Anywho, here we go.
I've never heard of such a thing. So, and there are letters, by the way, signed by literally thousands of doctors who have said this.
Let me ask. Can I just say one thing? So 88% of abortions are in the first 12 weeks. 88.
Yeah.
88% of abortions. Less than 1.3% of abortions take place near the 8th or 9th month.
How many abortions
is that? Guttmacher?
Well, how many is that?
I don't know the actual numbers. This is the percentages.
13,000.
Okay, but we're talking about less than 1.3%.
Hold on.
That's not okay. None of it's okay. If it's for I just want to kill my baby when the baby's completely viable, that's not okay. Not 1%. 13,000, 1,000, 100. One is not okay.
I have said this
killed
before.
another human being.
If you pay attention to the news, Spoon is simulating of human incompetence. That's not human incompetence. That's just you people are insane.
Yeah.
Not eating is not an act of incompetence. That's just you're just generally deranged.
I just don't get hungry, Spoon.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You're insane. That is my
13,000. That's the number.
I know. Okay. No, this is something that I've noticed in media.
Okay.
If they want to make a point and they want to like downplay or massively amplify something, they will choose when to use the statistical number or the raw number. Like
I know, right?
If they want to make something seem very, very drastic, and it's like, oh, look, it's like a 10% increase, and that's not much. And then you look at the raw number, and the raw number is like thousands of increases of like the raw, like, oh, that's why you say 3.
Of course.
But when you make something like it's really dramatic, like it's 400%, and meanwhile it's like an increase from like 4 to 16. And
exactly.
Like, oh,
exactly.
Yeah.
They use the number. They use the number that's convenient.
Yes.
So let's see. He said it was what 1.3%.
To make impact or downplay it, yeah.
I believe it is 1.3%. So number of abortions in the U.S. every year.
Like if you just say, look, there's 13,000 people that got killed in the 8-month period. Like that's quite fucked up.
All right, let's do that.
But if you only say, oh, it's less than 1%, it doesn't sound as terrifying.
I can tell you right now, it's 9,000.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
from his statistic, it's actually over 9,000. Insert meme. In 2017, it rose to 930,000 in 2020. Every year.
Who is the Moloch's worshipper talking to Simtool?
That's Lance from the Serfs.
Yeah.
Yep. So 9,000 abortions a year are conducted in women who are 9 months pregnant. That's not
a gross at
negligible
all.
number. Yeah.
Not even a little bit.
And that's assuming his source is right, and he's probably taking a very biased source if he's got one. I'm guessing he's got to have obviously constant access to a tablet or something. It's a non-negligible number, Lance. It's a disgusting amount of human death. James Hurley asks, Aiden, why does Spoon hate DeSantis? I just want DeSantis to decimate Disney. I do too. I like him decimating Disney. I think Spoon just doesn't want DeSantis to run for president. Rob Walker for 5 says 13,000 innocent babies get aborted and no one bats an eye, but one hobo with a violent history gets killed and everyone loses their minds. Thank you. That's good point. Excellent fucking point. He's been here screaming about this hobo who has 42 priors, dying while he was being restrained because he was having a public fucking freak out and potentially a danger to other people. Oh no, we don't need to protest and riot. But 9,000 babies are killed in the 9th month, meaning they are completely viable in most cases, unless there's something like, if you get to 9 months and you haven't figured out that there's something severely wrong with like the genetics that had to end it before that, or that the baby was going to die, before then, that's also weird. So that just is horrific. Babies that would otherwise be 9 months, that's viability in almost every case outside of severe medical issues. Nobody cares. One homeless dude with 42 priors gets choked because he's harassing and harming other people. We need to have a massive national level fucking freak out.
Yeah.
Absolute insanity.
Also,
I hate this fucking clown world, Spoon. Holy shit.
Yeah, the reason why I do not like DeSantis is because there was an article that I read on Substack. If you probably type this into Google, you can find it. It says something along the lines of, is DeSantis more Trump light, or is he Bush without the name damage? And the article went through his voting record, and the voting record would suggest that he is more aligned with a Bush than he is a Trump. And you look at the money that's funding him. Yeah. The money is Paul Ryan. The money is Bush. That guy is a Trojan horse. Do not think for 1 second.
He's fine for Florida. I kind of agree with you.
But do not put him in the federal apparatus, because he will sell you down the fucking river. And
if you do like him, he can always run after. Even if you do like him, he can always run after.
But that pivot from Ukraine is a situation that it is a territorial dispute we need to stay out of, to, oh no, we need to hold Putin accountable. He is a war criminal. Like, that is a fucking John McCain talking point. You son of a bitch. You have no spine, you have no integrity, and you will do what your donors to. You are a bitch. And if Trump would the debate had come, Trump would point that out over and over again and beat the shit out of him with it. And I hope he fucking does. I hope DeSantis is stupid enough to run. Because that to me would show he is a political
I don't want him to run.
Yes.
It'll break the Republican Party and conservative support.
If he runs now, that tells me that he is pushed by his donors, because from a political point of view, he gains nothing by doing that now. None.
Yeah.
What are you going to do that's different from Trump?
Yeah.
What are you going to do to separate yourself? You need to get the same people that vote for him, or that vote for Trump. You need to vote for you. Motherfucker, there's no way in hell you're going to do that. Why would they vote for you instead of him? He is more popular than you by fucking miles. What are you going to do? You have no hope in hell. Shut up and stay in your lane, boy. Get on your knees and kiss ring. If it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't even be in office, you motherfucker. So pay attention.
That is true, though.
That is bullshit.
You're right.
You need to get down on your fucking hands and knees.
It's true that he wouldn't be in office. That Trump really did assist him. Yes. Lucifer the Doberman for 220 Canadian says, "I'm gardening in this glorious weather. Thank you." It was.
Do you know what?
It was lovely here today as well.
You know what all Bushes have in common? Both Bushes, like George Bush and Jeb, they were both freaking governors of Florida.
George was a governor of Florida? I thought he was in Texas.
Jeb Bush was governor of Florida.
No, George.
No, he was Florida.
Was he? Oh,
yes.
I think it was Texas. Oh well. Also, I just wanted to say that Damian Gershwin also said, not Super Jet just said, yeah, but show me one unborn baby doing the moonwalk. God damn. Oh, back to Lance's stupid fucking shit.
Number of people who die from gun violence in the U.S. each year that aren't suicides.
Gentlemen,
so that's
I am
13,
not here to justify abortion when it happens as in it's
but
a good thing.
No,
I don't
you're literally justifying. You're saying it doesn't happen.
No,
You're saying it doesn't happen. It happens 13,000 times.
I said it's extremely. There is 338 million Americans. I'm sorry, the numbers are going to be a little daunting. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Very Canadian.
So Canadian.
No, but it's still like, oh, you didn't want to say the number, did you? You wanted to say 1%. You instead of saying it was 13. Again, from my estimates, it's closer to 9,000. But still, you don't want to say how many thousands of babies are murdered in the 9th month, and or either murdered or something. Pretty sure it was Texas. Yeah. But you don't want to say how many babies are killed. Let's say that. Let's use the proper word because murder implies intent. Some of them may not have been. Some of them may have been.
Florida.
Some of them might have been killed out of necessity to save the mother's life. So 9,000 to 13,000 babies are killed in the United States every single year. And again, you're way concerned about this moonwalker in New York. But gentlemen, who cares? Who cares? Look how many people there are in the United States. By the way, let's go riot because this lunatic died in New York. Yeah, really interesting, huh?
Yes, the numbers will be high. I'm not here to celebrate that.
I don't understand your argument then.
My argument is that
if 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem, right?
If 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem. Yes, of course.
If 13,000 late-term abortions happen.
Ouch, nice shot, Tim.
How are you gonna come back? Okay, so 13,000 people die from guns. That's a problem.
Term abortions happen. Is that a problem?
These are completely different things.
No, it isn't.
No, it's completely 13,000. By the way, we're not talking about all abortions. Let's be clear. We're not talking about all abortions. It's nearly 1 million abortions in the U.S. every single year. Okay, nearly 1 million abortions in the U.S. every single year. But no, these are completely different things. How? Someone died. And in the case of abortion, it's always an innocent who has done nothing wrong died. Every single time it's an innocent who has done nothing wrong because they haven't been born yet. I bet he would say that they murdered the baby and killed in self-defense. Because they're protecting the life of the mother,
I'm
right?
looking at Bush right now. Bush Senior. He was the director of intelligence before he was president. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, how so?
Okay, so if someone dies by gun, have they been shot? Were they killed? Did they kill themselves? Was it a suicide? Was it a gang violence thing? Who knows?
That's a good question.
Can I clarify? I don't want to argue. I just want to clarify.
I need to answer this. In the case of but in the case of late-term abortions, more often than not, when statistics say, and when they are polled, they say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in the death of.
No, it's not. It's no reason given. No reason given is the most common response. No reason given. Michael45 says, wait, the suicide rate for guns thing. I wish Tim had asked him about MAID. Oh, that would have been great to see the Canadian try to explain. I guess I'm sure he would justify it, how it's like, well, if you want to kill yourself, in fact, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. More death is always good. Except when it's guns. I don't like guns, but any other death I really like. A DRT is king for 5 says W was governor of Texas and Jeb Bush was a decent governor of Florida. He had a good hurricane response and tightened up the Florida elections after 2000. That's what I thought. I was pretty sure that was. Thank you.
The mother of the child.
Right. So let's. Can we make the argument then?
Okay, then I will apologize. Then, yeah. Why do you think he was in Florida? Because I know Jeb Bush was in Florida.
Jeb. It was because you were thinking of Jeb. Yeah.
Oh, do you know why I was messing up with Florida? It's because no. It was because I was mixing up the Florida in 2000 was the state that flipped to get him elected.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the 2000 election. That went down the wire against environmental crazy guy Gore. That's why I was thinking Florida. Never mind.
I get
guns on people are allowed.
The use of guns of people are allowed
to end their lives is allowed.
So that's murder. You're describing murder.
No, not in self-defense.
No, that's
it's a killing.
Suicide,
well, no, he's saying. Let's roll back because it cut out there for a second.
Because it golfed a lot.
They're polled. They say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in the death of the mother of the child.
So let's. Can we make the argument then that the use of guns on people are allowed?
The use of guns of people
to end their lives is allowed.
So that's murder. You're just
yeah, but that's just like the use of guns.
But right, you're ending a life.
No, excuse enough for the weak to say that I was wrong because I got the government. That's not an apology.
Get over it. It's all you're all good. We're all fine. So okay, that's murder. I think Tim puts him into a trap here. So let's watch.
Describing murder.
So if Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion, is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're trying to compare murdering someone with a gun to a woman having to make a medical decision that could basically preserve.
You just said it's not for medical reason, though, you idiot.
For
and
not
now you're
medical
trying to bring it
reasons.
In. Well done.
Her life.
No, I said not a medical reason. That's what I'm saying.
Should she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months. I would say at 9 months because it only happens according to the stats based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
No. Answer the fucking question, loser. And you could see that he wanted to say yes, but then he realized that it's a terrible look. But that's how he feels. He doesn't think that a baby is a human being with rights until after it leaves the birth canal. That's how he feels about it.
See,
there's no reason there's no reason to have this opinion unless you just want to give women the right to kill children.
Yeah, but see, look, okay, this is what's so stupid, is he can answer this question by looking morally consistent for his position, but still finding the act itself morally outrageous, which is a position that he's not smart enough to advocate for.
What do you think the position is to do that? Is that what you hold? You think a woman should be able to have an abortion at 9 months for any reason?
No. I'm saying that you can make that argument, but still say no. You can say, like, I think people should be able to do that without getting the state involved, because that's like your actual... This is my position, is that this is a position
that would be the libertarian example.
Yes, exactly. But the libertarian argument is, I do not want the state involved in this decision. That is the argument. That is the anti-state argument. But the moral position is, that is reprehensible. People should not do that. But should people be able to? Yes.
Which is one of the many things where libertarianism runs up against morals. Yes.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you can come at this from the anti-state position. You would look immoral as holy shit.
But he's a statist. But he's a statist. So he wants the state to do everything.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you can make this argument from the anti-state position, but if you try to make this, or if someone tries to frame this from a moral position, you will look like an asshole. But if you come in from the anti-state position, you look at least consistent in what you believe is the anti-state position. But morally, you look like an asshole.
Right. Unfortunately, he's a statist, so he can't come at it from an anti-statist position. So that would make him look hypocritical as well. He's caught, like, because again, nothing he believes in makes any logical, consistent sense.
But the thing,
so
if he just
no way
said,
of answering this.
If he just said, yes, I should be able to, but I find this morally reprehensible. If he just said that, he would at least look sane, because then he can recognize that this is an immoral thing to do. But because he just says yes and then stops, he looks like an idiot.
Yes, medical necessity. No, what if it's not a medical necessity? Because these states have said for any reason, including non-medical necessity. So just say, but he can't say this. Yeah, he would have made himself look sane by saying, okay, only if it's a medical necessity. But he won't say that. He'll say, well, the statistics show it's usually, the statistics say it's usually a medical necessity. They don't say it's always a medical necessity. Now, does it? But let's hear what because Swirly says that he walks back. So let's see.
Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and
it's not a trick question. You're
I know, but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado's specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to
just say it's gross, you moron,
to have an abortion for any reason. They could just decide that
elective, yeah.
Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but the stats show that they're not doing that. But they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
So this is what I do.
It's not her body. It's a totally viable child that you can just take out and give to a family or somebody else. Ridiculous. It's not her body. Oh my God. He really can't. But again, like you said, Spoon, just say it's gross. Yeah. At least just say that's gross. He can't even say it's gross. He can't even say it's morally wrong.
Yes, just say that.
What'd you say, Bill?
It looks like this seemed like he drawn by plague of gripe.
Okay, so speaking of what he looks like, Spoon brought up something kind of horrifying. is that, to me earlier, is that Lance looks like he could be brothers with Dave Landau. And don't worry about it, Bill.
Look him up, Bill, and you'll see what I mean.
Look up. I'm sure most people here know who Dave Landau is, the comedian who hosted with Steven Crowder. But he really looks like he could kind of be related to Dave Landau. And that is I'm so sorry. I would never want to say something so horrible to Dave Landau. Well, let's continue.
Good.
I disagree. And I think if the baby needs to be removed from the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like you could just C-section and then put it for adoption.
But I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
But it does. But hold on.
Like you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but the stats don't say that.
Hold on. Like, why allow it to happen? I just don't understand. Are you arguing? Wait, hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it?
This is like the conceptual argument. That is like this is the breakfast argument.
Yes, yeah, he can't understand it. He literally can't wrap his brain around basic fucking shit.
And you think it's morally wrong?
Now people say they can't unsee it. You're welcome.
I know.
I did that.
Know. Thank you. Thanks, Spoon. I hate it. Thank you.
But you think it should be legal?
I did tell you you are not going to be able to unsee that. I did warn you. I did say that.
Fuck you did.
I think that women should have the right to this.
You can't unsee it, can you? It's really obvious when you look at it, isn't it? Do you hate me? A little bit?
Hang on, Bill's been trying to talk to me for like a minute. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, Bill's been up here like a couple times tonight, which is rare because Bill. You can always come on the stream if you want to and join the conversation.
The rules only appear on the second stream.
All right, so
technically this is
a second stream.
Yes, it's a second stream. So come on.
Just saying that the kind of people who would actually be down for like a post or partial birth abortion are the same people who, if that was available 20 years ago, would not be here anyway.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I'm sure that if Lance's mom had the option.
These are people with horrendous mothers on.
Usually, almost always bad mommy. You got bad mommy, and usually daddy issues mostly. But
would you trust your parents with a fucking bullet?
Yeah, actually, I would.
I mean, I would because I love my parents and I have great parents. But I don't know if Lance would trust his parents with that bullet.
I'm speaking of the royal.
Right. I think Lance's parents might want to do an abortion now.
Looks like he survived one.
All right, let's get back into it. We got a lot to do.
He looks like Rami Malek playing Frankenstein.
Bro.
Decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own bodies.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking about...
It is her body. Of course it is. At 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable baby, it's still her body.
We're talking about the removal of the baby, yes?
The force...
It can survive outside of her body, so it's not her body. You idiot.
Full removal of the baby or...
Forceful.
So she...
How else do you... Oh my god, this part. Holy shit. This is where we get into Lance's complete lack of understanding of the human fucking anatomy.
Chooses to have that. She should have the right.
The woman says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
I don't think they should do that. I would if they asked me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no, but she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still.
That
doesn't stop.
It's not her body.
So, like, the woman is pregnant, the baby is viable and capable of surviving on its own.
Sure.
And she says before it breaches oxygen, kill it. Do you think that should be allowed?
This is again the baby guillotines. This is why I brought that up.
But
what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen.
Answer the fucking question. You have to answer the question because this actually does matter. Because what you're saying, you said up until now, is yes. So say yes. If the woman says, yeah, I mean, it's going to have to come out one way or another, obviously, but I want you to kill it. I want you to make sure that you kill the baby. Answer the fucking question, yes or no, Lance, because everything you said up till now indicates you say yes. She should be allowed to say that because it's her body. And it's not her body. Engineer for 5 says T-shirt hell has a now that I'm safe, I'm pro-choice T-shirt. Oh God, yeah. That's pretty good.
It's not the real world.
But it does. And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that.
Sure.
What I don't understand is it seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something inherently wrong with taking the life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
No. If you were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 9 months pregnant, suddenly she got bored with the pregnancy, she doesn't want to have it anymore, but the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body.
But
it's not. So, okay, he did manage. All right, guys, because a lot of you guys have seen this. We of course have not. He managed to get out it's kind of sort of a bad thing. He couldn't really get down into it, but oh no, that's not cool, right? That's not great. But she should still be able to kill the baby, even though it's not her body anymore. It's someone else's body. If it's a viable baby, then it is not her body. It doesn't require her body to live anymore. It's ridiculous.
But bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality. Tim, it's not my choice. Right? It's not my, yes, but that's not my choice.
Why kill it? Why kill it?
That's her choice, not mine.
Why no, it's not. Then what's stopping anyone from murdering anybody else? What's the point? Why not kill anybody?
You can't just say the woman is
your
a psychopath.
What? This makes no sense. I mean, he's absolutely out of his fucking mind, dude. Like, he just can't speak truth because he's a lunatic.
Kill the baby.
Ask her. Ask her.
Okay. So my point is simply this. You don't need to be shocked by it. You're allowed to have that moral position. I think most people in America would prescribe that to be, would ascribe evil to that.
Sure.
That's the idea.
You can ascribe evil to whatever you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
Oh, I like how he basically like, yeah, I'm kind of evil. Like, that's a weird way to respond to being called evil. You know what I mean? That's a weird way to respond to being called evil. Like, yeah, sure.
The idea that you would say
doesn't mean that she should
the woman wants the baby removed, and then in the process, instead of letting the baby live, remove it but kill it. Right? There's no reason to do that. You can give the baby up for adoption. You can drop the baby off on the doorstep of a post office.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing
so why
that.
legalize? Even if it's one, why legalize? You see, this is the craziest one.
Her autonomy should not be cut off based on your morality.
It has nothing to do with her autonomy.
Okay, so,
the baby's now outside. It's coming out. It's coming out. And she says, kill it. Answer the fucking question, Lance. Even if it's just one.
Look, I understand the point he's trying to make.
I sure as fuck don't.
I do. Like again, it's not.
I literally can't understand it. It's outside of my capacity to
look,
comprehend. Try to translate Lance to me then.
Don't make me defend this guy. This is not as bad as what these people make it out to be, as much as I hate to say that.
Really, I think this is horrific.
Yeah, no.
You don't think this is that bad?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't. I understand his position. It's a shit one because they're basically like, he's trying to make the anti-state argument and they're just trying to beat him with the moral one. That is what they're trying to do.
What anti-state argument? He wants the state to be able to kill his child.
He's saying people should be the right to. He's not saying that this is a morally defensible position. He's aware of that. Again, I don't want to defend this guy. I understand what he's trying to say, but they're just beating him with the moral thing over and over again. Michael,
do you think women should be able to get abortions at 9 months for any reason, including as the baby is being born because it has to come out and she just says kill it?
Again, state position is yes, they should be able to. The moral position is no, they shouldn't fucking do that. Again,
he barely said no.
Again, I know what he's trying to say, but it looks like a jackass move. Again, I'm not defending what he's trying to say. I'm just saying I understand. I don't agree with what he's trying to say.
I don't get it at all, my dude. Yes. But let's keep going.
Because you don't think that idea is good. You don't like it.
But the baby's been removed from her.
Again, if people are saying like he's gonna make him look like an asshole, like I'm saying what I'm seeing so far, I can understand what he's trying to say. Again, you're trying to argue two different points of view. I'm not liking his position.
Joji, like, I think that is it. I think it's that Spoon is thinking about what color is the baby. Is that it, Spoon? Because is that it? Is that why you're so defensive of this?
Yes, but like I'm saying, like I know if he's gonna say something stupid, I have to beat him over the head with it. But I'm saying that what he's saying now, I can understand. Again, I'm not agreeing with it. I can understand it. He may be a jackass, and he fucking is, but.
I honestly can't even understand it. So I'm glad you can understand it, I suppose, but it fundamentally makes no sense to me.
It's a really stupid thing to do what he's doing, you know.
But let's see where it goes.
Body.
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable, right? And that's where the baby guillotines come in, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women on the 9th month get abortions with viable.
By the way, this is such a stupid hill to die on. I don't know why the fuck you would say this. Like it's so bizarrely done to me.
It's not just 9 months. Babies are viable from 7 months onward, generally speaking, outside of the womb.
The thing is as well, right? I can understand your position of you want to defend against state intervention, right? I can understand, like, if you want to even go like the slippery slope argument, right? Even from like the left-hand side, I can even understand the position. It's a shit one because it's rare. I can understand it. But the thing is, like, why is this the position you want to fight on? Like, why don't you just say, well, the vast majority... But because
Democrats voted for it.
Yeah, but like, why do you have to defend like this less than fucking like 0.2%. Why?
Because it's a left-wing position.
No. Hold on.
It's total tribalism, Spin.
No, but this is what I don't get. Like, if you're a fan of democracy, this is something I've noticed that fucking does. If they have a position that have the majority for it, they will cite the majority. This is what they do. If they don't have the majority, they will cite, we must defend the fucking minuscule, and then they do the extreme shit. This is something that they always fucking do that I've noticed.
It's so simple, Spoon. This is all it is, okay? The position he's arguing from is the position of the extreme far left.
Yes.
It doesn't matter that it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter that it's incomprehensibly stupid. It's the position of the far left, therefore he must have it as well. Again, Vosh has talked about this, is that you have to have solidarity, brother. That's it. They can never, ever criticize their own party. They can criticize mainstream Democrats, but they can never criticize the far left. Far leftists never criticize the far left. That's how this works. He has to take up any position, no matter how insane, absurd, contradictory it is, because that's what the far left believes in. And it's a religion, it is a faith. That's why it doesn't make any sense. That's why he can't explain it. It's because it's not about logic or rationality. It is a system of faith.
See, like,
and he is part of the religion. That's it.
See, like, the thing it is, this is probably make a funny Twitter clip, okay? Because, like, my position is, I am pro-choice if you can, like, if the vast majority of it, I can be like over 90% of it is like done within the first, say, 6 weeks.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I'm still okay with it.
Yes,
but like morally, I'm not okay with it, but I'm not okay.
But like that is my position, is that if you can keep it under 6 weeks, like my thing is just if you should carry the term if you can feel a pulse. Like that is my sort of area. Like preferably, I would say none. But if I'm trying to say like, what is the position? Like, give me I don't say like a milligram position because that sounds like centrist and gay. But for me, it's like, what is the position where I can find this morally palatable, where I'm not like grossed out by it? And then it would be like 6 weeks and under. Over that, a ban, like I would consider it murder. Past the 6 week mark.
Yeah, Flamenco, you're completely right. Lance's morality on the issues is her body, her choice. And it's much like many left. It's like with other things. It's like trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights. It's the left is based on slogans. Their ideology is based largely on sloganeering. And as Flamenco goes on to say, any argument that challenges this is lesser to the first position. He is a zealot. Yes, it's all based on having a slogan, and it must be adhered to because it is their dogma. James Charlie, you've said this a few times. Sorry, I just wanted to recognize it. How does a person like Lance lose to Tim Pool, Lauren Southern Destiny, and Count Dankula? Because Lance is an idiot. Yeah, he loses every debate. I don't know why he, again, well, I do know. He agreed to go on Tim Pool because he thought it would make him more famous. But here we are dunking on him. How did it work out for you, Lance? You went and cried on your own stream about how you totally owned Tim Pool and no one believed you, but...
Able living children and then be like, I don't want it, kill it. I don't think that happens.
I mean, you don't have to think it happens, but statistically it does, because your entire argument is this only...
His whole thing is, I don't like it, so I don't think it happens. It doesn't align with my worldview. So this is why they hate community notes. This is why they hate community notes. I don't like that, so therefore it doesn't happen. Please don't tell me the truth, because it bothers me. I don't like having my worldview fucked with. Rob Walker for 5 says, Spoon, do you think it is anti-state or just unlimited freedom? He says, right, but I hear freedom. I have your video on freedom in mind.
Yeah, that's basically the argument that I made, is that you shouldn't have freedom to be a complete degenerate. Like, basically when people say
Michael really says to give it 2 minutes. Oh, it's the meth thing. Okay, yes. Right. Tim drops an absolute fucking nightmare bomb. I did see this.
Yeah, this is the bit that I see. But to address Rob's one, you see, this is the thing when people mistake freedom and liberty. Like, you've made this argument before as well.
Yes, we've talked about it extensively.
Yes, and for me, you have liberation. For me, you have liberation comes in 2 forms. It comes in medicine form and poison form. Medicine form is you're removing like state restrictions because you want people to give more freedom to be like productive, right? Whereas liberation going to poison form is when like you just start destroying order, and then that's when you start getting civilizational collapse. And that to me is the point of like, yes, you should have the freedom, but you must still preserve your order. Once you start fucking with the order, that's like when the morality argument comes into play. That's when you get this kind of shit. And like if you had order, then you wouldn't have the need for this fucking abortion argument to begin with. Like again, like more order to me is like morality. Is you have law. If you have
order is a form of, it's a part of morality. Yeah, sure.
The more laws you have, the less order you have.
Well, you're excising, or
but you understand that point of view.
You're relegating order, which should be internal to a certain degree, and done by people independently to the state. You're asking the state to be a moral compass.
Yes.
And that's the thing. That's why Lance has to argue from this position, because his moral compass is the state. Well, the state of Colorado has allowed this, therefore it must be moral because the state is allowing it to happen. Now, but only, of course, he'll scream and shout about laws of the past, of course, slavery, for example, Jim Crow.
Notice what
terrible.
Izu asked in the chat.
Do you agree with Haytham Kenway from Assassin's Creed 3 when he talks about how people don't want the power because the responsibility
Isn't it curious?
is
We
too
literally
great.
just watched that video a couple of days ago.
It's really funny. That's really funny, Izu, is that, yeah, we just watched the video of the end of Assassin's Creed 3 just the other day because Spoon says he completely agrees with him.
Yeah,
with
we were actually we were discussing baby names actually, and I said Haytham is a good name,
Right.
and then we
you
ended
said you
up,
liked Haytham, yeah.
Yes, and then I said like, watch this guy.
Well, people are gonna take that. People are gonna take us saying that you saying that out of context. We were just talking about names that we like.
And then I said to like just watch him because I hadn't played Assassin's Creed for a long time, and then when I watched him, just bits of him, and I heard him talk about power, because I remember watching videos of like villains that were correct, that had a point, and Haytham's name always comes up. And so I watched this particular section because like this is what he says about the American Revolution, and he talks about the Constitutional Convention. And then I listened to him like, oh my God, he's totally making our point. The power perspective. And I went like, do I agree with him? Yes, actually, I do agree with Haytham.
Yeah.
He is the one Templar that actually made sense, because I said this before to Aiden, because we spoke about this. When you look at accountability in a democracy, you don't have any, because the people in power are never held to account, and the people who vote for bad policy are never held to account either. So the perspective of ability in a democracy, or the perspective of accountability in democracy, does not exist. Which is why no one fucking is held to account, because the king is held to account because he can get dethroned either by regents removing him because he's bad for business and for the family and for the nation. So like there's actual accountability because in a democracy, the power is dissipated in a massive bureaucracy and among the voters. Whereas in a monarchy, the power stops with the fucking king.
Yeah.
So you fucking know who does the bad decisions in the fucking monarchy, because the fucking king is the one who makes all the bloody decisions. That's why you need absolute power. It is not just because of in the sense of like centralized power. It is in the sense of you know who is fucking up. Because there's no dissipation, there's no what's what I'm looking for? There's no well, what do you say when you spread out responsibility? There's no like diluting of responsibility in a mass network, because you know where it is. The power is focused on a focal point, and that's what makes it
yeah.
Fucking what's the word I'm looking for? I'm really bothered now. It's like when something is spread out in a network.
Diffused.
Thank you, that's the one. Diffused. Yeah, responsibility is not diffused. Thank you, that's the word I'm looking for. Whereas in a monarchy, it is. No, not delegation. It's
right,
diffused.
exactly.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, diffusion.
Yeah, there
diffusion.
we go.
Shall we get back, because we got some shit left to do. I agree with you though.
Only happens for reasons of the health of the mother or the health of the unborn child.
I said.
So you believe
I said the statistics show that at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an
and yet you don't have, your statistic has nothing to do with the rationale. If you go and look at the statistic, like I said, 90% no reason given. Why won't you bring up that aspect? Because that hurts your little fucking argument. Why won't you bring up the fact that what is 1.3%? It's somewhere between 9 and 13,000 babies a year. Don't bring up, go look at the statistics. Why don't you actually bring up the statistics instead of obfuscating?
Abortion, it's typically because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You haven't cited a statistic on what the typicality of it is. You haven't cited a statistic on any of the rationales. And like I said, when I look at the data, it's 90% no reason given.
Endanger her or the child's life.
And what I am saying is there are doctors who will justify that by saying the medical complication is she is depressed. That is literally one of the reasons given in surveys of women. And another reason that is given is that I didn't know if the man who I was going to be with.
Okay, but Seamus, I got to stop you because this is a nebulous argument that doesn't get anywhere. And I can respect the point that if you go to if you try and look this up, you're going to find left-wing sources and right-wing sources that will contradict each other. So my question is strictly on the legality of terminating the life of a child.
Yeah, see what I mean? That's the state argument. The main argument about this is the moral order of society is completely out of fucking whack.
Yeah, and the moral stuff, yeah, you're going to argue for forever. No one's going to ever agree. So yes, Tim is right to bring it back to legality.
I can sit here and pull up, oh, hey, here's...
Which is kind of fucked up because Tim is beating Lance with a moral kind of framework. So I think like that's a bit kind of easily from Tim. You're making the moral argument consistently, Tim. So that doesn't look good for you from my perspective. Okay, well, I don't like it, but like it's like you're changing positions now when it suits you.
I guess so, but he is right that the moral that we can sit around and debate the morality all day long, and no one will ever agree on abortion. It's just something no one will ever agree on. Yeah. You and I don't agree on abortion largely.
No, we do. We just I come at more from the legal perspective, and you coming at more from the moral perspective. We agree on the same part, like on the fundamentals. Like you and I agree that it should be allowed, but it shouldn't happen because it's a morally reprehensible act.
Right. Yeah. Okay, then I guess we're mostly aligned then.
Yeah.
One, women abort Down syndrome babies late term rather frequently. I think that's wrong. I don't think that someone...
yes, the eugenics argument.
No, I was going to say, Lance is going to have a time with this one. Are you down with eugenics, Lance?
One's life is forfeit because they have Down syndrome.
By the way, this conversation you and I can only have off air because I have very
people with Down syndrome can lead very
arguments.
People with Down syndrome can lead very fulfilling lives. So it is a disability, yes, but
but there's something like this is where you and I have.
All right, let's go.
Syndrome, but your argument is that they do.
No, it's not. That's a strong.
No. Your argument is that women have a right to terminate a baby for any reason at any point.
Yes, they should have the bodily autonomy to make that decision.
So what I'm saying is, in the circumstance of Down syndrome, I think it is wrong to terminate a baby's life at 9 months.
See, this is the thing. This is just my perspective. If he wasn't a rampant leftist, I would take him more seriously. But because he is a rampant leftist makes me think like your position is just defending the insane shit because you're a tribalist.
Yes, yes, because it's his religion, yeah.
Simply for having Down syndrome, but you would agree.
Whereas with me, my position is based on not a tribalistic position at all. It's just based on what I think is defensible from a moral perspective, and I don't have any tribal allegiance to anyone because I hate tribalism and I'm a monarchist.
She is legally allowed to do so.
I think she should be legally allowed to do so. Whether or not I think that's a good idea is irrelevant.
Well, then there's the clarification. I think it should be illegal.
Okay.
I think.
So there are.
Wow, that's an unusually based answer from Tim. Well done.
Yeah, limits to how much bodily autonomy women should have.
Limited.
So yes, right.
So that's your stance.
The pro-choice argument, because you're pro-abortion.
Shut the fuck up, bro. I can see chromosomes. I feel with those more chromosomes than him being more powerful.
You have to gather more chromosomes to increase your power level.
Sure. Pro-choice traditionally in this country put limits at around like 15 to 16 weeks, meaning if the baby is dependent upon the body of the mother, then it is the body of the mother and she has final say. If the baby is viable, it can be removed in a process that ends the pregnancy but doesn't end the life of the baby. That's kind of like the compromise, where the baby gets to live and the woman no longer has to be pregnant. There seems to be this amoral argument where, but just kill the baby anyway, which doesn't make any logical sense.
I don't think that's an amoral argument.
I think it's to kill.
I think it's like a satanic argument.
Yeah. Okay. Well, amoral means lacking of morality.
Yeah, and I don't think that's lacking morality. I just think that's just evil.
Yeah, it is evil.
I don't think that's
and
like a gray area. I just think that's just straight evil.
He's still not really not been able to answer this. It's like if the baby can be removed. I mean, why is it that this was the safe, legal, rare thing that we supposedly all agreed on in the 90s, which has never been followed and has only gone worse and worse and worse. Is that we were all a lot of people were even on the right were like, okay, well, like just do it before the baby can live outside of the womb. Do it before the baby has conscience. To do it preferably in the first 6 weeks. And I can understand there are reasons to do that, and then also there's reasons to do it later if you find out there's severe medical complications. Yeah, I get it, and that's understandable. It's not good. I don't like it, but it's understandable, and we're okay with it legally. But then, what is the justification? And he has to justify it to take a baby that could survive outside of the womb and kill it. Why? And he can't. But I have heard the meth thing, so let's just play. We're stopping a lot. Hang on.
That's the probe.
Someone asked me, should Kings be able to, Gus asked me, should Kings be able to hold tribunals? Which you mean like in a judgment sense? Do you think they should be like judged during execution? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Abortion side.
Oh, so wait. Okay, now I'm going to pause again because Jake the Judge says a really good question is, what if the mother wants to abort the baby because the baby's black? What do you think? How do you think Lance would respond to that? I mean, Tim brought the Down syndrome thing, but I'd love to see his reaction to that question. What if she is like, I don't want to have the baby because it's black? I don't think he'd be down with woman's choice at that point, would he? I'd like to see his response to it, though.
90s, if you go back to safe, legal, rare, etc., if you even look at Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, that's where I'm at. Conservatives are pro-life outright. Seamus would argue abortion in any capacity should be banned entirely. I'm in the traditional Democrat position. But you see, there is a tribal, amoral, illogical position of just let them kill the baby regardless. I don't see any logic there. I don't see how that makes sense.
That's Tim's kind of our position.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the more moral, because like, do you see the way that Tim just said, like it should
moral
be illegal.
but legally libertarian. Moral but legally libertarian. Yeah.
Yeah, there we
Immoral
go.
but legally.
Morally or ethically or just mathematically.
Right. So you said I'm pro-abortion. What I'm against is forced birth, and I don't think the state should be forcing women to give birth against their will, which is what your position and your position is as well. So I'm against that. I think that's big government shit. I don't think they should be forced.
If she's having an abortion at 9 months, she's giving birth. Idiot.
And turning
completely
them into viable wombs against their will.
I completely agree. I'm against forced birth, just like you.
Cool.
Except my difference is that if the baby's at 8 months and can survive, they can take the baby out as if they would have an abortion, but not kill it in the process.
If it's a viable at 8 months, is it viable?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is viable at 8 months. Dude, there have been babies after 20 weeks.
Bro, your whole position is that women have a right to kill the baby even if they end the pregnancy, and there's no logic there.
The logic is that I don't think you agree with forced birth at a point.
How?
How at 8 months? At 8 months, Tim Pool thinks forced birth is fucking cool and poggy.
Stop making up stupid bullshit.
But
No.
Oh my god, his fucking Twitch talk. Cool and poggies. Fuck you. Oh my, he is so fucking debate brain, Twitch bro, fucking Zoomer politic insanity. Oh my god, he thinks he just scored a win there, by the way. But he does. But again, by his own admission, he doesn't understand anything about pregnancy to be able to understand why he just said is retarded.
No, hold on.
That's what this is.
Bro.
100%
nonsense statement. Because I already said I agree with you. A woman should be able to end her pregnancy whenever she wants. A woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah, I demand aborting and giving birth are both ending a pregnancy.
Make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false statement. You're lying. I have already said I believe that women have a right to terminate their pregnancy.
I like the way that Tim just gets like instantly aggressive. This
yeah,
Tim
like, Tim got. Yeah, I know. I'm hoping Tim calls him out that you have to give birth.
Amount of time.
At 8 months is where you draw the line.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you just said that. If the baby is viable, that she shouldn't have the right to be able to terminate it.
To kill the baby.
Yes.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth or aborting the baby.
Or a C-section that keeps the baby alive.
She has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby is viable and they give it off.
So how do they remove the baby?
So hold on, either way the baby comes out of her. You're saying that
so you literally want forced birth. You literally want to force women to give birth against their will.
So you're saying here.
They should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out. Whereas I'm saying they should just take the baby out.
I'm saying she should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay.
No. They can't do that at 8 months. They can't cut up the body and rip it out. It's too fully formed. She has to give birth.
But either way the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is it okay to shove forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them out? Or should we say, no, that's not an acceptable way of delivering a baby. You shouldn't kill that unborn child. How is that for either way it comes out of her body? Either way the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario, she's being forced to give birth against her will. Like she can't
She's
decide.
already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
we're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then endorse that position.
I did.
Stick by it.
I reject there's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because she has the baby inside her.
So fervent about legalizing legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months, that I can sit here and say, I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want, but if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it then. She has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up, is what you're saying.
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth, right?
So
she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8 months if the baby is viable.
I didn't say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to understand what you're saying by forced birth. What does birth mean?
You just said when she is at 8 or 9 months.
Define it, you
okay, so she's at 8 or 9.
I said viable.
Okay, so it's viable. The baby's viable. She should have to give birth to it in some capacity. C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Birth, the removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure done by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
Oh my God! These people worship medicine so much. It really is their god. He's never thought this through. He really must think that it just disintegrates. It's a magical medical procedure done by a doctor. He's like a shaman, and he comes and he goes woo, and then the baby he goes woo, and the baby disappears.
So let me get this straight. Is his position, so I can understand this?
It's hard.
Is forced birth is basically like a gun to your head and using the muscles of your vagina to push the
forced birth is when you give birth to a living baby. Non-forced birth is when you give birth to a dead baby.
What?
Yeah. Honestly, Spoon, he legitimately does not understand how pregnancy works even a little bit. But he trusts the science, so he knows that a doctor's gonna show up and go, whoa, and the baby will disappear. Yeah.
An abortion.
I'm wondering if he means. I'm wondering if does he not understand the
fetus.
I'm wondering if he means force in the sense of you are being forced to do it naturally or you being forced to remove it from your body. I mean, either way, it's the same thing.
That's how he wants to make it sound. But that's not. But he can't explain why, right?
Someone should tell him that either way, the baby is going to be removed from the female.
I don't think he understands that.
How do you not
you don't understand. It's a medical procedure done by doctors.
I didn't realize giving birth is now a medical procedure.
No, abortion. It's a medical procedure. It's magic. I mean, science.
This is the kind of thing that just makes me want to smash your brains. You know the way that some people hear arguments and then they just want to, they're just fed up with words and then they start breaking things because their brain is like overwhelmed and they just want to start smashing. Like my brain is like at that point. It's like this argument is retarded and I just want to like Hulk smash. I'm ready to like Hulk rage out here.
You're right. It's not Accio. He's disapparating it. You have to disapparate. That's what he thinks happens. It's like these people are so obsessed with Harry Potter. He's a fetus deletus.
Fetus deletus.
Oh my god, what a dingus! Oh my god, what a moron! Avada Kedavra, that abracadabra.
I will say he has an extremely memeable face.
It does. It's very funny.
What is that?
What is an abortion?
Yes, like what?
How is it done?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure how it's done in 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of.
Why do you have strong opinions on this? I don't know. Again, it's just magical science stuff, right?
Tools. I don't know how it's done today.
A series of tools, a series of tubes, maybe even as well, like a fallopian one. And a birth canal. It's a series of tubes. It's complicated. It's the internet. It's not a big truck. It's a series of tubes.
Saying that Tim would be memeing as fuck would be funny as fuck.
Listen, Spoon, abortion is complicated. It's not a big truck. It's a series of tubes, all right?
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor of forced birth?
Am I in favor of forced? No, I'm against forced birth.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body.
It's really not. If you're going to use the term forced birth and not know what the process is for a woman who has an abortion at 7 or 8 or 9 months is, it is not okay. Well, I can't believe this is his argument. It's that I'm allowed to be retarded. I'm allowed to be uninformed. I mean, yeah, you are, but you probably shouldn't be talking about it then, should you, you fucking dingus? Joji for €2 says, but if the baby stays alive, how can we appease Moloch? There it is. That's a good question.
If
I don't need to know how people
forced birth. What do you think that means?
That she's being tied, and you know, they're obsessed with this Handmaid's Tale. She's being tied down to a bed and force-fed and forced to grow this baby in her tummy for 9 months and then forced to give birth. And the whole time she's first of all, she's definitely a rape victim and incest probably too. And she's screaming, no, 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 the entire time. Yeah, that's forced birth. That's the idea that they want to put in your head when they use phraseology like that, and don't get it twisted. That's on purpose.
Okay, because to me, like, forced birth is just like you are removing the fetus from the woman.
Yeah.
And like at gunpoint is kind of what it means. Like,
yeah, I guess so. Listen, he has this, again, Handmaid's Tale, tied down to a bed and being forced. He doesn't understand that if you're doing an abortion at 7, 8, 9 months, you're gonna give birth.
Because to me, I think there's like a difference between forced pregnancy.
The baby's
gonna
come out, you know. It's like gonna come out through your birth canal.
Forced pregnancy to me is like, okay, well, one leads to the other, because forced pregnancy means you are being told you have to legally carry this child term. So forced pregnancy means forced birth by default. Unless, of course, the baby has a chance of killing you, and then in which case it's not forced birth, then it's just forced kind of removal, I would say.
It's just ridiculous.
Perform abortions directly. I'm not going to lie here. I'm not going to.
A lot of this part's not semantic, though. This is Lance literally admitting now that he doesn't understand any of this.
Removing a baby from a woman's body is birth.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
No.
It's birth of a different nature.
I don't think you have a definition, and I'm trying to understand what you mean by forced birth. But if you can't define the removal of the baby in a different way, I don't know what you're saying.
Birth, Tim, like the birth of a child.
So is a C-section a birth?
Sure. Yes, it is a form of extracting a living child that is viable to live in the real world.
That's how you define birth: extracting a living child to live in the real world.
No, I would define birth as someone giving birth. They're
Oh my god, literal circular reasoning. Literal circular reasoning, and backpedaled on your own statement that you made 5 seconds earlier. I don't know how someone can be this stupid, and yet this is peak midwitism. He thinks he's a fucking genius who rocked up here to the Tim Pool Beanie compound to epically own these stupid conservatards. And he can't define anything.
I'm saying that forced birth sounds aggressive and not birthing sounds kind of defensive. Yeah, a little bit.
Now, I would like to say that he only, birth, in his opinion, requires the baby be alive, and that's important for him, right? That if you have to push a dead fetus out of your hoo-ha, that's not birth. Okay. If a dead baby has to be removed from your tummy, that's not birth. But it relies on the baby being dead. Right. But that's, again, clinical terminology to make it sound like, oh, we just had to extract the materials, right?
Pushing the baby out of their body.
Again, but just for the purpose of this argument, you could say that just to make it not be 5 fucking hours. Because you could say birth is the extraction. I'm already fucking mucking this up.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, but like birth is the removal. Okay, so it's the removal of a live, viable human being from the woman.
That's what he is saying. Yes. Not viable. Just a live and viable one.
No, I'm saying viable from my definition. Whereas extraction is the medical necessity. Just so you can make a distinction between the fucking two, otherwise you will like this conversation will turn in on itself, and we will form a black hole, and then I will come out of the other side where I'm like 9,000 fucking years old, and some weird shit will happen. So just so that we don't die in the middle of this conversation.
And as Matt brings up in the chat, that stillborn is a thing. A baby can be born dead, but he would call that birth, I guess, but it's not birth. And abortion that late, they're not chopping the baby up. They're not.
Yes, Elder Gusto, that is what it sounds like to me when they say forced birth, because forced means like gunpoint. Yes.
They cut the baby up usually in earlier stages of abortion. In very late abortions, you have to give birth. You have to push the dead baby out of your body like you would in any other kind of birth. And Lance is too stupid to know that. And he's like, why should I be expected to know that? because you shouldn't be talking about this subject if you don't know that basic fact. That's why.
If I were you,
let alone talking about legal prescriptions. Let alone talking about legal prescriptions, political prescriptions. If you don't know the most basic thing about what a 7 or 8 or 9 month abortion entails, dingus.
I think women should be forced to do that, right?
You don't think women should be forced to push babies out of the body?
But the baby is in their body, so it's got to come out somehow.
So you're going to take it out with a C-section?
No, I don't know. Okay. But I'm trying to figure out what you mean by this.
So that would be forced birth. So she's forced to give and
you see what I mean? There's some saying say extraction instead of
he
birth.
literally he can't even understand the question. He's so stupid. He can't understand how does the baby come out of her body then, Lance? Okay, you've killed it. It's dead. I know that's what you want. So it's dead now.
Mute it then.
It's yeah. Sorry. Way back right.
Yeah.
All right. You've killed the baby. You got what you wanted. It's dead. How does it get out now? All right. It's either through C-section or the birth canal. One or two options. Yeah. So she's got to give birth. Is C-section giving birth? He already agreed. Yes, a C-section is giving birth. So one way or the other, it's got to come out. Is she being forced? I don't know. She's still got to do that. Idiot.
Make a viable child live in the real world.
I mean, so when you're pregnant, the baby's going to come out of you at some point.
That's the
Either
point.
we rip
no
it
matter
apart
what
or
happens,
you give birth
the baby
naturally.
is coming out of the woman, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So there's no being in favor of that or not. It happens. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So what's your point?
Yeah. So the forced is basically moot.
Right.
Yes.
What's my point?
You're either going to be forced morally, according to this guy, or you can't just leave it there.
He actually can't figure. He really is one of those people who I think he wouldn't be able to answer that question. Is how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast? Because he can't. He's completely stumped. He is so stumped. He has no idea how to respond to this. Is that what do you do? How does the baby get out of her body then?
Am I in favor of a natural process by which a woman has to have a baby removed from her, no matter what anyone says or does?
Your point is that at 8 or 9 months, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tim.
You are wrong. Yes, I'll stop you right there because when you keep saying 8 or 9 months, that's not what I said over and over and over again.
Viability is after 6 months.
Viability is
that means that there's more than a 50% chance of
you're also wrong. It's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby
it's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby is viable, Tim, as soon as the baby is viable, then it's okay for the woman, even if she doesn't want to have it anymore for whatever reason, she should have to be forced to have it extracted from her and then live.
How are you stealing
It's gonna have to be.
How is he stealing my language, you fucking asshole?
It's gonna be extracted from her body at that point,
Regardless.
one way or another, idiot.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Is that your position?
Well, it's not forcing the woman to have a baby live if the baby's already alive. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. So you're okay.
Here's
So
I got
semantics.
I got a compromise.
Okay, I have to ask, what is the point of this discussion anymore? At this point in time,
At this point, it's become really stupid. They get into the transes stuff in a minute, which is fun, and he's equally retarded on that one. But this is he literally doesn't. He can't. He really must think that the second that the baby's dead, it disappears. He really. It's magical thinking. It's absolutely magic. He believes in magic.
I got a compromise.
Sure.
And a magical doctor shaman man comes in and removes and the baby just is disapparated.
This is what happens.
That's what he thinks.
No. This is what happens, right? After
all right, let me know.
Yeah, okay. So after a number of weeks, right, you get a shrink ray. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you get a bunch of stalks, and then you shrink to like microscopic level. Right, and then they go in.
Oh, and it goes in and carries it out.
Yes,
I see.
Yes, and then stalks and as soon as they exit the vagina, like right at that moment, right, the shrink ray just wears off, and they become like normal, and they can carry the weight of the baby outside the mother's vagina, and then they just fall out to the sky, and then the baby goes to heaven. That's how it actually happens.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. I didn't understand. I wasn't aware of this complex magical procedure.
Okay.
Cool Rumic for 5 says, "Hey, you want to be famous? Congrats, Lance. You're now the new bottom of the Sargon v. Vosh debate. Yeah, you've made yourself into the biggest I mean, like, we didn't get to it the other night, but everyone has been covering this because this is perhaps the. I mean,
the magic school
all the lefties around Lance must be like so fucking embarrassed right now, right?
No, they're not.
That, like,
they think this is great.
I know I keep seeing them,
They're
but are they
cultists.
coping? Are they coping when they say that? Do they actually think this is good? He made it to like the biggest fucking moron on the face of Earth.
Yeah, that is a last level
Funny as fuck.
solution.
We'll tell
Yeah,
the
that
mother
is.
we killed it, but we'll sneak it off and give it to someone else. Does that work for you?
No, because I still think she should have autonomy. She should have the right to do it if she wants to. Of course.
She should kill the baby after it's already born?
I don't want her to kill a baby. I want her to have,
why do you keep saying it?
Because I want her to have the ability to choose.
To kill it after it's born is what you just said, dude.
Yeah, but see, see, Tim, this is what I hate. You were arguing for the legality, now your position is moral. I don't like what you just did there, Tim. That is what you're doing. I don't like what Tim. That's Weasley because now you switched it.
All right.
I have to be. I have to be fair. I don't like what you did there, Tim, because that is what you just did there. Don't bullshit. His position is shitty, but you can do that without.
I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on the fact that she's got to give birth either way, my dude. Like, they're not getting around that.
Yeah.
If your whole issue is about forced birth, she's got to give birth either way at that point.
That's different, and that is a fundamental.
You see what I mean? Like, this is why I hate, because the one jackass is just like, the one is saying I'm arguing for the legal position. That's Tim's point of view, and then the guy throws a legal position at Tim, and then Tim turns moral, and then it just goes back and like that's essentially what just happened.
Yeah, abortion is like the worst debate on planet Earth because that always is how it works.
Because like,
however,
I dislike either position because I don't like what Tim is doing because I think it's kind of slimy, and I don't like what Lance is doing because his position looks stupid.
Lance's position doesn't look stupid. Lance's position is stupid by every measurable metric. Lance's position is fucking retarded. So it doesn't make any sense. It falls apart under the slightest criticism, and I think that's why like Tim is waffling because Tim has already owned him. It gets worse though. He gets into the meth thing. That's probably
yeah,
the
George.
end of
By
it,
the way, I have to agree. This is unhealthy. Do go watch some kittens. We should watch some videos of kittens after this just to cleanse ourselves.
All right.
You part of this. The baby's out of her body, right?
Forcibly. In your scenario.
No. Let's say 24 weeks. Then we go to the doctor.
The baby needs to come regardlance. Like you can say
it's got to come out.
It's got to come out. Yes.
Well, he couldn't. He literally couldn't figure that part out. Like so, Tim is now arguing past him because Lance couldn't figure. Lance wasn't. The problem is Lance literally can't understand that the baby has to come out somehow. I think he really believes that it just disappears because he even says like, "What is an abortion?" He's like, it's a procedure done by a doctor. To him, it's magic. So he doesn't understand, and he's like, "How should I be able to understand this? What am I expected to understand how an abortion works?" Yeah, if you're gonna have a discussion about it, you should. And if it's something you're gonna discuss frequently on your political show, yes, you should. So Lance is stuck there. So Tim can't go anywhere else in this discussion with Lance in this form of argument because Lance literally does not understand that the baby has to come out. He thinks it gets magically evaporated. So Tim's kind of fucked, and I think Tim is trying to figure out where to go with this conversation, which I would be as well, because Tim has to have realized that he's talking to a person with an IQ that's probably about 80. Okay, Lance can't think about complex issues. He literally can't understand he can't understand that something has to happen with the body of the fetus after it's been aborted. So there's no Tim can't keep going down that line of reasoning because Lance can't understand it. Dark Phoenix 77 for 5 says, "Oh, just wait for the transgender portion and his statements on studies." I know. Kind of want to see Aiden's face during that reaction. I've heard little snippets of it, but yeah.
Turn says, "I want this baby out of me."
And what if she says, "I don't want to have this baby"?
I don't want to have this baby. Okay. And the doctor says, "I will remove it."
Okay.
The baby's alive. What do we do?
So you forced her to give birth?
No. She said, "Doctor, I'd like an abortion." He says, "You got it." Step right up.
If she just said, "I don't want this baby," it still needs to come out of her. The forced part is actually irrelevant. Do you understand how? Dude, Lance, do you understand if the woman says, "I do not want this baby," it's going to come out of her in some fucking way, one way or the other. If she decides to keep keep growing, you fucking idiot. She's going to give birth either way. Then she's going to be forced by Mother Nature. You fucking moron.
I think it's pointless to keep relitigating this because, like I said before, Lance just fundamentally doesn't understand. He thinks that an abortion is a magical procedure that disapparates the fetus, so he can't understand anything more than that. So everything else he's going to say on that point, which is I'm not going to pause anymore on when he makes those kinds of errors because he can't understand it. Is the answer.
Do you realize when you say that if a woman has the choice whether or not to have the child anymore, if she decides I do not, the forced argument is relevant because now it goes from the choice of whether or not
coming out one way or another, alive or dead.
Yes, if the choice is I do not want this anymore, then you are, by the nature of your choice, you're going to expel it from your body. Do you not?
You want to know what I think has happened? Why I think Lance is in this state.
Because he's trying to fill
he probably has known women or has dated women maybe even who have had abortions. I wouldn't be shocked at all if he's had a bunch of girlfriends who've had abortions. And they probably had very early term abortions, or they've taken Plan B. In which case, you know, you can do that with a chemical, or you can do it with basically an outpatient procedure where they cut up the little body and they pull it out. And so he can't understand the idea of that it's moving past him, because he probably has known lots of women. I mean, he's a lefty. I'm sure every woman he knows has had multiple abortions. But they probably weren't late-term abortions. So he doesn't get it. I don't know how you can be an adult man, though, and have, like, zero idea of how the female reproductive system works. That's bizarre to me. But oh well. It makes you look... I know lefties love to call people incels. It makes you look like an incel, Lance. Just letting you know.
Lying to her.
No. He does the abortion and it fails. And
an abortion is terminating a pregnancy. So there's no such thing as a trick abortion. You can't trick.
They're called failed abortions.
Trick.
Failed abortions,
yes.
where doctors like trick women into.
No, it's not a trick. It fails. How is he this dumb?
No. So when they perform the abortion, as Seamus explained, they stick metal tools into the brain, scramble it up, and rip its body parts apart, and then pull it out chunk by chunk.
Okay.
When the babies are smaller, sometimes they pull them out, but the babies don't die; they survive. Right. So my question is, in the instance of a failed abortion,
wait, Lance is 44 years old.
How is he that old? How is he that stupid and that old?
He's not 44.
No way. What's his full name? Lance Serfs. RedTube Wiki.
No
let's
fucking
see,
way is he 44.
Democratic Socialism doesn't have his date here on the YouTuber Wiki, or his birthday. I mean.
What should be done?
A failed abortion being that the child is living, it's outside of the mother.
Yeah.
At that point, you cannot kill that child. That would be murder.
Oh, okay.
Agreed on that point.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he calls himself a comedian.
Where does the mother's choice come in to kill?
Before that procedure takes place.
He says on the show that he's 44. He's 44? I don't believe
That's insane. How are you this dumb? How do you have this lack of understanding of women's bodies? While feeling the need to comment on them. That's fascinating. Fascinating.
So she has a choice to choose what she wants to have done with her body. If she goes to a doctor and the doctor's like, I'm going to perform an abortion.
I'm so tired of this. I'm getting really bored.
The assumption would be that I'm about to terminate the child, but then he just secretly sneaks the child out of there. That's not performing an abortion. You're just being deceptive.
Yeah, and the doctor should go to prison if they did something like that, in my opinion.
I think you should go to prison if you performed an abortion.
Snap.
Yeah.
So there's also something none of us know, because I don't think any of us are medical doctors. The difference on the physiology of the female body giving a 9-month abortion, having that happen, or the actual birthing process, whether by C-section or natural birth, it might have vastly different consequences on the female body. So that's something to take into account.
So wait. Remember the Born Alive Act?
Yes.
That was a Republican position, wasn't it? What was that?
Yeah, so there have been a couple of different Born Alive Acts in different years, but what they basically say is that if the abortion fails, it is not legal to kill the child.
Wasn't that Republicans were trying to pass a law?
Republicans were trying to pass that. That was one of the only things Obama voted on in the Senate. He voted against it.
Obama voted against it?
Against it,
But you would be in favor of that?
In favor of what?
The Born Alive Act.
I'm not completely familiar with it, so I have to read about it.
Okay, just answer the question. Abortion fails. The baby comes out of the mother's body and it's alive. Should you be able to kill it outside of the womb? It's alive and it's viable. It's not that hard.
It's born alive after an attempted abortion. It has the same protection of law and degree as a newborn.
Yes. Yeah, I would be okay with that, because at that point it's a human. If you're killing a person that is alive,
wow. He said it. It's not a human until it's outside of a woman's body. It's not a person. Yeah, it's not even a human. You're a lunatic.
Outside of a womb, then that's murder, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask you, this is not a gotcha.
That's great.
I want to ask in good faith. So,
yeah, of course.
You believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they're inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh, no, I don't think anything is acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice.
Here we go.
Ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on.
Not
what about
Here we go.
Here we go. Should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
I guess
Child
DCFS.
Oh, of course, for the government to step in. How curious.
This would be.
Oh, it's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Guys, we've been sitting here listening to this for like 2 hours. He has now said the government should step in and prevent a woman from doing something to intentionally harm or kill a child in the womb.
So basically the argument is if you're doing it, so... Okay, so let me see if I can...
We have listened to this man.
Hold on,
oh my
wait,
God.
let me see if
Go
I can...
ahead, Spoon.
I'm gonna see if I can steel man this.
Go try. Oh,
okay.
God, speed, homie.
Okay, so let me get this right. So his argument is if the woman is doing it intentionally via drugs, that's bad. That is... But if you're doing it via the medical procedure, then it's fine.
Then it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't steel man that. Like, no.
Yeah, no, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no steel manning that. If she is intentionally trying to kill the child in her body. Now, by the way, this is an interesting that Tim brought up meth. But the reality is that there's all kinds.
So does that mean you can smoke the baby away?
Yeah. Well, no. Lance thinks that's wrong. There's all kinds of natural abortifacients. You know, one of the most potent natural abortifacients is vitamin C. Women have to be, when they're pregnant in very, very, very early stages of pregnancy, women have to be very careful. And I'm saying this as someone who, I love to drink orange juice. I'm drinking orange juice right now.
No, I'm not breaking juice. Cecilia. I'm playing devil's advocate.
I know. Okay. Women in early stages of pregnancy in particular have to be very careful about their vitamin C consumption, because vitamin C can cause an abortion. Well, I mean, you know, it can cause it's called a spontaneous abortion. You know, it causes the body to abort the child, right? It flushes it out. High level, really high levels of vitamin C. So you got to be careful. Like it's usually because the way that it often happens is because a lot of pregnant women are taking prenatal vitamins which have vitamin C, and then a lot of times they'll be like drinking orange juice or having a lot of lemon juice or other things that have a lot of vitamin C, and then maybe taking additional vitamin C tablets and stuff like that. That can absolutely cause a spontaneous abortion. Too much vitamin C. Pulp or no pulp? No pulp. I'm not a pulp person. I don't like pulpy orange juice.
You and I are no longer friends.
Oh no, you like pulp?
Yes.
Oh, I don't like pulp.
That's actual orange juice, you fucking weirdo.
I like if it's fresh. If I squeeze the orange juice, it's fine. But if I have it if I'm getting it from a carton, I like it with no pulp. All right. Oh, Jen might get angry. But there's all kinds of things. There's, you know, pennyroyal tea, of course, is the very old one. All kinds of herbs can be natural. Song. Yeah, because it's a natural abortifacient.
I can never just hear that and not hear this fucking song.
You know, pennyroyal induces abortion. There's all kinds of things like that women could have done on accident that would cause them to have a spontaneous, again, they're abortifacients. So Lance is fine. He apparently has a problem with that, that it's wrong if the woman is doing a bunch of meth, or let's say she intentionally is like, or she takes a whole shit ton of vitamin C. The vitamin C one, I should say, that's almost always accidental, right?
By the way, Lance,
you know what I mean?
You do realize this moment right here, this freeze frame right here, is going to be the rest of your life.
It was that moment. He realized he fucked up.
Yeah, you will forever be remembered by this moment. You do realize that every person who, if anytime you say something stupid right now, they're going to meme the shit out of you with this moment.
I mean, it's hard to do it because even though he's so stupid in this second, that he contradicts himself, it's so much better when you have the 30-minute lead up to it. You know what I mean?
He just gets epically owned in one shot. Like, this is Tim's headshot. When Beanie Boy goes God mode, it is really funny.
The thing is that we've been talking a lot about whether or not it's abortion murder. What has happened just now is a murder. Tim Pool, as we already know, apparently killed a bunch of people in Texas, according to the BBC. But he definitely murdered Lance of the Serfs. Hatstop45 says, you can't kill a baby outside of the womb, but with a reverse C-section, you could pop the baby back into the womb, then kill the baby. Logic. That would be his logic, right? Is it what's her body? If the baby survived an abortion, but then you put it back in, then she could punch herself in the stomach and that'd be fine. That'd be cool. What a genius. Thank you, Hasselhopper.
You might be wondering how I got to this place here.
Yep.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, I see.
Hold on there a
I don't
minute.
understand what you're saying. It's her body.
It's her
if
body.
She wants to do meth. What's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it with a child or without a child.
Not Oregon.
Statist.
Methyl and MDMA. It's a
Maybe
type
it's
of meth.
alcohol.
Wait,
then.
sorry, what?
Not crystal meth.
Crystal meth
There's
is legal in
different
Oregon?
kinds-
No,
no,
it's
not crystal.
Okay, of course, see how he wants to immediately move the topic. Well, it's not. It's illegal. Aren't you like pro drugs, by the way, Lance? You fucking statist pig.
Hold on a second.
MDMA is a kind of meth. Methylendaxy, methamphetamine is ecstasy. That's a kind of meth. There's also crystal meth, which is not legal. MDMA is legal in some places for therapy sessions. I don't know if it's legal for very pregnant women.
He's been wanting to flex that for fucking years.
Yeah.
Because the way that he knew that
he was waiting for that one, yeah.
Like, just like that was like, Ian, you want to tell us something?
Ian doesn't do drugs. You're right, Cecilia DeMoss. Tim didn't kill. Tim didn't murder Lance. Lance suicided himself. Oh, you can look at his face. He can tell. Like, he is sitting there being like, "Oh my god, I just made myself look like the biggest retard on planet Earth." It's great, and I love it.
Women.
Okay, it is.
Is it for pregnant women?
Oregon decriminalized possession in 2021.
You were right.
But I don't know if
But
that's...
I'm just okay, dude. So like,
Is that criminalized possession or use?
How can you tell the difference? If you can,
Usually
I'm saying
by liver spots and the fact that they've aged 25 years in the space of 1.
Okay, I'm just saying. if they decriminalize the possession of drugs, then what are they going to get you for? You know what I mean? So Lance just covered himself in vitamin C. I'm saying, if it's not illegal to possess the drugs, how could it possibly be illegal to use them? Like, you're not going to get around that in terms of
That's the way we want to sell them, I guess. Not all of them.
Selling, maybe, but well, this is okay. So in DC, for example, right, it's illegal to marijuana use and possession is all legal, but selling marijuana is illegal. So when I would go to DC to buy, yeah, I know it's really dumb, but here's how it works. If I want, and I have done this, is that you meet someone, you go to a Discord. There's tons of them. And they have websites. You join a Discord channel, or you email somebody and go, "Hey, I'd like to buy some soaps and bath bombs and you know, like handmade goods from you." And they'll be like, "Okay, would you like a free gift of these weed gummies or whatever, or whatever?" So what it is that you buy from them like a bath bomb or a bath stuff, soaps, handcrafted goods, and then they're like, "Oh, thank you for your purchase." And then you go meet them in person, they give you your bath bomb, and it's like, "Oh, and here's also your free gift of all these weed gummies."
Which was totally not funded by the purchasing of the bath bombs.
No, I didn't buy weed, I was given a gift.
Yeah, of course you were.
So that's the way around the law, right? That's how it works. I've done that several times, by the way. Holy shit. I was on my way back on the train from DC to Baltimore, and I was
gave this person
$5,000. Like, yeah, one weed, please. And it's not like, holy shit, it's nowhere. It's quite cheap actually. But like, so they had these nerd rope. You've had nerd rope, I'm sure, right? The candy, nerd rope. It's like you've had nerds, right?
No.
You've never had nerds, the little candies? Oh, okay. No. Well, so it's a long string of like. A gelatinous kind of candy string, and it's covered with these little sugary bits, nerds. And it was that exactly, but it was the rope part was made with marijuana extract and THC. And I was eating it, and I love nerd rope because it's a really tasty candy. And I was sitting on the train, I'm like, I had like a bite of it, I'm like, damn, that's really good. And then I ate like half of it. And I got so fucked up. I just like sat at the train station, and then my mom came and picked me up, and then I just sat in her car for like 2 hours, just kind of tripping balls. I'm not confessing to anything. It's totally legal. What I did is completely 1000% legal in the District of Columbia. So I didn't do anything illegal. I got a free gift.
Decriminalizing possession is different than legalizing crystal meth. You know those two things are completely different, right?
A friend of mine is messaging me on Discord laughing at your weed story.
Wait.
charges.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What?
So when you decriminalize a small amount of drugs, that means if you're caught with that drugs by a cop, that means if you're arrested, you cannot be charged for 1 gram, 2 grams, whatever that is.
That's what legalizing is.
No, this is decriminalization, not legalization. We never said legalization.
Legalization is a semantic term. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it means that there's no longer a prohibition on that product.
Which is what decriminalization is, dingus.
Yeah, that's...
What an idiot. I mean, he really is astonishingly stupid.
It's basically the same thing. It's just
astonishingly stupid. Yeah. Astonishingly.
She's legally allowed to have it, right?
Is she legally allowed to do it or possess it?
I mean, what's the difference?
Well,
good
two
question.
very different things. You can be legally allowed to possess drugs and not.
No, technically that is a different thing. I can have the drug but not use it. So yeah,
but legalistically, how does that work? Legalistically, how do you tell the difference?
Again, months of use, or maybe transactions. I can have weed on me. Doesn't mean I'm smoking it. I can maybe sell it.
I think this is kind of pointless, but alright.
Be legally allowed to take drugs, for example.
Alcohol.
So she does alcohol.
Can a woman chug a fifth of vodka while pregnant?
Yeah, she can legally.
But do you think she has a right to do so?
I think she has a right to do. Yes, she has a right to do it. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And heroin?
It's illegal.
I don't think heroin's illegal. I think heroin actually was legalized. I think it's controlled, but I think that one specifically was.
Heroin is legalized? Seriously? That's fucking ridiculous.
Heroin derivatives, I believe.
Oxy?
Probably not heroin of itself. Oxycodone absolutely is legal.
Oxycodone and other drugs. So
I hate the way that I'm saying things and then Tim is repeating me right afterwards. It's like fucking trippy.
She has a right to do it. Whether or not I agree with her doing it, that's completely different. I don't agree with a woman who would have an elective abortion at 9 months.
Now you're complaining about the moral arguments, but now that Tim brings up the moral arguments, but now Lance is on the moral argument.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's
now Tim's on the legal argument, right? So Tim's on the legal argument. Now Lance is on the moral argument.
I think that is like why the fuck would you have done that? But
I feel like it's just two people arguing back and forth trying to own each other. That's like the kind of
well Tim won.
I think she has the right to do it, right?
But do you think it's ethical that she like?
There you go,
I don't think it's ethical. No, of course not.
Because some things are made legal that are unethical, in my opinion. True. And should those be made illegal?
I mean, that's a very broad question, right?
No. I'm sorry. Personal use of methamphetamine is allowed. It's a civil citation, like a traffic ticket, not a criminal citation. So allowed maybe is hyperbolic. It is a civil citation to be caught using methamphetamine in Oregon. You get a ticket for it, but no crime.
So I just looked up the Born Alive Act, by the way. It says this bill is deliberately misleading and offensive to pregnant people.
Oh my God. This bill is intentionally offensive and because he's been sitting there trying to find an own for half an hour. He probably has his Discord up or whatever, and they're sending him like fucking trying to help him out, and they're trying their best. So then they found some left-wing lunatic fucking representation of the Born Alive bill, which again, Obama voted in favor of. So here we're gonna get. Here's what the Born Alive bill actually is.
Nurses who provide their care. It is another attempt by anti-abortion politicians to spread misinformation as a means to get a warped.
Okay, once you start seeing the phrase information, you can just
misinformation. Yeah.
Political
and also pregnant people. Did you catch that?
It's an entry point to try and make abortion illegal.
Where did you read this?
Okay, well, no, hold on, no. I don't care. I mean,
I don't care either. Honestly,
once you hear misinformation,
Tim, I don't
pregnant
care.
people, you know it's bullshit.
It's some insane left-wing source. I don't give a shit. By the way.
People.
And we moved on past this 10 minutes ago.
Who cares about the Born Alive Act? The question was, if an abortion happens but the baby survives, can you kill it? And he.
Did you hear him just say that he cares, even though he said he had no idea what it, even though he admitted he had no idea what it was?
Yeah, he wasn't very familiar with it.
He said, no, he didn't say he was very familiar. He said he didn't know what it was.
Yeah,
and now
like, I'm not very familiar with it. This is what his exact words were.
And now he cares. Now that his Discord has sent him. Oh my God. What a...
dingus.
What a scumfuck. I really like, I mean, I had my phone with me on Tim, but we were, because I was just to bring up like one thing that I thought was interesting that I've been reading about earlier today. Dude, this guy should not be allowed to have his fucking tablet in front of him. I know everyone else does, so I guess it's fair, but Tim's not sitting there like letting his chat tell him what to think, Dark Phoenix 77 for 5 says the real argument is to make hard drugs legal and have a use but not to sell or distribute. People are going to sell and distribute drugs. It's the libertarian perspective, which is unfortunately the correct one. people would, and the more look, I don't like hard drugs at all, but I'd rather they be legal so that they can be it's harder for them to be cut with really even more harmful shit, or for it to be done in shady back alley deals to get people killed all the time. I don't want people to do hard drugs, but Spoon, they're going to do it no matter what. They're super banned and people still do them. You can't stop people from doing things that are terrible.
I want to make jokes that I can't make on stream.
I still, there's some things that I think should be, like, again, I'm not in favor of abortion. Abortion is a little different. You need a doctor to do it. You know, you need a medical professional to perform an abortion after a certain point of time. I mean, yeah, I know, you know, coat hangers, but that's why, you know, I like the safe, legal, rare model.
I'm not a fan of the coat hanger. I much prefer stairs.
Women kill themselves all the time trying to do that shit, dude.
Again, I prefer stairs.
Lance already said no. So
stairs have multiple bumps, so you know.
So he would, yeah, for sure.
So any other political arguments, anyone left, right, or otherwise trying to change that? No, it's irrelevant. Once the baby's born, it's a baby.
So it has the same rights as every other human at that point, right? It's an American.
This is an interesting. I think this falls in line with the idea of anarcho-tyranny that we were talking about. My view of the modern left is that their positions are nothing but chaos. There's no logical pathway towards
I get what you're saying. Hang on. Stop, please. Murder's illegal. People still do it. Why make a law against it? I get where you're coming from, but the difference, in my opinion, is that murder violates the NAP. You're hurting someone else. Drugs only hurt. I mean, they do hurt larger communities, yes, at a more broader spectrum, but they generally only hurt the person using them. So my legal moralistic compass is based on the non-aggression principle, right? If you're just hurting, and which is why abortion doesn't fall into it, because with abortion you're hurting another person. Let's say another human being, right? Because a baby is not necessarily a person yet. We could argue moralistically. Spoon and I have a debate on this going back a long time ago on my other channel, before we started this one even. So, but a baby's a human being. You're harming another human being intentionally. That's why I'm not in favor of abortion. I don't want people to do terrible things to themselves on drugs, but you're not going to stop them, and they're not harming anyone but themselves. I still don't like it, but at least I can, if you're not harming anyone but yourself.
2 minutes.
Yeah, all right.
Improving people's lives.
Wait, you say give you 2 minutes? You walking away? All right, we'll go here for a minute. What's been gone? I don't think he'll miss anything. If he misses something really big, we'll go back.
Improving people's lives. It seems to be only, it's like yin yang, right? There's one side that's talking about long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving the world, and one side that takes the inverse position no matter what. For instance, 25 people push in front of a subway, nobody bats an eye. 3 guys try to subdue a man, and now they want prison. That's like a weird inversion of what the law is supposed to do. The law should stop the people who are pushing people on the trains and protect the people on the train who are being victimized. But the left's position is the inverse of it, right?
Are you asking me for an affirmation of that? Because if you ask me,
I'm just saying that's my view.
So when you say the left's idea are all chaos, I mean, if you really wanted to boil down what the left is fighting for, especially myself, it's expanding freedom. I believe in freedom.
You statist? No, you don't.
I love freedom. I'm sure everyone here likes freedom too, right? You're all about freedom.
How do you define freedom exactly?
Well, okay, he likes freedom. He doesn't like liberty. That's important. He wants to be free to do whatever the fuck he wants, including harming other people. He doesn't want liberty. And also, it comes down to a very much, as we talked about again, positive versus negative liberty, or positive versus negative freedom, whatever word you want to use in that instance. I do think there's a massive difference between the two terminologies. But a positive is things that you're allowed to do, and negative is, things that you're prescribed against. You still have freedoms, but there's positive and negative liberty, right?
Exactly.
So for me, I believe in a democratic process where we don't have tyrants, we don't have dictators, we don't have kings or queens. We have the ability,
boo,
as a democracy to be able to vote for who
only on the last one.
Who our leaders are, right? Like, we want to be able to vote for our president, our prime minister. I believe in that fundamentally. But my other thing is I want to expand that freedom into the workplace, because we spend about 8 hours a day every single day in our works, our jobs. I want to expand freedom there, so people can work at their jobs.
I actually wonder if Lance has ever had a job in his life, like a real job. I don't know. I'm curious about that. I'd be curious.
For 8 hours a day, have the ability to vote for things in their lives, better healthcare, better working conditions, whether or not their boss is corrupt and stealing from all of them. I want to expand that. I want to expand freedom into other parts of life. That's a fundamental belief for me.
So what do you mean by stealing from them?
Stealing wages, for example.
Like actually shorting someone's check and
so the largest form of theft in America right now is wage theft. If you look,
I had it happen to me. I sued. I went to the National Labor Board and we won.
How does it happen?
As you should. So there's a ton of
Not
ways.
paying overtime.
Not paying overtime. Bosses simply just garnishing checks or garnishing wages, stealing tips, or thinking that tips are justification to pay them lower salaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of it bullshit. And when you look at theft, every single you look at the stats, right? Cars being stolen, jewelry, all that.
Okay. The tip thing, I have. Legally, they can't. Your boss can't steal from you. It's against the law. The tip thing, I have a bit of a complicated. Not complicated. It's actually not that complicated. The tip thing is, look, if you're, this is you can. There's tons of research on this. There's tons of evidence for this. People who work in tipping jobs actually end up making way more money than people who work in minimum wage jobs. So people who technically make more, on paper than they do, because they're paid less than minimum wage, but it's under the proviso of that they get tips. If you're a decent server, you end up making a lot more than a minimum wage person. There's research on this. I don't know, ask anyone who's ever also worked as a server. The American tip system, I do think, is kind of fucked. This is the complexity of it. I don't like it. But it is also very curious that of all the things that Lance thinks is wage theft, he leaves out taxation entirely. Taxation is not wage theft. Everything else is wage theft except taxation, which in my opinion is wage theft. But he wants, he's a statist who wants the government to do everything, so.
Wage theft blows everything out. Like, they're not even comparable. It's one down here and then it's like the other one's fucking all the way up there.
I got a story for you. So I worked at a company. I get a paycheck. I'm good at math and stuff. And so I look at it and I'm like, hey, there's a problem with my paycheck. And they go, no, it's good. And I'm like, no, it isn't. There's a problem with my paycheck. Fix it. And I very quickly was like, $67 missing. I want it fixed. And I want it fixed now. And they went, give us a few minutes. Came back 15 minutes later, handed me a check. I looked at it and said, are you joking? And they were like, huh? And I was like, this is wrong. I'm not an idiot. Fix my paycheck. Went to a couple other employees. I said, let me see your paychecks. I looked and I went, come with me. Walked right to the National Labor Board in Chicago and said, this is what they did. They took our statements. We went to the company and we told them we were going to form a union because of what they had done. They fired us on the spot for doing it. We sued them. And then I'll give you air quotes in saying we won. What actually happened was after 6 months of being out of work, they said you can get retro pay, which will be $7,000 each, or we can go to fight and then they'll give you your job back. And I'm like, if they give us our job back, they're going to retaliate against us. No, that's illegal. And I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah, for real. Come on. They'll treat you like shit. That's not how things work in reality. And they'd treat you like trash. They'd give you the worst assignments. Yeah. So they're right to take the settlement. Sorry, what did I saw here something I wanted to react to. Something about tipping, I think. Or was it? Hello, welcome back.
I have an apple.
Oh, that was healthy when I had my Danish. I saw something I wanted to react to in the chat, but now I can't remember what it was. I can't find it. Oh well, I'll think of it here in a moment. But
you need sugar shit. I eat nuts.
I have apples downstairs. Actually, I think my apples might be rotten. Honestly,
That is if she remembers how to eat them.
What, apples? Well, I wasn't gonna just eat it plain. I was gonna. Oh no, I did. I got some green apples. I put some peanut butter on them. It was really good.
So we won the fight, but it really means they were able to fire us to stop us from forming a union.
So what would be a better example of expanding? Sorry, Seamus.
No. I just want to make the point. I haven't seen the stats on wage theft causing more in losses than all other forms of theft combined. I'll just have to take your word for that, and I'm willing to grant that for the sake of this discussion.
True.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to grant it if that is the case. And at the very least, for the sake of argument,
in terms of the
certainly
aggregate,
don't agree in involuntarily democratizing all workplaces. That's probably a much longer, interesting economic discussion.
Yeah, I don't want to. I hope we don't go into that. I don't think they go into that too much because it is that involuntarily democratizing workplaces is a really fucking complicated situation. If you want to know my position, I will say I look at the past reactions to it, and I look at the steel mills and the coal mines. And I see that the heart of American steel was, Pennsylvania and West Virginia. where I come from, and they all unionized, and the union bosses made a shit ton of money. They kept asking for more and more and more money, and now there are no more steel mills in the eastern coast of the United States. So what ended up happening is that all those places lost all their major, if not only, source of industry. And then people like Lance will sit there and laugh about the stupid white hillbillies and their opioid epidemic because they can't get a job because there's literally no place to work in West Virginia. Ha ha, how funny, stupid white people. But the reason they don't have any jobs is because they unionized and the steel mills went and left for China. So that's what happened there. So I'm not the biggest fan of unions because I saw what happened to the steel industry. It happened to my family.
Monarchist thinks unions are gay.
It happened to my family, you know, in my part of the country. I saw it happen. And again, like, they can be like, well, what about this thing? Okay, what I know, this aspect, you can't lie to me. I'm so tired of being lied to. It's like, well, what about this one example? Okay, well, talk about Weirton Steel then, asshole. What an example, fucking A.
To engage in it with you guys too, and I suspect we would all have different views on it. I don't know if you want to go to other issues or if you want to talk about that. I would like to talk about that.
As well.
Budweiser.
You're gonna move to Bud? Budweiser. I do want to talk about LGBTQ plus.
We got to do it.
So here why I'm here.
And Budweiser opens that door. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anheuser-Busch CEO has finally disavowed the Dylan Mulvaney ad in private to investors, though he's not made a public statement. Sales are down 26%. They're going to be.
This is a couple of days ago. Is this the article that we actually read on stream last night? I think where they were offering the cases of Bud,
giving out free cases of beer to despite is just. Let's jump into this. What are your thoughts on the Budweiser thing?
My thoughts are keep going. You're doing awesome, all of you. I mean this to every single person protesting Bud Light. Fuck yes, I am so here for this. It's fucking amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, but Budweiser sucks. Anheuser-Busch sucks. It's a massive multinational corporation.
They're super anti-LGBTQ plus, so it's been beautiful to see. I love it. Oh, they donate so much to right-wing Republicans who push anti-LGBTQ laws. So Anheuser-Busch getting taken down. Oh man, I'm so here for it. Keep going.
Me too. Absolutely. Yeah. They think.
God, he's such a little cunt. No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, but he's such a cunt about it. Yeah, and by the way, this is the thing, Budweiser. This is why it was so stupid. These people hate you. They were never going to buy your piss water, no matter how many times you put Dylan Mulvaney in advertisements. They hate you because you donate to Republicans. You're trying to play both sides, and it didn't work, and now you're destroyed. So, you know what? I don't buy your piss water either. I've got a Carling over here I could crack open, but
by the way,
nah.
the idea of defending a bunch of people based on their sexuality, which has got nothing to do with anything because their sexuality is based on what you do in the bedroom, and the fact that these people need to somehow be defended is just fucking insane to me, and it goes completely against the whole idea of the sexual movement to begin with. Is that what you do in your own bedroom is nobody's business, and now that it's in everybody's faces, now you're getting upset because people are discriminating against the degeneracy that's out in the open the fucking public. Which
exactly,
makes no sense.
This is just like safe, legal, and rare with abortion. We were all kind of like on board with that
movement in less than 30 seconds. I know I'm a genius.
No, exactly. It's just like safe, legal, and rare. We were all kind of on board, like most people, not everybody, but like the majority of people. We got given the Carling, by the way, from Bill's job. It was a gift. I'm just like the weird. But okay, so the vast majority of people were kind of on board with this. We're pretty much on board with the safe, legal, and rare thing. Just as I think the majority of people, not all, but the majority of people were on board with the like, okay, I don't care what you do in the privacy of your own bedroom. Both of which are very libertarian takes, right? Which is kind of the ethos of America up until more recently, I'd say. The general public ethos is more libertarian leaning.
To go to a public school and teach people on the age of 10 about what the fuck your boyfriend said.
And now they need to talk to 7-year-olds about gay sex, and it's like, what?
You're a
no. No, I need, and then again, like I've said so many times, you listen to people talk, and they won't say, I think it's important, I think it's healthy. They will say, I need access to children. Why? Because you know why they're indoctrinating them, and that's the point. And it's sickening. It's really sick.
There's no such thing as anybody else's child. Like, yes, there
is. Right. This is the fucking. It takes a village mentality, but taken to its most extreme. You don't know. They're not your children. They're our children. Oh, well said. Very good. I like that. Takes a village, and it takes a village idiot to believe it. Very good.
Yeah, I don't know who said that, but
they
I
can
heard
pay
Thomas Sowell say that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you came up with that.
No, but it is a good
that's
quote. I don't know who said it.
Definitely
it was,
a Thomas.
It was Hillary Clinton who said that, and then Thomas
she was. It takes a village. Yeah.
Yes, and then Thomas Sowell said, "Yeah, it takes a village idiot to believe that." Like,
that's great. I love Thomas Sowell. That's why I love Thomas. One of many reasons I love Thomas Sowell. Excellent.
I don't think he said that, but he just said, and then someone said that.
Where
he quoted somebody else. Yeah, that's a fucking good quote. That's funny as shit.
Great.
Off Republicans, they can hire GOP aides, and that is going to be satisfactory for their customers who are upset with them as a brand. So clearly what we can see, where I think we agree, is that Anheuser-Busch is a faceless corporation with no real values that is willing to spit in the faces of the little guy if it earns them a profit. They're a trash company, and nobody should buy their products. The left and the right both agree. Here, here. Unity for once. I hope they fail.
Same thing with Disney. Keep going after Disney. I'm
Absolutely.
all for it. Take Disney down. I'm all for the right wing taking on Disney. All for the right wing taking on Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible fucking corporations. I'm all here for it.
Do you think he actually believes that? Why is he saying
Daily Mail?
Because he totally supports like all the gay propaganda shit.
I don't
think
that
Disney and
I don't think
speaking of Disney.
I don't think he has any actual conviction in anything he says. I think this entire career that he's on is just a grift for cash. I don't think he's any.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think from his perspective, he thinks he's tricking the right into doing something bad for them or something.
Yeah.
Did you see, however, the some of the clips that have come out of from the Little Mermaid and how awful it looks?
It looks shit. Yeah.
I mean, it like the animation looks so bad. Like she looks so derpy. Like her eyes are literally rolling up in her head in one of the clips that people are.
She looks like the daughter of Lori Lightfoot.
Oh god, it's really bad. That movie looks so awful. And also, Sebastian looks like the crab rave dance crab. I mean, it from 10 years ago. It's
the crab
terrible.
looks like he's done meth.
Crab done. Well, he should get an abortion.
It's like the #1 source on the show, right? Like every single time you pulled it up. Because that same site that you showed me, All Sides Media Bias, it has the Daily Mail on right wing. And I know that you yourself, when you pulled it up,
actually fantastic. The Daily Mail.
But if you use them as a primary source, you understand why I'd say that. Like
we don't use them as a primary source.
Okay.
What happens is when we pull up stories, I'll go to like CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, ABC, and they'll each have like 300 words. And then you go to the Daily Mail. After doing a search on key elements of the story,
this is very true, by the way.
Have like 7 different versions of all breaking down different components.
That's very like I'm not the biggest fan of the Daily Mail, but that's completely true. Is that like the Daily Mail is just way more thorough reporting, even if they do have a bias, which they do. The Daily Mail they have longer, oftentimes far more intricate articles than almost any other reporting does.
Like if you scroll down the Daily Mail, they often do these special sections where they have entirely different stories within the story, providing more context. Like for instance, this story from the Daily Mail not only talks about the current story with the CEO, but it even goes...
I'm not gonna lie, at least for American news, I basically just go to 3 websites.
Well, I go to Gateway Pundit, which is an aggregator.
Yes.
So Gateway Pundit, and then I don't just read the Gateway Pundit article, I go to the article that's linked in the Gateway Pundit. I do almost instantaneously. If there's an article that's linked, I go and read that one first. I don't read the Gateway Pundit article. Unless I'm... Gateway Pundit, Zero Hedge.
Yeah, or yeah.
Revolver.
The 2 main ones I almost go to immediately is the Federalist. And
Federalist is good.
And AM Greatness.
AM Greatness
is where Victor Davis Hansen writes. And,
yes. AM Greatness, very good.
Good shit.
Yes.
And that's my basically to go to. I go real good politics, but like RCP is the aggregator.
RCP is all right.
Yes.
Yeah, RCP is another aggregator. So yeah, RCP and Gateway Pundit are good
but
for
like,
both.
RCP does a good breakdown of like left, right, and you can clearly see which one is right because the lefty articles are completely insane and deranged, and the right ones have sanity on them. Like for example, they'll just say, let's use it as an example now. Let's see. We got to RCP right now. We have, let's see. The Fed started a dangerous game with Biden's laptop. That's Federalist. There we go, because that's true. Trump is stuck in 2020. Do you want 4 more years of that? Yeah, we do, actually. You fucking stupid bitch. See what I mean? Huffington Post, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Breitbart said Trump's glorious town hall might have delivered a kill shot to CNN. True.
Yeah, I try to avoid citing exclusively like Revolver or Breitbart because they do have such a like pretty
Strong
right-wing, I would say,
yeah.
bias. Although I think Revolver does.
Bias, though. Oh, Revolver
right, I think
as fuck.
Revolver does great work though as well.
Yes,
as Breitbart's also right wing as fuck.
Yes,
they're very very right wing outlets, but they do great work. Again, where I get most of my news sources from, yeah, Real Clear Politics and Gateway Pundit, but they cite other sources. They're aggregators. So I don't think there's any problem with that.
Democrats do. That's American Prospect. That's far left as fuck. That's like Salon level of far left.
Yeah.
Which is great, by the way, because like, if you ever read their shit, like if you guys ever want to,
well, we read that Salon article earlier tonight.
Yeah, if you guys want to see just absolutely insanely deranged, like just straight up socialist horseshit, look up American Prospect. It is fucking batshit. It's like Jacobin magazine.
You want to see the worst? You know what the worst? You know what the worst one is? You know what the worst one is? No, there is one outlet that is worse. It's
worse than Salon, American Prospect, and Jacobin. Really?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you what it is. Teen Vogue.
Why the fuck?
I'm not joking. No, you would have no reason to. Well, I'll tell you why I know about it. It's because the only reason I know about how insane Teen Vogue is because you're never going to see it on any. Because my friend, who got indoctrinated into like lefty cultism by reading Teen Vogue, and I'll occasionally look them up and be like, oh my god. I mean, that's why you don't see them on any news aggregator. Well, yeah, whatever.
Okay, if your friend was able to be indoctrinated by Teen Vogue, your friend's not very bright.
The thing is, she's very intelligent, but
okay, then why did she smoke to
you end up in a cult. They end up in a cult, and you end up like Lance, and all you see is this crazy shit, and then all you end up is reading is, and when all you read is Teen Vogue. I mean, again, like I've said this before, but she told me that Teen Vogue is the most reliable news source in the country, and it was go look at let's. I'd like to even let's look at Teen Vogue. What are their articles that they've got?
A Daily Beast.
Also, like when you're like a 27-year-old woman and you're reading Teen Vogue, or excuse me, Zim Zims, or come on.
Again, kill me now.
I mean, it's mostly all like just again, it's all like fucking entertainment news, but they do
like
politics.
A fucking Mad Force song. You need to pick better friends, Aiden. She has.
This is a long time ago. No.
Yeah,
it's
again,
like it's like all of this is just like 25 prom dresses on Amazon for every style. Like this is the shit that they have on here, and then they have just like straight up fucking what's this politics.
A friend of mine just messaged me and just said, "I grew up reading Teen Vogue. I stopped at 17 though. Good go. Well done."
Yeah, this is oh my god, this is a fucking enormous article about how the young activists against gun violence can't be asked to save the world. You have to. Just one I randomly clicked on. It's just if you go to their politics segment, it's truly
it's painful. Why?
Oh, this is a very reason one. Help! I'm graduating. I have no idea what to do. Trump's CNN town hall was predictably embarrassing. Let's see if we have any time to get to it. This is so long. Them.
Yeah, for CNN.
Let's see what. Oh my god, it's so much stuff. So much stuff this week. Let's see. Let's get through those.
All the way into all of the context, going back to the commercial that was released, the sale drop at 6% in the first week, to the video. It like covers literally every. Even as a photo of the VP and her husband, how in depth this story is.
Married?
So it's like if I'm going to pull up a single article, I can pull up 5 ABC, CBS, New York Times. Or I can just pull up this one that has seemingly everything in it, including Kid Rock, including John Rich, including Bud Light being poured into a dumpster. So it's a massive aggregator.
That's offensive.
But honestly, I have no problem with y'all going after fucking Bud Light. Have a time, go nuts. I have a really big problem with what I feel on this show is a lot of anti-trans hysteria and fear-mongering that takes place.
Oh, hysteria and fear-mongering.
I have that book at home. We can talk about that in a second. And I'm totally...
oh my god. Did they just immediately bring out the genderqueer book? I'm guessing.
About that book, I've read it.
Should it be in schools?
I want to talk to you about the trans issue, though, because...
Could have answered that question. That has to do with the trans issue. I'm guessing the book they brought up is genderqueer. The one that the book that was banned in schools that they were like, oh, they're banning books. It's a book burning. The book that has literal pornography in it. It's not the only one, but that's the one that has depicted. visual pornography.
I want to say something, just some perspective here, and this is my take on this. Anyone who says gender's on a spectrum, I immediately think is a cultist moron.
Yeah, well, obviously. Well, again, it's another slogan. All they have are slogans. They have no arguments, just slogans.
No, you are a man and a woman. Also, gender expression is a made-up term and it can fuck off.
All they have are slogans.
Right, and that's why I ask about the book, because it opens the door.
We can get to the books and the schools, the curriculums, and everything that Florida's taken away. But you are...
Everything Florida's taken away. But you won't talk about the content. You won't talk about the contents of the book, will you? Now, I can't show you... This is the most important part. Right, guys? I cannot show you on screen... I couldn't share my screen right now and show you the contents of the book Genderqueer, because it would be considered pornography, and this stream would likely get taken down for explicit material. And yet, it was being provided to children. Phoenix sent me a thing on in Discord, which is one of my college textbooks. Legit gives Salon articles as a reference. Wow, that's... Gee. The Academy, the Ivory Tower, everybody.
You profess to be kind of like fact-based, science-based, right?
Yeah.
Like you pull up... I've noticed you want to pull up stats and figures and stuff like that.
Of course.
Why is it that you push propaganda when it comes to trans people?
Like what?
That is so far beyond the pale.
Like what?
Okay, let's start with gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming care, you're very, very against. I've heard you call it mutilation.
I don't call it mutilation. I've never said that.
That's what you say on your
show.
show.
I do.
No, I don't.
I don't know if
Well, I will. Yeah, thank you, Seamus.
he does. I call it mutilating children.
I call it child sex change.
When you were talking about Dwayne Wade moving his family...
Someone in the crowd said, "Why are you mutilating your son?" That was a quote from someone else. I didn't say that. Call it...
But then you made...
And I've explicitly said, I don't take the right agitator approach of calling it mutilation because that's not effective in having a conversation. I will play...
One thing that Tim is very good at is that Tim knows what the fuck he said, because he's been taken out of context so many times by the media that he picks up on that shit instantaneously. I do love that.
Plainly call it a child sex change as what it is. I'm not going to call it gender affirming or mutilation because I don't think those things accurately explain what it is.
I think on this issue I'm further right than Seamus.
I would call it a child genital mutilation. Tim is trying to... I understand where Tim's coming from. It's the same problem with pro-choice versus pro-life. These terms are loaded. Pro-choice is like, well, everyone wants to have a choice. Obviously, everyone wants to choose. Everyone wants to have a choice.
Yeah, it's basically
everyone's
pro-abortion.
And everyone's pro-life. Everyone likes life. But both of these terms are loaded in ways. And of course, as we've gone over extensively, it's more complex than just pro-choice or pro-life. There is nuance there. And it's the same thing with the gender. Is it genital mutilation or gender-affirming care? It's like, well, who could disagree with gender-affirming care? What a positive thing. And then, of course, who could not disagree with genital mutilation? I get it. This is the exact same thing.
Jews?
But what?
Think about it.
Fuck you, dude.
Okay, so when it comes to gender affirming care, 0 to about 10...
Are you talking about child sex change?
No, I'm talking about gender affirming care. 0 to about 10...
No. Talk about what it is. Okay. So I studied a study on this.
What does gender affirming care entail?
What does it mean? What does it lead to? And this is the thing, is that I had a study up the other night. But the reality is that if you put kids on hormone, 90 to 98% of them will, if you put them on puberty blockers, 90 to 98% of them across multiple different studies, massive meta-analysis from the Dutch sample and, well, mostly from the Dutch sample, but there's 2 massive meta-analysis from the Dutch samples. They find that 90 to 98% will persist onto cross-sex hormones and then onto what? Oh, mutilation, or as you would call it, or other people would call it, sex reassignment surgeries. When you start a child at the age of 11 or 10 on hormone blockers, the likelihood that they will go on to have cross-sex hormones is 90 to 98%. The likelihood they will then go on to have sex reassignment surgery is similarly about 90%. The desistance rate exists. It does. Yes, it does. It does exist. But the problem that I have with it is that once you start children on this, they're put on a lifelong path. And when they do desist, they are ostracized, and people like Lance call them right-wing extremists and pretend they don't exist. That's my issue with it.
You got to define it.
The answer is yes.
You got to define it, okay? Because if you're talking about something different, tell us what you're talking about.
All right, so if someone is trans and they're young, and until they're about 10 years old before they go through puberty, gender affirming care would be in the form of you using different pronouns, preferred pronouns, and allowing them to dress differently.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Do you have a problem with that? Does anyone here?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
Okay, so
I
you
do,
don't.
but
Right.
Okay, so do you accept that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age, from 0 to about 10? There's nothing. There's no hormone block.
no shit. What is he actually asking? Why are you asking about this?
Blockers. There's no puberty blockers.
There is hormone blockers. I don't think surgery is happening on kids under 12.
So hormone blockers aren't given to children until they go through puberty.
That's not.
No, Lance, before they go through puberty, which means it has to start being administered around the age of 10. Fred Not for 5 says what really pisses me off is when all this unreality crashes down on on all their victims. They just blame us and kill us and get away with it. That's the problem. I don't think a lot of detransitioners are doing that, but there's tens of thousands now of young people who have been mutilated because they bought into this insanity, and it didn't work for them. Because of course it didn't, because it wasn't intended to. Horrifying.
True. We actually pulled this up with Destiny. He actually called me out. I was wrong about a stat.
Okay.
What we found was 47,000 cross-sex hormones. I think it was something like 17,000 puberty blockers and like 2,000 double mastectomies for girls after the age of 13 or whatever. But
so that doesn't apply to anything.
You're right.
Puberty
You're right,
blockers
DP. The price of progress, they'll say.
Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers.
They have because they have to give them the puberty blockers before puberty starts.
Yes, of course.
Right.
So you.
Well, you didn't understand.
You're just reaffirming what I just said. From 0 to 10 till you're about to go through puberty. Gender affirming care only comes in the form of using different pronouns, using different names, allowing them to dress differently, and that's it. And you don't have a problem with that.
Wait, Lupron too?
Okay, so we'll get to Lupron. But
we are going
up
to
to
get
that
to
point,
Lupron,
you don't have a problem.
Because I'm going to have a fucking melty. Everybody prepare your buttholes, because I'm going to have a fucking melty. I got a bit of a melty on Twitter about it. I'm going to have a melty about it here. But the melty is going to be a logical melty. And also one based on my lived experiences, because that matters to the left. Unless, of course, it's a lived experience melty that is also backed up by scientific literature and research, in which case that contradicts their bullshit, in which case I'm not supposed to have a little melty. Fine. No, my lived experiences don't matter. Yeah, exactly, Nethelina. Not until puberty. Done before puberty. Yes, of course. Yeah, he got fucked on that. He literally can't go like one sentence without being contradicted and being wrong. It's insane.
Problem with any of this yet, right?
I'm saying,
and you agree that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age. 0 to 10.
Let me just start from the beginning so I can make sure I'm getting what you're saying right.
Yeah.
I don't care if parents call their kids names or whatever. I care about medical or surgical intervention.
Okay, so that doesn't happen until about the age of about 16. That's the average age.
That's not true at all. That's incorrect. That has been traditionally. You go to bed, Bill? All right, then I love you. I will. I'll bring it down. I'm gonna have a melt in a minute. I'm gonna have a melt in a minute, Bill. Though.
I'm melting. Yeah, I'm gonna scream a racial slur.
Don't scream a racial slur. Don't scream a racial slur. All right, I love you. I know you'll invent a new racial slur. Good night, Bill. Okay. All right. I was going to talk really. I have to have my melty real close into the mic.
I'm asking you to do.
Okay. So here's the thing. Lance is incorrect. He might be correct in terms of the aggregate, but that's not the thing that's happening now. Children they're now being transitioned very, very early, including being put on replacement hormones, not at age 16, but at age 13. Okay? That's how it's happening now. It maybe in the past it was happening a little bit later, but now it's happening at 12 and 13. That's the difference. He's using an aggregate. He's using an aggregate number. He's using statistical average to try and make it seem like it's something outside of what it actually is. So, Hasselhofer 5 says, Lance attempting to focus on what isn't happening to distract. Exactly. Shoot someone and then insist we discuss all the forms of violence you didn't commit. Well said, Hasselhofer. Yeah, very true. It's not time for me to read yet. Not time for me to read yet. We haven't gotten to my reading. It's when he gets to Lupron Depot that which he says he's gonna get into, that we'll get into my reading.
You're wrong. Okay, like and look, we had Destiny on the show. We went into great detail about it. There are girls who are 13 who are getting this done. And there was a study, actually it was Canadian, I believe, 12 to 17. They had several hundred surgeries performed.
Okay. So again, I said the average age, but if you want to say that there are people who get this at 12, that could be the case.
That's what an average means, Lance. That's what an average means. I really hate people who are statistically freaking ignorant. And again, you're using old data and combining it with new data and be like, well, here's the average. The average now, if you only go from probably like the last 3 years, I would imagine the average age for not just starting hormones, but starting onto surgical routes is probably like, about 13. That's probably the average, 13 to 14, 15. That's not 16. It's going to go leaning towards the left-hand side of the graph.
Who would have it? I think
let's start with puberty blockers, Tim. Mm-hmm. Lupron. You both have a big problem with Lupron?
I don't know a lot about it, but I consider it a medical treatment.
Okay. So yeah, we shouldn't be giving Lupron to kids.
So you don't think you should give Lupron to kids? Why don't you want Lupron being given to trans kids?
Because it's
first of all, trans kids aren't a thing, but whatever.
A puberty blocker that inhibits the natural function and development of their body. And more importantly, I think my view is built upon what we've seen out of Europe already, right? So earlier on, maybe a few years ago, I was more agnostic on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this and the Tavistock Center got shut down. Mm-hmm. And the data they released said this actually caused more harm than good. And then I was like, well, okay, hey, how about that? And for some reason, in the United States, they're still hell-bent on moving forward with what we can already see from, better countries with better healthcare systems saying no to this, right?
Okay, so I can address those individually because I have the explanation as to why that happened.
Oh, do you?
When it comes to Lupron, 0 to 10 is about the age where gender-affirming care only comes in the form of different names, pronouns, stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, tell me about Lupron. Tell me all about Lupron. Okay, so before we get into this, I'm going to drop. All right, Damien Gershman for 2 says, Aiden, please have your melting and Asian anime voice. No, I have to be quiet now because Bill's going to sleep. No, I don't have to be super quiet, but I have to talk in the mic a little bit closer. Slosher for 11 Canadian says, for always declaring themselves to be caring, the left sure doesn't care about how many kids may die in their experiments. Just one more death away from the glorious communist utopia. You're exactly, precisely. They don't care how many people get permanently fucked up by this shit. They don't give a single one iota of a fuck. They don't care. Now, I'm going to go into this. We're going to go into Lance, what Lance has to say. But most people here know this, but we've got nearly 200 people watching. So I'm just going to say it. I know people are like, Aiden, you always say this. Okay, this is my Tim Pool, I'm from Chicago moment. But it does matter here, right? I've taken Lupron Depot, okay? The drug that is given to children to prevent their puberty. When I was prescribed Lupron Depot, I was about 20 or 21. I don't recall exactly. For the treatment of a disease called endometriosis, which causes the cells that usually appear on the inside of the uterus to appear all over the other parts of my body, my lungs, my spine, etc. And when you get a period, then it's extremely painful. It causes internal scarring. It's really nasty. It's a really shitty disease. So what Lupron Depot does, if you give it to an adult woman, for example, is that it causes a simulated menopause. And it resets, when you then stop taking it, it resets your hormonal system. That's the best way I can explain it colloquially, right? Lupron Depot is used for my disease, was one of the major reasons that it's used. The reason why it was developed was to treat something called precocious puberty, which is when children who were under the age of like 12 would start to undergo puberty when they were like 6 or 7, and it was used to delay puberty. Now, the other major use of Lupron Depot is to sterilize and chemically castrate pedophiles to remove their lust, essentially, their sex drive. Now, children who've taken it for precocious puberty are going to have the problems that you give to trans kids, in quotations, who you give this to. And as it had for me, is that when it's going to cause extreme, and this is more important for kids than it is for me. So let me just say what it did to me. It diminished my bone density by something like 60%. My bones became very brittle. They became very frail. And I took this, by the way, I want to put this out. 3 months of being on this drug. It is an injection that they put, it's a big ass needle, and they put it in your ass, big ass needle in the ass, right into the bum. And because it's like, I don't know, because it's such a big needle, like they need a place they can put that big of a needle into, and the butt's usually the best place. And they inject this hormone, or this hormone blocker, such as it is. And it doesn't hurt, by the way, but you immediately go through menopause. You start to get, I got hot flashes. My bones just like turned into glass. And yeah, and by the way, after 3 months of taking it, I tripped off of a curb and shattered my foot, dude. I shattered the two the metatarsal bones, which are not the toes, but the bones leading up to the toes in the foot. I shattered those by tripping off of a curb. Nothing more than a little trip. Shattered my bones. If you are a young person who's still growing, this means you will never reach your natural height that you're genetically supposed to be, because it's going to stunt your growth. It's going to give you essentially osteoporosis. It's going to, again, mimic the symptoms and signs of menopause. So you might have, as a female, you might have hot flashes. Generally speaking, it's going to make you very weak. You are going through simulated menopause. And that's what Lupron Depot does. And anyone who tells you anything else is lying to you. Lupron Depot is an extreme medicine. It was given to me as a last resort to treat this disease, essentially, before we had to move on to, because we'd already done the surgical option. So this was the last resort, is Lupron Depot. When I was younger, this was a last resort drug to treat the most serious form of a disease. Now it's being given out. And by the way, I want to put this out too, is that I came to a doctor with complaints about the endometrial pain when I was 13. No one bothered to treat me until I was 20. And now this drug is being given to 10, 12, 13-year-olds like candy, with no concern about what it will do to their bone structure when again, we know for a fact, and also we know that doing this hormone stuff can cause cancers down the line. Now, again, it was worth it for me to treat a disease that was so debilitatingly painful. It was worth it to me. To go through all of that was worth it for me. But that was someone who had lived years and years of my life and was a full-grown ass adult to make the decision to take Lupron Depot, knowing what the risks were, being a consenting adult. That's not the case with children who are 11 or 12 or 13 who are being given this drug. And it really makes me feel more than anything really sad for the transgender female to males, because if you're a transgender female to male, they put you on Lupron, you're gonna be stunted in your height. So you're gonna, like, if your maximum height you're ever gonna grow to is like
weakling even by female.
Right. So if you as a female, your maximum height was gonna be, let's say 5'7", my height, right? You take Lupron Depot from the time that you're 10 years old, you're gonna be 5'3" potentially. You're never gonna pass as a man, ever. And if you do, you're going to be made fun of for being a manlet for the rest of your life. I mean, that's just, this giving out Lupron like candy is ridiculous. Lupron is an extremely serious drug. It should, from when I took it, they told me, you can never take this drug ever again. 3 months of administration, and then you can never take it again because it is so damaging to your bones. And they give it to children for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. Again, a giant needle put into the butt cheek every month. That's how Lupron Depot works. Stop letting people lie to you about what this drug is, what it does, and how it works. Because they act like, oh, it's very simple. What's up, Bill? You seem like you have something to say. You don't have anything to say. You just going to bed? All right. Good night. I will. I just want to, what? Okay, we'll do. So the thing is, I wanted to get that out of the way because I wanted to explain what Lupron is. I know a lot of people have heard me talk about it before, but I thought it was important to explain what Lupron is. Lupron is not a candy. Lupron's not something you just give to people. And by the way, and they put it on for years. Lupron causes osteoporosis. Okay, it causes you to go to menopause, and they're just like, oh, just give it to 12-year-olds, whatever, for as long as they want. By the way, great. Much like with abortion, Lance has no idea what Lupron does, because of course he doesn't. He's an idiot.
No, I disagree on this. You three can agree, but I don't.
Fine, okay, fine. But it's their show, so I just want to concentrate on that for 2 seconds.
My position is more just like, I don't know, man, like social therapy stuff. They say that after puberty, desistance rates are between 65 and like 92%.
Okay, so that's completely false. I'll get to that. We have to.
No, it's not completely false. It's only completely false if they don't start them on hormone blockers. Once they start them on hormone blockers, then they go on, and then it doesn't desist until after they've done the surgeries, at which point it's too late and their bodies have been permanently damaged. That's the problem.
We have to do this.
Come on, bro.
We have to do this piece by piece first, okay?
Oh,
let's get through Lupron.
Hey,
first.
I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10 follow-up studies found resistance of 61 to 98%.
Yeah. Can you click on the Wikipedia article? Detransition topics.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic.
What are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Why is he going to say they're all wrong?
Well, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not. This is 2018. This is Gender Dysphoria in Adolescents, Current Perspectives in the National Library of Medicine.
Okay, scroll down to the conclusion of this one. Just
Want to get the mic again?
Oh, sorry.
You can carry it around.
Yeah.
Move it. I gotta get used to this.
Yeah, dog.
I know. Scroll down to the conclusion of the study.
Well, yeah. I mean,
why do you want to read the conclusion?
What the numbers and reference
Why don't you
are to,
want to, very interesting.
While you're skimming, when I think of a little kid being like a little boy being like,
disorders.
I'm a girl. The parent, I would hope that the parent would be like, you can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be an actor. You can play a girl. But I get afraid when a mom's like, he said he's a girl. That means he's trans.
Right. So for this, it's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron. It's you do years and years of consultation.
No, they don't. At this point, it's sometimes less than a month. And that's the truth, Lance. It's not years. It's oftentimes one visit. That was why the Tavistock clinic got shut down, by the way, in the UK, but the US is still doing this. Tavistock clinics got shut down because they were doing one individual visit straight into Lupron, straight into hormone replacement. And again, like, look how he's like, Lupron, it's nothing. It's just a fun little drug. You can just desist anytime you want. No, permanent bone damage. Permanent. Forever. I will never be able to fully recover from the bone damage that I suffered as a result of taking Lupron. My bones are weak to this day. They always will be for the rest of my life. Doesn't matter how much milk I drink or calcium I take. It is a lasting effect because I went through fucking menopause when I was 20 years old. Now, in my case, it was worth it because it treated a serious disease that I had and it cured it. So it was worth it. But I had a physiological disease, not a mental one. I have mental ones too, but that's not really, actually. I used to think that, but I don't know so much. I have my little autism, but
between a doctor and between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Sure, of course.
Adolescence is a crucial time for identity and psychosexual development in young people with gender identity concerns. The outcomes of GDC have been discussed in terms of its persistence and desistance. For most children with GDC, whether GD will persist or desist will probably be determined between the ages of 10 and 13 years, although some may need more time. Evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence, reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensma, indicate that for around
it is Steensma. I was right. I asked if this was Steensma. Okay. I can guess
80% of children who meet the criteria for GDC.
Right.
They are citing multiple different studies, but they're saying there is an additional review. Lance doesn't understand how to read academic literature, so he can't understand what this means. They're saying there's an additional review, but they have reviewed it as well. They have done an additional review with a massive, with additional meta-analytical analysis, meta-analytical methods. But they're saying also see Ristori and Steensma. They are not saying that their outcomes are just Ristori and Steensma. They're saying see them for additional analysis. This is why he go to the fucking conclusion, go to the conclusion. That's why he asked this. No. That's not how any of this works. The conclusion is a summary. It's a fucking summary. You have to read the entire fucking study, you fucking lunatic. Oh, you have to read the entire fucking study.
But you said 2011.
Oh, so there's multiple Steensma studies. They've actually built upon each other. And the problem with the Steensma study, unfortunately, is that they actually categorized people who were not trans in that study. They didn't compare people who were trans to people who were trans and then detransitioned. They compared people in the general population.
What's your source? What's your source for that?
The actual author of the study has come out since and said that
what can I pull up to confirm
the
that?
Ristori and Steensma 2011
because look, I pulled up a study that said a thing. You've made a counterclaim. I will pull it up.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to...
Because I don't know who Steensma is.
Okay, so, Steensma, and the problem, I'll say one more thing because I had this written down. 45.3% of the people did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as people who were detransitioned.
Yes, because that's what it counts as. If they didn't reapply for treatment, it means that they're not continuing treatment. How are they going to continue? Okay, how are they going to continue to get the hormones if they're not reapplying for treatment? They can't continue to transition if they're not continuing to apply for treatment to be able to get their hormone therapy. Then that's detransitioning, inherent.
But they weren't in fact doing that.
Wait, so can I ask you something?
He asked for the source. Let's do things in order.
I'm going to respond to what you said. Actually, I need to respond to what you just said right now.
That last point is kind of important to respond to.
Okay.
We're literally talking about desistance.
Right.
If they're including people who desisted, you'd have to get the number of those who desisted.
They included people who did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as someone who was desisting. That's just someone who didn't show up again.
That's literal desistance.
No, it's not. It's not.
That's literal desistance.
Not whatsoever, Tim. That is someone who has decided they just don't want to go talk to that doctor or experience things with that doctor. They could have gone.
No, that's not how this works. Is he really this stupid? They asked the participants, "Are you still seeking treatment?" And they said no. They didn't. They're not talking to a specific doctor. How is he this dumb? They're asking the participants themselves. They're not asking doctors. I believe so. Let me double check. Let's see. Were they getting this information from doctors, or were they getting this from respondents? Let's see. Let's make very clear about what this is. All right. Let me find the DOI for this. There it is. And we find the scholarship over here. Real quick. Spoon. Are you awake? Spoon. Wake up.
Yo, I'm here.
Do you fall asleep?
I'm right here. Didn't I just respond?
Barely. Let's see. What does it say here? Oh, you just fell asleep. You fall asleep all the time. All right, I'm going to share my screen here for a second.
All right.
Just for a minute. Here's a study. So this is Restorian Steensman, the one that he's very angry about, that he's apparently read, which I guarantee he hasn't. So let's just read the abstract. It's weird he wanted to go to the conclusions of the abstract. Gender dysphoria in child is a complex phenomenon characterized by clinically significant distress, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what we need to know then, that's not actually useful. We need to go down to the treatment. We need to see the introduction. What's your criteria? Question of interest. Where'd you get your data from? Psychosexual development. Where'd you get the data from? I need to find where you got the data from.
Why are these freaking tiny?
This is I hate these. This is a terrible study. I can see why he didn't like this. I don't think he understands why he shouldn't like it, but 2+1. The most variation reported persistence rates between studies range from 2% to 39%. He's saying persistent rates in the studies ranging from 2 to 39%. Studies before the year 2000 reported much lower persistence rates in comparison to more recent studies after the year 2000. Oh, gee, could that be social contagion? I don't know. Sounds like it could be, maybe. Here we go. This is again a study from 2016. Persistence rate. Look at this. The highest one they had was from 2008. This Walian, Cohen's, and Katena's. 40 natal boys and 14 natal girls. Age follow-up was between 16 and 28. That's the highest one they have is 39%. But the other one's 9%, 2%, 12%, 12%. Now these ones from the 70s, you could maybe, and 60s, you can maybe count out like as being outliers because it's like, well, we live in a more progressive society now.
We don't. So
this is just a meta-analysis. It's just a review of literature. There's something else in here. The study that Tim brought up though was also just reviewing the literature. Let's go back to the video. Sorry, I just wanted to look at the actual study because this is. I wanted to see what its methodology was. All right, it's just a pure literature review. All right, let's get back into it.
They could have done something else, but that is not someone who has verifiably said, I was trans, I'm no longer trans. So, that's just people who did not show up.
Your thing.
Okay, so go to transadvocate.com/.
I'm not going to I need a study or something, not an
go to some
website.
advocacy website.
I pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not pulling up a nonprofit.
Good job.
Advocacy
so
group.
This is an interview with the person who did the study in this article.
Heinegger for 5 says Adam and Sitch focused on how detransition. Yeah. Detransition versus desistance at this point and how it was being confused here. Well, okay, so the difference between detransition and desistance largely has to do with at what point in the process it occurs, right? Detransition is usually you've gone through a lot of stuff. Desistance means that you haven't maybe gone through the surgeries yet, usually, which is what I would say desistance usually means, and what they're probably talking about in the literature here with these children and young people, but detransition is a different process. And I think maybe what Lance is focusing on is that he's saying desistance is not detransition. However, if you stop taking hormones, you stop even if you've had surgeries, you stop taking hormones, you're going to go back to what, like you might have boobies on, but you're going to start looking more like a man, right? Okay, you're going to start growing facial hair again if you're a man who's got boobies tacked on. You're not going to regrow your dick, obviously. And if you're a woman, like, by the way, if you've taken these hormones, your voice is not going to go back up again. But if you haven't had the bottom surgery, you're going to start menstruating again. It depends on what level you are, and this is the problem, is that there's so many different layers to what detransition is versus what desistance is. Desistance meaning moving towards surgeries. Once you get the surgeries involved, it becomes more confusing, right?
Oh my god!
Because like you're not gonna regrow your uterus. You're not gonna regrow your dick.
You want to hear something funny?
Yeah, of
Joe
course.
Scarborough said that what he saw of Trump on CNN's town hall was the most chilling thing since January 6th.
Oh, I'm sure he was very. I don't know if we're gonna have time to get to that. We're gonna for hours.
No
for
way
some
in
time.
fucking hell I'm watching the town hall.
No, we're gonna have to do that on Wednesday next week. Fuck that. Fucking hey, dude. Sorry. I put it in the description, but I didn't think we'd get to it. I knew this Tim Pool thing would take forever, so.
I've pulled up a scientific study for you.
And the person who did, and I'm challenging you with the person who did the fucking study. And
but
then
you're telling me to pull up an advocacy website, which is not on par with a scientific study.
But it's featuring the person who did the scientific
study. Is there
study.
a counter study saying this is not correct?
Okay, yes, an overwhelming amount. Okay, sure.
Let me pull that up.
Let's look it up.
Can you
look? If I pull up the NIH,
sure,
and then you say go to transadvocate.com, you understand why I'm not.
Let's do this. Cool. Cornell.
It sounded like he was saying sure, but it sounded like he was originally trying to shush Tim. Wow.
University.
I'm not going to Breitbart for my source on desistance, okay?
Sounds good. Cornell University did a meta study.
What is it?
Oh, okay, here we go.
By the way, can I just say, I would never read any studies on this topic because I think it is so ideologically indoctrinating and so
it's impossible to find
politically slanted. Like, I'm sorry, the amount of shit that we've seen from universities in the last, say, 3 years, as far as the shit they're pushing.
Well, you can't publish research that doesn't.
Off! I'm not going to listen to any crap that comes from university. It is so fucking.
I've talked about this before.
It's not even funny.
I've talked about this before. The problem is that, like, and you saw this, is like in 2014, there was research that was being done on fMRI data, using fMRI data to show that, like, oh, hey, like, there's like some differences in people who identify as transgender in terms of the neurological activation versus people who are cisgender. I think it was even before, like 2014. There's been almost no research that's been conducted since then. And do you know why? Because the studies that have been conducted since then no longer find that result. Gee, I wonder why. In 2014, when we were testing trans people's brains, it looked like their brains were had different activation than people who are not trans, right? However, research that's being done in 2018 and 2019 no longer finds this effect. Do you understand now why they're not doing the fMRI studies? That's the brain scans. You understand why they're doing that, right? Why they're not doing it, I should say.
Because it probably helps our argument.
Because it shows that that this is sociological and not neurological.
Yeah.
That the vast amount of transgender shit that's happening is, again, we could find it in 2014, but we can't find it in 2018 or 2019. Why would that be? Oh, I think I have an idea. Because this is a social thing.
Yeah, I'm with Rakus on this as well. I would just think, man, if I had political power, I would be very authoritarian when it comes to this. Like, I would straight up ban. I would put anyone who was advocating for even puberty blockers on child, I'll put you in prison.
Yeah,
instantly.
I think
I wouldn't even like entertain you like sliders like, do this general spectrum, like no prison with you. Like,
we're at the meta studies part, so yeah, I'm apparently gonna get triggered.
Anyone in the pharmaceutical industry, I'll give you the death penalty. Fuck you.
All right.
Like,
apparently this. Okay. Apparently, hang on. Can you give me a second, Spoon? Can you entertain people for like 1 minute? Because I realize this is the part where apparently I'm gonna get really triggered and I have to use the bathroom. I don't want to have to leave during my triggering. So 1 second. I already got triggered about the Lebron thing. Give me 1 second. 1 sec. You don't take any notes. Hang on.
I could have swore you just said Lebensraum thing. Or am I maybe confused? But yes, this is guillotine is that sounds very French. So I don't think I could advocate for that. the meta study. Yeah, this is just one argument that I don't care for. Like whenever I hear people say like this to me is like a late term end of civilization, empire collapse kind of shit. Like once you start talking about gender, I'm like, no, fuck off. We have more important things to worry about. And I don't give a flying fuck whether you think, oh, like, no, anyone who just says trans, like, my brain just goes, ew, fuck off. No, I don't give a fuck about your studies or your nuance or your libertarian ideas. Like, no, you have man, woman, and everything else is a mental illness and you're fucking deranged. End of story. I have no patience for any of that crap. Fuck off. And I think this is some shit people argue. Like, dude, we have more important things to worry about. We have war and the economy. Okay. Fuck off. This is like my lowest list of priorities of shit to discuss.
TRA, Dark Phoenix 77 for 5 says, TRAs point to studies that do exactly what he's claiming. They count all individuals that lose track of as persisting. Iron law for production. Yeah, I've seen that as well. Where it's like, yeah, if they lose track of somebody, they say, well, they must have persisted, even though they went to some other doctor. When you need to ask the patient. Okay, so let's see what stupid shit he says.
The university did a meta study on 50.
Indiana Jones or Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid, because the idea of black people swimming is ridiculous.
Oh, bro.
5 different studies. Just start looking up Cornell University meta study on detransition. Cornell University.
All right, let's look it up. All right. Cornell University. It's funny you don't have the author's name. University meta study detrans. You should know the name of scholars, by the way, if you're going to do this. Strong consensus.
You can't debate evil.
From 2018.
No, you beat evil by doing the final scene of the movie Firewall.
Where's the study? Among the analysis are and where's
Firewall, you know,
where's the fucking study? Oh, here we go. A new analysis. Where? Overview. Where's the study? What is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
You do realize you're just saying that over and over again. We don't know what you're looking at.
Okay, hang on. Let me share my screen. What? This is it. This is the thing he's citing. What the fuck is this? This is not a meta-analysis.
What are we looking at?
This is a bunch of citations of linking to other studies. Where's the meta? This is not a meta-analysis. This is just a web page with links to other citations. I'm at a loss of words. This is not a meta-analysis. I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is not a fucking meta-analysis.
Yeah, I think that's done a lot.
I don't know what this is. Systematic literature review? No, you didn't. Where's the literature review? Where's the literature review? What? Where's the literature review?
This is like when Aiden gets stuck. Are you feeling okay? Aiden, come back to Earth.
What?
Aiden, beep boop. Like R2D2.
What? That's not a literature. That's not even a literature review. You just posted links to other studies. That's not a meta-analysis. Literature. What?
Like Aiden's brain is broken.
Oh my god! I don't understand. Oh my god. Okay, let's just get back into that's not. It's not even a literature review. It's just posting links to other studies. You didn't do any reason. You didn't do anything. I'm broken. You broke me. Thank you, Cornell. You broke me. I've never seen something so lazy academically in all of my fucking life. Not in all of my life. I've never seen something so academically lazy. Holy shit. I've never seen anything so academically lazy. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay, let's do it.
University did a meta study on 55 different studies on detransitioning. Of those 55, they found 52 of the studies showed that people detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it,
they didn't find anything because they didn't do any kind of meta-analytical research. They didn't. Oh my god, there's a giant spider next to me. Oh my god. Sorry. Okay, I have to deal with my spider issue.
the reason they detransitioned was social stigma.
Spider.
That's 52 of the 55.
You don't know
the
that.
other 3
Nothing
of those 55,
It wasn't
they
in that
didn't
at
show
all.
a net negative effect. There was not a single
wasn't in that
study
at
of the
all.
55 that Cornell University looked at.
There wasn't in it. There was nothing. There was no conclusions in that at all. There's nothing in that. There was no research that was done whatsoever. They just linked to other studies. There was no research on a single fucking piece. Oh my god, no, there was nothing. And then a spider came in to terrorize me. I like spiders. Oh my god,
that showed detransitioning or gender affirming care being a bad thing for trans people. If anything, it was a net
There's nothing
positive.
in here.
This is a meta study of a whole bunch of studies.
It's not a
I have
meta-study.
another meta study.
So wait, but hold on.
But I'm trying
wanna-
to pull up a scientific study to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, I also
give me
just want to ask a
title.
question about this too.
Sure.
So you're mentioning that this is a meta-analysis of studies
Yes.
on people who have detransitioned, but by definition, right, this is taking into account people who went through what, puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, physical surgeries.
Sure, for in each study it was different things. In some of the studies, it was people who were going through puberty blockers. Some had hormone therapy, but a lot of them in one form or another had received gender affirming care. They were trans when the study
pinned the
first
message,
tried to identify these
the
people,
study.
and then it
Lack
looked
of
at them
study.
years later.
And how is this sample collected? Because almost every single issue or almost every single study I've seen from trans advocates on this issue use a convenience sample rather than doing some kind of controlled randomized test for the treatment.
So this is a meta study of a whole bunch of other studies. So
Okay.
you would have to go between
It's
each
not a
study
meta.
because at the end of the day,
It's not a
I don't want to fall in this
meta-analysis.
trap. The me
Hang
and Tim.
on, one sec. It's not a meta-analysis. Wait, I linked to an aggregator. If you use an old aggregator site, no, this is it. This is it. This is what we know. .inequality.cornell.edu. This is the Cornell University website. This is their actual.
It's broken again.
It's nothing. It's nothing. It's. It's nothing. I looked at their methodology. Their methodology is nothing.
Anyone who thinks you can become the opposite sex through hormones
You
is just
actually
insane.
broke me. You actually.
And no amount of
actually
studies you can
broke
say
me.
is going to reverse that.
But this is not how you do a meta-analysis. This is not how. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not how this works. This is not how this works at all. It's not how this works even a little bit. It's not how it works even the slightest. And also, yeah, if you look at these studies, not a single one is conducted after 2016. All of these are 2016 or prior. Sorry, there's one 2017, two 2017 articles by Vandegrift, and I've read those, by the way. Oh my god, I'm having a fucking breakdown, dude. Lucifer the Doberman for 2 says I'm reading it now. It's an opinion piece. Yeah, it's an opinion piece. This isn't science. This isn't science. This is here's some studies and here's what I think it means with no analysis conducted.
And we're about to do where each of us starts saying like, well, I have a study. Well, you have a study. Well, I have a study. We could do this all day. So we should look at metadata, right? We should look at compromising data that looks over a whole bunch of studies. A second metadata study that I want you to look at, regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. This went to Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Ireland, Serbia, and an interview between 27 studies, 7,928 trans patients. It showed a less than 1% regret rate.
So also, can I also mention something? Desistance and detransition.
I have another meta study.
Okay, I got to address this right now. There is a problem we are facing in that you are saying a lot of things and I can't pull up any sources. At the very least, all I did was Google searched it. I pulled up the 2 studies that were associated with it and said, here's what it says. I have not given you my personal perspective on it. You've now given me your personal view on it.
No, I've given you the studies. These are 2 meta studies. I have a third meta study.
One sec. So on that one, he just cited the 1% who had regrets. Of the 77 patients who regretted having a gender assignment surgery, or whatever GAS stands for, 28 had minor surgery, 34 had major surgery, based on Pavlin's regret classification. The majority had clear regret based on Kuiper and Cohen-Katenis's classifications. I'd have to go into this in more detail. I have not read this one, but let's look at hang on, let's look at this real quick. See how he goes through them really quickly? Like, he doesn't go into any of the details. Like, how long has it been between this? Overall fault time of surgery and time of regret assessment range between 0.8 and 9 years. Okay, that's interesting. So you do have a pretty wide time frame here. But it seems that like half of them, nearly half, were minor surgeries, but the vast majority, not vast majority, but the majority were major surgeries, had the greater regret rate. And I would be interested in seeing exactly, let me see if I can find how many people who didn't regret it had only had minor surgeries like facial feminization or something like that, but hadn't gone through with the bottom surgery, because that would seem to be the operative thing. Just interested. I don't know the answer. Just interested.
Studies, let me please pull them up. I can't find what you're talking about.
The first one is Cornell University. They did a meta-study.
What's the name of it?
Not a meta-study.
It's Cornell University's meta-study of 72 studies on gender-affirming care. Of that, 55 of the studies were directly related to detransitioning.
What meta-study on...
Oh, okay.
I just want to flag that
what's the title of the thing?
I want to make... One second. On the second study he's talking about here, the rest did not specify type of surgery. Okay, so here's the thing, though, of the people who had these... Okay. Here's what happened in the study that had that very low desistance rate that he just mentioned, where it was with the longitudinal time frame. Only 2% of that sample, 2.6%, had fake penises installed, and only 2% had hysterectomies. So they did not. The people in this study that had very, very low that had very low regret rates, almost none of them got bottom surgery. Almost none of them did. 2% in both cases. So they had feminization surgeries, but they didn't have the fucking bottom surgery, which is the shit that people really regret, because it ruins their lives. Wow. Lucifer Doman for $2 Canadian says, I'm reading it now, it's an opinion piece. Yeah, it is. And then Michael for 2 says, how many self-deleted and not taken under regret? They would never count that as regret. That's just because people are mean. And people were mean. That's what they say. So again, in that study he just cited, the second one he cited, only 2% of both groups, female to male and male to female, had the actual bottom surgeries. From what I'm reading here, if I'm reading this correctly. Vaginoplasty and clitoroplasty? Oh, no. So some of them... No. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it's just that this is almost no female to males. Okay. Almost no female to males. It was 40% had a vaginoplasty. So, meaning they had a fake vagina installed, right? I think that's what that means. The screaming type of surgical... all trans-feminine surgeries, right? 40% had a vaginoplasty. Okay, it was just 2% of female to males who were included in this. But so a little bit less than half of their... 772 people, by the way, in this study, had fake vaginas installed. But only 5% had breast implants? That's weird. What's up with this survey? What's up with this sample size? This is bizarre. Wait a minute. How do only 5% have had breast implants, but 40% had vaginoplasties? What? I have to look more into the study.
Tits.
I didn't look more into the study. This is very bizarre. It doesn't make any sense. I'm confused by this study. Weird.
I think are two different things.
Right. Well.
What? Look up
Cornell University.
Cornell University. What does scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition or on gender trans well-being?
Well, DP, this was up to 9 years. So yeah, we'll see after 10 years.
And the third meta study that I want to bring up is a U.S. study. It's a 2015 U.S. transgender study.
But this isn't a scientific research paper that's peer reviewed.
No, this is a meta-analysis.
It's not a meta-analysis.
Research papers.
Did you get that from what we know? Inequality.
But hold on. Like, do we have a standard on why we should accept?
If you want to know their methodology, there's a click here to view the methodology.
Yeah, I did.
You can find that out for yourself right there.
But this is not a peer-reviewed scientific paper.
This is a meta-analysis.
No, it's not.
Of peer-reviewed scientific papers.
I reject it outright.
Okay, so if you want to reject that outright,
bro, next thing you're gonna do, you're gonna tell me ivermectin is some cure because of a meta-analysis.
This has nothing to do with it.
No, bro.
This has nothing
You
to do.
can't.
Okay, so you guys already saw my fucking mental breakdown. I'm sorry. That was look. I haven't seen this before, so that was my genuine immediate response to looking at the Cornell thing. It is not a meta-analysis. It's an opinion piece. That just links a bunch of other pieces of research. That's not how meta-analytical research works. Meta-analysis means a very specific thing. It means you have to use a very specific type of mathematical calculation to understand by taking together the wealth of data that is drawn from previous studies to be able to understand if there is a broader consensus over time or something like that. Lance, this is not a meta-analysis, the thing that's in Cornell. I'm confused by this thing in PRS Global Open, the Regret After Gender Affirming Surgery Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis, which is a meta-analysis. But the results that I'm seeing from it are weird. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. It just that doesn't seem to... This is the one that says it is a 1% regret rate in between 0.8 months or between 8 months and 9 years. But it's almost no females to males, and most of them did not undergo bottom surgery. So I'm not thinking this is necessarily saying, even in this one I'm reading, why didn't they have top surgery first? Whatever, not understanding it, but I'll have to look into it more. Certainly not what you're saying it's saying, though.
You can't come to me when everyone tries screaming about ivermectin because of a meta-analysis that I reject and say I don't think it works.
You can go
and then have someone from the left come to me and now claim meta-analysis is effective. No, the point is this. I said give me a study and you cannot do it.
I am on my way to give you a third meta-study. A combination of studies.
These are studies.
No, if we go study to study back and forth, Tim, this is going to take fucking forever. So let's
give me one study. I've given you two. Give me one.
This is embarrassing.
I've got like
embarrassing. You can't give me one study. Okay. I've given you two, and I didn't even make an assertment. I Googled it and pulled up what I found.
You want individual studies instead of meta-analysis, which is ridiculous. But sure, here's individual studies.
What you cited from Cornell was not a meta-analysis, Lance. The fact that you would think that proves how fucking stupid and ignorant you are of how science works. And so you have nothing you should say that you say from this point on. Now, I should have known that earlier. Obviously, we knew that already. But nothing you can say from this point on should be taken as a serious statement of scientific fact because you don't know what a meta-analysis is.
The mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth receiving gender affirming care from February 25th, 2022. This shows
let me type it and pull it up for you.
Yeah, but I can explain to them while you're doing the research.
No, you're probably going to lie.
I need you to tell me what the name is so I can pull it up.
Mental health outcomes in
transgender
and non-binary youth receiving gender affirming care, February 25th, 2022, peer-reviewed study. The findings, kids who received puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality. Here's another individual study for you.
Hold on.
Have they been through surgery?
Nothing to do with resistance.
Do you want to go back to resistance studies?
That's what I was asking you about. I Google searched resistance. Wikipedia has two studies that say it's 61 to 98%. You said that's wrong. I said, what's your source?
Yes.
You didn't give me one.
I did on the spot.
No, you didn't.
You gave me a meta-analysis
we're on camera, so
that is not peer-reviewed. It's not a peer-reviewed study.
I can't even find the second one he cited.
If you want to go back and forth, Tim, on single studies, like I said, this can take forever. So it
Do you not have a single study?
I've named you tons of studies.
No. You've given me a meta-analysis, not a single study.
A meta-analysis combines other studies. Do you understand how that works?
Yes.
No, but it didn't, though. It's just a fucking opinion piece.
Of that, the 55 studies that it looks... No, of the 55 studies that it looked at,
52 of them and then someone looked at them and made it different. You're saying that out of 72 studies that found a conclusion...
No, 55. It looked at 72. 55 talked about detransitioning.
It was a hypothetical number.
51.
You're looking at a bunch of studies that have come to conclusions...
Of course.
...that are peer-reviewed, and you're saying, but someone analyzed those...
Cornell University did.
Who from Cornell?
Click here to view our methodology and you can learn about their methodology. You just rejected it outright when you saw it. You were like,
because it's not a study. It's not a study.
It's a meta-analysis of studies.
These are different
things. I'm explaining that to you.
The problem is these studies have their own conclusions you're ignoring.
They combine their conclusions to reach their findings.
What's really fucking curious about this that I'd like to point out that Tim asked in a very good question is, who's the author on this? Guess what? There is no author on the Cornell University page. Not in the methodology, not in the main page. There's not a single fucking scientist's name attached to this. Now, let me tell you something. If no one will attach their name to something, it's because they don't want their name attached to it now, isn't it? There is not a single name attached to this Cornell University page. Not a single fucking name. Shameful.
Wonder why.
Shameful. And by the way, the methodology page, let me tell you, does he read it here? I don't want to like step on Tim's toes.
I want to understand what to say. During COVID, there were a whole bunch of studies done, individual studies, peer-reviewed, that found ivermectin did not work. The right kept bringing up meta-analyses that said, actually, it does. I said, and I said this to Joe Rogan, I reject that. Show me the actual study. I do not believe this is correct. I will not afford you some benefit to come in and make the same argument to me. If you do not have a study that is peer-reviewed and cited, then I'm not going to entertain your...
Well, okay, so here's the thing, too. Tim's a little bit wrong here, right? Meta-analysis is a real thing, okay? Meta-analysis is a real thing that it is an entirely different form of statistics that is used in regular, we see in a normal scientific study. We don't have to use that kind of advanced level of statistics. You need to like get into kurtosis and all kinds of other fucking shit that even I'm not any good at understanding the skew of leaning of data. It's very, very advanced. Doing a meta-analysis requires a very complex comprehension of statistics that I can't do. I can't do a meta-analysis in a way that would be actually, I don't have the statistical knowledge. I'm not that advanced. I have a graduate degree in it, but there are people with PhDs who can't do fucking metas. They're complicated. It's complicated. No, for real. Meta-analyses are hard to do. This thing from Cornell is not a meta-analysis. It's just, I found a bunch of studies. That's literally what it is I found a bunch of studies. And I'm going to make an affirmation about what I think they say without doing the actual mathematical analysis. This is not a meta. It is no way a meta. It's an opinion piece.
Opinions.
So when I bring up the Cornell University study, that's
not a study.
It's not a study.
Yeah, of 55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out.
Go to Reddit.
Come on. I asked you for. You're pulling up Reddit when I'm
pulling up Reddit because Cecilia, I believe her last name is pronounced Dejen, explains.
By the way, Hasselhoff, it's not even a systematic literature review. It's not a literature review. It's just it's a works cited page. There's no literature review here. This isn't even how a literature review works. This spits in the face of science entirely.
and downplays why you're wrong about that 80 to 85% because she's the one who actually did that study. She's the one who did the study you cited. So she explains why it's being misused. It is not true.
I can say this.
There
are arguments about what is true all day.
Oh, she's afraid for her job, and now she's trying to explain why her own findings are wrong? That would never happen.
Every day. There's arguments that M theory is wrong and that science is unwilling to give up because too many scientists have dedicated their lives to it. So they argue that M theory is the theory, while others are coming up with like E8 Lie group theory or whatever. I totally understand that people will decide what they think is true or not. Hence, I have a bottom line standard. If the right comes at me and says, ivermectin meta-analyses prove it works, I say, don't care.
Hang on, real quick. In the Hasselhoff, they actually don't claim it's a literature review. They claim it's a systematic literature review. But they don't actually even review the literature. They just post links to it. Guys, what I do on my channel is what I would call systematic literature reviews. And you guys know what I do. I read through what were they doing with the study? What did they find? What were the methods? What was the sample? What did they find? That's how you do a literature review. They didn't do even that. They just linked shit. It's the laziest ass shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Oh my god, why am I not a fucking professor emeritus at this point when this is the fucking people I have around me? Jesus Christ.
Rejected the concept of someone analyzing a collection of studies and making a determination. What our standard is, or at the very least where I'm at is, if we're going to have any basic agreement on what is or isn't, there has to be a unified standard there, which is a peer-reviewed study, which is not absolute. If I have two peer-reviewed studies and the establishment narrative, when I search for it, says 61 to 98%, I will not accept your meta-analysis opinion, the same as I wouldn't for someone who believes ivermectin works, because your argument is founded upon the same basis as theirs.
Okay, so first off, the meta-analysis of ivermectin actually showed that it wasn't effective at preventing or treating COVID-19. That was the actual meta-analysis on ivermectin, so it actually would back up your own claims. Secondly,
I don't know what this meta-analysis is now. If you think this is a meta-analysis, I don't know what your fucking definition of a meta is. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so tired of dealing with fucking midwits. Like, here's the thing too, is that one of the main things I've tried to do with my channel for the last 5.5, 6 fucking years is teach people how to read social science literature, because this shit makes me want to fucking eat a bullet. It makes me so infuriated that I go to my channel. Lance, come to my channel. I'll teach you how to read social science literature. Whatever this Cornell University thing is, I don't know what it is. It's like an overview with some links. It's not an analysis. It's not social science literature. It's just not. I can go read all these papers, but this is designed to trick lunatic retards like you into a conclusion without having to read the studies. Now, what I will do is I'll go try to read this. I'm not working on a video about it right now, but you know what? Maybe I will after this. Maybe actually I will now go read the study cited in this Cornell piece to see what the fuck they are. It's just embarrassing. You're a lunatic, and you're also stupid. You're sincerely stupid. The fact that you think you're smart is just proof that you're a midwit. You have no idea. And as typical of all midwits, you think you're a fucking genius when you have no idea what the fuck you're saying. I don't think I'm a genius at all. I consider myself to be like a working social scientist. I'm a real, like, average IQ person who just knows how to do this one thing. And what you're doing is disparaging to my field, insulting, and retarded.
And it can take a very long time, but we should look at regret after gender-affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence, which looks at, again, 27 studies and interviews 7,928 trans people across the world. And again, in places like Italy, USA, Brazil, you name it, that meta-analysis also found a less than 1% regret rate. You have to be able to combine multiple studies because this is something that has been so thoroughly investigated globally for so long.
Please. Sorry. Okay, I read you guys what that was. Is that was 40% of the people who had bottom surgery of the male to females, and 1% of the female to males had bottom surgery in the study that showed 1% regret over the course of 8 months to 9 years. But less than half of even the that's a great pause screen too. Less than half of the males had bottom surgery. Only 40%, and 1% of the females had bottom surgery. So. That's a little bit disingenuous, don't you think? Don't you think? Shouldn't you make that part clear? That over 60% of the male to females in this survey that had no regret had not had bottom surgery? Think maybe that's important? I think that's important.
Nor the science and data on this is too flagrantly.
Well, there's not been a single large-scale randomized clinical trial for puberty blockers that treat gender dysphoria. There's not been one.
You all are very against Lupron, right?
Well, I don't know much about it.
I know. I really very against is pretty strong. Okay. I'm typically like we shouldn't give.
I'm saying there hasn't been one large-scale randomized clinical trial for these treatments.
Like Lupron for when children go through like the early onset puberty. Yeah. And it's like an actual medical issue. Like,
yes, of course.
That's why saying very against something is like, well, what we're talking about is. Are we going to a kid who are we dealing with an actual case of, say, endocrine disruption caused by phthalates in PCBs, or are we dealing with a kid who's just playing with dolls and the parents are incorrect, right?
And in that case, you would have a long process where they would have to do interviews with, again, professionals who would determine whether...
But it's not what's happening, Lance. It's one interview, and then you're on Lupron, which will cause permanent damage to their bones and will make sure they never reach the height they otherwise would. Permanent. It's osteoporosis.
Whether or not it's appropriate. And people who go on puberty blockers, I want to add this, it's for a limited amount of time. They want to do it only to be able to hold that off. No, it isn't. If you speak to the actual doctors on this you only take it... No, Tim, let me finish the sentence. Come on. You brought me on your show. Let me finish this. You only go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers. And
do you know why, Lance? Isn't it interesting that he brought that up? Even though the reality is that sometimes kids are put on these puberty blockers for like 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah, it's because it destroys their bones, Lance. You want to bring that part up? Oh, no. No, you wouldn't want to bring that up, would you? Ooh, wouldn't want to bring that up. Again, imagine being an actual person who does have gender dysphoria, right? As a female, you're a natal female, and you're like, well, I actually have gender dysphoria. And they put you on this puberty blocker, then you're stunted in your growth, so you end up becoming like, your maximum height is 5'3". Then they put you on testosterone. You're not going to grow any taller. You're like, you've reached your now natural height. And now it's like, hello, I'm a man, and you're 5'3". Imagine living life as a man when you're 5'3". See how that works? Holy shit!
Avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects.
We
from
had
that.
Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
Anecdote.
Absolutely.
Lived experience.
So when I say lived experience
anecdote.
happens, you say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm saying it can happen.
And
I'm saying you have to look at broader data. You have to look at broader
that's
trends.
the issue I take, right?
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense if I brought up a single horror story to you and said, this is fact. It can happen.
I said we don't want that to happen,
Of course, no one wants that to happen. But
Okay,
then
so
if
it
we want
shouldn't
to understand how this is actually taking place around the world from an actual perspective of science, we have to look at the data. We have to look.
We have to look at the data. Yes, Lance, we should actually look at the data. Not at some fucking stupid ass fucking not meta-analysis. This website is made for idiots like Lance to look up to prove their fucking points on shit. And also, go read the thing that I just posted, or the other fucking study. Go read it. You didn't read it. You read the fucking abstract, you lunatic. I hate this. This is in my life. People who read abstracts are my fucking enemy. You are my eternal enemy. To the end of time, you are my eternal enemy. People who read abstracts. I will never stop fighting retards like you, Lance. Stop reading abstracts when your fucking shitty little Discord server tells you, you fucking maroon. Jesus Christ.
Look at meta studies. We have to look at and analyze global.
It's not a meta study.
Understanding of this. When it comes to Lupron, by example, yes, it's true that Lupron is not FDA approved for the use of on cisgender children.
Wow, interesting. He would pull it up because it's not exactly. It's not approved. So why is it being used? How cute. It's not approved by the FDA, but we're doing it anyway, aren't we? Now, shows how much you care about the children's safety. Interesting. Lance, do you want to talk about what Lupron is FDA approved to treat? Oh, including, castrating pedophiles? Oh, you wouldn't want to bring that up now, would you, Lance?
There is a product that is FDA approved for use with children that is a puberty blocker, and it has been used for a long time, for generations and decades.
Generations.
It was just being done.
No, but that's for an entirely.
Lupron has been used for years, but do you want to talk about what Lupron was used to treat? It was used to treat people with severe endometriosis, such as myself. It was used to treat precocious puberty, as in children who started puberty when they were before the age of 10. And it was used to castrate pedophiles chemically. Talk about the actual uses of Lupron before this transgender craze, for which, by your own admission, it is not FDA approved to do, and yet it's being done towards to thousands of children every single day in the United States. Cute, but you can't get past me, idiot.
For an entirely different reason. That's for an entirely different reason. So to say we want to prevent a child from undergoing early onset puberty so that they can develop at a normal, healthy rate is entirely different. It is entirely different from saying we're going to administer puberty blockers because this child feels they're a member of the opposite sex.
But whether
Oh, by the way, Furious Dan, feel free to use my voice on 11 Labs so you can use it to read studies. That'd be funny. I enjoy that.
Entirely different reason.
Whether or not it's
because you're looking for a different
is going to be the problem, right? You want to know whether or not its use is going to be dangerous on children.
And the reason for administering a certain treatment can render it.
The whole thing is that any drug that is administered that is approved by the FDA for the general population is put under 10 times X scrutiny when it's approved for children. Yeah, I know, patent in 1973. He says generations. It's technically a generation. But any drug that's approved for adults has to be put under 10 times scrutiny for children because children's bodies are developing and you don't want to cause problems in children's developing bodies. 1985, yeah, a generation, asshole. Generations. Fucking. And by the way, if Lance is 44, like, Come on now.
Dangerous.
You know,
so, for example, if we have been amputating people's limbs for hundreds of years, if I go into a doctor and say, please cut my arm off because I don't want it anymore, and he cuts my arm off, that's medical malpractice. For you to jump in and go, we've been cutting people's arms off for hundreds of years. This is medically approved. People are allowed to do this.
Can I answer this?
Is not, yes, absolutely.
So what you're describing is called BIID, body identity disorder. I forget how it's spelled. It is a real phenomenon.
Dysmorphic.
Yes, it's extremely rare, but we know enough about it at this point to know that people will seek out to get operations on the black market if they have BIID. And what we found when people do that and go into the black market.
Please don't use the royal we as if you're a scientist. I do that, and I feel uncomfortable when I do it sometimes. But I do that because I went to grad school. I've published research. I'm having a bit of a mental breakdown. In a fun way. My whole life, in many ways, is based around studying science. Like that's my, not just my identity, and I wouldn't call it my identity actually, but that's my passion. That's what I'm most passionate about in my life is social science research. So when I say we, it's because one, I have a graduate degree, I was a PhD student, and which I fucked up, but whatever, that was my fuck up. But two, I read social science literature every single day. Do you know what I mean? Like it's my passion in life, and it's one of the things that makes me happy to get up in the morning and be like, oh, I can read a new social science paper today. That seriously makes me happy. Lance is using it to like, he's abusing science, which is this thing that exists in a void and it should have no politic involved with it, to make up some weird fucking nonsense. That's not what this is about. Science is the pursuit of truth, not the pursuit of your ideology. Michael for 2 says, I'm wrong on age. Ian equals 44. Lance is greater than Tim's age. 2 hours and okay. We'll see what we can get through, Michael. But Lance is 44. Or do you mean Ian's 44? Lance is greater than Tim's age, but Tim and I are the same age, so I don't know.
To have a limb removed,
I don't know how
is
old
that it
Lance
only
is then.
provides a
But Lance is older than me then, because Tim and I are the same age. I think Tim's like a year older than me, but yeah.
temporary amount of relief for their condition, and then it returns and they have further complications from the fact that they now have a disability and or medical complications that come from all that.
My point is not about any kind of body dysmorphia about losing a limb. My point is about drawing a false conclusion by a medical treatment being allowed under circumstance A but not being allowed under circumstance B. You're saying we allow it for kids who have hit precocious puberty, but then we don't allow it for kids who don't want to go through puberty because they want to be a member of the opposite sex.
It's still not FDA approved. That's different.
But you understand.
Minnesota Fats. I know that I did know Ian was quite a bit older, but yeah, Ian is 44 apparently. I knew he was older. I didn't know he was 44, but yeah. Ian looking pretty good for 44. Tim's 37? Then I thought Tim and I were the same age. Fuck. Oh well. No, I'm 32, but no.
My point, you can't claim those things are the same.
I just Google searched it real quick. Stat in 2017, 100 out of 100 with NewsGuard. Drug use to halt puberty may cause lasting health problems. More than 10,000 adverse event reports were filed with the FDA, reflecting the experience of women who've taken Lupron, describing everything from brittle bones to faulty joints.
You know, regarding meta-analyses,
Well, interesting, Lance. No comment. Oh, I wish I'd been there. Oh, I wish I'd been there for this one. Be like, hello. Hello. Mm-hmm. I'm saying I wish I had been there for this one, to just be in the room to be like, oh, hello. Let me tell you what Lupron Depot does. And go on a fucking tirade. Mr. Scary the Terry for 5 says, holding all this podcast is truly embrace the long. Yeah, we're going long tonight. Whatever. I knew this was gonna take forever. We're gonna cover the fucking town hall next week, so no we can do it tonight, obviously.
Like I'm worried about, giving kids things on an experimental basis.
Yeah, this is a huge, long conversation, and it would be so awesome to go through each study. I would love to. It would probably take like 7 hours, 6 hours, but we could do it, but like not tonight, unfortunately.
Well, so let me ask you though,
and I also want to be like, not to be rude to Ian, and not to be rude to anybody else here. I do think anybody can read scientific literature. It's one of the things that I've been I've tried to do my entire channel's history. But you probably do need like a scientist, a statistician there to help explain like the methodology. which is not to say like to confuse, but just like, okay, let's put this into context. I'm not perfect in that kind of stuff though at all. I'm just saying that like these guys might know if it's not meant in an offensive way whatsoever. But I know how to read these studies because I read them every single day. I know exactly how every study is cited. It is structured the same way. So I can tell you how. That's why I like had like a fucking short fugue state that I entered when I saw that Cornell page. Like, what the fuck is this? This is not a study. It's because it follows none of the methodology examples of look. All science works. I mean, all research papers are published in the same kind of format. And when I saw that, I was like, what? It was so antithetical to me. It was like, this is not science. I don't know what this is, but this is not science. We publish in a format that is uniform for a reason, so that anyone from any field can take a look at our research and be able to understand it. That's why all science publishes uniformly. We don't all publish in APA. There's multiple different formats, but they are all very similar formats so that all scientists can read it and understand it quickly. That's the point.
But I want to keep down this path because I think we're making good progress.
Let me
here.
ask you a question, right? Like Jazz Jennings is sterile, right?
I don't know much about Jazz Jennings.
Jazz Jennings,
she's a reality TV star, right?
Jazz Jennings. Yeah. I'm concerned.
Wow, what a weird thing to say. She's a reality TV star. Interesting.
I'm concerned that Jazz isn't trans. Because
that's not for us to say.
I didn't say. I said I'm concerned that Jazz is not trans, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason is Jazz is dating women now, right? So then Jazz would.
What does that have to do with being trans?
Well, Jazz would then.
It kind of does. I mean, not in all cases, but if you're trans and you think you're a woman, don't you generally speaking want to then? Again, it's the autogynephiles versus the homosexual, heterosexual, or homosexual. What's it called? See, what's the old word you can't use anymore for trannies?
Queers?
Homosexual transsexual. There it is. So like again, Blair White is a homosexual transsexual. Autogynephiles are basically all the rest of them. The weirdos. Dylan Mulvaney is a. Dylan Mulvaney Dylan Mulvaney was a gay man, so I think he just is doing it for clout and attention.
Be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does it have to do with being trans?
So it has to do with whether or not Jazz made the decision for themselves or the parent made it when they were 3 years old. So the question is,
what happened?
We want to avoid a John Money type situation, right? Where you had these two kids and the doctor told one of the young boys he was actually a girl.
I actually wondered, because I haven't seen this, has Lance ever heard of John Money? I'm curious.
And then forced him to live as a girl, ultimately resulting in his suicide and then the death of the brother as well.
Yeah,
we don't want that
to
happen.
They both killed themselves.
And so that did happen already, and we know that happened. So we have to be careful about taking a 3-year-old and then raising them and telling them they're female, because then if they start exhibiting traditional, gender behaviors, there may be some concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating. And that was the big controversy over the past few weeks, the mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it. If Jazz...
Delaris for 2 says, you're still streaming by the 9. Yeah, that's why we started early. And Carlos Marungo for 2 says, congrats, you're long girl now, EFAP 2 feet. Yeah, EFAP 2 feet. Yeah, look, just tonight. We don't normally do this, but I really want to get to this Tim Pool thing.
Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote. And then Jazz is now dating women. We're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning because it follows the John Money situation. Whether or not Jazz is trans or not, my concern is, what if? And that means there may be children who are going to be pushed down a path that ultimately leads to their suicide because their parents can't make the decision for them, but they did.
So the data overwhelmingly shows that if you give children gender-affirming care, especially if you have loving and accepting parents who accept children's actual gender identity, it reduces the rates of suicide dramatically.
No, it really doesn't, though. The suicidality rate is all over the place. And in fact, what we know is that the suicidality rate is higher after transition, Lance. The suicidality rate is higher after transition, or about the same. It fluctuates. But the transitioning does nothing to reduce suicidality. This is nonsense. There's no data behind this. You fucking moron.
In case of a parent who affirms their child's gender can reduce suicide rates of up to 93% in some studies.
I've not seen that one at all, but cite it.
It's not a case of more often than not, these are children who are approaching their parents saying they think this is something happening to them, and parents pushing back and being like, no, this is wrong. You're just a tomboy. Oh, this is, this is not you. This is blah, blah, blah. And you don't go into a doctor and all of a sudden they're like, here's Lupron.
They do.
No, but they don't, Tim. The average amount of time, the average amount of time.
You can't say they don't when we've had the
Is he paid for by whatever company produces Lupron? Because he keeps bringing it up. It's very bizarre.
Anecdotes, they do. Call it an anecdote.
It's an
I'm
anecdote.
telling you, it does happen.
Of course, but that's an anecdote. We have to look at
So
data,
don't say
science,
it doesn't
statistics.
happen.
Well, it happens, but that doesn't mean it's
Then
a broad
it should
trend.
not happen.
Right, but that's okay. This is asinine. We have to talk about what actually occurs via the numbers, right? That's what matters. Like I have here the largest U.S. transgender survey ever done. It's in 2015 to 21,598 participants, and this covers people in childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, and it has all the results you're looking for.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing the a rapid increase in the past few years?
This is my favorite part that I did see. This is in my favorite part. Welcome to Lance doesn't understand anything about social contagion.
Let me explain that as well.
Of young people identifying as trans.
Okay, can I answer that?
Can you
afterwards?
read the study,
Yeah,
please?
of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%, late adolescence 153%, adulthood 81%, suicide.
What I said at the beginning of this whole segment is that when you start children on this path, they don't desist, as you keep affirming it, and then when they desist, you tell them there's something wrong with them. You put them on a path. Once they get on Lupron, they don't stop. It's not by their own decision. They're put on a medical treatment for life. And you don't care about the desistance rates, do you, Lance? You really don't. Because you just want to make sure they go the fuck ahead. And the problem is that when you start a child who's 10 years old on Lupron Depot, prevent them from undergoing puberty and say, well, just you're going to keep going. And Lupron the Third in the Castle of Castrati. Well, why do you think that's happening? Again, I think Lance would say that the idea that they don't desist once they start treatment is point of proof positive. However, to me, I find that to be absolutely fucking horrifying. Because a child who's 11 or 10 years old has no idea what they're signing up for. They have no idea what Lupron Depot is. They have no idea what hormones will do to their body. And they certainly have no idea what cutting their genitals off will do. Having a hysterectomy. Well, I want to point this out. If you have a hysterectomy as a woman, right? Because you want to have a penis attached to your lower abdomen, a meat sausage made from your own arm or leg skin. You will immediately go through menopause forever. Your bones are going to become even more brittle. You're never going to be able to. Your life's fucked. When I was much younger and I had very bad endometriosis, I wanted to get a hysterectomy. I was told that I could not have a hysterectomy until I was 35 and had at least one child. That's what I was told by doctors when I was like 19, 20. I was told that into my 20s, is that not until you've had at least one or two children and are in your 30s. Well, I'm in my 30s now. Barely, but I'm in my 30s. I'm in there. And I am so glad that doctors told me that they gave me that prescription. Said, nope, because you'll regret it. If you have a hysterectomy now, and trust me, when I was younger and I was in all that pain, having to go through all those experimental treatments, trust me, I wanted to just take that shit out, get it out of my body. It's causing me so much pain. I hate it. Get it out of my body, please. And they said, nope, you'll regret it. They were right. They were right. But they don't do that anymore. What is happening? I have a serious, a physiological disease. And I was told, nope, you cannot have your uterus taken out because you'll regret it, which is correct and was correct. When I was, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, up through 25 was the last time I asked about it. Before I realized, never mind, hang on. They were right. But they are doing this to 12-year-olds with no questions asked. This is why I'm in a unique position to contradict all of this bullshit as a woman who's been through all this stuff. I've taken this drug. I've been through these questions with doctors, and I've seen how it's changed in the last 15 years. And call me a liar. Unfortunately, where's your proof? Fuck off. I'm correct. It just changed because you want to sterilize kids. That's become your new, it wasn't your modus operandi. It wasn't useful to doctors 15 years ago to make long-term palliative care patients, but it is now. That's why.
Suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%. For adolescents, 62%, right. And for adults, 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it. Okay. But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people,
because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and with data that is collected poorly. So just please find the source of that, because I want to pull that apart, but I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
What's that signify?
Oh my God!
The history of left-handedness.
Oh
this is the history of left-handedness in the United States. You see what happens here.
It levels out. It goes up and levels out.
Levels. We used to treat people who.
This crazy person printed out a piece of paper with a fucking graph on it. What a crazy person. The history of left-handedness. Now here's the thing, Lance, that you might find kind of cute. I'm sure you wouldn't. My father is left-handed. And when my dad was a kid in school, teachers would slap his hand when he would use his left hand to write. True. It's true. Happened to my father. My dad's still left-handed to this day. The fact that they tried to slap left-handed people is fucked. It makes no sense. It wasn't based on anything. But left-handedness is not social contagion. Left-handedness has never been popular. Have any of you guys in the chat, has anyone ever seen a bunch of TikToks about how cool and based and awesome it is to be left-handed? Whoa, it's the coolest thing ever. And in fact, no one can make fun of you ever. No one can ever bully you. No one can ever say anything mean about you ever the rest of your life if you're just left-handed. Oh, none of that exists. It's a totally inconsequential, baseless, and irrelevant graph. Yeah, Lance, left-handedness has nothing to do with being transgender. Thorax the Imp for 5 says, a little behind, I'm male, 30s, no meds. While growing up, 5'1" is my natural height. Short man syndrome is real, 1 out of 2. Go ahead and do the other one, but you don't have to. But that's the thing. Like, it sucks to be a short dude. It's real rough out there in the streets. And these women are like, oh, my life will be so much better from a man because I've got all this male privilege. It's like, yeah, enjoy being a 5'1" man. See how fun that is for you. Student may or may not have passed out. I'm going to keep going through the video, though, and finishing it, so we're doing it. Oh, he's there. Torex, the imp. All right, for another 5 says, gotta make up for the lack of height with assertiveness. Exactly. Something females to males will never understand. Exactly. I do kind of feel bad for those women who are like, I'm going to become a man. I'm going to get all my male privilege now. And it's like, ew, manlet. Get treated like shit by all of society. Oh, welcome. Hello, ladies. Welcome to what it's like to be a man. It stinks. Oh, it's not all male privilege. Oh no. It wasn't the thing. It wasn't the lie that you were told by the leftist insane media. I do feel bad for them when I get their breasts cut off, obviously. But, you know, or get their leg skin cut off to make a fake flesh sausage stapled to the bottom of their abdomen. But ugh.
To treat people who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. You remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who didn't record themselves as being left-handed. And then boom, when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This is naturally how many left-handed people there were, and then it plateaued.
It's very different, though. Social contagion. Now, do you want to see something that's interesting about Lance's graph? So his graph goes up. Where it starts is the late 1800s into the early 1900s. Do you notice something about his graph after that point? That his graph he's very proud of, Spoon. Do you notice this?
Which one?
The graph he's pointing at right here. You know something about his graph? So they stopped punishing people for being left-handed in the late 1800s.
I can't take it seriously because of what you posted in the meme earlier.
I know. So in the late 1800s, so the lowest point is in the late 1800s, right? This is like the early 1900s that it goes up. Again, my dad had his own hands beat for being left-handed. Do you notice what happens after it stops being stigmatized?
It goes up?
No, it maintains.
Is that what he's pointing at?
No, my point here is that that's not what we're seeing with transgender stuff. It just keeps going up, 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 up. It doesn't stop.
There's nothing to be gained by being left-handed, whereas there is a social credit.
There's a social benefit to being trans right now. Yeah.
Yes. It's a temporary fad.
I guess his argument would be like, oh, eventually the trans thing will level out.
No, it won't.
But no, left-handedness has never, as you said, had any social benefit. It never has. It's just a thing that happens. My father's left-handed. He had his hands beat for being left-handed. They tried to beat it out of him as a kid.
Your father left-handed as well?
Yeah. Your father's left-handed?
Yes.
What the fuck, Spoon? I'm scared now. I'm getting real scared about you and me.
Why do you think I said my mouse is with the left hand? It's because my dad was left-handed.
You told me about this.
So when I sat as a computer as a kid, I basically just became left-handed for using the mouse just because of my father. And to this day, I'm still left-handed with my...
I'm legitimately getting afraid about how many similarities there are between your childhood and mine. Oh, they're like parallel, right?
Yeah,
it's terrifying.
A lot of
it's getting a little bit scary. It's getting a little bit scary. It's just you're my brother from another mother, my dude. Yeah. Like it's just like me born as a man in South Africa versus West Virginia.
Yeah.
That's so weird, dude. It's so weird. So it's actually a little bit disturbing, honestly.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap.
It's a little bit scary. But that's why we agree. Maybe it's just like, oh yeah, all right, we agree on everything. Are we clones? I don't know. Is that the thing? Is it DNA test?
Well, Aiden has green eyes, and I have very, very dark brown eyes.
Yes. Spoon's got very dark brown eyes. Black. Yeah, his eyes are very dark. I have green eyes. Bill will deny this, but yeah, I have green eyes. I think just that we're separated from birth, dude. It's fucking scary. Like, it's scary. Oh, at last, my very own clone. Now neither of us will be virgins. It's an old meme. Don't worry about it.
We are in a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and because of that, they feel safer expressing that. That's why Gen Z of all
I was concerned there was a transgenocide.
Yeah. So here's
this is the actual statistics on people increasing. You can see the red one.
This motherfucker! Look at all these little papers he brought with him. Look at all these little.
In Gen Z,
and it's terrifying.
I hate this stupid argument of, oh, look, because people are safe. Like, no, motherfucker, you're being pushing the shit on kids, and you're saying if you identify as this thing, you can do all kinds of insane, stupid shit.
See, when I see this graph, I go, oh, that's social contagion.
Protected class if you cut off your genitals. Like,
you don't even have to do it. Again, like I said, that one study he went lunatic on, he talked about it. It's like, oh, but like less than half of all the men even. It was 40% of them had bottom surgery, who had no, who had the 1%.
Bottom surgery just sounds gay.
But they put understand the put the confusion into that number, right? So 1% of the women had bottom surgery, and 40% of the men. So when you put that into an aggregate statistically, then it's kind of like, oh, nobody regretted it because almost none of them had it. This is very basic social. This is very, very basic statistics. It's not difficult to understand how this works. But look, I'm math retarded. I have dyscalculia. Am I crying about it? Have I ever cried about having dyscalculia? No. It's something you have to overcome. Yeah, I also, as it turned out, was good with the numbers.
I wasn't good with numbers when I was a kid, though.
Really like addition and subtraction, it takes me a minute longer than other people, and like time and distances between objects sometimes are hard for me. But that's just because I have a mild form of dyscalculia, which is why math was really hard for me as a kid. Once I became an adult, it was like, oh, never mind. This is great. I can now understand it because I'm very mathematically inclined and mathematically oriented. So, my dude, why do you think it is that all of a sudden, in 10 years, now according to him, of course, that this insane increase in gays is because suddenly it's okay to be gay? Definitely not because of social contagion. It's ridiculous. It totally could have nothing to do with social contagion. I don't know. Let me ask you this question, Lance. How many goths were there in 1960 versus 1990?
Oh, there's significantly more in 1990.
Yeah. How about that? It was popular. It was a fad. Right now, this is a fad. It is a fad.
This is the permanent
The unfortunate part about this fad is just it's permanent and causes it's worse than like a tattoo. Like you can get a shitty tattoo removed, it's gonna hurt, but you can get a shitty tattoo removed.
Tattoo doesn't
Can't get your dick.
Tattoo doesn't stop you from having sex.
Right, but you can't get your dick
Doesn't affect your
reattached.
fertility.
Yes, you can't. You're permanently sterile. You can't have your dick reattached if you've had it cut off. You can't undo that. Putting some goth makeup on. Like right now, I am in the middle of a struggle. It's Mein Kampf, friends, if you will. Where I put purple shampoo is something you have to put in your hair if it's bleached to keep it from getting bronze, or what they call it brassy, where it gets like a yellow tint to it, to keep it like a platinum. I left my purple shampoo in too long, and now parts of my hair are fucking purple. And I'm trying to go through the struggle of unpurpling my hair to make it back into like white platinum. And I put lemon juice in my hair for 24 hours. It didn't do shit. But look, that's some stupid ass shit. I like to have my hair, platinum. That's something I want to do. People who want to have there's a riot who want to have their hair platinum. That doesn't mean anything socially. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Just
bright red.
God. No, I'm not doing it.
Yes.
I'm no Admiral Holdo. I don't want the purple look. I just want it to be bleach. I just like it. I like it bleached white. That's what I look. I like it bleached platinum. That's what I like.
Skyrocketing. It looks like they're identifying more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't think that there's like a trans genocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said it.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous. So if you want,
what's ridiculous? All of the media constantly talks about how great being trans is, and if you're transes, you can never be criticized by anybody ever. And if somebody bullies you and you happen to be a transes, you can get them fucking expelled not just from your school but from society at large. I'm not trying to be Daenerys again. I just like the bleach blonde look with my super black eyebrows. I like the way it looks.
I want to change topics to talk about trans genocide. We can move on to that. But you asked me specifically why is there a spike?
Yeah,
that is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No. Right now there's over 400 different bills.
Okay, so the reason why there's so many trans people is because it's so safe to be trans now. No, but actually now's the worst time to be trans ever. Make it make sense, Lance.
Different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't feel safe?
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government.
Oh my God. So acceptance is at the height, but also acceptance is at its weakest. What, Lance? You're such a clown.
They're still the one passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a trans genocide.
Okay.
And I think it's you.
I do too. Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
How so?
I mean, you.
How so?
You're the one telling them to change
so?
their genitals, you fucking weirdo.
To get their dicks and vaginas and uteruses cut off. I agree. I was so happy when I heard Tim say this. I did see this before. Tim, I agree 100%.
That's not a trans genocide, that's a human genocide.
If you want to talk about trans genocide, who is genociding transgender people? People who are encouraging them to sterilize themselves. That's a genocide.
They're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization. And then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're going to go for?
A joke. Now, by the way, there are certain organizations that consider sterilization to be a form of genocide.
You need to get
Lance just...
You get Tim to smoke a massive, like, doink joint with that fucking
I
freeze
know.
frame.
Lance just called it a... Lance called it a... Left-wing organizations call sterilization a joke. Call sterilization a form of genocide. And Lance's response is, that's a joke. It's a joke that people are removing themselves from the gene pool. And that's a form of sterilization or genocide, which it is. It's according to a lot of anti-genocide groups, it's a form of genocide. A form of a lot of human rights groups. It's a form of genocide. Lance thinks it's funny.
Oak, you are removing these people's ability to reproduce. And if they're a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like,
he's getting it into like, how weird is it that you're obsessed with their sexual feeling? I really wish he moves on to that very specifically from what I've seen of this. He really focuses on the sexual feeling stuff. But the reality is, Lance, that most human rights organizations consider removing the capacity for a group to reproduce. For example, what's happening with the Uyghurs. They are being forcefully sterilized by the Chinese government. That's a form of genocide. That's what most normal people would consider a form of genocide. But he's like, nah. It's cool when they can't reproduce. And now he's going to focus on Jazz Jennings' ability to experience sexual pleasure. Now, this is not genocide. That part isn't. But I do think it's incredibly cruel to prevent a person from ever being able to experience sexual enjoyment. I think that's extremely cruel. It's weird, but it's also very cruel. Yeah, exactly. Neon Suspenders. Ask Lance if he would be in favor of female genital mutilation in Africa, which a lot of African countries do. African groups do.
Why are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's not.
So it's so weird. It's just so weird, dude. He is such a loser. He shows how little he cares. He doesn't give a shit. He couldn't care less about these people's lives, about how they suffer, as long as it fits his agenda of creating failed human beings. And I don't mean to say that, but it sounds mean, but it's true. People who can't reproduce, people who are going to be perpetually dependent upon the government because they will need palliative care for the rest of their lives, and will vote for Democrat policies because they think that's what the things are going to support them. Yeah, I agree with James Collier. Lance, you're a sociopath.
That's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
No, I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not in.
By the way, I'd like to point out, Tim almost never curses. He called it a fucking pathetic attempt. I think people should be... Look, I've known Tim for a long time. I've watched his show for a long time, but I've also known Tim... we're not friends or whatever, but I've known Tim. Tim does not curse. If Tim puts out a curse word, literally an F-bomb, he's pissed. Because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous what Lance is saying.
Important. It's not. It's not in my business.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't know anything
famous.
about her.
Because Jazz is.
Wow, how curious. Again, Lance he's just he's a babe in the woods. I don't know who Jazz Jennings is. I don't know anything. Wow. What a babe in the woods you are. Lance, come on here and talk about trans issues. You bring up all your quote-unquote studies, which were not a study. And then, babe in the woods.
Is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass legislation?
The sterilization of teenagers.
This is such a weird way to frame this.
Like, you are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim.
I
don't have the ability to do this.
Right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards them?
Let's try again.
El DeGusto, I've never claimed to be Tim's friend. Just that I've known him for years. Knowing someone is not being friends. Are you pulling my leg? I feel like you're pulling my leg.
Try again. You seem scared of this. Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability to remove the ability of a child for future reproduction?
They should have the ability to give them access to healthcare. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying
you're,
like that?
You're implying that every single gender affirming care results in sterilization.
It does, by the way. Every form of gender affirming care results in some form of increased either propensity for or absolute sterilization. Okay? In terms of what you call gender affirming care. Lupron Depot, that one I'm not so sure, but because that's a hormone blocker. But cross-sex hormones, yes, sterilization very often. Lupron Depot could as well, because you're not going through proper puberty, and you move right from Lupron into cross-sex hormones. Cross-sex hormones, absolutely, we know for a fact, cause decreased capacity for fertility, and it can be permanent. That's why a lot of transgender people freeze their eggs or their sperm before they go on it in case they change their minds in the future and want to have kids, right? Now, cutting your dick off or removing your uterus is 100% sterilization. There is no question about that. That's unquestionable. When you go into full bottom surgery stuff, you are sterile after that point. But the hormones and even Lupron can produce reduced. Now I want to make this clear about Lupron, by the way, is that in adult women who are given Lupron, for women like myself who have endometriosis is a leading cause. It's I think like 1/4 of women who have sterility issues. It's because they have a form of endometriosis. Lupron, because it resets the system through a very obnoxious process, but it does work, can allow you to be fertile again, which I'm hoping for, fingers crossed, but that's different. That's in adult women who have a very serious disease that is otherwise preventing fertility, okay? Not in children. It's in adult women, right?
That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's
of
also people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scary.
How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you.
You seem very scared, yep.
So Jazz Jennings is a specific
deflecting.
example. Let's try this. Let's slow down and go one point at a time,
You
right?
think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger. I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern...
I guarantee he would talk about Tim's general pleasure and how Tim's like cock some shit outside of this. Just saying.
Anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe you are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I
agree 100%. People who are being removed from the gene pool from this are largely at this point autistic females who are already a minority. Autistic females and autistic males. Those are the people who fall for this shit, who get dragged into this stuff because they think this is how I become normal, this is how I become accepted. I just become I become the opposite sex, and then no one can ever criticize me, and then I'll be worshipped, and then I'll have friends all of a sudden. That's it. It's the genocide of autistic people. I agree with Tim. It's an autistic genocide. Gendercide. There you go.
I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic in this?
A large portion of trans kids are autistic.
90% of female to male transgenders are autistic or something like that. It's like 80 to 90%. How do you not? Again, is he stupid or just is this performative stupidity? I don't know. How does he not know that like 80 to 90% of female to male young people, females to males, are autistic? It's the vast majority of them,
namely females. So this is an issue in that young lesbian autistic females are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
Oh yeah.
I mean, come on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You couldn't give me one study, but yes,
I've given you not only studies, meta studies. I've given you multiple meta studies on this.
You didn't give a meta study. You gave a really, really, really shitty article from Cornell and some other studies you didn't read that you didn't want to go into because you only read the abstract because you're a midwit.
Surplus of information on this topic.
Make up six times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So yeah. I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally...
So six times more, what's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times? 60%?
6 times?
That's not how that works. That's not...
To be fair, that is not how that works. But the transgender female to males are largely autistic. When you look at the young... Not all, but we look at the young age range, like ages like 12 to 22... It's like 80% girls who have autism. Because they're just trying to fit in. They're trying to figure out, because, okay, as an autistic woman, you don't get it. Like, it's difficult to fit in with other women, because women are like, oh my god, there was this boy, and like, oh, my makeup. And you're like, look at this rock I found. You know what I mean? Like, it's very different. I found this cool rock. It's very different mentality. So I can totally understand. And by the way, again, I've said this many times, if I was born 10 years later, I would have maybe turned out. Because I might have fallen for this. I don't think I would have because of my otherwise mentalities. But they would have tried to get me with this shit. It's like, oh, you like Thomas the Tank Engine and science? You're a man. You're not really a girl. It's not okay for women to like science.
You don't
600, sorry.
No, that's not how that works.
You're saying what percent of them
What percentage
are
of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians? That was your claim, that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
So the first thing I pulled up was that transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of... let me Google it again. Because I thought that was sufficient and you know...
no, clearly it's not. So again, transgender females to males have only really started existing in large proportion in the last couple of years. And they're 6 times more likely, if you're a transgender female to male, to be autistic. Lance can't understand how that manifests whatsoever because he's math retarded. He's number deficient. And that's all right. Aiden's already a popular trans name. I got this because I chose this name because I was playing Final Fantasy 11 when I was 11 years old, and it was a randomly generated name for my character. That's all. It wasn't complicated. But yeah, Aiden is generally a male's name.
24%.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times more common. 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is...
So 24% of trans people are autistic, according to that data, and 6% of...
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate people with Down syndrome.
So they found that 24%...
And in Iceland...
One sec. 24% of trans people are autistic, and women who are autistic are 6 times more likely to be trans than women who are not autistic. You need to look at how those data work together. You can't just put them in isolation. I sometimes feel like I'm talking to a fucking wall. I mean, I'm clearly talking to a fucking wall, but it's like, why does nobody understand math? Just understand. It's not that hard. You have to put the two things together. You have to put the two things together, the two numbers together, and then the numbers make sense. Put the numbers together. Oh, I want to die. Like, just put the numbers together so they make sense. Okay, 24% of trans people are autistic. That's an extremely high percentage, by the way, because autists make up like 3% of the population. So that's an extremely high percentage already. And then you say that there's a 6 times higher percentage of women, of trans women, of being autistic than non-trans women. Okay, put those together. The reality is that a whole lot of trans females to males are fucking autistic. There's a disparity there. A lot of trans people in general are autistic. Why can't you understand there's a disparity of high rates of autism in this community? No, of course you can't accept that.
They've publicly avowed or praised their eradication of
the
people
numbers,
with Down
Mason.
syndrome.
I know.
think that's horrifying. Like you can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide like people with Down syndrome. You know what I mean?
You've completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that
No,
I'm
he really
pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome when we're talking.
But you said that earlier, by the way, so whatever. You said it earlier, you'd be fine with her having an abortion for any reason, including if they had Down syndrome. Again, I'd love to for Tim to have asked him if it would be okay to abort the baby because it was mixed race. Because then he'd have a fucking conniption.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland, they've
what
stated
does this have to do with trans rights?
Right. So we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes it the majority. It does not even based on the source you pulled up. Okay.
24%.
Okay.
I still believe that this.
That's significant. And if you look at, that's in all trans kids. And then trans kids is an oxymoron, by the way. But if you look specifically, and I don't know, he looked this up very quickly. I don't have the data on hand. But if you look this up, I guarantee if you find the rate of transgenderism on autistic females is extremely elevated. Aiden, why did I call this one 66.6? Oh, I should have, right. I should have, my bad.
This is very much an effort. I think the left is intent on genociding trans people.
In what way?
I think so,
removing their ability to reproduce.
How are they removing their ability
by
to reproduce?
By cutting off their testicles and removing
that
their
is not the only operation that is done. There are trans people who maintain their same genitals as before. Not everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery. That's a choice they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can, but it doesn't always.
It can. It is a high rate. It's a very high rate of causing sterilization. It's a very high rate of causing sterilization. That's the thing, man. Why are you so intent on genociding a group of people? I'm curious. I really am.
And you can be trans and not get any operations at all.
So I think you are. So I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids, right? Your position, whether you support the moral issue of or not, results in many of them being sterile. For instance, the reason I use Jazz Jennings as an example, because this is a person on television with millions of followers who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children. I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never.
Jazz was like 12 when they started in the cross-sex hormones. I think Jazz had complete genital mutilation surgery, I'm going to call it that, when he was like 16. Might have been 19 or 18. It was like the second he turned 18, if it was. Had his dick cut off. Sick.
Have a family. Jazz, the genetics of Jazz Jennings is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a human being, because I think genocide is wrong, right?
Why should her ability to be or have reproductive function? Why should that concern you?
For the same reason the Uyghur Muslims in China concern me, like human rights issues.
Thank you, Tim.
China, for instance,
but what if she never wants to have kids?
That's something you determine for yourself later in life.
Exactly. So why is it our business?
Different.
Because it's been removed.
Okay, let me again go back into this. Just real quick. If you're a woman and you go to a doctor, you're a woman who identifies as a woman, you go to a doctor, 17, thank you. 17 was when Jazz was permanently sterilized. If you're a woman and you're 17, you go to a doctor and say, I don't want kids ever. Take my uterus out. There's not a single doctor in the United States, maybe one, I could be wrong, but no doctor in the United States will take that woman's uterus out. Because you know what they'll say to that woman? You'll change your mind. Now, the reality is that, yeah, she probably will. A child. She's really young. She doesn't understand. When I was 17 and I was suffering, I was really, really suffering from endometriosis before I got all the treatments, and I went through all the experimental stuff, Elagolix and Lupron. And before I got all the treatments, I was also, I've talked about this before, but I was an experimental subject in the development of the drug Eligalex, which is now used to treat severe period pains. Eligalex didn't really help me, but I was a guinea pig in that study, the Violet study. I'm very happy to have been a guinea pig in the Violet study to create Eligalex, because Eligalex helps millions of women across the world. Didn't help me, but I might have been in the placebo, so I don't know, right? I have no idea. I have no idea if I got the placebo or not, because that's how a scientific study works. So when I was 17, though, I wanted my uterus taken out to get rid of the horrible pain that I was experiencing. I was like, just take it all out. Get rid of all of it. I'm not joking about this, guys. This is very serious. This is a real thing that I went to doctors and I shopped around even with doctors. I'd be like, can anybody try to take my fucking uterus out? Because I'm in so much pain. This is again before I got the treatment I needed. But I had told stupid shit. I had one doctor, who told me like, oh, hello, welcome. My name is Mellow Jello. You want to take a dirty old dish rag and put it in your panty, and that will make you feel better. Like, I had like insane shit from Indian doctors who just like were telling me like folk medicine shit, I'm not joking. Like clinical, like actual medical doctors who told me crazy shit like that, right? Eligalex, E-A-E-L-A, I have to spell it. Eligalex. That's the drug that I was involved in the trial for. I'm very happy it exists. I'm very happy it was a guinea pig in it. Good drug. It helps a lot of women, so I'm very happy for it to exist. I got told all kinds of crazy shit by people like that, and the reality is that it is what it is. Whatever. I wanted to get a hysterectomy. That's what because I was in so much pain. I know that it sounds like, oh, you were in pain. No, I was in so much pain that I was vomiting like all over the place. I couldn't walk. I was like crunched over because my spine was infected with the fucking, bad cells. So it was really, really bad. And so I wanted to get a hysterectomy, and every doctor told me, absolutely fucking no. And I'm so happy as an adult that even as someone who had a serious debilitating disease, that I was told by adults, no, you will regret that. No one's doing that anymore. And I remember being on like endometriosis forums or like in all these forums at the time, and like, that's so fucked up. They should let you get your shit removed. They should take that shit out. No. Totally changed. I've been there, is my point. I've been there. And no. Removing someone's capacity to reproduce when they're 17. They don't understand. They don't understand when they're 17. They just don't. They don't. They can't. They can't understand it.
Moved before Jazz could have the ability
but
to
again,
make the conclusion.
That has nothing to do with us. She could decide to never want to have kids, and that's fine and valid.
Right, so my morals would...
Well, her decision's been made for her, hasn't it?
...be that a society protects the children because there's certain things you can't know until you're at least 24 or older when your brain is fully developed, which is why we don't allow people to drink and do certain drugs, whatever drugs are legal, until they're 21. So for me, I'm like, if you can't drink till you're 21, if there's like, you can't smoke till you're 18.
Again, I was told by doctors that no one on earth would perform a hysterectomy on me before I turned 35. But now, and that was in 2008, and now they'll perform a hysterectomy on you when you're 17, right? If you claim to be trans, not if you have a serious disease, a serious painful disease. I guarantee it's probably the same way now with endometriosis. But they'll do that for you if you claim to be trans, which is the really, really big problem here. That's the issue here. Do you understand the issue here? Yeah, I was like, hello, I have a serious debilitating fucking physical disease. Could I have my uterus removed? Nope, because you're too stupid until you're 35, which is correct, by the way.
You should have just stopped it and you're stupid.
But it's just correct. But if you say that you're a tranny, then no, 17, let's go. Let's take all your shit out.
18.
Ridiculous.
This society absolutely recognized, you can't drive till a certain age, that the reason that the driving age is what it is, one of the arguments made, I think it was in Illinois, is that risk taking is a lot higher in youth than it is in older people. So the argument is once you're past 16, you go through driver's ed. That helps control for the higher risk taking of younger people. So we set an age limit. For someone who's 10 years old to be put on Lupron and then cross-sex hormones, they will never develop the ability to reproduce.
Yes,
so in the instance of Jazz, again, a famous individual who's very influential with millions of followers, there was never the ability to reproduce developed, which caused complications. Complications aside, that's Jazz's personal business. But
well, it's Jazz's personal business, except it was put out for everyone to see. And you're right, Nan suspenders. Yeah, I understand your mom had to get a hysterectomy at 22, but she had uterine cancer, which is horrifying. I'm glad your mom's okay, because it's terrifying. But the shit that happened with Jazz was put on national television. Well, Tim's gonna get into it, so let's listen to Tim.
Puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones did sterilize Jazz. 100% sterilization. Yeah. Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. So I have concerns about having children,
I'm going to sleep in a bit,
whether they choose to or their parents choose to. I think that's genocide.
I can kind of see your argument, because if a kid was a straight kid, just a kid, and they were like a 12-year-old girl, and she was like, I don't want to have babies when I'm older. And the mom was like, okay, then we'll sterilize you right now. And they went and had the kid had a hysterectomy.
It cannot happen, Ian. It does not. That's not how it works. This only works in this trans situation. As I just said, if it was a non-transgender, a gender-conforming woman who had this problem, girl, it would never happen. It's only this trans shit, which I think should be extremely illuminative to people to understand that this does not happen to gender-confirming or gender normal, whatever the fucking word you want to use for it, children. This is only for transes. If it was me or any other gender, normative girl saying this, she would never be allowed to do that. And I know that because I lived it. I lived through it. I know it. You can't lie to me. Lie to yourselves all you want, but you can't lie to me. I've gone through a lot of struggles in my life revolving this, but I'm really happy in the long run that now I can come back, that I've had them, so that I can call out fucking liars at every fucking step and be like, you are such a fucking liar. You men in particular, because women are liars too about this shit, but the men who talk about this, like, oh, I know all about female health. Lance, who thinks you can accio fucking baby out of a woman's womb. Dang, dude.
I think that's illegal. I don't know, but I would imagine society needs to protect little kids from crazy parents that are like, just because a 12-year-old says they don't have babies later in life. So the fact that it is sterilizing as a byproduct, I think should be taken into account with the whole procedure.
I think that's still something that comes down to the individual and what they choose to do. And if someone is like, I want to have gender affirming care, knowing the risks, then why is that my business? It's the same thing with someone who wants to have a surgery that can have other complications. That's not my business. If someone had an appendix inflamed and they had to have their appendix out, there are potential complications.
But the appendix is inflamed. It's causing an immediate risk to the body. The uterus is not doing that.
That come from that, but I'm not.
Oh, but it wasn't my case, but you know what I mean.
Going to prevent them from having health care and saying that you can't have a right to get your appendix out, because every major medical association in the United States agrees that that is the best way to treat appendicitis.
What ridiculous shit. The existence of a uterus inside of your body or a pee-pee on the outside of your body is not causing, unless there's a legitimate threat, is not causing you to potentially die. Appendicitis can kill you. The existence of a uterus does not. Outside of having uterine cancer or something like that. You fucking lunatic.
And in this case, when we're talking about trans people, every single medical association in the United States agrees on gender affirming care.
Then you know what they should do?
Every single one.
You know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective. But they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation. You talk about giving kids healthcare.
Yeah, it is.
That's not healthcare. Healthcare repairs something which is broken. You use the example of somebody's appendix not functioning
Lance
properly.
got stun locked.
Okay, yes. So what you have to do in that instance is intervene so that the body can function as it is intended to. Destroying somebody's ability to procreate is demolishing the organ that you're claiming to treat, right? You're destroying the biological function rather than helping to improve it. That's not healthcare.
I want to pull this up too. This is from University of Utah, because I was reading about this recently. It goes on to mention that hormone replacement therapy can make you sterile, and that it's important.
It can.
It's important to preserve your sperm. It says if you're trans feminine.
Yeah, even Lance.
Otherwise, the hormone therapy may make it impossible for you to have biological children. If someone is put on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones as a child, they will never have the ability to preserve their reproductive functions.
So if you're put on puberty blockers, they are reversible. You can stop being on puberty blockers and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were...
Aspects of puberty blockers are absolutely not reversible. That's incorrect. We've been over that already.
Worried about being taken away. When it comes to Jazz Jennings specifically, she's actually made statements about this because,
I don't really care. Isn't this curious that like 5 minutes ago or 2 minutes ago, Lance said he didn't even know who Jazz Jennings was. And now he's got statements up from Jazz Jennings. Oh, now he knows a whole lot about Jazz Jennings. What a fucking weirdo, dude.
I was just looking this up. Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition.
He's not looking anything up. His fucking Discord is sending him shit. What a fucking loser.
At all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today. What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year did she make that statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments, which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said it's really weird talking about someone's genitals, it's a purity argument, which the left typically never makes. That's why I said it's a very weird thing for you to do. Approaching this from an academic perspective, we would make a few arguments about whether or not a person can truly understand they've lost the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place. The psychological and
that's the whole point. How could someone understand what it's like to lose the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place from the time that they were a child? It's sickening. Jazz can't understand this. Jazz Jennings, I feel like, is the most weird social experiment that we've seen happen in public, maybe ever. First of all, in my personal opinion, and I could be wrong about this, but I believe that Jazz Jennings was adopted because Jazz is has brown skin and looks nothing like her parents at all. And all the other kids in the family are kind of like normal, but it's like, oh, I have this suddenly dark-skinned child, and let's put them through this weird experimental hormone shit. I feel like it's what people being like, let's experiment on our weird, or let's do weird experiments on our adopted child. I could be wrong, but that's how it looks like to me. I could be totally wrong. The Jazz looks nothing like any of the rest of his family.
The philosophical implications of stripping away a person's ability to reproduce before they were old enough to even know what that was. So, for example, if you take an adult human, female or male, and remove their genitals by force, they will be very, very upset. Extremely upset. In fact, it's a form of torture in a lot of countries. It's meant to terrify. If you took away their ability to feel sexual satisfaction, it's a form of torture. In fact, female circumcision is horrifying to the world. And it actually was huge controversies up in Dearborn, Michigan, because what it would do is it would result in women who are as adults could not feel anything and they were effectively used as like objects for their husbands.
Yeah.
So in making an academic argument, we would say Jazz Jennings does not understand, and that's fine if Jazz is happy. That's great. The argument into the greater is Jazz will never have kids. Fact statement. I think it's wrong to take away that from someone who doesn't understand.
I didn't say Darkskin's not normal. I'm just saying the rest of Jazz's family is like as pale as I am, which is like pale as the fucking goddamn moon. So, but Jazz is like olive or tan skin, which she looks different than the rest of her entire family. So that's why I've thought it's possible that she was adopted, because she literally does not look at all like the rest of her family. Dark, brown eyes, brown hair, tan skin. Rest of the family is pale as fuck. Look at photo. Type in like go into Google and type in Jazz Jennings family photo, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, I don't think Jazz is their natal kid. And if that's the case, and they are doing this experimentation on an adopted child, it's so much more evil. It's evil no matter what. But it's like, oh, well, this isn't our real baby, right?
Will decide that when they're an adult and have assessed the circumstances. But Jazz can't actually feel any of this. Jazz can't feel. This was a study. There's a doctor who came out, did a Zoom video on it, specifically, I think, referring to Jazz, that Jazz will never experience any adult satisfaction or desire. And so the question then becomes, why did Jazz get bottom surgery? My question, why do you think Jazz got bottom surgery?
Hang on, say about this as well. There's a reason why Jazz got really fat really quickly. Eunuchs, this always happens to eunuchs. Eunuchs get really fat really quickly because the male genital system is what produces testosterone, which, allows men to stay in healthier shape. When you cut the dick and balls off, they get really fat really quickly. It happens in all eunuchs. If you want to read a book about it, read Habibi, okay? Eunuchs get really fat, and now Jazz is really fat. Also, a part of that happens with eunuchs. Same.
Oh, I don't have to ask that. She explained why. She said that she's satisfied with it. That should be the extent of it.
What did she say?
Do you think Jazz is really happy with now being 350 pounds? Because Jazz is, from what I've seen, has not been happy about being a 350 pound person who has to constantly. Because Jazz has also said she's in constant pain. Yeah. So constant pain. It can't legs hurt. Has to walk with a weird gap because there's a fucking gaping wound between her legs. Mother has to tell her to stick a dildo in her vagina every day. I'm using her, by the way, to be polite, by the way. Stick a dildo in her vagina every day, which is her fake vagina every day. You think that's good? You think that's good for a child? Why has Jazz not gone to Harvard? Jazz was allowed to go to Harvard. Was given just an open resource to go to Harvard because of her transgender identity. Jazz has not gone to Harvard. Jazz has done nothing but sit at home because Jazz is a deeply, deeply wounded, literally, person. And I am so sad. And I will pray to Christ tonight before I go to bed for Jazz Jennings. And if you're a praying person, pray for Jazz. Because I think Jazz didn't deserve any of this. Jazz is an innocent who got roped into all this shit.
I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and I'm living as a proud woman today. Yes, I do struggle with mental health and always have, but it's not because I transitioned, and it's unfortunately something many LGBTQ plus people face. Why? Because it has a lot to do with hate and a lack of acceptance that we receive in society, like I was saying before. So all of you speaking about our...
What are you chuckling about, Smith?
That is because you do not accept reality, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You are the anti-science jackass trying to stop time and Mother Nature itself. It's really funny how you fuckers are the one who scream, we're the party of science. You are trying to subvert Mother Nature. The reason is because you do not want to accept reality, and it is going to bite you in the ass. You cannot reproduce. You are a defective human being. Literally. I don't care if that's offensive. That is the God's honest fucking truth. From a purely evolutionary perspective, you are dead weight.
Spoon, have you seen what Jazz Jennings looks like now?
No.
He's morbidly obese. He's huge. Like, he's super fucking fat. I mean, he put on like over 100 pounds in a couple years. Because of this. And he's not going to Harvard. He was accepted to Harvard, and he's not going to Harvard. He's just sitting at home crying, and TLC is just paying his parents money, and him, I hope, to film him crying. It's disgusting. It's sickening. It's vile.
All of you speaking about our mental health for views and calling our families abusers for supporting our transition, you are the only abusers.
So what was the purpose of the bottom surgery?
It affirmed her gender. It affirmed her gender.
What does that mean, affirmed gender?
So you have, and all of us have, a gender identity that we want to express in one way or another. And with hers, she affirmed her gender through the process of getting bottom surgery to look more and feel more like a woman.
Why do you think Jazz stopped dilating?
I don't know.
Probably because it hurt.
But if this was an important part of affirmation, you'd think.
What again? If a whole big again, Jazz says that he stopped dilating, which means stopped putting a hard plastic rod inside of the hole that was made by the surgery, and that hole, by the way, is gonna seal up because it's artificial. In order to keep your hole open, you have to do it for months and months and months. Eventually the body will stop and it will stay open, but it takes like years to do it, or at least months. So yeah, Jazz stopped putting the dilator, which is a hard plastic dildo, into his hole. Because I don't think Jazz cares. This is all forced upon him by his parents. It's how it comes off to me.
I think Jazz would maintain it.
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity.
Oh, of course.
These people are Cohen from BioShock.
Yes. Yes. They don't have any real opinions. They're just, Lance is just saying things. He's just saying.
You are literally Cohen from BioShock.
I think Lance is an NPC.
Butchering fucking psychopath. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what the politics of the day says. If you in any way want to bring a scalpel to somebody's genitals, you are a psychopath. Like legit hellbound demonic fucking psycho butcher, and you belong in hell, let alone fucking jail.
Yep. They are splicers, 100%.
Yeah. So again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like to try and say like you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's sad, Lance. It's interesting that you don't find that in any way disturbing. That Jazz will never be able to have children. Yeah, it is demonic. It's like, oh, whatever, she can't reproduce it. But that's the point. It goes to the genocide point. Jazz Jennings will never be able to reproduce their DNA. And you're like, wow, why do you care? Because it's kind of, don't you care about genocide, Lance? Don't you talk about genocide all the time? Trans genocide? I think this is actually a genocide. I think it is. I think there is a trans.
Steiner was the
Spoon.
guy
I think there is.
Original BioShock.
Oh yeah.
Cohen is the madman that you have to put on the masks for in the in the one of the episodes that you can get from
Yeah. Look, all I'll say is that I actually do believe that there's a trans genocide, but the trans genocide is the left genociding by removing the capacity for. Yes, it's just a genocide of people from removing the capacity to reproduce. There is a genocide happening, and the left is the one who is engaging.
It's just a phrase for a clan.
If she ever wants kids, because I don't know who she is, but that's a decision for her to make between her and her doctor.
No, you can't.
Well, she can't. She can't make the decision anymore, not Lance.
No, they can't reproduce, you dumbass.
Dude, Lance, Jazz can never make the decision anymore. It's been made for her, and I'll use her to be polite. She can't make the decision anymore now. Can she?
It's nothing to do with me.
Why would any trans child get a bottom surgery?
Again, to affirm their gender.
So
as part of gender affirming care. And children don't get bottom surgery, by the way. It's usually over 18.
Well, Jazz was 17.
Yeah.
Right. And so there are exceptions,
And
yes, but average age.
Oh, well, he got fucking owned and immediately like, oh, what well.
Age is over 18. Was like Boston's Children's Hospital has never done that on anyone under the age of 18. The average age for bottom surgery is over 18 years old.
So
average age. Average. You know what an average means? An average, I mean, half is under that. It means the median. So it means they absolutely, these surgeries do happen on children under the age of 18. So Lance, what a stupid thing to say.
Overwhelmingly.
Why would I just.
You sounded sleepy to me.
If I sound drunk, believe me, you would know if I sounded drunk.
We're both sleepy. I'm trying to finish this up. I'm really trying to finish this up because we're both tired as fuck.
Talking on fire. I'm not sleepy, mush.
Yeah, we're both tired. Let's try to finish this up because I think we're not drunk, but we're both tired.
Just don't understand why
it's late here.
It's not penile inversion vaginoplasty. I don't know what it's called, because Jazz didn't have a penis.
Well, Jazz did have a penis, but didn't have enough. The penis was so underformed because of the puberty blockers. There wasn't enough. God, it's so gross. There wasn't enough skin to be able to do it, so they used the bowel to make the vagina, but that makes it always smell like shit. I'm not joking. This is the whole problem. They use parts of the bowel. They cut part of the bowel out, and that means that your quote-unquote vagina is always going to smell like shit. Literal shit.
What's the purpose of making the hole, the space? What's the purpose of that?
What's the operation is because it gives them it affirms their gender through the process of having a similar genitalia to a cis woman.
So what's the purpose of it?
I just explained that.
So the purpose of it is just feeling, just emotion.
No, the purpose of it is part of affirming who they are through a surgery that makes them look and feel more like a version of a woman that they want to be. You don't have to.
Yeah,
There's not
emotional.
a template. That's not the only version a woman can be. There's other versions of how a woman can be and look, but that's the version that she wanted.
So let me get this straight, Lance. In your mindset, to be a woman is literally just having a fuckhole.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's no biological purpose to the genitals itself. You do realize that is how people reproduce. That is how the human species survives and continues. Do you understand that?
Cold War. Obviously. Cold War Micro 5 says, sounds like you're unnaturally butchering your own body into being what you want it to be in order to be what you're not. That's Asylum King ago. Yeah, but this is the thing too. Like, listen to what he's saying here. It's not even what you want it to be. It's a failed, false perversion of God's perfection. You're trying your best and you know you can't. You have to literally take buttholes. You have to take the butthole part of your body and then put it into your manhole where you cut your penis off of to make a vagina that smells like shit. That's literally what they do.
What game featured a psychotic butchering doctor that butchered the player into becoming a female?
What game?
There's a horror game where there's a scene where someone is trying to butcher someone to becoming the opposite gender.
I don't recall that. But we only got a couple minutes left. I'm getting tired, so we're gonna head out soon.
So what I'm trying to understand is
Oh, was it?
Why create a permanent wound for the purpose of a man to have sex with in order to affirm the identity of someone who can't feel any of that?
Well, first off, I have no idea about the actual sensations that people experience after these kind of surgeries.
They say it's nothing. They do like cut the end of your pee-pee off and they they try to make it into a clit, but it's not gonna. You can't recreate. Women parts and men parts are not analogous. Like, they think it's just like because the clit is sensitive, that means that all feminine pleasure comes from the clit. No. It's not true. For many women, yes, but that's not true.
Men who advocate for this shit, first of all, you're psychotic, and secondly, I don't think you've ever had sex if you think this is how the women
exactly. It's just this one, just that one little note, that one little note at the end. That's the only thing that makes it feel nice. Okay, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Otherwise, let me put my hole into. Let me put my pee-pee into your butthole vagina. No, that's not how it works.
Surgeries, but that's not my business. And the second thing would be, I don't believe it's a wound. I believe it's an operation to have a genital change. That's it. To describe it as a wound is just very crude.
But it's factually a wound, right? I'm trying to avoid the right calls it a mutilation or an abomination. I'm not saying that.
But it's still crude to just call it a wound. After it's healed, I'm sure there's no more wounds or scars.
It doesn't heal. You have to keep it open. It's a wound that you have to keep open. Otherwise, it seals itself because it's a fucking wound.
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives because it is a wound. Like, I'm being academic. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. The right calls it mutilation and abomination.
Because it is.
The reason they have to use dilators for the rest of their lives is because it is factually a wound.
But you're asking me a question that I can't answer.
Well, he can't answer that question at all. You can't respond to the fact that it's a fucking wound. Wow. I got all my science, all this science. You can't respond to that, can you, Lance?
Yeah, that's the one. Cold Warmish.
Cute.
Because I'm not this individual. I don't know why someone would want to get that surgery because I'm cis and I don't experience these kind of things. But if someone wants to, but Tim, if someone wants to and it makes them feel better and improves their quality of life, then why do we have to get in the way of that?
Well, can I
Right.
interject
So
here?
my
Because-
position is for adults, I agree. And I had the argument with Tom Fitton. He said it should be banned outright.
For
I
adults,
disagree.
whatever.
But overwhelmingly, when you look at the data, when it happens to children, it improves their psychological distress. It removes and lowers suicidal ideation.
Look, and that there are no longitudinal studies on this.
Why do you think they have distress to begin with?
Exactly. Why do they have distress? And yet, where are the longitudinal studies on this? It says it removes their distress. Which part? Which part removes their distress? Which part?
If you got
being
honestly,
socially affirmed because they get a bunch of attention? Yes, that does.
Like, if you God honestly think that children think they want to become boys or girls or vice versa due to just normal growing up of men and women, you are deranged and insane.
Yeah, he's a lunatic.
Like, straight up. Like, I like, this is a disturbing, anti-human, psychotic, butchering cult.
Again, it's more magical thinking from Lance.
It's
Yep.
not
It shows in the data that
it's just evil. Like, I want to say, like, what the fuck is wrong with your head?
Well, why do you think he wants to do this?
Children should undergone. This is why I just say, like, anyone who advocates for any hormone therapy for anyone, for a human being, I don't give a fuck about age. Age has nothing to do with it for me. Like, if you want someone who wants to butcher another human being's capacity to reproduce children, you are jailbound in my world.
No.
No, fuck that. No. This is an absolute for me. Like, none whatsoever.
No.
None.
Hang on.
Nothing.
May I please explain?
No.
Hormone treatment that helps women be able to conceive.
I mean, that's different. That helps you to conceive.
Then it's hormone treatment, though. So don't be
like
so
blocking.
universal. Okay, but there are hormone treatments that help men who are in their older age be able to continue to be
That's testosterone replacement
virile.
therapy.
Yes, testosterone replacement. There's when you can get hormones that allow you to be able to help you to be able to conceive. I have no problem with that. So saying hormone treatments
human.
Okay, saying hormone treatments universally are bad is incorrect. Okay. I have to go pee for 1 sec. Okay, I'll play this video. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. As you know, 1 sec. We're almost done.
The data that it helps them.
That's not true, man. So the studies you have here, the study you have here, the largest one. So first of all, as I mentioned, there have been no controlled randomized trial, but the largest study you cited there, the largest study that you cite does not say what you think it says. The Stanford University one, it was 27,000 people who were surveyed in 2015, and then there were 2 analyses done of these studies by Jack Turbin, and he lumped data together and did a few manipulative things to get the results he wanted. But there's 2 very important things to mention, which is firstly, this study was based on convenience sampling. So they were speaking with people who were sent to them by LGBTQ advocacy groups and groups that they reached out to. So you're already not getting an unbiased population sample there. And then they were determining whether that person received puberty blockers and other such treatments or hadn't, but they didn't go over the reasons. In fact, the people who hadn't received puberty blockers or those kinds of treatments didn't receive them because they weren't allowed to. And one of the requirements for being able to receive that kind of treatment is some level of psychological stability, which means the people who weren't on puberty blockers in that study were more likely to be psychologically unstable, which we would expect to produce a higher suicide rate, but that wasn't controlled for. On top of that, the data actually shows that the men who are on estrogen were more likely to become suicidal.
Seamus, this is way over Lance's head.
Yeah, Seamus has gone too far. Am saying for 2 says, how do you affirm a gender? Is there a checklist? No, because it's all just in the ether. You don't need any science for any of this. Besides, with the science being of what Lance already agrees with. Just, it's how I feel. It's all about feelings. It's not about facts, but my feelings are facts.
It's ironic to me that
really annoying.
It's
Seamus going off, man, dude.
It's ironic to me that these people's idea of gender affirming care is the feeling when it's ironically reducing feeling.
And never ever to question, to say maybe, are you sure? You can never say, are you sure? You can never question it in any way. Which is that's ridiculous. Anything else in your life? If there's any other thing in your life where someone's not saying you're in a cult. Let's continue with the Irishman.
But what he ended up doing, that's true. What he ended up doing was lumping them together. So he said people on cross-sex hormones are less likely to commit suicide because according to the sample he had of women, that was true enough to overcompensate for the increased likelihood of suicidality in the men. And he just threw them all together as if a man taking estrogen is the same thing as a woman taking testosterone.
Thank you, God! I said this earlier, but thank you, God. It was the same thing in that other study. Thank you, God. Thank you, Seamus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so tired of it. I'm as tired of it as you are. And I hope that our children can come to love us again in some better world. Holy shit, that's a quote. Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry where it's from. It's from Fireside Theater, but it's fine.
Testosterone, and we could expect the same medical outcomes. So, and I'm saying that's bullshit.
So to respond to you,
hey, go ahead and
I
try,
do have
Lance.
a number of peer-reviewed studies related to this.
And if they're as good as that one, I'm telling you, they're trash.
Mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care, February 25th, 2022.
I bet he's going to read some abstracts and not read the actual data or understand what the fuck they mean.
This one shows kids who received puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression, 73% lower odds of suicidality. Gender identity 5 years after social transition. This one is in the American Academy of Pediatrics, peer-reviewed, July 13th, 2022. Between 317 youth, they found 94% by...
The also insane thing is that, he's sitting here reading things off of his Discord. The people on his Discord are sending him, which is insane. It's so bizarre. He has to sit there and let people from his fucking internet hive send him sources.
Binary transgender stayed the same. Only 2.5% reverted to reverting as cisgender, 3.5% as non-binary trans. A UK 2019 study of 3,398 people who had gender-affirming care found that only 0.47% regretted it. Another one, the impacts of strong parental support for trans youth, found that parents who support trans youth, this was 433 participants, double-blind study, 93% reduction in reported suicides.
So why do
hold on, and I think we can all have the good faith that you did as much work fact-checking those studies as you did the one I just tore apart, but I didn't have time to go into every single bit of statistical information you would bring here.
This is the problem with like you mentioned, going the studies back and forth or whatever. So that's why I'm fine with, I'm not here to change your morals, right?
Oh, I know.
And that's fine. So my question would just be, why do you think it is that in Europe they've abandoned these practices?
Before we get into that, I have not read the study. I may have actually read some of the studies that Lance cited. But he read them through so quickly, which I understand why he did it that way. But I do not trust Lance to be accurate about citing studies, because he's been wrong about it every single time for the last 2 hours. He's been wrong. So I don't think he's correct.
Yeah,
I just don't think he's capable of understanding these studies. Look, Lance has been citing studies for the last 2 hours, and every single time, he's been incorrect. So I don't know the studies he cited, that he cited very, very quickly. I don't know those. He cited them very quickly without citation, which is a very interesting thing. Lance, when you cite a study, do you know how you cite a study, Lance? You say the author first. That's how you do it. If I want to cite a study, for example, for my new video, right? Just for example, because I have it up here. I'd say Brady and Lord, 2013. When liars fool themselves, motives to impress alters memories for one's own past evaluative actions. In the Journal of Social Cognition, 31, issue 5, between pages 599 to 612. Do you see that's how you cite a study, Lance? That's how you cite a fucking study. Not whatever the fuck. This is this fucking Vosh shit he picked up. Like, someone send me things quickly on Discord so I can win. No. I have no idea what you've said just there, Lance. You didn't cite any of the information about those studies. You just gave out information with no citations. I need the citation so I can go read it. Interestingly, you refused to give a citation. You didn't go, Brinall and McClassen and Petty, 2012, self-generated persuasion effects and the target and direction of arguments in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, issue 10, version 5, page 925. You didn't do that. See how easy that is, though? See how easy that is? He didn't do it.
A lot of it, if you look at the history of it, especially when it came to puberty blockers and how that was handled, it was in large part a political decision that both medical groups, advocates, as well as pro-LGBTQ organizations outwardly protested, and especially like I know you're going to bring up Finland. I believe was one of the countries that did it. Sweden as well. And,
the UK,
Finland, Sweden,
and in a number
Norway
of cases,
have all
this is something in which
shit.
experts
And Denmark.
experts in the fields of endocrinology, pediatrics, they were very opposed to it. It was politicians who were pushing for.
Okay. Oh, politicians. Wow, great face. They stopped because there were no data behind it. He's just gonna say it's political, but there were no data.
Who were pushing for this, and so this was a political decision. This is why I don't like when politics get directly involved.
But don't you love the Nordic countries? Don't you love the Nordic countries and how based and socialist they are? All of a sudden you don't like them when they do some research and figure like, maybe we should stop doing this. Again, it's how cute they are on this stuff. Like, oh, I love this. I love the Nordic countries and how socialist and based they are because they give everybody money and they let kids transition. They're like, oh wait, we shouldn't do that. And he's like, no, not based. I don't like it.
In medical decisions, because I mean, like you were saying,
kill more
if you
children,
want to look up the actual organizations that support this, it's every major medical association in the United States, everyone without fail.
But they're for profit. A lot of times, if you don't get politically involved in the medical industry, they'll experiment on humans for money.
And also,
some of them are,
fair,
some of them are not. If I listed them to you right now, because I have the list.
Oh, he loves the medical industrial complex.
Institutions just looking to make a fucking buck. Some of these are just genuinely concerned about child health care.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? Oh, the socialist loves the medical industrial complex. Make them more money, sir. Make that corporate industry more money. I'm sure you love that socialist boy.
And some of them have various, ideological biases. This isn't always about money all the time. But if you're going to reject what Tim is saying about medical institutions no longer performing these operations in Nordic Europe because you're claiming those institutions have become political, I don't know how you could give any credibility to the American ones.
So it's not the medical...
Do you think the American model of practicing medicine is better than...
So how cute, right? So he's now saying he doesn't trust the Nordic institutions, of which all of his citations have come from, because they've now decided to stop doing this. Remember, all of his citations up until this have come from Nordic countries. Now he's saying, because those Nordic countries have decided to stop doing this, just reject that information. Again, he's been caught in a massive fucking lie and contradiction again. A massive contradiction again. He's like, oh yeah, well the Nordic countries, they're great. He's saying now. But earlier in this exact same video, in this exact same stream, he had to admit that they were all dropping it. So which one is it?
Then the model in Nordic Europe?
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
It's not the organizations themselves that have done it distinctly. It was politicians and political organizations as well as think tanks that were pushing for it. And it was a lot of experts in the field that directly wanted it not to happen, that were fighting against it.
But then why is it the case that the nation that started doing this earlier than any of the others was the Netherlands? They started around 1990 administering puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children who purported to be struggling with feelings of dysphoria. And so they have some of the longest term data available on this. And what they found is that transitioning has no effect on suicidality.
That's part of the studies that I'm interested in, is the suicide stuff. Like in 2022, they measured a bunch of people that transitioned. They were suicidal. They transitioned. Now they're not. But it's like, hey, that was 8 months ago. Like, how are you going to feel in 4 years from now? So it's hard to say.
So Seamus is completely correct. Is that the countries that instituted this the first, or the country that instituted it the first at a broader national level, was the Netherlands. And the Netherlands is not the country that's producing all of this data that's saying that, like, there's no help with suicidality at all.
Oh shit, I could have
with longitudinal
studies.
studies.
Any studies.
I know, but Lance is going to deny that. I guarantee he's going to say that the Netherlands is a right-wing country or some shit. See?
Like now they're no longer suicidal just because they're like, yeah, I'm not suicidal now, but like we need long-term studies.
We do need to go to super chats because we're way past. But I do want to ask another just question, like, do you think the Earth is overpopulated?
He's gonna say yes.
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
Really?
No, I want more people. I love people. I want more birth.
This is such a lie. He's saying this because he knows what Tim's expecting him to say, which is that he wants to kill people because he's done nothing but explain that he wants to reduce the population. He wants to kill babies. He wants to sterilize people. But for some reason, he's saying, no, I want more babies.
Yeah, because you know that's a fucking lie. Hence the deceptive smile on his demonic fucking face.
You're a literal demon, Lance.
I want more humans. I love everybody, man. I want more people on this planet.
But what about climate change?
Climate change is coming. It's real. It's happening right now.
But
no, it fucking isn't.
Right, I really want. I think Tim is sitting here like thinking like I can find him in another fucking contradiction. I haven't seen this part.
I mean,
but you're not Malthusian then.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
okay.
But more people means more climate change. You got more mouths to feed. You got more fuels to burn.
But more orgasms.
It would also means more scientists figuring out how to cure the carbon problem.
That was kind of weird, right?
But more humans doesn't necessarily mean more climate change, because more humans might figure out better ways to balance out the climate.
I'll just say one last thing, and we'll go to super chats, and then.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah.
If you look at this whole stupid nitrogen soil shit that they're pushing right now.
I know. I'm just saying, Tim really thought he would catch him in another fucking hilarious shit.
That was a gimmick in the 1970s.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Yes, it's been a gimmick for literally 70 years.
We're still fucking here. The
Yeah.
Earth is not
Yeah,
gonna die. We are
in the
not going to run out of
1970s
fucking food. We're not
in
going
the
to have massive flooding.
1970s
We're not going to have fucking famine. All of that is complete fucking bull.
All of these climate change narratives were present in the 1970s. We're now 60 years out of it, and it hasn't happened.
There hasn't been a single environmental prediction that has come true in over 70 fucking years. Not one.
But
all the experts, Aiden, that we should listen to have never been right about a single fucking one of them. I am not going to listen to any fucking asshole that has never been right about anything in their field for 7 decades. Eat a dick and drop dead.
I know.
I guess I want to try and get to the members only port. Actually, man, I feel bad for going long. We should go to the members portion so we can do audience Q&A and stuff.
There's some big super chats in here.
I'll try and grab as many as I can, and then we'll try to we'll go straight to Q&A for the members only portion. But my attitude is I'm not a conservative. I'm pro-choice. I think I've got my.
By the way, like Lance went on and just in his own private chat, which on his own stream, and he just like, Tim Pool's a conservative. Tim Pool's a conservative. He just screamed it for like 2 hours. I watched a little bit of. I listened to it in the background. It's like he just screamed it.
Lance.
He just screamed it for 2 hours that Tim Pool's actually a conservative. Tim Pool's a hardcore Republican. And Tim Pool set him up. Even he said like this was
the human race by busting more orgasms, Lance.
Yeah,
you're conservative as well.
He was crying about like how Tim Pool set him up, and this was like Tim was like an evil bastard who set him up to look bad. It was really funny.
Morality,
of course, he's not
but in the long term, I really
no shit. It was really funny though.
Don't care that leftists are sterilizing and aborting their children.
I thought you did care.
From a moral position, but like
yeah.
I'm not a conservative like Seamus, where Seamus is very much like we have to end this because it's wrong. I'm not a conservative. If a woman is going to get an abortion at a certain age, I'm like I disagree with it, but I'm more libertarian in the respect of like people can choose to do what they want to do. I think it's certainly wrong to sterilize.
This is how you watch your culture die.
Now, here's the funny thing though, because this is what Tim's about to bring up, is that he doesn't care because the people who are getting abortions are leftists. Conservatives don't abort their babies, Leftists do. Now, the reality is that's why they want to import a ton of people, because they know they don't reproduce. But Tim's going to get into this, yeah.
Sterilize kids, but the end result is the future is going to be a bunch of Christian conservatives and Muslims. And so, like, it's a self. Mormonism. Yes, but the Jewish population, the diaspora is like 12 million, and
so
Christians
small.
and Muslims are billions.
Yeah.
So, like,
but that's happened in Israel, right? Where the more religious Jews have more children, and so they're dominating elections.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so we saw this since the year 2000. Liberals have been effectively shrinking. Gen Z is the first generation in 100 years to slightly move towards conservative in some areas. Likely not because Gen Z is becoming conservative, but because there's less liberal Gen Zers than there are conservative ones. So the end result of all of this is just like, look, man, I'm not going to convince you to vote the way I would vote. I'm not going to convince Seamus to vote that way I would vote. But it doesn't matter anyway, because in 100 years, you guys are sterilizing and aborting your kids.
Yeah.
End of story.
Wait a minute, not you.
Point.
Also, Minnesota.
Oh wait, I want to see.
No, hold on. No, Minnesota
I want to hear what Ian had to say.
1970s was 40 years ago, not 70. I didn't say that the 1970s was in the 70s.
No.
I'm saying that the nitrogen thing specifically was in the 70s. But environmental predictions overall have been going on for like 70
years. Yeah. Yes. Sorry if we I maybe misrepresented that, but the environmental shit has been going on for like 70 to 80 years.
Yes.
But
you can go look
crux
them up.
of it, where it's gotten
wrong.
The crux of where it's getting really crazy has been the last 40 years for sure. Yeah.
It's funny. Paul Ehrlich, I saw him a couple of weeks ago. He was listed on, I think.
Well, that's not actually true.
I'm talking.
1970s.
Fuck's sakes. Right? He was listed on some, I don't know what fucking website quoted him. And I thought to myself, why the fucking hell are you listening to this jackass? This was the same guy who wrote like the population time bomb fucking book, who said in the 80s we're going to have massive population dip and there's going to be famines worldwide. And we had the exact fucking opposite problem. We had a huge population boom because the food supply was booming. We didn't, like the main fucking person that said the world was going to die was wrong. Why the fuck would you listen to him?
Yeah, and also just to be, Minnesota, you're a cool guy, but just to be clear, 1970s was 50 years ago, not 40. I know I always get confused about shit like that. Like it's easy to forget how long things were, but it was 50 years ago, not
1970s.
Whatever.
In the 70s.
It doesn't really matter. But again, we're talking about half a century, right? For all this shit, half a century.
I'm saying he's saying I represent the left to him.
Do you? Do you feel like you represent the left?
Himself a leftist.
I don't feel I represent the left. No.
Well, you called yourself a leftist.
But I'm a proud leftist. I wear that. I don't have to hide that. I don't hide my power levels. I don't wear some kind of like hidden.
Your power level is minus 9,000, dude.
Yeah, I think he does believe it. Actually, I don't know. Do you think he thinks that he represents the left?
Yes.
I think he does. I think he's lying because I think he's lied about a whole bunch of shit in this interview.
You can't do it
now. My point is just,
I think that's the only reason why he's saying, no, I don't represent the left. Only because he has embarrassed himself for the last 2 hours.
This, right?
I'm just saying I'm like there's no single voice for the left. I'm not the voice of the left.
No, sure. I'm just saying the left will cease to exist. Mm-hmm. And the middle and the right will supplant it, and then the middle will become the left, and the right will stay the right.
Here's what I'll say, is that LGBTQ plus people were heavily persecuted by a lot of different groups, including the Nazis at one point or another in history.
Oh my
God. And you just can't get rid of
the Nazis.
This is the most cringe line of
also
the day,
the communists.
That's saying a lot.
Commies also were not in favor of this. Your Frankfurt School bullshit came out of it post facto, which did come out of the communist shit, not the Nazi shit. That's true, but both sides hated gays. But try and pretend that you don't know that. I'm sure actually probably doesn't know that history. Nian says, but the left has one voice, and you're parodying it. Yeah. That is Nazis, here we go. Here's the Nazis.
I don't know why I didn't say that, because I literally wrote a script earlier today, and that was one of my points. It's that the left, like if you look at people like Packman, Zhang, Karl Kalinske, Sam Sierra, they all say the same fucking thing. Every single one of them, they're lockstep. Yes, all of them are lockstep in line with the fucking regime. They are talking heads for the state.
Yes, they're statists.
There's no morality. There is no principle. There is no conviction.
It's just supporting the state.
Ever. All of these people, you have to look at progressivism in general. There's no morality or rhyme or reason. It is literally just what is the thing that we need to push that moves the pawns of the elites. That's it.
Yep, that's it.
Communists.
If you and the communists.
Nothing else.
Yep, exactly.
And if you were to get rid of every single queer, if you got rid of every single gay, every single lesbian, every single bisexual, every single trans person, if you got rid of all of them in a generation or two, they would reappear because they're a part of us. They're a part of humanity.
I must tell that to Saudi Arabia or any Muslim
by the
country.
way, they're like
That's
1%.
bullshit.
That's true. No, that's true. They will reappear. The 1% of whom they really are.
They would reappear. You know where they would disappear from? Roofs.
However, the reality is that it's something like 20% of Gen Z think that they're gay or they'll say queer, which most of them, by the way, say queer. They don't say gay or lesbian or bisexual. They say queer or transgender. They say queer. Do you know why, Spoon?
I have no idea.
Because it's a protective umbrella. Oh, I'm queer. Yeah, I'm one of you. I'm still a straight person who engages in heterosexual sex and does nothing outside of it, but I'm queer. Please don't hurt me. It's literally, again, it's painting the lamb's blood above your house. So people like Lance don't come for you. I'm queer, I swear I'm queer. That's what queer is. Carlos Marungo for 2 says buggery was legal in England too. Rainbow equals no. Emojis. Yeah. That's it, Lance. They're saying this because they're literally painting the lamb's blood above their social media profiles so that you can't come and attack them. It's that fucking simple.
They're a part of all of us. They just exist. They are a part of the human experience.
Yeah, but I think that chart you showed with the left-handed thing.
Yeah.
If Christians and Muslims start dominating, they're going to be repressed, right? So the idea is it's like basic math. We saw this in 2000. Liberals were having 1.45 kids and conservatives were having 2.01 kids. So conservatives were at replacement levels and liberals weren't. 20 years later, we see slightly more for the first time ever conservative Gen Zers in some areas. Gen Z is about, according to Pew, as progressive as millennials. In some areas, are a little bit more progressive. In some areas, are a little bit more conservative, which is shocking because every generation was skewing more progressive. This is likely due to the fact, not, like I said, not that children were like, I'm conservative now, but conservatives had more kids. So it really doesn't matter what your position is if your position is less kids for the left and more kids for the right.
So you think transgender people should have more kids?
I would love it if trans people and LGBT people had children and families. That's my personal morality. But the end result is there is one faction that is pro.
I do not.
I don't. I think they're gonna.
They pass the shit
probably
on
a lot
the
of
children
abuse.
and like fuck that. No.
Well, let me tell you what.
Only sane straight couples should have kids.
Okay, lesbian couple. Okay, sorry. I was gonna ask you the question, but I already answered. Sorry. Lesbian couples are the most abusive in terms of domestic violence of all types of couples in the world. Heterosexual, homosexual, gay, lesbian, queer, whatever. Lesbian women beat the shit out of each other. Okay? They are extremely violent towards each other. I don't think they should have kids. Just saying.
Yes.
Sorry. I mean, like, look. Heterosexual couples can be terrible.
Straight, no, everything else can fuck off.
Heterosexual couples can be terrible. Of course they can. They are all the time.
Yeah, but they can make more kids.
But homosexual couples have a really, really bad, for their very minor amount that they have children, have really, really bad track records in terms of how they treat those children and the households they make. Particularly lesbians. Which is like, especially like, oh, it's 2 women, they must be great. No, in fact, they're extremely violent. So that's terrible, yeah.
Abortion, unrestricted, and in favor of practices which result in a substantial rate of sterilization for children. Conservatives, be it Muslim or Christian or Jewish, don't do these things. And so the future is very obviously going to be an Abrahamic conservative country.
Yeah, but we need a more scientific religion in the future. This is another
scientific
2-hour
religion,
conversation.
that's the left. Ian, scientific religion is the left. God, Neon Suspenders for 10 says, I don't know. I know I don't donate much, but here is my tithe. Great stream, you two. You've earned it. Cheers. Hey, thank you, Neon Suspenders. Thank you. I know you're always here. It's always nice to see you around. And thank you for the donation.
Let's read some super chats and then we'll.
All right. Well, I'm kind of done with this. Do you want to hear the super chats, Spoon?
Hell no.
All right. I think some of them might be interesting, but I'm kind of done.
And some
it's also very late. It's 2:30 in the morning here.
Hold on. Wait.
So,
and have us a good old-fashioned fag drag.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What's up? What are you doing? What have you done? Have you done something silly? What have you done?
The chat will know. You won't, which is probably a good thing.
Spoon, what have you done?
Wait for the chat.
I can't see it.
I know, it's great. That's why it's
You
funny.
rude. You big rude.
Well, the chat finds it funny. They
Why
see
are
the
you
way
so
that there's a lot of laughing.
Yeah, but I don't know what you did.
That's why it's funny. You just keep it that way.
Homer! Homie! What'd you do? Tell me what you did. Because I can't see it.
Played like 3 seconds of a South Park clip.
Oh. Alright. Understandable.
So,
Well,
trust us, bro.
we've been going for 10 hours. Shall we go to bed, my dude?
Please play a clip of something that is humanizing, like a video of bunnies.
All right. Let's okay. Let's find a video of bunnies or something. Bunny. No, it's all a bunch of women. Gross. Ah, what's this?
Look, it's a Labrador.
It's a nice pupper. Something nice.
With little bunnies.
With a bunner. There he is. Look at the little boy. He's right
Look,
there.
it's a bunny.
There's another one. Oh. Look, it's a palate cleanser, everybody. Fine. Now we can all feel better. He's a golden retriever with a bunch of little baby bunnies. Oh my goodness. Wait. Can I want to play one of mine.
Look, it's little bunnies.
That's very cute.
I want to get a bunny.
Bunnies are cute. They're a little bit difficult. They're a little bit difficult to take care of.
The only bad thing about them is they gnaw absolutely everything plastic, which means they'll
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're a little bit annoying to take care of.
Yeah.
Otherwise than that, they're very. It's just that they're.
Look at them, they're adorable. Little bunnies.
This is very cute. Can I put in my favorite animal? I'm gonna put in my favorite animal.
The one that smells like popcorn?
Look. Yes, here he is. There he is. There he is. Look at him. He's my favorite animal.
Are they related to sloths?
Maybe. They have prehensile
Check
tails.
out these awesome binturongs. They're known as bear cats, and you can see why. They do look like a combination of a bear and a cat. They're such interesting animals. It looks like you kind of just piece them together with other animals. They have a tail that's fully prehensile, which allows them to help balance as well as hang on as like an anchor point in trees. They don't really hang from their tail, but it definitely helps them climb around through trees, through branches, just like it would in the wild.
Too.
All right, Chandler, I have a really fun fact.
Yep.
The binturongs actually smell like freshly buttered popcorn. That sounds really random, but it's true. The next time you go to a movie theater and get buttered popcorn, you know you are smelling the smell of a binturong.
No, there's Australians.
These guys smell so good. We love them dearly, and we feel very lucky that they're part of our Australian Zoo family. And they're very lucky to have the most amazing keepers in the whole world who make sure they live wonderful
They should be in the
lives
wild.
every single day. Thanks for joining us and meeting our binturongs. Woohoo!
So Steve,
It's my
Australian,
favorite. It's my favorite animal. It's my favorite animal. I love it so much. I love binturong. So cute. You don't like binturong? It's such a cute animal.
I don't know why you like them in particular.
Because they look ugly like me. So I love them. They're like sad old men. I love them. It's my favorite animal. I love it so much.
You are a very unusual woman.
Oh, okay. Can I do one last thing?
Which is?
I have one last. Okay, we've been up here for a fucking minute.
Is it hedgehogs?
No. I love hedgehogs.
Hedgehogs are fun.
It's not that. It's the
cute bats.
I think I called this, but it's not the correct word. It's true facts. I can't spell Australia.
Australia.
I got it now.
It's Australia with more words.
I got it. I forgot. It was the baby is called. It's called True Facts about the. I'm gonna say. Oh, here it is. All right, we're gonna watch this real quick.
I don't know what weird shit Hayden's gonna put on now.
And then no, it's adorable, and you're gonna learn things. You're gonna learn.
I want to learn.
These are true facts about the baby echidna. How the hell do you say that? The baby echidna. The echidna was created 54 seconds after God created marijuana. Doritos were created 10 seconds after that. The young echidna is called a puggle, which kind of pisses off puggles. The echidna has a normal-looking penis. If you were an echidna, you would have thought that was a very funny joke, because they actually have very weird four-headed penises. And that is not a joke. There are videos to prove this. Here, a zoologist presses on the abdomen of an echidna to arouse it. A very dirty zoologist. I have blurred the image because it's so fucked up. This image has also been blurred. Dirty tennis player. It's difficult to make shit up about the echidna because it's so damn weird.
So
For example, this is how the baby echidna eats.
It's an ancient video, I
It
know.
eats this way because the mother echidna has milk patches on her skin instead of nipples. Which makes me very glad that we have nipples. Milk patches would be embarrassing, especially if they were on your face. Then again, so would nipples. Sometimes you might think that you're weird, but you don't have a ball sack under your chin. Remember that. Always remember that.
Except if you're Peter Griffin, in which case you do.
People think it's ugly. I love the baby echidna. It's so cute.
Yes,
and
I don't know why you like.
It's cute. It's so cute. Why don't you think cute things are cute? What's wrong with you?
Because that thing's not cute. That thing looks gross.
It's
Bunnies are
adorable.
cute.
It's the
Bunnies are
the
cute.
echidna is
Hedgehogs
cute.
are cute.
The
Baby
echidna is
porcupines are
cute.
cute.
The binturong is cute.
No, the binturong you
porcupine
said is
cute.
ugly. That's why you like it.
No, it's not.
You said
a
it's
little
ugly like me. That's
But
literally what you said.
no, I didn't say it was ugly like you. I said I like that it's kind of ugly, but I like that it's kind of ugly. It's cute.
Like me is what you said.
That's not what I said.
That is literally what you said.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
I like kind of ugly animals because they remind me of myself.
Yes.
I like ugly animals.
I know, that's what you
of
said.
me,
That's-
of me,
yes.
not of you.
Yes, I'm
yes,
quoting
of
you.
me. Yes, of me. They remind me of me, not of you. I like kind of ugly animals. It's all right.
Yeah,
They
Lady
remind me
Chen
of
said, Aiden, you
me,
did say
not of
exactly
you.
that.
Yes, not of you, Spoon. They don't remind me of you, Spoon.
I'm
They remind me
aware.
of me.
There's no animals that look like me. There's no
I
animals
can
with
find
a
an animal.
fucking
I can find an
drawn-out
animal that
crap.
looks like you. Find an animal that looks like you.
I would advise you
see.
at 2 o'clock in the morning, you are not going to come up with a good meme for this, and it's going to piss me off.
What? Here we go. That's not good. I can't, no, I'm not gonna be able to find this in the middle of the night.
Good.
I can't type bald animal and find something that would look like you.
The Sphinx cat, maybe?
Oh, yeah, bald cat.
It's about the only thing.
But you don't look like a Sphinx cat.
I know, but I am African.
Oh my god! Okay, hang on now. This is adorable. Just 1 second. Look at these little... This is you! It's you as a baby! There's you!
That's a gremlin.
Look at you! There
That
you
is a
are,
gremlin.
Spoon! Spoon, there you are!
No, that is
There's
a
you as a
gremlin
baby!
looking fucking cat.
There you are, is your
No.
little bald Dutch
That looks
self.
like kinky in the brain is what that fucking looks like.
There's Spoon as his bold Dutch self as a baby. There he is. All of them. Look, there's some more Spoons as their bold Dutchoid self. Just like being
You do
very
realize
Dutch.
I had hair as a kid, right?
Look at how Dutch they are. He's being very Dutch. Look, fighting as they do. You know, doing a little, intergroup warfare, which the Dutch are wont to do.
At least we weren't subjugated by the English.
What are you talking about? What are
You
you
fucking
talking about?
had me.
What are you talking about? You talking about the Welsh?
Yes.
How dare you? Look,
Don't
there's
try
Spoon
and fight
and his
Dutch
brother.
Boys, by the way. We're significantly bigger than
Yeah,
you.
look how dangerous the bold Dutchoids are. Very dangerous groups of people.
This is what Aiden is like when she's trying to be mean.
Yeah, this is my maximum meanness. Is look at this group of kittens and how bald you are.
Aiden has a lot of fucked up things going for her right now, so like I am holding back a lot of things because Aiden is not someone that should ever throw fisticuffs because she has a lot of places I can smack her, but I'm just too nice. Because I'm a bigger person
What?
than her, quite literally.
I mean, obviously. Oh, I don't know what this video is. I honestly don't know what this video is, but since we're still here, let's see what this is.
What are you doing?
It's called POV or Welsh. Play, fucking. Why is he not playing? Oh
no! We've got to go in a straight line.
The end.
No, it doesn't help. This doesn't help at all. I like this. Yes, let's go. Wales will reinsert herself as a world power. I do love Wales. Okay.
That actually was pretty fucking good.
I didn't mean for it to be that way. Now I'm upset. I didn't anticipate it to be that. I don't like the way that meme went. It made me upset.
Funny.
I don't like it.
Made me laugh.
Plum Infinity.
Oh, that was funny.
Yes, I was funny. It was hilarious. But just as a little bit of a Welsh meme. Why we're still.
I swear to God, if you play something South African right now, I'm going to kick you out.
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England.
We've all heard it.
Skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona,
Play,
just up the road from Llanfair to Pwllgwyngyll to Gorgedec
Do it. Why is it being so slow?
Now today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England, with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair to Pwllgwyngyll to Gorgedec the temperature got to 21 Celsius. That's 7.
What a fucking beast, my dude. This brown man managed to pronounce a Welsh, the most Welsh town name in history.
With cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair to Pwllgwyngyll to Gorgedec the temperature got to 21 Celsius. That's 70 in Fahrenheit.
I love this man so much.
The most impressive thing about that is not the fact that he pronounced the name, it's the fact that it was 21 degrees in Welsh. Or Wales, sorry.
In Wales, yeah.
21 degrees and Welsh people die.
Very hot, very hot. What a brilliant boy. Can I do it one more time? Because I'm so impressed.
Parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair to Pwllgwyngyll to Gorgedec
He does it fucking perfectly. It's perfect Welsh. Yeah, he can stay. You're welcome. I think you're welcome in Wales after that.
Come on,
you're
everybody!
An official
queers and some trucks
honorary
and
Welsh
good old-fashioned fag
Welcome
drag.
to being Celtic. Our silly language. No, by the way, like the name of the town is the town that is on the land that is where on the hill by the thing. Like it's like a very, very long description of a town. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's 2:30 in the morning.
We should go to sleep.
Yes, for the love of God, before I kill you.
Let's go to bed. All right, let's go. We were memeing for a minute. I thought we were memeing. All right, let's go to bed. Thank you all for watching. We were doing a little meme here for a moment, and we'll see you all on Wednesday. We're gonna have to watch the town hall back. Then we just can get around tonight. So watch the town hall on Wednesday. All right.
All right. Nighty night.